On March the 26th, 2006, to the excitement of 2000s tweens everywhere, the musical sitcom Hannah Montana first premiered on the Disney Channel. The series explored the fictional teenager Miley Stewart, whose one-hit wonder father pressures her into becoming a massively famous singer. But with an extra caveat. Miley is allowed to maintain a secret identity, hiding behind a blonde wig while on stage, while in the real world attending a completely normal middle school and experiencing everyday teenage drama. She thus maintains, in her own words, the best of both worlds, being able to live out the fantasy of being a superstar while still retaining a level of privacy, which gives her a relatively normal childhood during off hours. After Hannah Montana premiered, it became a staple of children's television, being widely recognized and known in pop culture even in the adult world. And eventually, something happened that I'm not sure anyone really expected. Miley Cyrus became an actual charting musician, partially elevated by the TV show pushing the narrative that she was an incredibly talented performer. Sadly for Cyrus, however, she would not be rewarded the same luxuries as her TV counterpart, as children and adults around the world became totally obsessed with both her public and private life, as if a separation was not necessary. But to the Disney Channel, that didn't really matter. What truly mattered was the massive amount of money that was quickly brought in once Cyrus's fame reached an equilibrium to her blonde-haired equivalent. When Cyrus sold well, Hannah sold well, and that meant residuals for albums, merchandise, DVDs, and of course, TV ratings. And at some stage, Disney seemed to stop and sort of ask, wait, can we just keep doing this? And so the network then created Sunny with a Chance and Wizards of Waverly Place, both teen comedies starring young actors, which eventually revealed the shocking twist that these teens could also sing? And soon enough, Selena Gomez and Demi Lovato were also elevated to a kind of mainstream musical audience, and partially because they had been featured in TV shows which actively advertised that they were musicians and could sing. A licensing deal with the Jonas Brothers continued this trend, with Jonas and the Camp Rock films promoting the careers of these stars while also sending residuals back towards the company. And as Disney Channel raked in the cash, there was this feeling over at Nickelodeon that someone was jealous. Starting around the same time, Nick would also sporadically try and push their sitcom stars into becoming mainstream pop artists, with Drake Bell, Miranda Cosgrove, and Jeanette McCurdy all being examples of this. However, these experiments ended up failing for the most part, and one could argue that the reason was that none of these shows were about the performing arts. Drake and Josh didn't make me want to listen to Drake Bell's music, it made me want to watch Three Stooges skits, and iCarly inspired me to browse the internet, look for online content, not listen to some wishy-washy pop album that was probably made at gunpoint. So what if, theoretically, Nickelodeon were to try and make a sitcom mimicking these other shows by creating an atmosphere where adolescents suddenly breaking into song and dance was considered completely conventional? Would they be able to transition one of their teen stars from comedians into internationally recognized superstars like Disney had done so many times before? Well, there was a chance, because this time Nickelodeon had hand-selected the perfect person to add to the show. Someone so star-studded yet so approachable that they would surely become a glamorous piece of pop culture iconography in absolutely no time. And that star's name was Victoria Justice. Yes, Victoria Justice, the latest teen star from Nickelodeon, known for such films as The Boy Who Cried Werewolf and such shows as Zoe 101 and The Troop, soon to be elevated to international stardom by her hit new program, Victorious. Yes, for a weird few years in the network's history, Victoria Justice was the person who Nickelodeon was confident would become their Miley Cyrus, and her self-titled sitcom, Victorious, felt like yet another attempt to make this vision into a reality. Did it work? Well, we're going to find out. Real quick before we go any further, a few things worth noting. For those of you who are new to the channel, in the past few months, I have been making a deep dive into the iCarly franchise. And in my last two videos, I successfully covered every story in the original run, from the iPilot to the iFinale. The reason I originally wanted to rewatch iCarly is that it occurred to me how much of the show I remember when I just typically don't think about it. And revisiting it was fun, because it felt like I was attaching a lot of half-forgotten memories to real episodes and experiences. Victorious is going to be the direct opposite, because despite the fact that I did watch Victorious, especially during reruns whenever nothing else was on, I remember almost nothing about this show. And obviously, this is something I have to fix if I'm going to watch Sam and Cat, the next piece of iCarly history, which was not only an iCarly revival, but a Victorious one as well. I wanted to make this clear before we start this because it's important to point out that there was kind of a bias to my last two videos, a kind of listless nostalgia, and that's going to be completely missing from here on out. So expect a lot less, oh, I remember watching this, and a lot more, what is this? Who made this? Why am I watching this? But I want to clarify, I am going into this with a completely open mind. I might end up hating Victorious, but I also might end up loving it. However, no matter what opinions I end up holding, even if I end up loving this show and I praise it to the high heavens, I know for a fact that this video is going to be titled, The Failure of Victorious. Because it's the only good title I can think of. Think about it, The Failure of Victorious. It's pretty good. As I mentioned, this is not the first part of this mini-series, and it won't be the last, so if you want to make sure you don't miss out on the next exciting installment, go down to the description, hit that subscribe button, and remember to set the bell to all notifications. We're trying to see how many subscribers we can get to by the end of the year, and the faster we move along, the more energized I am going to be to continue working on this ever-daunting mini-series. Really stretching the definition of the word mini there. Anyways, let's get into this. Okay, so here's a quick rundown as per why Victorious is such a weird show to try and analyze. There are, in total, 8 main characters in Victorious. Now, some of you might look at this setup and say, well, Quinton, you've included the puppet. The puppet isn't a main character. Yes, he is. This puppet has not haunted my dreams for the last 10 years. For you to come in here and say that he isn't one of the 8 main characters. He is his own character, and we will be addressing him as such. The point is that we have 8 main characters here, and that can be a lot, especially compared to iCarly. In the first 60 episodes, iCarly primarily has 4 main characters, Carly, Sam, Freddie, and for the B-plots, Spencer. And in my opinion, those episodes are nearly perfectly balanced in giving each character the right amount of screen time and development. And meanwhile, Victorious also has around 60 episodes, but has twice as many characters. But in a way, maybe I'm just kind of spoiled. Maybe this isn't that weird of a thing. I mean, look at Head of the Class. Head of the Class is a classic 1980s sitcom that has a bunch of the same tropes and kind of led the way for shows like this. And that show has 9 main characters. Wait. Excuse me, sorry. The show has 10 main characters. I forgot to count the teacher. And if Head of the Class can feature 9 students and 1 teacher, then maybe Victorious can be just as entertaining with 1 less cast member. But I've set up this little diorama for myself because one of my main goals with this video is I want to dedicate a deserving amount of screen time and analysis to each and every single one of these characters. And I'm setting that goal for myself because I have this very strong feeling that if I didn't go out of my way to do that, we could very easily get to the end of this video barely mentioning some of these kids. I kind of figured a pinboard was a good way to go about that one. So with my rants about the show's expansive cast out of the way, what is Victorious really about? Well, let's put it like this. If you were to make a TV pitch that described the energy of every single Disney sitcom from the late 2000s without actually being a description of any specific Disney sitcom from the late 2000s, what would it be? You might be thinking, well, what if there's a school for the performing arts in California where the main character's older sister attends despite having no talent, while the main character goes to a normal school because she thinks she isn't good enough to go to the art school, but she doesn't realize that she's secretly the greatest singer in the entire universe, and she has to discover that throughout the course of the pilot, and that's it, you guessed it, that's Victorious. In the pilot, Tori's older sister Trina, is attending Hollywood Arts High School, where students train to one day become artists, and she soon will be performing at the annual performance piece, which is done by students and attended by talent agents, producers, and the like. However, Trina is upset because she's been matched up with a sophomore named Andrew Harris, a 10th grader who she thinks has no talent. We soon find out that his name is actually Andre Harris, and that he's actually extremely musically gifted, something which Trina immediately dismisses. Tori is forced to help the pair practice for their performance, which is difficult because her sister is both incredibly egotistical and also without any talent whatsoever. Andre says he has a headache, and Tori recommends abusing drugs. Sometime later, the school's talent competition is held, but there's suddenly a problem. Trina suddenly has an allergic reaction as her tongue bloats to a massive size.
Anyway, she'll be able to perform today?
Of course not.
But Andre suddenly has an idea. Tori knows the song and performance inside and out, having assisted in every step of the way, meaning she can take over the performance with ease. Tori protests this, saying that she's absolutely not worthy of doing this before she's thrown on stage, and of course does an unreasonably great job for someone who supposedly never sang in front of another human being in their entire life. iCarly and Victorious are very different, but they do both have one pretty common theme, and that's that they're both fame bait. The only difference is that iCarly is about internet fame and Victorious is about real fame. The song that Tori sings here, which later becomes the theme song, is about how if you fantasize about becoming famous, you'll be able to prove everyone wrong and make it if you just let go of yourself and live in the moment. Originally, I wanted to play a clip of Tori singing this song, to prove my point. But it turns out it's very, very difficult to play any music from this show without immediately getting copy striked. So instead, I'm just gonna read the lyrics out, and hopefully that'll be enough to make you understand the point I'm trying to make. You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you'll be the main attraction. Not a fantasy, just remember me when it turns out right. 'Cause you know that if you live in your imagination, tomorrow you'll be everybody's fascination. In my victory, just remember me when I make it shine. There you go. Not only is Tori supposed to be incredibly gifted, she's supposed to be you. You are the secretly gifted child who lives in their head but can live out their dreams if you just believe in yourself and buy Nickelodeon merchandise and oh fuck, there's the puppet! The performance goes over very well, and they try to convince Tori to attend the school. Tori has cold feet, so Andre opens the curtains, asks the crowd if they think she's talented enough. She's embarrassed, the audience says yes, she decides to go. Okay, so let's try to recap everything we know about our established characters so far. Trina is Tori's older sister who is older by 1 year. She is egotistical, self-absorbed, deprecating to others, and lacking in any talent or self-awareness about not being talented. She's basically designed designed to be extremely annoying and is in the show constantly through the finale. Tori is extremely talented, or as talented as the actor can manage to come across, but has a low self-esteem and a lack of confidence, likely generated from her sister telling her that she's less talented and worthy of attention. Andre is cool, supportive, and seems like a guy that you would like to hang out with. He writes his own music, is very gifted at playing the piano, and I can't think of anything else, but maybe that's all he needs. After this point, we're also introduced to a few characters who we didn't meet in the first half of the pilot. First, there's Kat, a classmate of Tori who is very awkward and ditzy despite being extremely nice. In the first few episodes, Kat is also supposed to be bipolar, as she constantly switches between emotions from sentence to sentence.
My name's Kat. Like the animal. What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I love cats.
Me too, they're so cute.
They drop this within a few episodes. By the fourth story, she mostly has become a walking personification of Jaden Smith's Twitter account, and as the show goes on, she only becomes less and less coherent.
I wonder if mirrors work in outer space. Is it true that sweat and pee are like cousins?
Next, we have Jade and Beck. Jade is a kind of cool, bitchy, goth girl with attitude, and Beck is her boyfriend who is attractive if you're 17. I could sit here struggling to describe these two in more words than they deserve, but I think I kinda nailed it there. And finally, we have Robbie Shapiro and his puppet, Rex. Robbie suffers from a personality disorder where he has trouble talking to people, especially girls, and so he often uses his puppet as an alternate personality that he can use to communicate, although the puppet is far from PC and is known to insult the cast and flirt with the girls.
Tell your puppet to quit being mean to me!
Don't call him a puppet! That's an offensive term!
Interestingly, Rex is not actually voiced by the actor playing Robbie. Instead, series writer Jake Farrow dubs the puppet in each and every episode, playing him to have a deep voice and an accented cadence.
I was hoping we could be more than friends.
You could argue that Rex and Robbie are, in a way, a representation of the Freud psychoanalytic theory, which posits that there are numerous different aspects of our personalities which we strive to strike a balance between. Rex is thus the id, the primitive and instinctual part of the mind that contains sexual and aggressive drives. And Robbie is the superego, the logical moral compass which seems to work in opposition to its counterpart.
I told you global warming was bogus.
Stop watching Fox News.
No, it's fair and balanced.
Robbie lacks any sort of ego or balance between these two parts of his mind, and so he seems to allow each part to filter out into two different personalities, and often verbal communication is the only way that information can pass from one side of his brain to the other. Sometimes Rex will figure out a social cue before Robbie, for instance, and can only communicate that information through mockery. However, another way to look at it more literally is that there's actually quite a lack of clarity if this relationship is really one person being personified in two different ways, or if Rex and Robbie are literally two different people and something seemingly supernatural is going on. It's worth noting that if, say, Rex is stuffed into a backpack, his voice does seem to come from the backpack. And I'm sure as we go on that there will be more moments where doubt is brought into question about whether ventriloquism has anything to do with the Rex phenomenon.
Well, on Friday at school, I asked Rex if he wanted to see a movie with me on Sunday night. And now it's Sunday night, and Rex says he has other plans! Which I do.
However, there is kind of a third side to this that, I gather if you're into Victorious, you're not supposed to say this out loud. And it's something that's kind of subtle if you're a kid, but really, really overt if you're an adult. But it is still kind of ambiguous, so I just want to take a moment here to stop and go ahead and say this out loud so we're all on the same page. Rex is supposed to be black. The joke of this dynamic is clearly that Robbie is this awkward Jewish teenager, and meanwhile the puppet he speaks through is a black caricature.
That was a good one, Beck. Lip gloss.
And I know that in a retrospective like this, given that this is something very few of you probably figured out as kids, I need to supply evidence. Well, as far as I know, there's only one specific moment in the series where this is ever confirmed directly. In the blooper episode, there's a joke where we see Rex auditioning for the show, and he speaks with a natural British accent. And we hear the show's creator, off-screen, yell,
"Can you do a realistic American urban accent?"
And even if I didn't have that piece of evidence, just look at the puppet in the pilot episode. Look at it. If this wasn't an aspect of the original joke, they wouldn't have kept redesigning the puppet to try and lighten its skin over time. It's pretty clearly what it seems to be. And there we go, the 8 main characters. Tori, Taffy, Alex, Tabby, Beck, Bruce, Ben, and Blackface. Returning to the pilot episode, Tori joins a theater class that is doing an in-character improv, and Jade introduces her as a dog, insisting that she thus perform as one too. Tori tries to get out of this, but is told by her teacher that she has to get on her knees and bark like a dog. Wow, what an organic thing to happen, and not the writer's poorly disguised fetish inserted into this teen sitcom. I'm gonna be saying that sentence a lot in this video. After more bullying from Jade, Tori tries to call her mom to transfer her back to regular school. But Andre tells her to stick with it, and that Hollywood Arts really isn't that different from a regular high school. Andre quickly corrects himself and tells Tori that even if the school isn't normal, she isn't normal. She's talented and above the groveling, weak amoebas who dare to stand below her, and thus she deserves to go to the school as much as anyone else there. And so she goes back in the next day, casts Jade in a scene, and by the end, Jade and Tori are having an improv battle that ends with Tori winning. And Tori then uses the improv to make out with Beck, cucking Jade in an act of theater kid revenge. And that was the pilot. Almost nothing they set up here carries over to the rest of the series. One of the characters in this show who turns out to be surprisingly important is Tori's theater teacher, Mr. Psychowitz. Watching iCarly, I got so used to having teachers appear one time and then literally never again, so when I found out that this dude was basically the show's 9th main character, I was a little bit surprised, and I think it's mainly because I didn't anticipate that so much of Victorious was going to be set in a theater class, because the pilot was all about setting up that Tori is an amazing performer, a great singer and dancer, and that Victoria Justice deserves to be a pop star in the real world as well, and then she's in theater class for 57 episodes. I guess it was expensive to have these musical numbers and choreographed sequences and such, so it made a lot more sense to just do those a couple times a season, and then find some wacky teacher to be funny while the show milks 60 episodes out of not showing you the thing that it pitches in its own branding. And do you guys really need to know about every theater class and every school play that they put on in this show? Let's pretend the answer is yes. Starting us off is Season 1, Episode 2, The Bird Scene. In the story, Andre writes a play for the school and wants Tori to be the lead. However, before she can audition for any part in a school production, Tori must first pass The Bird Scene, a monologue that everyone must pass if they want to do a school play. Tori memorizes the piece, does it in front of the class, asks how she did, and is told she failed. Tori tries to ask the rest of the class how to do the scene right, but they say they're forbidden from helping her or giving any tips. Tori continues to try harder and harder to master the monologue before growing so desperate that she handcuffs Kat to the rail and tries to torture the information out of her, before she attempts to seduce Robbie to get him to spill the beans as well. Luckily for Shapiro, his puppet steps in and saves the day, during a moment where it's implied that Rex has genitalia.
He's a puppet, he can't pee!
You don't know what I got!
Meanwhile, Robbie and Andre enter a ballet class to try and hit on girls, before they find out that the class consists only of guys who join to try and hit on girls. A single girl does end up joining, and in an attempt to impress her, the pair try to do a dance but accidentally kick each other in the balls. Tori does an extravagant take on the monologue, but when the teacher again flunks her, she snaps, saying that she did an excellent job and she doesn't care what anyone else thinks. The class then begins applauding, as the bird scene test is apparently all about building confidence and not caring about what others think, which, hold on a goddamn second. None of this makes any sense. According to the episode, the bird scene is always performed in front of whatever theater class you're in, and you're only forced to do it if you want to do an extracurricular activity. So now that Tori's done it right in front of all of her peers, anyone in the class who hasn't done it yet knows the secret to the monologue. So why is it against the rules to tell people the point of the scene if you can watch other people get the scene right before you do? Next, in episode 3, Robbie and Trina get matched together for an audition where she kisses him because that's what it says to do in the script. However, Robbie becomes intensely in love with Trina, not being able to understand that their kiss was just for the scene.
Would you be willing to convert to Judaism?
Wow, you've got problems.
It's not a deal breaker, but it's just... Rex! All right, who took his pants?
Robbie becomes more and more obsessed before Kat tells him that he needs to let it go because it was just a stage kiss. Robbie says he can't because a kiss that passionate couldn't have been faked, causing Kat to kiss him to prove a point.
See?
I want you to meet my parents.
Meanwhile, in Tori's other theater class, they're given a lesson on stage fighting. Fight scenes choreographed to look real. Tori gets matched with Jade and grows fearful that she's going to actually throw real punches in the fight. However, when the fight comes, it seems that Tori is the one that hit Jade, as after her hit lands, Jade appears to be bleeding from the eye and insists that Tori hit her for real. Tori gets in massive trouble for this and is nearly shot by a trigger-happy cop, before we find out that Jade was faking it the whole time, using makeup to make her injuries look real. Shocked that Tori hasn't told anyone the truth, she decides to help with her punishment after school, before they both bail and leave the cop to do it by himself. Okay, so I realized while watching this episode that I actually do remember a lot of this show. I remember a lot of the jokes, a lot of the plot lines, and I even kind of have favorite characters. So going into this, why did I think that I didn't remember anything about the show? Well, as far as I can tell, my brain saved all of my memories associated with this show in a folder labeled Zoe 101. This isn't a joke. There are several episodes in season 1 that I actually strongly remember watching, but I had just convinced myself that these were just super late Zoe 101 episodes. Which says to me that there must be a lot of weird shit brewing in this show if I applied that level of cognitive dissonance to my memories of it. One theory I came up with while watching season 1 is that Trina is basically to the Victorious writers what Lubert was to iCarly. For those of you who didn't watch my last 2 videos, a thesis I came up with there was that the writers of iCarly were so convinced that Lubert would be automatically hated by everyone that they constantly had extremely horrible things happen to him without any sensitivity, solely under the presumption that the viewers at home would be incapable of feeling bad and would only laugh at his pain. In the same sense, I think the writers of Victorious presumed we would find Trina so annoying that we would never look at any situation from her perspective, and never feel bad for anything that happens to her. And this is what makes stories like Season 1, Episode 4 feel so poorly thought out and executed. In the story, Tori is fretting over her sister's upcoming birth week, as Trina is apparently so self-absorbed that she thinks her birth deserves an entire week instead of just one day. Tori frets over this as she has consistently failed in the past to find something good enough for her sister. However, Andre comes up with a brilliant idea for Tori to write a song for her sister and then perform it at her party. And so, she does this, performing the song at the party as their parents excitedly record it. And the entire plotline just makes Tori feel so conceited? Like, it's Trina's birthday, or birth week. It's Trina's birth week! And Tori somehow found a way to make it all about someone shining a spotlight on her so she can do a little dance around the kitchen. They're celebrating her sister's birth, and somehow she got her parents to film her instead of Trina. And worse yet, she includes in the song's lyrics mentions that everyone hates Trina and that she's crazy. And then when Trina gets confused and doesn't understand that that was supposed to be her gift, Tori kicks everyone out of the house into the pouring rain and yells at her like she's the one in the wrong. Like, girl, it's her birth week. Give her a break. And meanwhile, all of Trina's friends are left out in the freezing rain. But don't worry, Tori's in the right here. That's what's important. Throughout the episode, people just keep being mean to Trina, and it's supposed to be funny because we're supposed to hate her. But the whole story, I was thinking like, oh man, if someone talked to me that way on my birth week, I would slap a bitch so hard. So Trina goes behind her back and sells the rights to the song to a music group, who promise to make her famous if she can record a new version in studio. However, as one can expect, this goes over poorly because she is a very bad singer. They call Tori in, who rocks the mic, but halfway through, the producers get a call from Beyonce, who says that she wants to record a cover of the song, meaning they no longer want to work with the teens and are contractually not obligated to pay or credit them. One thing we haven't talked about is arguably the highlight of the show, and that's the three guys, Robbie, Andre, and Beck. These three are illustrated as being super close, arguably the closest in the group, and they often are seen just hanging out and swapping banter. And it's actually kind of relaxing sometimes to see these friends hang out with no drama, no snide comments, just like, yo, how was your weekend, man? The thing about Andre and Beck is that they really don't have consistent personalities, but they're so chill to be around that you hardly even think about it. And what ends up happening is every few episodes, one of them will be given a random wacky trait just to mix things up. Like, there's an episode where Andre is really into cheese, and it's never brought up again. Season 1, Episode 5 is titled Jade Dumps Beck, and oh, you'll never guess what happens in this one. In the story, Beck makes the news after paparazzi photograph him with a famous celebrity, who he shares a yoga class with. Beck tries to say it's not a big deal, but Jade says it's not something she approves of, especially after we learn that said celebrity has been texting Beck every single day. Okay, so you're telling me that this famous celebrity met a 10th grader and then started texting him every day. Beck, honey, here in the future, we call that grooming? The two get into a big fight over this, and it ends with Jade breaking up with Beck and storming off. Later, Beck is dropped off at the school by the celebrity, and ooh yeah, honey, you were being groomed so hard. I mean, they're literally dropping you off at school. That's some Jerry Seinfeld bullshit. Jade comes to Tori's house late at night and begins crying, saying that she desperately needs Beck back. Tori becomes a middleman between the pair, trying to hook them back up, but ultimately finds cracks in the foundation of their relationship. Beck notes that Jade hasn't done anything nice for him since they started dating. She barely pays attention to his needs, and for his birthday, she bought him lemonade in a can, the kind that you have to stir together yourself. And so Beck doesn't want to get back together with Jade because he doesn't think she really appreciated him. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Trina puts on a terrible one-woman show, which Robbie is forced to see so he can write a review for a school publication. Robbie knows the play is crap, but that he can't write an honest review because Trina would kill him. And indeed, she begins stalking him and threatening his life, saying that bad things will happen if he doesn't write a good review. In the end, Robbie writes a semi-positive review where he calls the play a genius self-aware comedy, which only enrages Trina further. But once she sees that having her work seen this way causes her to be admired and worshipped, she accepts being the butt of the joke, saying that it's okay to laugh. I wonder if James Franco saw this episode. So Jade concedes that to get Beck to like her again, she'll need to do something nice for once. Remembering that he's always talked about getting a dog, they get him one as a surprise and sneak it into the RV parked on his parents' lawn, which is where he lives. However, the dog goes wild and begins attacking the person inside, and as Beck appears, we learn his father is the victim inside. An ambulance comes to take his father away, and a paramedic approaches Beck.
Hey, are you in college yet?
Bye.
And that's statutory rape joke number 1. I can only imagine there will be more. Jade tries to explain to Beck how she wanted to do something nice, and they begin making out. Tori is touched by the moment, but less enthused when she has to walk home because Jade was her ride. Episode 6 features Tori becoming involved in yet another school play. This one about a beautiful woman who ends up having to choose between 2 different men. However, the same weekend that she's doing the play, Kat borrows Tori for a school makeup project where she needs to turn someone into a monster. The makeup comes out perfectly ghoulish, but it transpires that Kat has used a parody of Gorilla Glue for the adhesive, meaning the makeup is stuck to Tori's face, and also that the writers predicted Gorilla Glue Girl. She has to do the play as is, and is finally able to get it off in the final song due to Kat and Trina getting the solvent for the glue. It turns out that the play's actual writer has come to see the show, but actually praises their use of the monster makeup, thinking that it added a whole new layer to the play. With that, let's stop here and talk about something pretty important to Victorious. TheSlap.com. TheSlap.com was the in-universe website promoted within Victorious that was both a real site and served a narrative purpose. Basically a copy of what they had done previously with iCarly. The main way we see it featured is in a series of recurring transition segments wherein Tori will tweet out things going on in her life in between scenes. This sometimes actually gives important context about plot details, and basically the impression we're given is that this is a satire of Twitter. In fact, in the pilot episode, before Tori joins the school, she is using Twitter, thus seemingly confirming that TheSlap.com is meant to be something exclusive to the Hollywood arts. Anyways, in Season 1, Episode 5, we're given direct lore about the website, which seems to confirm this. Here, we learn that TheSlap.com was founded after the school's newspaper closed, and the seniors wanted a way to keep it going underground. Thus, as we come to understand here, TheSlap.com is meant to be a way for Hollywood arts students to keep up to date with things happening on campus, while also giving students a way to post about drama going on in their lives. In a way, you could almost argue that this actually makes the site an in-universe version of Yik Yak. Does anyone remember that, or am I just old? All of these details are explored thoroughly in Season 1, Episode 7, Robberazzi. I'm actually super excited to get into this one because as a kid, I remember this easily being my favorite episode of Zoe 101. In the story, Robbie is being threatened with having his video blog taken off TheSlap.com after the seniors complain that it's boring and has low traffic. Tori suggests he try and focus on the kids in the school instead of niche topics, and he does just that, making an expose about a zit which has appeared on her face. This grows massively popular, and Robbie begins a drama webcast where he accuses all of his friends of various addictions and problems. This gets worse when he recruits the 9th graders to be his personal paparazzi, constantly patrolling the school and all of LA looking for hidden gossip. His friends force him out of their friend group, saying that they don't want to know him if he's going to continue forcing details about their lives into the public space. But Robbie likes being popular and continues his show. In one very odd sequence, we see that Robbie has posted a hidden camera conversation with Beck and Jade, recorded from the backseat of a car, where it's implied that Beck is trying to convince Jade to have sex.
Why not?
Because I didn't shower this morning and I had tuna fish for lunch and There's a dude in the back seat!
Hey man, what are you doing?
What's
This is
wrong
my
with
car.
you?
You out of
You
your
better
mind?
run! I'm gonna kill you!
Tori's mom comes home with a new armpit cream that is supposed to stop hair from growing, and at that exact moment, the Robberazzi arrive to take photos of her, capturing detailed images of her armpits, which is a totally natural thing to happen in this teen sitcom, and not the writer's poorly disguised fetish. But the gang eventually come up with a foolproof plan on how to fix everything. Revenge porn. Stealing Robbie's clothing after gym class, they force him to run into the hall naked, taking detailed photos and videos and telling him that if he doesn't quit his drama webcast, they're going to post the material online. Robbie caves in and turns his show into a baking program, which seems to go over very well and is just as popular. And isn't that just brilliant? Why didn't Keemstar ever start a cake channel? Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Kat becomes addicted to shopping from a magazine her uncles gave her, buying a large collection of useless crap despite having no use for any of it. Thank God I don't have a problem like that. Season 1, Episode 8 is notable for being one of the first event storylines in some way. You see, remember how the finale of Season 3 of iCarly was set during a heat wave, with the girls trying to find a way to cope? Well, I understand after that episode, iCarly took a very long production break, which is why the creators had time to develop a second show on the side. But because Nickelodeon stretched that block of iCarly episodes over several years, the Season 3 finale didn't air until halfway through Victorious' first season. And so the writers decided to create the very first event story where it's directly implied that iCarly and Victorious take place in a shared universe by filming an episode of this show with the same basic plot. A heat wave strikes the town, and they all try to cope. True Jackson VP and Big Time Rush then followed suit, and all 4 episodes aired on the same night, as part of a heatwave-themed extravaganza, which either implies that all 4 of these shows share a universe, or that this is a pan-dimensional weather phenomenon. In the Victorious story, a heatwave hits the Hollywood Arts area, and the gang decide to go on a road trip to the beach to cool off. However, they're locked into Beck's RV when a family parks their larger RV up next to them. Kat has already left by this point, and the crew hopes she'll soon come back for help, but she gets distracted hanging out with a group of teenage boys. It's my impression that this is supposed to be a fan service episode? Like, if you were a 14-year-old at home and you were into these girls, seeing them in these situations was probably appealing, if you get what I'm saying. But the thing is, I'm 24, and most of the actors in Victorious were 16 in Season 1, so to me these motherfuckers just look like toddlers in tiaras. So I spent most of this episode either being bored or turning away from the screen, because I found a lot of this stuff was just weird and hard to look at. The next episode, Wi-Fi in the Sky, is another bottle episode, and is also incredibly boring. Tori and her friends have to write a script for a third theater class, which is distinct and separate from the other 2 theater classes she's in. But because her plane is late flying into LA, she starts a video call so she can work on it while she's airborne. But constant distractions intervene.
Look! I'm in a kaleidoscope!
Oh, how does she do that?
Look! Now I'm a cherry pie! I'm Pie Girl!
Hijinks ensue when we find out that Perez Hilton is on the plane, and he then has a cameo in the episode. Were there really kids in 2010 who knew who Perez Hilton is? I'm in the future, and I had to Google him. And boy is this quite the Wikipedia article. On June 13th, 2010, Perez Hilton posted an upskirt photo of a 17-year-old Miley Cyrus to Twitter, and 44 days later, he was on a Nickelodeon sitcom. What a fun time. In the next episode, we find out that Beck has managed to be cast as a waiter in a movie starring Melinda Murray, a famous actress. He invites his friends at school to join his scene as extras, but after Melinda claims that Beck got his line wrong, Tori points out that he actually got it right, and she fires both of them from the movie for speaking back to her. Tori feels horrible about getting Beck fired from such a big movie and sneaks back in the next day to try and convince Melinda to change her mind, although she initially speaks to her stunt double by mistake.
So, what's your name?
I'm 16.
Later.
And that's statutory rape joke number 2. As a reminder, Victoria Justice was actually underage when they wrote and filmed this material. So some convoluted setup here. There's this crossbow dude on set who's supposed to shoot an arrow when he hears Melinda yell, "Get out," but when Tori tries to talk to her, she organically yells, "Get out," so the dude shoots the arrow and it goes right through her hand. Melinda has to go to the hospital and is recast in the film, and the cast and crew throw a massive celebration for Tori, saying that they absolutely hated working with Melinda and that Tori is their new hero. Something hospital, something ambivalent to this. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Robbie begins having ongoing nightmares where Rex is a giant looming over him, torturing him in many ways. To try and assist against this, the school's guidance counselor gives the two couples counseling, and eventually Robbie feels like he's gained some emotional control over the puppet who seems to terrify him so much. Episode 11 is titled The Great Ping Pong Scam and features a mystery that Tori tries to piece together throughout the narrative. In the episode, Tori wants to hang out with the gang on a specific day, but learns that they're all going to be taking part in Ping Pong Club, which is something that surprises her as they've never mentioned it before. It just so happens that there really is a ping pong club at the school, and that it consists of their friend group and no one else, with the exception of Tori, of course, who only joined the school recently. She thus auditions for the club, but despite beating everyone on the team, she doesn't get on because Jade is team captain. Thinking fast, she seduces one of the students at the school into building a prop soda machine, which she hides in during the club practice until the other students rattle it too much and it falls over. Confronting them with the evidence she's gathered, the group decide to explain what's going on, which they do via flashback. 2 years ago, which, wow, 3 words in, and already this shit doesn't make sense. You guys are in the 10th grade. 2 years ago, you went to a different school. My God, were they just not keeping a lore Bible? Anyways, so 2 years ago, when they were also 10th graders, I guess, Kat's family took her to a really fancy restaurant, which the group also wanted to go to. However, it was extremely expensive, making it unlikely that they could get in. However, someone in the group quickly formulated an idea. Sports programs at their school must be given a minimum amount of money for facilities and trips every single year, and so they invite Mr. Sikowitz to become their faculty advisor. He initially wants nothing to do with the plan, until they learn that the principal is under risk of being fired because the superintendent wants the school to have more sports trophies. They thus expand their scam to go all the way to the top. The principal will knowingly greenlight a club and sports team which he knows to be bunk. He'll give them money every single year. They'll use said money to buy a victory trophy to show off in the hallways, and then Sikowitz and the students will spend the rest of the money on fine dining and breathing. Tori promises not to tell as long as she's let into the club, and they eventually all go out to dinner. However, in the middle of dining, Robbie suddenly orders a large bowl filled with caviar, meaning that they end up going $600 over budget on the meal. Sikowitz sneaks out the back, but as the restaurant's live entertainment has yet to arrive, Tori realizes that she can sing her way out of their troubles, and so she does. Weirdly enough, the biggest piece of information this episode ends up delivering is that all of Tori's friends were already in a friend group before she transferred, meaning that she was basically a really late arrival to a group of pals who had been vibing their whole lives together, which kind of makes you realize exactly how little Tori feels like she fits in this specific group of people. Like, she doesn't necessarily feel like a very good friend to all of them, but rather more like she's just in the same room as them. And that feeling crosses over into our next episode, which is easily the worst of the season. Season 1, Episode 12, Kat's New Boyfriend. In the story, Tori is surprised when Hollywood Arts is visited by Daniel, someone who Tori dated at her old school before she suddenly broke up with him. Tori is then shocked to find out that he is there because he's dating Kat, which causes a bit of an awkward air as this information comes to light. Tori can't help feeling strange at school with the situation playing out, with things getting worse and worse until it all comes to a crescendo at the school dance, when she triggers the school cheese fountain to spray hot liquid cheddar all over the dancing lovers.
You see? This is what happens when you mix teenagers and hot cheese.
Tori tries to find the couple later and apologize, but while Kat is in the bathroom cleaning up, Tori and Daniel begin making out, causing a dramatic situation when Kat catches them in the act. And immediately, isn't this like a little bit too much? Look, I'm used to these kinds of situations playing out in teen sitcoms, disagreements between friends and wacky sitcom antics, but I'm not used to the comedic relief character having her boyfriend cheat on her with the main character. And the worst part is that they never really truly justify this. Tori says she's sorry and Kat punches her in the nose, but it never gets to the point where you truly believe that Tori has changed as a person. In her apology, Tori claims that she did what she did because she must still have feelings for Daniel. But in the actual text of the episode, this isn't the impression left behind at all. In every scene we're shown, Tori gives off total ambivalence towards Daniel as a person, not missing him at all or even being happy that he's at the school. She only starts to show emotions when she sees that Daniel and Kat are happy together, because she and Daniel were never happy. This is basically Tori's ego playing out on a loudspeaker throughout the entire episode. In one scene, she's shown growing jealous because Daniel enjoys Kat's brownies, noting that he never liked her brownies when they were dating. I'm sure that's an innuendo somehow, but the point is that her frustration with her ex dating Kat doesn't lay in any repressed feelings for him, but in the fact that she isn't the person being focused on. She is the main attraction. She is the main character. So why aren't people acting like it? And this is a theme we've seen time and time again on the show. It's the reason she became obsessed with the fact that she was the only person not in the ping pong club, and why she thought a good birth week present for her sister was a private concert where she's the center of attention. And what makes these episodes frustrating is that clearly this was a purposeful part of Tori's characterization. It's arguably her most defining trait. But for some reason, having her recognize this fault out loud is just completely against the will of the writers. So you have these episodes where Tori is an absolutely horrible person, then she shrugs, says, "Well, I wish I knew why I did that," and the credits roll. And I think episode 13 is the first story that so clearly represents how this issue lies not only with the characters in the show, but also the writers in the real world. Episode 13 is twice as long as all of the other episodes, which means that it has twice the problems, twice the weird moments, and most importantly, twice the insecurity. That is the word to describe what this show suffers from. Victorious is an insecure show. It is a program that from episode 1 was not confident in its own premise, and the strange quirks of this story represent that so clearly. The episode starts off with Trina answering Tori's phone while she's in the shower. Trina finds out the caller is a cute boy from school wanting to ask Tori out on a date that Friday, but Trina says that Tori is busy and suggests he go with her instead. When Tori gets out of the shower and is told what happened, the two get into a massive fight until their father says that neither of them are going to be going out, as Trina will be getting her wisdom teeth removed and will be in intense pain. He adds that Tori will be watching over her, as both of their parents will be on vacation while Trina is recovering. Now, this is actually a funny episode for me, because I actually had my wisdom teeth out, I think about 6 or 7 years ago, and to me, it's like it was yesterday. One thing I remember really specifically is they put me on this gas, obviously, that's what they do. They put me on this gas, they hooked this thing up to my mouth, and I remember being really worried about the logistics of having to be fed this gas while also the surgery is like inside my mouth. So I was like, what if it doesn't work? What if I run out? And so I was just thinking about all that while they were feeding me this stuff. And then it all goes gray and blurry. And then I wake up, right? And I turn to the doctor. And the very first thing I say to him is, "Hey, so when are we gonna do this? You gotta get my wisdom teeth out. Can you take my teeth out?" And so obviously they had already done it, and it was just such a strong gas that I didn't realize that the passage of time had happened. I was that out of it. And so they had to help me to my dad's car. And the thing is, I'm 6'4", so that's not an easy task. It's not a job for one person. So at one arm was this, this dentist, this doctor. At the other arm was my dad, and they're just dragging me across the parking lot, right? And so dad drives me home. I'm in the passenger seat. I think we're on the road for like 5 minutes when suddenly I start to wake up a little, and it hits me how there's a lot more blood in my mouth than there usually is. The point is that when you get your wisdom teeth out, it can be kind of a painful experience, and you need someone to help look after you, to make you soft food, and to run to the pharmacy to pick up medication, and get gauze so you can cycle it out throughout the day. And what you don't need is a concussion.
Okay. Up the stairs. Nice and easy. That a girl. Almost there.
This episode continues the ongoing theme of the writers designing characters you're supposed to hate and then having completely awful things happen to them, all under the expectation that you're going to laugh because they're not the main character. So the entire conceit of this episode's B-plot is that Trina is in intense pain the whole time, and Tori tries to force her to take medicine in a kind of Three Stooges routine, but every single time it skirts out of the boundaries of physical comedy and into the arena of physical assault that isn't funny to watch. This eventually leads to Tori tying Trina up with ropes and duct tape, and then commenting that she didn't actually check to see if her sister was still alive. What's made even worse is, of course, the detail that Tori's parents have gone on vacation mysteriously the exact same weekend that Trina was going to have this big operation, with the implication of numerous scenes being that Trina's parents secretly don't love her and hate spending time with her. Which you're supposed to laugh at, of course. Something golden child. Towards the end of the episode, Trina ends up becoming nearly animalistically territorial and reactive, and it's supposed to be played like that's just who Trina is, but the obvious text that they present is that she wasn't like this until her sister waterboarded her and then tied her up with duct tape because she didn't want to take an antibiotic. Don't worry though, Tori's the good guy in this story. You're told that's the case, so you have to accept it at face value. Here's a quick fact about this sequence. During this B-plot, when Trina ends up in a lot of pain, Tori calls her dentist, and this exchange takes place.
Call Dr. Doty.
Okay, pop quiz. Why is this notable enough to point out? Well, as some of you might have jumped up from the couch to say, Dr. Doty is a cameo character who appeared in several similar Nickelodeon sitcoms around this same time. Dr. Doty is, apparently, a surgeon, a concussion expert, a paramedic, and now a dentist, either meaning that he's one of the most talented doctors in the world, or that he's so terrible that he keeps moving to new towns and taking up slightly different professions. Now, you might be a little confused why I keep describing the Trina storyline as the episode's B-plot, and that's because it is the B-plot. The A-plot features the rest of the cast who go to an LA karaoke bar while Tori is busy with their sister. There, they get into a feud with a group of snooty mean girls who challenge them to a singing competition. And this is one of the most important moments in the show so far. The two rival girls go up on stage and decide to sing a Ginger Fox song. You'll remember Ginger Fox as the character from iCarly who is a mean-spirited Britney Spears parody and is designed to have absolutely no talent. And so the song they sing here is supposed to be a terrible song within the universe, and the two girls do a very bad job at singing it. It is a purposefully bad performance of a purposefully bad song.
You're gonna love me, you're gonna tell me that you're ready to go. I'm already there, look up in the air, 'cause I'm the star of the show.
And after this, Jade and Kat go on stage, and wow. I immediately was blown away by the song that these two girls sing. And to put it lightly, it is because it's the first song in the show so far that sounds like a real song someone would actually listen to.
I'm so bright, I'm gonna make you fly.
And furthermore, it's a weirdly sexualized musical number considering that these two were underage when they filmed it, but the main hot take you go away from this with is that these two can sing like you can't imagine. But around here is where I have a personal conspiracy theory that comes into play. But to explain it, I have to tell you about the rest of this storyline. The competition ends and surprise, surprise, the two talentless girls are selected the winners and given the daily award. When one of them calls the owner dad, the other singers decry that this is nepotism and that he's only giving them the award because he wants to make his daughter feel special. And I actually disagree. I think he gives them the award every single night because he only has one and he has to make sure he gets it back every single night. Real quick, I want to stop and read an excerpt from the Victorious wiki page about this character. Personality. Haley seems to be a fan of Ginger Fox, as she and her friend Tara perform 2 songs by her, Number 1 and Hate Me, Love Me. It is unknown whether she really loves her father or just likes him because he always lets her win his karaoke competitions. What the fuck, dude? The group are banned from singing at the bar in the future and go home angry that they were delivered such a disservice. However, they come up with a plan and invite Tori along for the ride. The next night, they challenge the girls, saying that anyone in the bar could beat them in an honest competition, and they allow them to pick any girl to sing against. They happen to have Tori dressed up in a potentially offensive disguise, and they end up picking her. And boom, she takes it all off on stage to reveal that she's actually a good singer and is attractive if you're 17. And of course, she wins the competition. Okay, so here's where my personal conspiracy theory comes into play. I think that this episode is specifically strategically designed to make sure that Victoria Justice and her cast members never compete in any way and are not even singing near each other in the same parts of the episode. Because if Kat or Jade sang against Tori in an honest competition, it would be so impossible to believe that Tori was considered the most talented member of the group.
Show me what is real. If it breaks, does it heal? Open up your ear. Why you think that I'm here? 'Cause you're the shade and I'm the sunshine.
I don't want to be mean, but the difference between these two songs is night and day. Elizabeth and Ariana sound like they have a natural talent for singing, and Victoria Justice sounds like the studio got her a pretty good singing coach. And so the only way that the writers or producers could have allowed a story like this to play out was if they introduced a third straw man group of performers, a set of girls who sing badly on purpose just to make sure there's no risk of their future pop star looking bad in the episode. The show lacks so much confidence about Victoria Justice actually being a potential star that they rig the competition so badly that the girls she sings against aren't even allowed to use their real singing voices. And I wonder honestly if we'll ever get to a point where Tori is put up against a real performer, or if the show will continue to be too insecure to pull something like that off. The next episode is Season 1, Episode 14, Rex Dies, and boy, you'll never guess what happens in this one. While rehearsing for yet another play directed by Mr. Sikowitz, Tori is put in charge of a wind machine that both sucks and blows. Robbie leaves Rex on set for a moment, only for Tori to accidentally put the machine on suck when it should be blow, leading to Rex being pulled inside, causing the class to react as if they've just seen one of their classmates die in front of their very own eyes. Tori tries to retrieve Rex and oh fuck! Sorry, I know that Rex is kind of racist and we've all agreed that we're not fond of him, but I'm just so used to him being a cast member that I'm just shocked that they show him in this state. His head broken open with one eye lazily dangling down by a strand of puppet cartilage. It really does hit you the first time that you see it.
What'd I miss? Tori tried to murder Rex.
Sinjin!
As Robbie and Andre are in the play and have to go on stage, everyone else in the gang agree to take him to the hospital at the request of Robbie. Once they're in the hallway, however, they regroup and argue over what they should actually do, as they all concede that Rex is simply a delusion of Robbie that he hasn't let go of despite being 16. Jade says that Rex dying is the best thing that could happen to Robbie, as it would finally allow him to be a normal teenage boy. And so, they all plan a devious escapade. They go to the hospital and explain to one of the doctors that they want him to hook Rex up to a fake IV, and then convince Robbie that he's actually dead. Remember what I said in one of my last videos about these shows feeling like someone watched It's Always Sunny and didn't get the joke? This episode is a great example. Everything in this story feels like something that the Patty's Pub gang would get up to.
Will you do something for me?
And that's statutory rape joke number 3. But no, it turns out that the doctor doesn't want that, kind of. We discover he has a son who is kind of a loser, and he wants Tori to go on a date with him in order to help his self-esteem. When she sees a photo of him, she reels, but agrees to do it in order to help Robbie. Meanwhile, Kat is speaking to a receptionist and accidentally leads her to believe that she is mentally deranged, causing her to be locked up in a white room with foam boxes to help stop her from hurting herself. She's also put in what appears to be booty scrubs, because of course she is. They never resolve this storyline. Moving on. Robbie soon finishes the play and heads to the hospital, and Beck retrieves the doctor.
I was trying to stop that man from choking.
Yeah, this is really important.
Again, I can't just not point out how much this reads like Always Sunny to me. Couldn't you just see this being a Charlie episode? Like Charlie gets addicted to a puppet, so Dennis kills it and they convince the doctor to do a fake death scene, actively stopping him from saving people who are dying? But in this show, the characters aren't the bad guys, and their egotism is portrayed as a justified aspect of the universe because they're just that cool. They do the fake scene, Rex flatlines, and Robbie breaks down sobbing in what is an amazingly good performance that really sells you on the tragedy. But Tori, realizing how much Rex means to him, turns the machine back on, announcing that Rex is still alive. The group are hesitant, but they eventually accept that this puppet is far from gone. That's it, the credits roll. They never explain how he fixes the damned thing. A wizard did it. The more that we see Rex expanded on as a character, the more I eagerly hope and anticipate a potential episode where they directly imply that something weird is going on here. All I want is an episode where someone, for a split second, wonders if Rex is really alive. I don't care if that means Rex does something and no one can figure out how, or if someone starts hearing Rex themselves in their own head, but I just want the show to get a little bit creative with this. A great example of what I want is how Ed, Edd and Eddy treated Plank. For those of you who missed out on that show, Plank was a piece of wood that one of the cul-de-sac kids thought was alive, and while Plank was never spoken to by anyone else, he apparently would retain memories. So if the Ed stole Plank and then did something to him, Plank would tell Johnny about it. And I think that kind of energy is what the Robbie-Rex dynamic is desperately missing. Episode 15 starts once again in Mr. Psychowitz's theater class, with him asking the main clique to stay after the bell to talk to him. There, he explains that he has an old friend from school who has become extremely rich, and has a young son who is having a birthday party soon. His friend had hired a famous children's band for the event, called the Wooga Waffles, who I'm pretty sure are supposed to be the Wiggles? But this party plan has sadly literally gone south, as their airplane has crashed into the side of a mountain on the way there.
Apparently, the Wagafuffle's private jet crashed.
I'm not making this up. There is a running gag in this episode that the Wiggles have died in the exact same way that Buddy Holly did. And the way they describe it, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the joke.
I heard the Wagafuffle's airplane fell in a mountain.
Anyways, his rich friend needs a brand new band for his toddler party, and he suggests the group try and take the opportunity. They say they aren't interested until Psychowitz says that they're going to be paid $1,000, which, holy shit, that's a bad deal. Why do they not recognize that that isn't a good deal? Are they stupid? Can they not do basic math? You're each getting paid $142. If it's not something you want to do, the money really isn't worth it. Anyways, unable to find a calculator, they decide to take the gig, and they each struggle with writing children's music in their own style.
It's fun to run, it's fun to play, it's fun to make things out of clay, it's fun to fill your car with gas, it's fun to break things made of glass.
This character really is Charlie in every conceivable way.
There is a spider, spider, spider. Deep in my soul.
In the middle of their brainstorming session, Andre gets a call from a record producer who has been trying to sign him up to a label, and he learns that things are looking good and he's likely to get signed. Soon enough, the birthday party comes and the gang prepare to go on stage, as Psychowitz realizes that they haven't picked a name and makes one up on the spot.
The Diddly Bops!
Oh, come on, that's not even subtle! Someone working on these shows had a bone to pick, I'm telling ya. So the Hollywood Art 7 come out, dressed as different food, and sing a childish song about how cheese is great because cheese goes on all kinds of food. Do you know what's interesting? This episode was actually produced far earlier in the season than it was aired, which means that not only is this the first time that Ariana Grande was allowed to sing in the same room as Victoria Justice, this was the first time that they let her sing at all. And it was all for a Doodle Bops parody about cheese. The song goes over very well, but partway through, one of the kids begins filming the performance, and we later learn that this recording has been uploaded to Splashface and several other social media sites, and that it's gone hyper viral with the kindergarten-aged audience. This is frustrating to the cast, who have been trying to become famous basically for the entire show's run, but now are known only by an age group who watches Nick Jr. The exception to this is Kat, who absolutely loves being in the band and forms a new group and keeps touring without the rest, leading to a group of 5-year-olds noticing the changing cast and forming a violent mob. To make matters worse, Andre learns from his record producer that the label has passed on signing him, exclusively because the embarrassing video popped up in a background search. Despondent, Andre begins skipping class, becoming addicted to chocolate milk and trying to sulk through his emotions. However, in a stroke of genius inspired by Tori, Andre begins changing his song, anti-Weird Al-ing his own material until a love song comes into being. Inspired, Tori and Andre invite the producer and the head of his record label to hear his song live, and the performance goes over amazingly well. One thing I've noticed about Victoria Justice is that sometimes she doesn't know what to do during a musical performance, and she's certainly not very good at lip syncing, so instead she'll start doing what I like to call the broken neck dance. Like, whoa, Tori, Tori, whoa, do you have a spinal injury or something? Anyways, I'm gonna return to that list of things that exist in this universe, and I'm just gonna jot down the Wiggles are dead. Okay, so I have 2 more additional things I want to bring up now that we're at the end of this episode. First of all, I want to highlight a comment that I found on the Victorious wiki page for this story. I feel bad for Andre in this episode. When I first saw this episode, I was hoping that the gang would find out who recorded them performing as the Diddly Bops, and I was annoyed that didn't happen. And I have to agree with Tori, Andre, Robbie, Beck, and Jade that being the Diddly Bops is not fun. You can clearly tell they didn't want to be on it, and Andre almost got his life ruined because of it. Kat and Trina are stupid for wanting to join the Diddly Bops. This episode is still decent to watch though, because the ending song, Song to You, is an awesome. The song Broken Glass is also pretty fun, despite having dark lyrics to it. So what I love about this comment is the implication that the way this episode should have ended is that the gang find the 5-year-old who recorded them singing, and they get revenge. And they go out and they find this kindergartner out on the street and they go, "It was you! You did this!" And they start like curb stomping him. They take his lunch money, they spit in his eyes. "That's what you get, bitch! That's what you get for liking a fucking song!" And there's like toddler blood all over their clothes, but they're not stopping. They just keep going. And this whole time, the loudest laugh track you have ever heard has just been blaring. But the more notable thing to me is the way that this episode actually does end. In this story, as we've set up, the record producer and the owner of the record label come to see Andre's live song. And they love it. They absolutely love his song. And he finishes the song, and it fades to black. Why is this notable? Why is that something that I feel like I want to point out? Well, to put it bluntly, it's because this is the kind of vague, non-ending that the show seems to consistently reach towards. You see, while iCarly and Victorious do share the common trait that they are both fame bait, they are different in a lot of ways. Most notably that iCarly is a semi-serialized show about teenagers becoming famous, and Victorious is an episodic show about teenagers who will become famous. You know, later. And what this means is that Andre can't have the happy ending implied here, because if he or anyone else gets signed to a record label, that's it. The show's over. And furthermore, you'll take note that throughout the show so far, we haven't really seen any development of any kind. Characters haven't learned any lessons, they haven't grown from their experiences, and the show has even abandoned the pretense of having any sort of romantic ships or love triangles. The most you can say about these characters at this point is that they're definitely more concentrated versions of the exact same characters we saw in the pilot episode. And furthermore, I've done some math, and I've checked the wiki, and it seems to me that the characters in this show don't age. Because they're sophomores in the pilot episode, and Trina is 1 year older, and the show lasted 4 seasons and 3 years, so yeah, I guess they don't age? And that's weird, because the show is so overtly set in the same universe as iCarly, a show where the characters do age, and they do develop over time. Season 1 Carly, Sam, and Freddy are different characters than Season 6 Carly, Sam, and Freddy because, again, it's semi-serialized. And I'm willing to bet that the versions of the 8 leads that we see in the finale are going to be almost exactly the same as the 8 leads that we know to exist right now. Which makes me kind of question if analyzing this show episode by episode has actually been a mistake, because I don't think we're going to see a lot of storylines or overarching continuity by the end. But it's fun, right? I'm having a good time. Anyways, let's move on to Season 1, Episode 16, Walk Star. This one is racist. In the episode, Jade wants to put on a play that she's written about a girl who falls into a well and dies. Although we initially are led to believe that the story is nothing more than edgy nonsense, we eventually come to realize that it's actually a deeply personal story that Jade has written about her troubled relationship with her emotionless and unloving father. However, the school rejects the script, meaning that she has no platform to make the play happen unless she finds external funding somewhere else. Tori accidentally offers to raise said money, and when mentioning it to the owner of a local Chinese restaurant, they're surprised when she suddenly offers to put up the money herself.
Because I love acting and theater, and maybe one day if you kids get famous, you'll end up on my wall of celebrities.
Long story short, it turns out that she wants to make massive changes to the play, including casting her talentless daughter as a fairy character. Jade laments that her father will be seeing the show, and that it's her only chance to prove that her art has value to him. And so Tori comes up with a scheme for them to do the play straight, but only for the night that her father comes to the performance, while Trina and Andre distract Miss Lee at the Chinese restaurant. The audience absolutely loves her play, and afterwards, oh shit, is that Josh Peck? Post-Peck's Josh Peck? Anyways, her dad says it's brilliant, and Jade finally acts like Tori is her friend, who has done something truly kind for her. It's too bad these characters are incapable of retaining memories. Episode 17 is a parody of a trend in the 2010s that we've talked about a lot on this channel. The sudden emergence of sensational reality shows done exclusively to punish American writers for striking a few years before. In the story, a new reality show comes to Hollywood Arts to film new material, and afterwards the entire school ends up auditioning. During Beck's audition, one of the assistants on the show suddenly blurts out,
"Are you dating anyone?"
And that's statutory rape joke number... God, what are we on now? 4? Tori, Jade, Andre, and Beck are picked as the best fit for the presentation, and are soon followed around by the crew at all times. In one memorable sequence at the beginning of filming, Tori begins doing a black voice to the camera before being asked to speak normally. She notes that she was simply using her urban voice, causing the only black person in the scene to say that she isn't doing a very good job. She then develops the hiccups, explaining,
"Oh man, why do I always get the hiccups when I talk urban?"
I just want us all to agree at this point in the presentation that while black and urban are not synonyms, and you can be black without being from an urban community, and you can be from an urban community without being black, in this show specifically, when the writers use the word urban, we all know what they mean. The gang managed to obtain the pilot episode for the reality show, but are shocked when 2 different phone calls, one taken at day and one at night, are cut together to imply that Beck and Tori are having an affair, causing Jade to nearly kill Tori. The producers admit that they're just trying to use the footage to tell an interesting story, even if it's not a very true one. And after the 4 realize that all they have to do to appear on TV is act crazy, they begin staging fake fights and drama all around school. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Trina is so distraught with not being selected for the show that she starts a fight outside of the school's food truck, which their lunchroom is a food truck, by the way, which is the most theater school thing I've ever heard of. And anyways, they accidentally drag the dude out of his food truck and he's sent to the hospital. Later, in the office of the school's recurring guidance counselor, the 2 continue to fight, causing him to aggressively spray lotion on both of them, especially Trina, which... Man, I wish I could remember the name of the guy that made these shows. People warned me that this show was going to be filled with weird innuendos, but I think this is easily the worst one so far. Anyways, as punishment, the 2 are put in charge of running the school's food truck. Robbie continues to yell, "No, I'm not Andy Samberg," at the customers, which made sense at the time. Trina deep fries Rex's foot, the rest of the segment is boring. Back in the A-plot, Tori and Jade are finally getting along in trying to think of crazy things to do on camera to make it seem like they aren't getting along. Eventually, they come up with an idea. Tori notes that they should start a fake beef with the school's janitor, who is actually very nice, as she notes that he gave all of the girls chocolate mops for Valentine's Day. Jade says that she never got a mop, causing Tori to realize that she was the only person to get a gift on Valentine's Day from this member of the school faculty, leading to her bragging that she must be liked the most. And I guess that's, statutory rape joke number 5. Anyways, Jade has a friend drop a junker car off in the parking lot so they can trash it, and say on camera that it's the janitor's car that they're destroying. However, partway through this, it turns out the car they're trashing actually belongs to the injured food truck driver. The school's guidance counselor, enraged by what's happened, kicks the film crew off at the school. The camera crew decide to scrap all of the material they've filmed so far, and Tori and Jade are forced to carry the food truck worker home in a wheelbarrow, as they sing a song for their personal pleasure. The second time that Jade has been allowed to sing with Tori, and once again, entirely as a joke. Season 1, episode 18 starts off in the 4th theater class that these kids are in. I'm sorry, does this school even have core curriculums? Because every time we see a new class or a new teacher, it's another theater class. There is no way that you can go to this school and have any college take you seriously. Anyways, they're in their 4th theater class when they end up meeting Dale Squires, known in-universe as a famous director who has recently exploded on the scene. Dale is in between projects and wants to do a film with a group of inventive students, and he's picked this class because he was a former student of the teacher. This teacher specifically has no name and seems to only appear in this episode, which means that the Victorious Wiki just pretends he doesn't exist. I'm serious, this character has a good handful of encounters with people in this episode, but absolutely no page references his existence. I find this to be an oddly intriguing element of fan wiki culture. There's this obsessive dedication to archiving every detail of every fact, up to the point where a character doesn't have a name, so you don't know what to call the article. Anyways, Beck has an old play that he did the semester before, which they decide to recycle for the feature. However, when they start filming, Dale completely blows off the creative process, goofing off and acting like a child, while everyone else does the hard work. Later, when the project comes out and is acclaimed, the group discover that Dale has only put his name on the project, basically cutting them out of any credit for their ideas and hard work. Meanwhile, in a boy-centric B-plot, Robbie asks Beck to help him work on a car which he recently inherited. Robbie refers to the car as an it, causing Beck to correct him, saying that all cars are girls.
There she is.
Oh, right. Cars are called she.
Not just cars.
Not just cars?
Also boats, airplanes, my Uncle Barbara.
Beck is transphobic. The storyline goes on from there. Robbie gets blasted by a hose, Beck laughs, there's some cheerleaders, it's a B-plot, who cares? So the A-plot gang figure out that Dale is going to be talking on a national talk show, and plot to get revenge on him. They pay Andre's cousin to interrupt the show and orchestrate a plan that they've come up with, although we never actually see them describing the plan to her. However, when Dale is asked about the viral short he made, he admits that he barely had anything to do with it, and credits all of the leads directly by name, giving special credit to Tori as the film's true director. However, they fail to convince Andre's cousin to abort the plan, leading to her storming on stage, accusing Dale of being her ex as she begins violently assaulting him in what is again, apparently, a caricatured illustration of what women of color look like to the showrunners. Several people are knocked out in this torrent of fists, including security guards, and Dale is placed in a situation that could lead to him going to the hospital, and all because of the actions of the main characters. Say it with me now, they're ambivalent to this. And finally, let's move on to the Season 1 finale, Sleep Over at Psychowitz. This episode is simple enough. Psychowitz is teaching a class on method acting, but grows frustrated when Tori continues to break character when distracted. Sulking after the bell rings, the gang apologize for not taking method acting seriously, at which point he says that it's understandable, as they are just children and are simply amateurs. The students of course react negatively to this, and eventually Psychowitz suggests they join in on a dare. They will all go over to his house that Saturday, and will spend the night in character. Whoever lasts the longest will prove him wrong, and anyone who breaks will be banished. Rex makes a joke that he wants Tori to play a character who's in love with short puppets, and she in turn gives him a long, passionate kiss, causing him to awkwardly ask to be taken home. This show has such brilliant subterfuge. Just when you start to wonder why a middle-aged teacher is so obsessed with getting a bunch of teenagers to come to his home on a weekend, something even weirder happens and you forget to think about it. After school, the gang end up assigning each other the roles that they will play while at the party, and this is where things start to fall apart. Instead of the parts being things you'd actually want to do a method performance for, the roles are all just really lame jokes that each kid has thought of. So for instance, Tori's joke is that she's a cop who's really into Raisin Bran. Robbie is a motivational speaker who has wobbly legs and sometimes falls over mid-speech. And Andre is a man who just ran a marathon and is also pregnant, which was really funny 10 years ago, I imagine. And the rest of the episode is basically just these kids all repeating the exact same one-sentence joke over and over and over again.
I'm pregnant and I just ran 26 miles. Can I please get some water? I'm so tired and pregnant. I gotta sit down. I think I'm gonna have a baby. Why did I just run that marathon? At least you're not pregnant and exhausted from running a marathon. I'm sorry, this isn't Andre. I'm a pregnant marathon runner. Oh, why did I run that marathon while I was pregnant?
One by one, each of the kids are eliminated. Robbie breaks character when Psychowitz falls through a window in his house, and then Kat breaks character on purpose to go on a date with a Ken doll who lives with Psychowitz, which annoys Tori because it's a boy she wanted to go on a date with as well.
And to think I was gonna let that boy eat my raisin bran.
When you watch enough of this show, everything sounds like an innuendo.
I can see your belly button.
Why, yes, that is my belly button.
Have you ever considered filling it with raisin bran?
Andre is suddenly visited and dragged away by his paranoid grandmother, who is extremely delusional and violent because of course she is. Jade burns her hand on a tray, giving her third-degree burns as she runs outside and breaks a car window in anger. And finally, it's just the final two kids, as Psychowitz gives up and decides to go to bed. The next day, as Tori and Beck wake up, Beck breaks character, causing Tori to celebrate that she has won the competition.
I am a police officer, and I am victorious!
Ah, they said it. Okay, go home, everyone. Okay, so now that we've digested each and every episode of Victorious Season 1, it's time for us to generally analyze everything we've learned as we slowly work our way back towards the conspiracy board. Whenever I would watch one of these episodes, upon reflecting on them later, I would always find that my first thoughts were never about the characters or the jokes that they would make, but instead, the setting. This school where Victorious takes place, which I find to be fascinatingly absurd. The core-defining aspect of this show is that it's essentially advanced fantasy material, trying to get you to envy the lives of this group of rich kids going to an expensive private school in LA. This is a life that you are supposed to wish that you were living, which means that the school itself is presented in an extremely careful way. I paid very, very close attention to all of the schedules and classes mentioned by students in this show for one specific reason. I wanted to know if any of these kids take real classes. Art high schools exist. They are real, but if you go to one, you're still gonna have a science teacher, you're still gonna have a math teacher, because there are still required core curriculums. I'd say the closest we get, for the most part, is there's an episode where some of the characters mention that they're trying to get out of a gym class. The school apparently has a gym class, but there are alternative courses you can take which count as gym credits. So some of the characters in the show are taking a dance class, and two of the characters in the show end up taking a ballerina class. But as far as I can tell, outside of that, there's only one character in this show so far who is illustrated taking a real non-theater class. Because in Season 1, Episode 6, we see Robbie in what is very clearly a real history class, being taught by this teacher right here. You look around this room, you see they're learning about Abraham Lincoln, and there's like real history stuff on the walls. It seems like a real history class. However, this is actively contradicted in the previous episode, where we see an entirely different class discussing the history of theater with the same teacher that Robbie is also in. And so my personal theory about this at the moment is that these are probably two different periods of two different classes, both taught by the same teacher, which was really, really common where I went to high school, you know? Like it was like, you know, period 1, you got Mr. Roof AP Literature. Period 2, you got Film Studies with Mr. Roof. Period 3, you got Yearbook with Mr. Roof. I mean, my God, I couldn't get enough of them. I just imagine that, like, you know, Robbie could really like this teacher and took two different history classes with them. But it's also entirely possible that this is a production continuity error. It's very, very likely that in the script itself, these two classes were intended to be the exact same class, and then people just got confused when they were filming it. Because when you watch the scene that I think is a real history class, the thing that they're talking about is...
Then at 10 p.m., President Lincoln was watching the play at Ford's Theater. Booth quietly slipped into Lincoln's box, pulled out a Derringer, and shouted, "I'm gonna kill you!"
Oh no!
The assassination of Abraham Lincoln. So you could conject that the lesson they're learning here isn't supposed to relate to the history of the United States, but in fact the history of theater heckling. However, even if we do end up considering these to be two different classes, to me, the most important aspect is that Robbie is the only person taking the real history class. Now, what this implies to me is the very horrifying revelation that every single core curriculum at this school can be replaced with a theater class. Which, by the way, remember that running joke I've been doing where I've been counting all the theater classes these kids take, and it's 4? I actually forgot about this class. So it's actually 5. So far, there are 5 theater classes that these kids take in this school. Once again, pretty clearly, the whole concept behind presenting the school this way is to make something that children at home can fantasize about attending. But as an adult, I only kind of feel bad for these kids. Because statistically speaking, most of the kids who go to this school will not make it in the industry. Not only are they not going to be famous, but a whole lot of them aren't even going to work behind the scenes in any capacity. They're going to end up getting really normal jobs and live really normal lives. And I feel like going to a high school that didn't teach you math, didn't teach you science, didn't teach you English, that's going to make it A, harder to get into a good college, and B, harder to be a functioning adult. Because you know that kid in class that would be like, excuse me, when are we going to use this? They were only right about 60% of the time. But as I say all of this, keep in mind, I'm only done with season 1, and we have 3 more seasons to go. So it's very possible that down the line, there's going to be an episode where one of these kids has a math class, one of these kids is a science class, and you know, my whole theory here is going to be exponentially disproven. Anyways, let's now move on to the topic of the characters who actually appear inside of the school. I want to start the section off, paradoxically, by talking about some of the characters who get the least amount of screen time in the show. Because in a shocking twist, the secondary cast ends up being equally as important as the main cast in several of these episodes. The secondary cast, mind you, is for the most part just the same joke repeated over and over and over again. But the thing is, that's also how you can describe everyone on the board right now. So by the end of the season, despite the fact that these 9 end up getting the most amount of screen time, I can tell you as much information about Sinjin as I can Andre. So yeah, let's get into this. Starting us off is Trina and Tori's parents. I was very surprised that these guys ended up being in a good handful of season 1 episodes. I think watching iCarly, iCarly had such a bad track record for stopping their secondary actors from being stolen by Disney Channel. So it was like really common on iCarly for a character to be introduced who is clearly supposed to be a recurring bit, only for them to disappear, and then 6 months later that actor's got a Disney Channel show. So I got used to characters showing up that seem like they're important, and then they just disappear and it's never mentioned again. So when I was watching the pilot episode, and Tori and Trina got parents that barely have any lines, I was like, we're never seeing these bozos again. Tori and Trina ain't got parents. They're gonna be raising themselves, because we're never seeing these guys again. And I was wrong, they're like constantly in the show. The most consistent joke with these two is that they secretly don't love Trina and will do anything not to be around her. They often end up being thrown into the antics of the main characters, which can make them kind of worry because the main cast they're kind of weird. For instance, in the finale, there's this B-plot where the two are having an anniversary sex night, but every kid that's kicked out of Psychowitz's party continues to barge in, interrupting them. And as they watch the film Terms of Endearment, all of the teenagers think that the film is a comedy, as they laugh at the idea of the lead character dying on screen. The two adults, disturbed by this, turn in for the night, staring back at the scene playing out before them. So in other words, straight men personas prone to comedic banter who are also probably in future episodes just as likely to screw things up as their two kids. Also, Tori's dad is a cop in Los Angeles, so he probably sucks. Next we have the previously mentioned Sinjin. Sinjin is basically this show's version of Gibby. He is the socially awkward, underdeveloped kid prone to saying and doing very weird things. The first time we see Sinjin is in episode 2, when Tori is trying to figure out how she wants to decorate her locker. He explains to her that his locker is constructed out of food that he's chewed, spit out, and then covered in resin. She runs away, convinced he's a serial killer, and for a time, that's his core joke. Sinjin will go up to a female character, he will say something weird or perverted, and then they will act discomforted, and that is basically like his first few episodes in the show. However, I feel like by the middle of the first season, the writers get kind of tired of this running joke, and so Sinjin instead becomes this kind of weird, socially awkward, quiet kid who is prone to misfortune. Like, he gets robbed by a bunch of Northridge girls in one episode, and there's an episode where Kat starts dating him only for the purpose of stealing his credit card. In episode 17, Sinjin drowns, and the main characters all gather around him and find that they can't wake him up, and they decide to respond to this by leaving. That is Sinjin to me. That is the way I would describe his role in the show. He is the character that the main leads think so little of that they can watch him die, and they walk away without even calling an ambulance. I have kind of a soft spot for Shinji. Wow. Get in the robot, Shinjin! I have kind of a soft spot for Shinjin because he's the only character in the show that looks like someone I would have hanged out with in high school. And like, I feel like Shinjin is the only character in the show. He would be a real theater kid, and he would outact every motherfucker in this school. And next we have Lane Alexander, the school guidance counselor. We are scraping at the bottom of the barrel at this point. Lane Alexander is supposed to be like the school therapist, that's his bit. The characters in the show will have troubles of some kind and they'll go to his office and he'll typically give them guidance or therapy or whatever. The thing about this character is, if you were watching the show casually, I wouldn't blame you if you thought this guy was the principal, because he does a bunch of stuff that you'd think the principal would do. Like, he's the guy who invites the reality show to film at the school and gives them a tour guide of the school. And then, of course, we have Psychowitz, who is borderline the 9th main character in many, many ways. Psychowitz is the first of the known 5 theater classes that the main cast all attend, and from what I can tell, I believe he is like an improv theater class, because for the most part, that's what they end up doing in his class in every single episode. A huge focus is put on his very bizarre teaching style, which passes on to his students the fundamentals of theater in universe. Out of universe, he's completely bonkers. He doesn't know what he's talking about. A long-running joke is that despite being old, Psychowitz has an intense investment and obsession with the lives and drama of all of the students in his class, but most specifically, of course, the main cast. In fact, one thing I took note of very, very quickly is that you almost never see Psychowitz directly teaching any of the students except for the ones in the center of the board. He doesn't really care about anyone else in the class except for, you know, the main 7. One of the favored jokes that the writers continue to do with this character is implying something odd about his life and then refusing to explain it any further. In the school dance episode, he's serving a specific kind of hot dog, and when he's asked what's in the meat, he begins laughing hysterically. Later, in the season finale, he tells the students not to look under a certain drawer in his bathroom, which is also never explained. And in episode 15, he's shown making his own butter out of cream, something that he says he does quite often. When he's asked how it tastes, he says he doesn't know because he doesn't eat dairy. He also at one point casually states that he was once acquainted with Crispin Glover, and it's basically implied that the two were once lovers before he trails off and fails to finish the thought. You get the idea. It's just kind of odd fragments of his life and personality which rarely match up, that are supposed to be funny but are never explained, alongside the occasional implication that Psychowitz suffers from mental health issues. And that's him. That's Psychowitz. I'm sure as the show goes on, we'll learn a bunch of other completely useless information about him. And with all the side characters out of the way, it is finally time to properly talk about the Hollywood 8. I've said this before, but I just want to reiterate it again, for the record. I think some of the best characters in this show are Andre, Robbie, and Beck. Which is kind of weird, because, when you remove Rex from the situation, these 3 characters have half a personality between them. There's a scene this season where Andre goes in to interview for that reality show, in the reality show episode, and he goes in and they say, "Hey, tell us about yourself, Andre." And he says, and I quote, "I'm Andre. I like music. I dislike Brussels sprouts." And that's all he says, and you know what? I'm standing here right now and I'm going to tell you, I can't think of anything else to say about him either. If the writers couldn't think of anything else, that's Andre, man. That's Andre. Andre likes music and he dislikes Brussels sprouts. That's all they give him. But I think the reason that I still end up appreciating these 3 guys is that they all like each other. They're all friends. They sit together at lunch and they love and support one another, and there's not a lot going on there, but they're chill to be around, and you appreciate that. And this is going to sound really sexist to just say out loud, but I'm not lying, I swear to God. It is a lot harder to appreciate the women in the show because they all fucking hate each other. And they're not fun to be around because they're just mean to each other. I mean, we're not even going to talk about Trina because literally no one in the show likes Trina. But looking at the 3 main women in the show, Trina hates Jade, Jade hates Trina, and Kat, oh God, poor Kat. I'm not lying when I say this. I think that Kat, performance-wise, the best performance in the show is Kat. Because she's really funny and she's really wholesome and sweet, and you grow to love this character that Ariana Grande has constructed. And I didn't expect that I was going to say that going into this, but I'm very happy that I am saying it because I didn't feel like getting a bunch of death threats this week. But the thing about Kat is, you feel really bad for her because, people are so mean to her. There are scenes in season 1 where Jade threatens to kill Kat to her face. And meanwhile, you got Tori over here, right? You got Tori over here making out with Kat's boyfriend, okay? And you just get this feeling, this mood, whenever she's hanging out with the gang, that the moment she leaves, everyone starts talking shit about her. Everyone's like, she's weird, right? And you feel bad because Kat is great and she's just a nice person and she doesn't deserve that. Moving on to some of the other characters, let's talk about Jade. Originally, I had a lot of not nice things to say about Jade, I'll be honest with you. And I think it's partially that I went to school with a lot of people that remind me of Jade. And it's not a girl thing. Most of the people that remind me of Jade from my high school experience were guys. But, I realized I was thinking about it this morning, actually, and I was like, why don't I like Jade? And I realized it's only because she's mean to Kat, right? Trina deserves it sometimes, but Kat doesn't deserve that. And I think Jade is one of those characters where if they start writing her better, I could see her becoming one of my favorites by the end, which is one of the reasons I want to pull back on saying too many mean things about her at this point, because we do have a whiles to go on this. But speaking of jokes that are kind of mean and not very funny, I wanted to mention real quick, there's this running joke in season 1 with Beck, where Beck will occasionally just flat out say that he doesn't love Jade and he wishes he wasn't dating her. And then he'll be like, I'm joking though. He's like, he'll literally go like, I hate my girlfriend. Just kidding. But it happens so often that you're like, he's not joking. And that's not really funny. As I've talked about, Tori can be kind of a cruel, self-centered person, but despite the fact that that's one of her core defining characteristics, there's this weird unspoken rule that no one in the show can tell her that she acts like this. Basically, anything that you can say about Trina, you can say about Tori, and vice versa. And this brings us back around to a thesis statement, which I introduced several videos ago. These shows, for the most part, feel like someone watched an anti-sitcom, like Always Sunny or the such, and they didn't get the point. The reason that most of these tropes work in anti-sitcom contexts is that in most anti-sitcoms, the characters aren't allowed to win. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is still enjoyable to watch despite the characters being awful, because it's gratifying to see these characters continue to spin out and be stuck in the same awful jobs and lives that they've been in since their early 20s. Arrested Development is ultimately about the financial downfall of a bunch of snobbish rich idiots, and Seinfeld literally ends with all of the characters in jail. And meanwhile, this show is about a bunch of hot if you're 17 popular kids. They're rich, they go to a private art school, they get to hang out with famous people. The show is called Victorious. So yes, it is a show about them winning. So the fact that they're all horrible people is not a point of subversive expression. It's just really lazy writing done by people who are really, really mean. And now that we've identified the core problem that makes this show bad, we get to watch 3 more seasons of it. Look, at this point, it's completely understandable if some of you guys are actually starting to miss talking about iCarly. And I actually saw this coming, because in my last video, there was one episode of the show that I decided not to talk about there, and it's because I was saving it for this video. And that is Season 4, Episode 10, I Party with Victorious, the official iCarly Victorious crossover, which received 7 million views. And if you consider it to be an episode of Victorious, then it is the most viewed piece of media in the Victorious franchise. I'm gonna go get a haircut. But let it be said, talking about this crossover isn't going to be an easy feat. I mean, there are some episodes of these shows where you find out that you have 3 sentences to say and that's it. This is not one of those episodes. First of all, this crossover is long. Usually when Victorious or iCarly did an extended episode, it would be the length of 2 regular stories. In this case, the episode is the length of 4. The full extended edit of this story is 1 hour and 25 minutes, nearly being the length of a full feature. And incidentally, there is a big difference between the non-extended and the extended edits of this episode. And sadly, I could only find an off-air copy of the longer cut. So if you end up noticing the quality here is inconsistent and sometimes there's this little logo in the corner, that's why. So at the start of the story, Carly, Freddie, and Sam come home to the Shea household to find that Spencer is precariously balancing a series of radios in place, having found them all at a junkyard and wanting to glue them together. Carly, they all begin to take notice, is much more happy and vibrant than normal, which Freddie and Sam diagnose to be the effect of her most recent relationship, which apparently has been her longest so far, as they've been going out for nearly 100 days. The next day at school, Carly is given a surprise visit by Steven, who is supposed to be flying to LA to visit his father, but first stopped by the school to give Carly a gift. During this scene, we're delivered a painful amount of exposition, which is mostly directed at Mr. Howard, as Carly gleefully explains every detail of her boyfriend's life to him, and he excitedly listens despite this being out of character for both of them.
His parents are divorced, but they maintain a healthy friendship.
Really?
Steven has to rush off to catch his flight, but first is reminded by Carly of their upcoming 100-day kiss, something which Mr. Howard has never heard of.
How can you have never heard of the 100-day kiss thing?
And yeah, the kids in this episode act like this is something everyone their age knows about, but no way, dude. This is some Jonas Brothers purity ring bullshit. I refuse to believe this was a real thing. After just these few clips, you might start to catch on that this episode has kind of a floaty fanfiction writing style, where no one says stuff that sounds like real sentences, and everyone feels a little bit out of character. And weirdly enough, that's something that you're gonna have to get used to, but only in the scene set in Seattle. Shortly afterwards, across the country in LA, we check in on Tori Vega, who is watching the iCarly webcast with her boyfriend, and what?
iCarly. You've never heard of it?
No. Why?
Yes, as we learn, Carly's boyfriend Steven is, by coincidence, also the boyfriend of Tori, and we quickly piece together that he has been dating two sitcom stars for nearly a completely equal amount of time.
We've been going out for over 3 months.
We're coming up on our 100-day kiss.
Boys only want one thing, the kiss you specifically get on day 100 of dating a girl. Anyways, the next day at school, the Victorious gang are all hanging out when Andre approaches them with some big news. His real estate uncle in the area has recently sold a house to Kenan Thompson of SNL and All That fame, and Andre was even able to hang out with him for several hours after the sale went down.
I knew a guy whose dad bought a house. They found a dead woman in one of the closets. She was blonde.
It's really weird that all of the Victorious characters in this episode feel completely on point and natural, but all of the iCarly characters just feel off in a way that makes it feel like fan fiction. It's like the writer of this crossover had been away from iCarly for so long that he completely forgot how these characters are supposed to sound. We find out that Andre jokingly suggested he throw a party at the house, and Kenan said he could, as it would be a few weeks before he'd be ready to start moving in. Meaning that Andre is now going to be able to throw a small party at Kenan Thompson's house with all of his friends. Steven visits Tori in the middle of lunch to say hi, but is befuddled when Robbie takes a photo of him and uploads it to his collage of friends on theslap.com. Back over in iCarly land, Carly is trying to look up Steven online and accidentally comes across the photo of him and Tori.
She looks like that Shelby Marks chick you fought.
Carly begins to fret over the possibility of her dreamboat being a cheater, and Freddie uses theslap.com to ogle at photos of Victoria Justice, truly the true intention of the website.
Oh, she is smoking hot.
Spencer enters the room and is told that Steven is cheating on Carly with someone Freddie describes as quite some girl, causing Spencer to look for himself.
Let me see this girl. Whoa, that is quite...
And that's statutory rape joke number 6. Spencer complains that his back hurts from spending so much time holding his sculpture in place, and he notes that he needs someone to come and rub ointment all over his back and body. The main 3 turn him down, so he turns to the only person he knows will be interested.
Hey, Gibby!
I know this is bending the rules, but I'm gonna have to call that statutory rape joke number 7. Well, at least the Victorious side of the episode is just as tasteful as it normally is.
Jade. You're a sour taste, aren't you?
Tori and Beck are in theater class acting out a scene where they're supposed to be scared, but Sikowitz says that their acting is terrible, causing them to say that it's because they've never experienced true terror before. Kat comes in shortly after with a note from her doctor explaining that she has a vocal injury and thus cannot speak or else she may never sing again. I bet you money there's like an open mic later and the writers just needed a really good excuse to make sure Ariana Grande didn't sing. Anyways, then this happens.
This is a lovely color, by the way, like a red velvet cupcake.
My god, will this episode stop being fucking weird with the minor shit for 5 minutes? Andre continues to plan for his secret small party at Kenan Thompson's house, but a wrench is thrown in when Rex openly tweets about the party, claiming that it's an open invite. Andre tries to confront Robbie about this, but grows frustrated when Robbie continues to act like he and Rex are different people.
You're a nut! He's really mad.
But he's got beautiful skin.
One scene later, incidentally, Sam is doing some snooping on theslap.com and comes across the profile of Rex, commenting,
"Some kid named Rex, whose profile pic for some reason shows an urban puppet."
I'm including this moment just to remind you guys, I'm not crazy. Rex is supposed to be black. Anyway, Sam discovers the open invite to the party at Kenan's house, and she suggests they all sneak over to try and do some snooping. The gang stop by an ex-girlfriend of Spencer's in the LA area, who is an expert in special effects makeup. There, she applies prosthetics that make them all look like different variations of Max Headroom, as the iCarly webcast is now so popular that they need to do this if they are to go unrecognized in a crowd. So the party happens, and it's coursing with hundreds of people, as Andre runs around trying to keep things under control, and catch a panda bear which has been hitting people in the butt. Yeah, this is a whole running joke where this panda bear is running around and hitting people in the butt, and I read online that this bear is played by the guy that played Boogie, and I'm just gonna guess that they couldn't think of a role for him, but he really wanted to meet Kenan Thompson. Meanwhile, Sikowitz appears at the party and scares Tori so much that she pisses herself, something she repeatedly confirms. This is apparently his goal, as he is trying to show the kids true fear so that they can draw from the emotion as actors in the future. Beck is unfazed as we learn that very few things actually scare him. After this, Beck and Jade leave to change clothes, as they've brought bathing suits to hang out in a jacuzzi. Sikowitz hears this and excitedly follows, because yeah, that's normal. Oh, also, Trina has to babysit some kids this night and didn't want to miss the party, so she drags them around on a leash. This episode has Z-plots. Robbie knocks down some soda onto the DJ's laptop at the party, frying it instantly. And when a freestyle session is suggested to replace the music, Robbie performs a song which is instantly hated by the crowd. During this section, incidentally, Kat has been using a text-to-speech program which has been her sole tool of communication while she has laryngitis or whatever. After Robbie is knocked out by a potted plant, Rex takes the mic instead and drops a rap that goes over extremely well.
Try and test my skills, man? Who you be? Look dope rap up in the dictionary and you'll see a picture of me.
This is truly fucking awful. If you told me that a writer who in 2007 had a running joke on this same show that rap is terrible and is hated by everyone would then go on to try and write rap lyrics 4 years later, this is exactly what I would imagine.
Your flow is just bad, so I want to help you. So look, here's your homework. Go read my rhyme book.
Spencer tries to use the jacuzzi at the party to cure his back pains, but he's surprised by Sikowitz, who jumps out of the water at him. Sikowitz's plan was, apparently, to linger under a teenage boy and a teenage girl wearing bathing suits, and to then lunge out at them from below. This show is weird. Jade and Beck come in and Sikowitz indeed does his plan, and boy, it wasn't less weird to see it happen in real time. Carly finds Steven and is pretty clearly able to tell that he has a relationship with Tori, something which deeply wounds and offends her. Later, after deprostheticizing and deprocessing, Carly realizes that Sam was right all along and begins to cry. Freddy plans to go beat the shit out of Steven, but is reminded that he's an in-universe wimp, and despite being played by an actor who's more ripped than photos of the Pope, he would lose in any physical fight. Meanwhile, Gibby is trying to find a fake mole he lost at the party and is recognized by a fan of the web show, causing him to knock the person in question out and hide them in another room. Meanwhile, the kids that Trina brought to the party get lost and end up in the hot tub where all of the other characters are hanging out in bathing suits. There's an alternate take of this scene in the extended edit where it's exactly the same, but everyone is holding half-eaten corn dogs, which yeah, that's subtle. Trina ends up eventually running into Lane, who found the kids sleeping outside of a dumpster by the side of the road. Also, these kids are supposed to be his brother's children. The casting director made some odd choices there. Tori comes into the same room as the iCarly gang, recognizes them, and declares that she loves their web show, causing Carly to comment that she also loves her boyfriend. The two get caught up, realize he was cheating on both of them, and decide they want mutual revenge. As Andre continues to worry about the increasing size of the gathering, Keenan actually shows up in the flesh, and is annoyed that the party is so small, making Andre realize that he was overreacting to so many people showing up, while I meanwhile realize that Kenan Thompson asked a teenager to throw a party mostly consisting of teenagers, all for the purpose of showing up and mingling with the teenagers. Now, I can't imagine that kind of stuff goes down in the world of SNL.
Well, those have gotta be Northridge girls. You can tell by just how they...
And that's statutory rape joke number 8, maybe 9. This episode's so fucking weird, I'm just gonna round it up to 10. Keenan isn't mad about the size of the party, but is upset when he sees the panda bear, explaining that the panda has been showing up everywhere he goes, which is the sole reason that he's even moved to a new house. I do want to point out real quick that it's really fitting that the iCarly and Victorious crossover is also basically an extended crossover with the most famous cast member of all that. I'm going to talk about this a little deeper later, but there's a direct metamorphosis from iCarly leading all the way back to the original run of all that. It's basically the Big Bang of live-action Nickelodeon sitcoms. And of course, it's fun to have this big star return to make this episode feel a little more special.
Yeah, I watch iCarly online all the time.
The gang end up asking Keenan to be a part of their complex revenge scheme. In said plan, they invite Steven to a closet to make out, and have Keenan play a trumpet in his face, live streaming it to iCarly.com, and publicly revealing that Steven is a cheating hussy. Back in the koozie, Psychowitz suggests they all play an improv game. They'll tell a story as a group, one person taking the reins at a time, going counterclockwise. But the catch is that you aren't allowed to use a 4-letter word, and anytime this happens, you will be splashed. Also, there's a joke where Psychowitz is implied to be hitting on Spencer and gets rejected. Meanwhile, Sinjin is playing a surfing game, which he is a pro at, when it suddenly glitches, throwing him out of the window and into the jacuzzi, where he promptly drowns once again while the cast ignore him. Meanwhile, Rex has apparently won every rap battle against everyone at the party, eventually being declared the ultimate freestyle champion, until Sam approaches and declares that she wants in. And yeah, this is basically the final arc of the mega crossover. A rap battle between two characters from these shows, all written by someone who has never heard a rap before.
I always get things poppin', and you should stick to shopping.
This is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen, and I think it's consistently made worse by how the crowd seems to think it's the greatest entertainment of the century.
How cute a little rapping puppet. Psych, you're more like a rejected Muppet.
Whoa, she rhymed puppet with Muppet. Who could have thought of that? Am I in the fucking 8 Mile?
And I'm so famous you can find my name in a blog, but not you, homie. Rex is the name of the dog.
Can I just say right here, this project has taken 20 years off my life. I will not see my golden years entirely because I did this miniseries. I will die very young and very, very bitter.
So face it, Rex. You couldn't even rap if I stapled his lips and took his hand out your back.
This is the whitest shit I've ever heard. A backup rig is installed by the DJ's friends, and he announces that it's time for karaoke. This is where stuff gets weird and, predictably for iCarly, lazily meta. Carly steps up to do the first song, and it's her theme song from the iCarly sitcom, which everyone in the room knows. And then Tori is given the mic and sings her theme song over the iCarly theme song because she's completely self-centered. Also, Victoria Justice couldn't lip sync if you put a gun to her head. And for the first time ever, they allow all of the backup cast to sing the theme songs of these shows, making it immediately clear that Jeanette McCurdy is the best singer on iCarly, and the best singer on Victorious is anyone but Victoria Justice. I know I keep pressing on this, but it's so obvious that it's distracting.
When you live in your imagination, when I make it shine.
And there we go. I Party with Victorious, the biggest episode in the history of Victorious, and arguably one of the biggest iCarly episodes, and a story that we will now pretend isn't canon, because further stories down the line pretend that this never happened. I Party with Victorious is an awful, weird, mucky story, but one thing was clear watching this. All of that awful energy was contributed exclusively by Victorious. When a scene showed something weird happening in the iCarly half of the universe, it felt unusual and out of place. But when an equally murky event takes hold with the Victorious gang, you're like, oh sure, it's fucking Tuesday. Victorious drags iCarly down to its own level in order to make the writing in this story work. And in a way, seeing it presented under this context is kind of a wake-up call. Like, you almost get to thinking that all of this is normal. How adult characters will hit on underage characters, and underage actors are actively sexualized for a primarily preteen audience. But somehow, seeing Spencer inserted into some of those same played-out Victorious scenes makes you kinda go, hey, what the fuck, dude? And I think more than anything else, I Party with Victorious has been kind of a big wake-up call for me. A way for me to remember that Victorious isn't just fascinatingly, entertainingly bad, it's also kind of gross in a really awful way. Look, I think it's fair to say that the last hour or two of Victorious analysis so far has gotten kind of heavy. So perhaps this is a good chance to take a little bit of a break. Okay guys, welcome to the very first Victorious intermission. For those of you who skipped my iCarly and Fred videos, I started a tradition with those where I like to occasionally take a break from the main analysis to talk about little side tangents that wouldn't fit into the main season discussions. And as our first official order of business, what do you guys think of my haircut? Now that I think about it, I guess you guys have seen my haircut before. I don't know. Sometimes these projects get confusing to film. Real quick, I actually do want to talk about something that is completely and totally off topic, and it's basically like my entire year, basically. I've had this really weird coincidence going on in my life, and this is the first real time that I've had the opportunity to talk about it. At the exact same time that I have been working on this rewatch project, about 3 shows from my childhood which are unified by a shared universe, my father has been working on his own rewatch project about 3 shows from his childhood which are unified by one shared universe. I have been rewatching iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat, and my father has been rewatching The Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, and Green Acres. And so every time that I've seen my dad in like the last 6 months, we've basically just immediately started talking about what's going on in our respective little universes and our respective shows. Like the funniest thing that's happened most recently is, you know, I started telling him about how I just hit like the big crossover, the big iCarly Victorious crossover, and he started telling me, well, you know, I just hit my crossover too. It was a Thanksgiving special, and hijinks were to be had. And I don't know, it's just been a really cute special thing we've shared. But one big thing I've realized is my dad is having a lot more fun with his project than I am with mine. And there have been points where I stare at him and I go like, why aren't you making a video about your thing? 'Cause you're having way more fun than I am. Anyways, on to the meat of this segment's actual content. One thing I've done with pretty much all of my mega videos is talk about merchandise connected to whatever franchise I'm talking about. I did it with B-Movie, I did it with Fred, I did it with iCarly, and I guess there's an expectation that I'm going to continue that further. So let's go ahead and get this over with. Like iCarly, Victorious also had its very own Happy Meal box set, and like iCarly as well, I have all of those in a plastic bag. Okay, starting us off, we have like a really tiny Victorious handbag. There's a bunch of Victorious bracelets, which I think would fit me if I kind of broke my arm and folded it in half. Look at this, we got like a bunch of Victorious pinky rings. That's pretty cool. I got a Victorious hairband, I think. I don't know, it's kind of designed weird to be a hairband. Maybe it's like a choker. And then we got a little microphone that is also a doll hairbrush. And finally, a star with hair growing out of its ass. Look, I gotta say something, okay? This is a bit of channel lore. I've mentioned this before, but I just want to get out there again. When I was really little, okay, I had long hair, you know, and you guys are used to me having long hair, but you know, it was bright blonde, and I was really tiny, and I had kind of soft features, and so I would walk around with this long blonde hair, and everyone I met in my life thought I was a little girl. This is not something I'm making up. You know, when I show old photos and videos of me looking like that, those are actually images of me. And so, often I'd get babysit, or, you know, I'd be kind of left at the kids' table at events, and some adult would go to get McDonald's. And I would sometimes forget to tell them I'm a boy. And so they'd go out and they'd get me girl toys. And I would always get so mad. Because, I mean, ladies, how did you put up with it? How did you put up with this? You know what I mean? Like, the boy toys at McDonald's were always like the coolest thing. Sometimes McDonald's would release like the coolest toys of the month. Just in their Happy Meal sets for free. And meanwhile, the girl Happy Meal toys were like, hey, here's a mirror so you can look at your face. Hey, here's a doll hairbrush. Do you have a doll? Go get a doll. I mean, I actually researched this. The same time that McDonald's was doing Victorious as the girls' Happy Meal set, they were doing Young Justice as the boys' Happy Meal set. Can you imagine? Your mom goes out to McDonald's, she gets your brother a Batman toy, and then you get a star with hair growing out of its ass. Would you be happy with that transaction? Sometimes McDonald's would do this thing where to really truly experience their Happy Meals, you had to go at least twice because they were usually like two toys that would play really well together, okay? And I think it's clear that this is a really great example of this set right here, because you had to get the star with hair growing out of its ass and the hairbrush. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's a play feature. That's a play feature right there. They're a little girl. She could do this for hours and never get bored. Never get bored in a million years. This choker joke is either going to land really well or it's going to get me canceled. So the same year that Happy Meal set came out, 2011, Victorious also had a popular line of Victorious Barbie dolls. Now I'm calling them Barbie dolls. That's because all of those dolls are Barbie dolls to me, but they're actually, I wrote this down, they're Spin Master dolls. And these dolls creep me out. And in fact, early in working on this project, I kind of made this promise to myself that I wasn't going to buy any, right? Because I thought they were so creepy that it would lower my points, you know, in terms of getting into the afterlife. I thought someone at the pearly gates would open like a video screen of moments in my life and they'd see me holding one of these creepy ass dolls and they'd be like, that's not going to bode well for you. But what ended up happening was there was an eBay bid on 3 of these dolls, the main 3 that people remember and seek out. And I put on a bid on that eBay bid that was like absurdly low. And I was like, someone will outbid me. And miraculously, no one did. So I ended up buying 3 out of the 4 of the characters that they released. The only one I didn't get was Trina. I have actually kept these in the bubble wrap and careful protection that they came in. And there's 2 reasons I did that. Reason number 1, some of these are really valuable and I could potentially resell them. Reason number 2, I'm not joking. I don't like looking at these. They creep me out. A body. Dead. Wrapped in plastic. I'm hoping I can just hold this thing up, okay? And I'll hold it up and you guys will be like, okay, no explanation needed. I get why you don't like these things. Okay. I don't like this. This is weird. I don't know. Do you want... There you go. It's Tori. There she is. It's Tori. Let's move on. This is the most valuable one. It's the one they've most carefully wrapped. This is Cat Valentine, because that's her name. There's an obvious reason people want this one the most. I'll talk about it later. Next, we have the third doll and the final one, which I personally own, and that's Jade. This is the one I like the most because it's the least creepy to me, and it's got some cute accessories. She has like a little skull and crossbones on her wrist, which I think is just charming to see on, like, you know, a Barbie doll. And yeah, this just looks like a Barbie you would see on the shelf today, so it doesn't really... It's not as weird as the other ones. I don't know if I'm being unreasonable. I just don't like these dolls. Immediately, you know, when I look at Victorious merchandise, I want to compare it to the iCarly merchandise that we've looked at over the last two videos. And to me, the big difference is that iCarly merchandise was kind of purposefully dopey. Like, think of like the iCarly dolls that I've had on my set for like forever now. Like those iCarly dolls set up in that little corner. The ones I showed off, those are so cute to me because they're so exaggerated, they're so cartoony. They don't even necessarily look like the actors, but they feel like the characters, right? And they're very ugly toys, which is why I find them charming. And meanwhile, over here, I think what creeps me out about these so much is that there was an earnest attempt to make these dolls attractive. And because of that, to me, these approach a kind of uncanny valley. That's the best way to explain it. I think these dolls look kind of uncanny. I'm going to be totally honest. Usually when I work on a project like this and I collect merchandise, I get anxious that I'm going to need it for some reason. So I typically like keep it in a box in my closet. With these, I really think I'm going to flip these. I don't want to keep these when this project is over. I want to get rid of these stupid things. Check out this epic, unprecedented play action. You can take this doll and you can take this hairbrush that comes with her, and you can brush her hair. Is this all that girl toys were? And that's it. That's all the Victorious merchandise that I could find. You know, it's worth pointing out, obviously there were big changes in the toy industry in between, you know, when iCarly started and when Victoria started, and that affects, like, the output of merchandise that was made for each show. But there's also another element to this that we should quickly discuss, and that's the fact that I'm sure there were other pieces of Victorious merchandise that are notable enough to mention, but I couldn't find those things. Because despite the fact that Victorious is not really a relevant show today, the merchandise for the show can be extremely overpriced and extremely rare for one specific reason, and that's the fact that Ariana Grande remains today, a decade later, one of the biggest stars in the world. So for reference, if you go on eBay right now and you play your cards right, you can get the Victoria Justice Barbie doll for like $20, $30 tops. But the Ariana Grande Barbie doll? Those sell for hundreds of dollars, in some cases $400 to $500, and it's like a weird, surreal miracle that I was able to get this set for like pennies compared to that. I did find out through my research that at one point Victoria Justice had a set featured at Build-A-Bear Workshop, so I went ahead and made my very own Victoria Justice Garfield. Now isn't this just not the same? Okay, so there are a few other examples of kind of Victorious spin-off media that I want to talk about in this video, but I'm going to try and save those for the second or third intermission. So for now, it is time for us to leap back into the Victorious saga by looking at Season 2. Now the good news is that from here, the average amount of Victorious episodes per season decreases substantially, meaning that it's not going to be another 2 hours before you and I talk again. I say that like Intermission Quinton is a separate entity, like wholly unconnected from regular Quinton. So with much further ado, and whatever else I say during this segment, here's Season 2, bye. So at the start of Season 2, Episode 1, we see the characters in a choir class with their music teacher, Mr. Guy with no last name. I'm sure we'll be seeing him again. Mr. Whatever assigns to the class a singing project, and everyone tries to hook up with Tori because she's the best singer in the class. However, Tori turns them all down, saying she wants to do a solo. Directly after this, she's approached by Ryder, a hot senior guy who I presume is the cousin of Sako from iCarly. Also, is this Evan Hansen? Cause this guy looks 30. Ryder has approached Tori for a very simple reason, to ask her out on a date, and she immediately accepts. Meanwhile, we see Robbie in the halls as he approaches the girl from the ballet episode and asks her out on a date. She immediately turns him down, and he approaches his friends and asks if there's anything wrong with him. They begin listing a long series of things, causing Robbie to be even more dejected. Meanwhile, in the C plot, Kat has a new cell phone, but some odd glitch in the phone lines has caused her to get phone calls intended for emergency services caused by car accidents. She gets one of these calls, learns that there's been a car accident and that it's serious, pretends to be the emergency service, says help is on the way, and then hangs up and does nothing. What the fuck? We're not counting crimes in this video because this show is a crime itself. Robbie asks Tori if he can spy on her date, suggesting he hide in the bushes outside of her house. Tori says he would be spotted instantly before Robbie notes that she's never noticed him doing it before. What? Tori begins preparing for her date at home, but when Trina finds out that Tori is going to be going on a date with Ryder specifically, she warns her to be careful. She notes that Ryder has a notoriety for dating specifically underclassmen for a very short amount of time, and that she needs to make sure he isn't up to something. Brief pause. I'm writing this analysis as I watch the episode. I bet you money that we're gonna find out Ryder only dates girls to get them to do his homework. The date ends up going okay, but when Ryder goes to the bathroom, Trina suddenly pops up and insists that Tori go through his phone, saying that this is the best way to figure out what he's up to. He gets back rather quickly and is extremely mad to find her doing this, and he storms out. Tori then sees a bush moving on her balcony, and what she discovers isn't exactly a twist.
Robbie Shapiro!
Yes?
Robbie begins dressing like Ryder and acting cool, thinking that his disposition is why he isn't getting dates. Meanwhile, Kat is still doing that thing where she lets people die for her personal amusement. Someone should stop her.
Another car accident?
Yeah.
Tori finally finds Ryder and apologizes for what happened and asks him to give her a second shot. However, Ryder says that he isn't free that night because he has to prepare for their musical assignment, noting that he doesn't even know what song to sing and that he has a fear of singing alone. Here it comes. And of course, Tori agrees to be his musical partner for the project, and he thanks her for this.
That sounds nice. You make me feel safe.
Victoria Justice was 17 when they filmed this. The actor playing Ryder was 26. They were dating in real life. This is all heavily documented on the Victoria's wiki page, Rytoria, which is a page about the ship between the two actors and not the characters, carefully documenting their entire relationship. Which begs the question, what's creepier to you, age gaps or stalking? Cam runs up and asks if it's possible to perform CPR on yourself. She then tells the man on the other end that it isn't. He stops breathing. Cue canned laughter. Kat killed a man. Round of applause for Kat killing several people in this episode. Yay! Robbie talks to another girl that he wants to ask out, but she thinks that he looks like Ryder, and she begins venting about how Ryder asked her out on a date, but stopped talking to her once she had gotten him an A on a homework assignment.
Oh, you must have felt so dirty.
Get it? It's sex. That's what the metaphor is. The gang hold an intervention and tell Tori the bad news. Jade begins laughing at her pain, and Beck looks visibly annoyed, telling her that she's in timeout now, and ordering her to go sit on the steps outside, continuing the long-running joke that Beck secretly hates his girlfriend. Tori now has to make a new song for the competition and begs Andre to help stay up writing with her that night. He's pressured into it and is forced to cancel his great-grandfather's 97th birthday party just to help Tori instead. You see, when she uses people for school assignments, that's okay. So the night of the big performance, Tori tricks Ryder into thinking that they're going to be doing the song, but in actuality, she's doing the new song written the previous night, which is called Beggin' on Your Knees, and is all about being used by a man until you find out his true intentions. Homework. You know, when a guy he seems like he like cares about you, but he just wants you to like do homework and stuff. I really hated sitting through this song, and it's hard to put into words, but I guess the reason is that it really does feel like some crap you'd be forced to watch for a school assembly, which makes me hate it a lot. He is humiliated, fade to black, that's it. Season 2, Episode 2 is titled Beck Falls for Tori, and has a title that's a little more literal than you'd think. At the start of the episode, Mr. Sikowitz is watching a class improv and suddenly interrupts to say that the segment is boring because it's too predictable. Character writing, he notes, is more engaging when something unpredictable happens. To show this, he approaches Tori and asks her what her hopes and dreams are.
Probably to be a pop star. A really successful singer.
Well, maybe you could sing at weddings. For the hearing impaired.
He explains that he just proved his point, as everyone is now fascinated by him doing something that no one expected. While we're here, can we talk about the quality of the education at this school again? On the whiteboard in this scene, there's this long analysis of the history of English Renaissance theaters, and the whiteboard has a drawing of the Swan Theater, but next to it, it says South Park, England. What the fuck is South Park, England? It's Southwark, England, guys. Southwark. Also, this structure was built in 1595, but the board says 1596, so really just bang up work here, guys. After the bell rings and everyone goes to lunch, Sikowitz keeps Tori behind and asks if she wants to do something exciting. She stares back, eyes wide with fear, and asks to have more details. Just to be safe, let's call that statutory rape joke number 11. Sikowitz reveals his proposition, and it is really an exciting opportunity for Tori. He has a friend who is casting for a film and needs a spunky teenage local to play a part. He has recommended her and suggests that she audition before he does a flip and ends up in extreme pain. Tori prints out a resume fast enough to show it to her friends at the same lunch period, but it's horribly out of date and only features one play. The only play that she's actually ever been involved in. The gang suggests she fluff it up with extra information, noting that it's not lying, it's just exaggerating. If you're curious about Kat's costume, her B-plot is that she's begun a costume class, and is thus wearing a series of eccentric outfits throughout the episode. So Tori goes to the audition and is told that she's a great actress, but that she hasn't gotten the part, entirely because the lead looks too much like her. However, the casting directors can't help but notice that her resume includes numerous things which make her sound like a stunt actress. And, without wanting to cause an awkward air, she accepts being the lead's double for numerous dangerous shots. Also, Ariana comes in with a coloring book because she's been learning to color this episode. Do you see how they're making her more stupid over time? But also how the more stupid she gets, the more talented she somehow comes across? Like, she's apparently been learning how to make costumes for about a week, and she's already making these perfect outfits that should be expert class. Tori wants to quit the film, but everyone says that doing so will lead to her being blackballed in Hollywood, something Sikowitz seems to confirm when it's implied that he too is no longer allowed to work in the industry. And thus, Tori must do the dangerous stunt work even though she has absolutely no background in the art form. She initially is led to believe that all she has to do is fall off of a chair, but she's told on set that she's actually going to be knocked through a railing that will lead to her falling 40 feet. Something she grows extremely anxious about, especially as she sees that the floor below is barely padded and that there is a dried puddle of blood from the last person who did stunt work at the studio. Gosh, I wonder if anything had happened recently in the lives of these writers which could have inspired an episode like this. Luckily, the director's son, born from his secret mistress, is bitten by monkeys at the zoo and the shoot is cancelled early. However, Tori still plans to go through with the stunt despite the fact that it might lead to her untimely end.
I don't want to get blackballed.
The gang all go to the shoot to support Tori and are given visitors passes to do so. The exception is Rex, who complains that he isn't being treated like a person.
Here.
Tori Tori goes through with it but gets a text from Beck, and she declares that she just got a text message telling her that she needs to pee. While she's gone, everyone on set tries to find this app because it seems like a very convenient thing.
They don't have Pee Minder. All I can find is Tinkle Time. I got a squirt alert.
Beck meets Tori backstage and reveals that he is now in a perfect duplication of her dress, courtesy of Kat's new tailor talents. Beck goes out and he does the stunt himself, except that he doesn't really, because a stunt actor does it in the place of Yvonne. Now isn't that meta? Tori feels bad later and begs Sikowitz for a chance to do the stunt for real, and when she proves that she still can't do it, Jade pushes her off the balcony. Season 2 episode 3 is titled I Scream for Kesha, and boy, you're never gonna guess who cameos in this one. I hope it's Perez Hilton again. In the opening scene, Kat and Robbie are having a not couple fight. Kat dreamed that Robbie did something awful to her, and Robbie pressures about what it was so he can at least understand why she's mad. Kat says that in her dream, a horde of children tried to eat Robbie and that he instead insisted that they eat Kat first. Robbie tries to apologize, but relents that the dream is indeed something he would do if given the chance. Directly after this, Andre approaches, and we learn that he has been eating copious amounts of ice cream in hopes of meeting Kesha. An in-universe ice cream company has been running a competition where certain containers have letters hidden at the bottom. The first person to use these to spell out Kesha will get a private concert from the pop star. Trina then enters with the B-plot, carrying a note which Tori wrote to her when she was 6. Said note states that when Tori is 16, she will live with a prince in a sugar castle, and that if this doesn't happen, Tori will be Trina's personal slave for a month. Her friends say that she basically has to do it, and she accepts. After the opening sequence, we see that Tori has been playing a game where she shoots big foam darts into Andre's face while she eats pretzels. He says he doesn't understand how the game is fun, but Tori has apparently done it at least 7 times because she is a bad friend. She's called away by Trina, who complains that she needs her music changed over as her hands are full with a pickle and lip gloss. This causes Tori to think of an idea, and she asks Trina if she can be let out of her contract if she holds a private Kesha concert for Trina. Trina thinks this is impossible and accepts. Later, the rest of the cast come over and help look through thousands of dollars worth of ice cream, hunting for all the letters that they can, although they only end up finding the K, E, and A in one night. Jade hates doing this and begins complaining.
You don't have to help. Don't push. What?
Robbie says that wasting all this ice cream isn't right, so he announces his intention to take a large container of the stuff to the local playground to give to kids. Beck immediately tells Robbie that he shouldn't do that, but Jade angrily insists that they let him, and soon enough Robbie returns covered in bruises, explaining that he went to the park and screamed, "Hey kids, who want some free ice cream?" only for all of the moms in the area to chase him into an alleyway and beat him up. So Robbie got mistaken for a pedophile. That's the joke. I guess that's statutory rape joke number 12? Kesha posts on Twitter that someone at Northridge has won the competition, and the characters are all defeated, not realizing that this episode is a thinly veiled Willy Wonka parody, so the person who won probably faked it. Because of all this, Tori has to keep being Trina's slave and attempts to drown her sister in order to get out of it. The next day, what do you know, Kesha announces that the guy who won faked it, and boy do I not remember what Kesha looks like. I have no idea if that's really her.
I can still win the contest!
Run for it, Tori. Run straight home and don't stop till you get there.
Right!
After this revelation, they continue searching. Kat finds the H, meaning that all they have left is the $sign. Robbie realizes that they've only been looking for letters in the most popular ice cream flavors, and that they logically should be looking for the rarest letter in the least popular ice cream. They run out to an obscure store where said ice cream is sold, but there's only one container left and it's another H. They then find a boy eating the same ice cream, and running towards him, they offer to pay him for it. Kat lets it slip why, causing the boy to suddenly want more, especially after it's revealed that it is indeed the $sign. He says that he'll give it to them, but that he also wants to come to the concert, and that he wants to make out with Tori and Kat, which Kat seems really into, and finally Jade. He then stares directly into Andre's eyes, implying his next train of thought. We suddenly jump cut to Kesha doing the concert. Incidentally, I take it all back. As soon as I heard the voice and I saw the glitter, I knew this was her. God bless Kesha, she is a legend. Kesha ends the concert by shooting glitter all over Tori's house, and boy does this bring back war flashbacks. Why was glitter such a big fucking thing in the early 2010s? Who the fuck liked being covered in glitter? It got in your eyes, man, you couldn't get the shit out. The kid asks for his kiss, but Tori tricks him into going outside and locks the door. Kesha spends roughly 30 seconds with Trina and decides that she hates her and says that she feels bad for Tori having to spend so much time with her. Trina gets confused and lets the little kid back in, and she then offers to kiss him instead of the main three. He says this is gross and storms out. The funniest thing about this episode is that I've poisoned my own perception of this cast so much that there were numerous points during this episode where I really thought they were just going to curb stomp this kid. At the beginning of Season 2, Episode 4, Sikowitz announces the cast sheet for an upcoming play, which Tori and Jade both tried out for. We learned through the Art of Hissy Fit that Jade did not get the part she wanted, and in fact Tori has been cast as the lead, while Jade is her understudy. Jade of course realizes that if anything happens to Tori, she will be allowed to perform in the play, and she begins plotting a devious series of escapades to make this happen. These include getting Sinjin to pretend to offer Tori a job over the phone that same weekend, and then attempting to put Tori in the hospital by having a delivery person give her flowers that she is allergic to, although Trina manages to warn Tori in time. In a brief B-plot, we also see that Trina is supposed to be playing a child struck with tuberculosis, but Sikowitz says that her cough is terrible and she needs to work on making it authentic. This is all suddenly interrupted by the revelation that Robbie has been sent to the hospital. We learned there that when he was 7, a bully forced him to swallow a toy car, and said car has now been discovered parked in his small intestine, where it now has the possibility of ripping his guts apart from the inside. Content warning for this next bit: blood. Here's a time code. Robbie needs O-negative blood stat, and on short notice, Tori is the only person in the general area with the right kind of blood. The doctors take a pint of the stuff and there's still enough time to get her back to the play. But Jade then steals the blood, forcing Tori to have a second pint that same night. Robbie then drops said blood, splattering it all over himself, meaning that she has to have a third pint taken. Meanwhile, Trina searches around the hospital until she finds an authentic person suffering from tuberculosis, filming his cough up close. When she gets back to the play, she has perfectly emulated the cough, because she has contracted tuberculosis. Tori makes it back to the play, but is so delirious that she delivers an incomprehensible performance before passing out. Jade thinks that it's her time to shine, but Sikowitz says that she's been a total gank all week and doesn't deserve the role. And so, he puts on the dress and gives what is easily the best performance of the episode. Robbie gets the car out, Tori passes out again, Trina still has tuberculosis, no one cares. Moving on. In Season 2, Episode 5, we discover that Andre has a new girlfriend and that they've been spending copious amounts of time making out at school. After this moment passes, Jade relays that she's going to be putting on a live performance that weekend and that she's asked Kat to have her brother find props for her. Kat says that her brother has found everything on the list, including 12 gallons of blood.
Wow. Where'd you find 12 gallons of fake blood?
You wanted fake blood? I'll go call my brother.
We'll be coming back to Kat's brother, don't worry. Jade says that her art show is about a clown whose parachute doesn't open, and that it's called Clowns Don't Bounce, explaining why she needs all the fake blood. Gee, I wonder if this one's also secretly about her daddy issues. Robbie reveals that Rex isn't feeling well as he went to a prom at Northridge on his own and got a hickey and a stomach virus. As Robbie and Rex run off, Tori discovers the very odd detail that Hollywood Arts, for literally no reason, has never had a prom before. This is despite the fact that in the pilot episode, Rex taunts Kat for failing to get a date to the prom the previous year, but if the writers aren't going to care about canon, why should I? Tori decides this just won't do and goes to Sikowitz, who tells her to go to the head of student activities. Tori says that he is the head of student activities, causing him to celebrate as he actually didn't know this. He agrees, but after checking an oven mitt, he says that they can only do it that Saturday, leaving Tori only 5 days to plan an entire prom. He then says that he has to take his grandmother to the hospital, suddenly dragging a woman out of the corner of the room who has apparently been in a very bad state the entire time Tori has been bothering him. Fan theory. I think that this woman is the same person Gibby nearly killed in iCarly, and she's just been barely holding on since then. Tori builds a complex 3D model of different parts of the school because apparently she's good at everything, and constructs a committee to begin plotting out the event.
Okay, since you mentioned prom, a lot of people have told me they don't want Hollywood Arts to have a normal prom. So the first idea I came up with is we call it a prom. Right?
I like
It's really stupid.
Tori moves forwards with the prom planning, but Jade storms in, completely furious. It turns out that her art show has been cancelled for coinciding with prom, meaning that she won't be able to do her show about a dead clown. Tori stands her ground, but Jade says that she will regret this and promises revenge. Robbie asks Kat to prom, but she turns him down and says that a boy from another school already asked her. Rex thinks that she's lying and just wanted to turn Robbie down politely, causing him to become obsessed. Remember when iCarly did the same storyline like 2 years before? Anyways, they have the prom and it's exactly like the dance they had in season 1, so I'm not sure why they even made a big fuss about it. Tori walked up to the stage to make an announcement. Is that a fucking soundboard shaped like a pear? That's too much, man. Tori makes an announcement. While she's doing this, the power of the dance turns off and the projector begins showing a collage of disturbing clips. Jade walks up and we learn that she has done this and that she's putting a shrimp in Tori's bra. Very normal show. They eventually kill the projector and get the song back, but Tori learns that Jade has cancelled the band who were supposed to play that night. Worse yet, Jade has hired a diaper guy who comes to parties in a diaper and pees in his diaper in front of party guests if he's paid money. This is a fetish. It's not thinly veiled, it's just a fetish. So this guy goes out to this group of teenagers and does something that will force him to be registered as a sex offender. Luckily, everyone is amused and laughs at the situation. Robbie gets into a huge fight with Kat over her supposed fake date, but it turns out he's actually real when he's not looking. Tori goes up to announce the prom king and queen, but lies and says that the real queen is actually Jade, and the king is Doug the diaper guy. He lifts her up and carries her off screen. Let's never speak of this again. If you consider iParty with Victorious a Victorious episode, then it aired right here, but arguably it does take place before season 2 because it's set earlier in iCarly season 4 than it aired. Honestly, trying to find a timeline in terms of Victorious episodes is stupid. I mean, the show exists in this weird vague time loop where they're constantly sophomores and juniors at the same time. They just did prom in 7 episodes, it's Christmas, who gives a shit? Season 2, episode 6 followed iParty, and it's fitting that it's also an extended event episode, arguably the most movie-like plot to happen to the characters up to this point, and also easily the worst episode so far. At the beginning of the story, we learn that the characters are about to take a week-long break from school, but are dejected because they've all failed to come up with anything to do. However, when the school's foreign food truck worker hears this, he invites Tori to meet him behind his van.
Come to the back of my truck.
He wants you to go behind his truck. I know.
That's statutory rape joke number 13. There he gives Tori a proposition for her to take an all-expense-paid vacation to his home country. Oh, this gonna get racist, isn't it? It turns out that his brother has a hotel back in Yerba and is willing to pay for the teens to come overseas as long as they do one musical performance per night at this hotel. After the specially made opening sequence diligently spoils every twist in the episode, Tori looks at photos of the hotel on a review site and grows excited. Soon enough, she's invited all of her friends, including Jade. However, after Trina injures her father playing golf and her parents once again state that they hate her, they insist that Tori has to take her. They also say that she has to have adult supervision, and thus she invites Psychowitz as well. However, once they arrive in the country, they learn that things aren't quite as they were told. Their hotel is a dingy castle with a framed photo of the image from the review site, and the nation itself is far from a prosperous tourist destination. It's run by a fierce dictatorship actively restricting its citizens' rights, and the nation is at war with rebels within the country. If you're curious, every character with a speaking role basically does a really bad Borat impression, but you could have guessed that. Now, you guys might think that it's kind of sad that not a single one of these kids was capable of researching the modern geopolitical standings of an entire nation within their universe, but to be fair, they did exchange AP World History with AP Dance History. When Tori first approaches the owner, he smells her hand, and it's explained that this is a tradition in the country. And throughout the episode, people continuously do this to Tori and only Tori, which is a totally naturally thing to happen and not the writer's poorly disguised fetish. When they get back to their hotel, Andre is bitten by a black moth, and the owner states that this was likely a vampire moth. Known to be extremely lucky, but only to those that survive, for vampire moths kill a large portion of people they bite. That night, Andre's neck begins to swell up with a gigantic mass, and it's questioned if he's even going to live through the rest of the trip. After failing to sleep through the sound of rebels fighting the military in the night, and then seeing one of the rebels crash into their room, the girls run down to the lobby and insist that they're going home early. However, the owner pulls a string and the urban military immediately appears, as the teens realize that they're going to be forced to perform one way or another. Andre is looked at by an 11-year-old doctor, the most qualified person the nation could find on short notice, and he smells Tori's hand. They then learn that the hotel is going to be visited by the man in control of the nation, and that he will see their musical performance. We also learn that he has one working eye because he lost the other one after being bitten by a vampire moth. They sing a big song, and God, I always forget how boring the music in this show is until they start singing again. Tori gets really into the dance and accidentally kicks her shoe into the Chancellor's face, being immediately arrested and detained. Good shot, babe. My boy Mundatar missed when he tried that. At the beginning of part 2, Tori is given a mock trial where she is declared guilty by the Chancellor and is sentenced to 4 years in prison. There, she immediately gains a reputation as the prison's baddest bitch, having essentially blinded the nation's cruelest dictator. Psychowitz and the kids manage to convince the dictator to let Tori go, but Robbie then kills his prized pet octopus, and they're all sentenced to the exact same fate.
Way to go, Urkel.
Psychowitz slips out the back, but everyone else is put in prison. Oh look, Robbie's in the female half of the prison. That's a really funny gag. Psychowitz reveals that he's disguised himself as a prison guard and that he's rented out a van. He plans to break the kids out the following night, but leaves it up to them to actually escape. Kat joins a prison gang because she's innocent and presumably because she loves killing people, and she tries to teach them all to dance. Tori is inspired by this and uses her infamy at the prison to form a gigantic dance troupe. She then goes before the Chancellor, admits that she blinded him on purpose, and insists that she be allowed to perform as a chance to apologize. Shortly thereafter, the entire prison does a performance of I Want You Back by the Jackson 5, showing off the incredible talent the cast has at making real songs sound like fake ones. And at the end of the performance, all the kids escape, along with one woman who helped them in their plotting, and they manage to sneak across the urban border in the middle of the confusion. Season 2, Episode 7 is one we briefly alluded to in my previous video, but obviously we'll cover it here as well. In the story, the school's principal, who we haven't seen since the pilot, makes a reappearance and announces that he is retiring to spend time with his new girlfriend, a young Hawaiian woman. At the same time, Robbie is in the parking lot along with Tori and buys a bike from Sinjin. After spending $400 on it, Robbie has to suddenly leap away when a car speedily drives up and wrecks his bike. The driver exits, and it's Helen, a recurring character from Drake and Josh, who announces that she is the new principal of Hollywood Arts. We cut to Psychowitz's class later, as Tori, Kat, and Jade do an improv scene where Kat is dressed up like a giant baby. Oof, we've been here again, this is someone's fetish. Helen then enters and announces that she wants to introduce herself personally to every class as she gets a vibe for the school.
You see him? That's the spazzy boy whose bike I ran over.
Helen is ableist.
Spazzy.
Rex is too, but you could have guessed that. Now, a real quick note. In my last video, I discussed how Helen is an interesting character because she originated on Drake and Josh as the owner of a movie theater before appearing in Victorious as the principal of an art school, and then in Game Shakers as the host of a celebrity talk show. Now, I had a lot of commenters ask how she could have logically made such career leaps, as these are very different professions. I even saw some people posit that while Drake and Josh is confirmed to exist in iCarly, it could be a reality show instead of a sitcom, meaning that Helen would be propelled into Hollywood exclusively by appearing in this reality show, like Snooki. However, I never personally needed to jump through so many hoops to justify this in my mind. You see, in Drake and Josh, Josh, one of Helen's main character details is that when she was a small child, she was the star of a famous children's sitcom. So it's simply my presumption that her background in child acting would be the thing that connects her back into mainstream Hollywood. Well, I'm happy to say that the writers apparently had the same idea, as it's directly stated in this scene that her experience as a sitcom star is the background that led her to become the school's principal. Anyways, Helen announces that next week they're going to be having re-auditions, as she insists on judging every person in the school to decide if they really deserve to be there. After Helen leaves, Sikowitz asks who else is frightened by her, and everyone raises their hands, except Jade because she's cool and edgy. Tori and Andre attempt to come up with a song for the competition, but they're both distracted by Trina, who is practicing a martial arts class that she has been taking. One has to wonder if she's been inspired to learn self-defense after her sister literally tied her up with duct tape the season before. Also, the other characters in the episode continuously refer to what she's doing as karate, but she's actually wearing a Vovinam gi, indicating Vietnamese martial arts. The yellow belt in Vovinam is the equivalent to a black belt in all other martial arts, meaning that she is already very skilled at her craft. So alongside the fact that we've already seen she can dance, now she's an advanced martial arts student, and she looks like Marissa Tomei, but it's very important that you remember that she canonically has no talent or value whatsoever. The gang all re-audition, and most of them do pretty great. Kat does a scene from her favorite play, juggles, and performs an incredible song in just 90 seconds. Beck does a monologue from a really sad play about a dead brother or something. Jade does a Lynchian short film that no one understands but is really scary. And in the most frightening retcon of all time, we find out that Robbie's talent is supposed to be stand-up comedy, which means that he's just really, really bad at the only reason that he's supposed to be going to the school, and that he's obviously supposed to be a Jeff Dunham parody. Next comes Tori's audition, her second chance to get into the school. Now, for Victoria Justice, this is a very big moment in the show because it's her chance to show off how much she's grown as a performer since she filmed the pilot episode so many years before. Now, obviously, I can't really play any clips from this song, but I was hoping that we could once again kind of read the lyrics of the musical piece that she performs here, so we can pick up on some of the, subtle themes that they were trying to pitch in this particular sequence. You don't have to be afraid, this is the same song. Yes, for her second audition, Tori once again sings Make It Shine, and although it sounds much different, you can't help but feel like this is a major cop-out and a letdown. I will give it to them, this is the song where Tori has always sounded the best and most natural as a singer, but it's just weird that the pilot episode, music-wise, was such a massive peak for the show. Back at home, Tori and her mother, okay, come on guys, that's a little on the nose. I know you've been slipping a little fetish stuff into your teen sitcom, but restraint is the name of the game. Anyways, Tori gets a call the next day and is told very bizarre news. Trina has passed her audition, but Tori hasn't, and will be expelled from Hollywood Arts. There are several scenes of tense emotions played out like a bad ending finale before it's eventually revealed that Helen's assistant messed up the names, and it's actually Trina who's going to be kicked out. Tori tries to tell Trina that she's out, but her sister doesn't exactly take the clues and begins a narcissistic rant about her own self-worth.
If I could just somehow suck some talent out of me and sprinkle it all over you, I swear, I would consider doing that.
Okay, so what do you think Tori is going to do next? Is it A, tell her sister the truth despite the awkward air? B, try and convince Helen that her sister actually is talented in an unseen way? Or C, tell Robbie to dress up in a ski mask and attack Helen in a pseudo-robbery when she arrives at the school, hoping that when Trina sees this, she will organically attack the robber and save Helen, thus guilt-tripping Helen into letting Trina come to the school despite having no talent whatsoever. And furthermore, Tori will orchestrate the entire plan under the presumption that Trina will do the right thing without prompt, and that Helen will not be able to easily beat up a 16-year-old who's 5'10", weighs 90 pounds, and carries around a puppet all day. It's the third one, you get no points.
I'm afraid.
It's just a beating.
The plan actually works somehow. Trina saves Helen, and Tori suggests she reconsider a recent choice she made about who gets into Hollywood Arts. Helen takes the hint, but Trina still thinks that Tori was the one who was going to get kicked out, and that she thus owes her a big favor. As the two run off, Helen quips,
I thought Crazy Steve was crazy.
Now, Helen was actually supposed to become a recurring guest star after this, just as she had been in Drake and Josh. However, she never appears in the show again despite being an implied presence, so I suppose that she might have just been busy after this. Keeping in mind that Victorious was only in production for about a year after this episode aired. Side note, there's a blooper at the end of this episode, and it's the funniest thing in the show so far. I was grinning ear to ear watching this. So now that we've watched the episode that confirms that Drake and Josh and Victorious are set in a shared universe, let's go ahead and watch the episode that confirms that Drake and Josh is a TV show within the Victorious universe. That being Season 2, Episode 6, Who Did It to Trina? At the beginning of the story, Trina has been given the lead in Tori's directorial debut after she kidnaps Tori's favorite childhood doll and blackmails her for a role. We see the cast practicing the opening scene as Trina suddenly breaks character to schedule a feet bleaching over the phone, because she apparently wants to make her feet more white. Her words, not mine. Rex approaches Trina shortly after this and makes a sexual comment, causing her to punch him in the face. So they do the play on the opening night and everything seems to be going okay. Tori has changed all of her sister's lines to alien noises to excuse her bad acting, and has thus written a twist that her character is an alien. The audience is mostly confused by this, but hey, Freddy seems to be into it. Trina begins to hover as her character proves that she is an alien, but something goes wrong and she comes crashing to the ground, followed by a wall which collapses on top of her. There's a lot of injured stuntman jokes in this show. After the play, all of the characters are brought into Lance's office as he discovers a cut in the broken stunt material, which implies to him that Trina's accident was sabotage. What follows is a sequence where each character recounts what happened, highlighting the unique narcissism present with each character, particularly highlighted in how Jade sees Tori and how Tori sees Jade. Jade recalls Tori threatening to kill Trina over the abuse of her childhood doll, and everyone seems to back this up. While it supplies motive, it doesn't prove the action being carried out. At the same time, Andre is furious that they have to go through with this charade, because he has a date planned with a beautiful woman and doesn't want to keep her waiting.
I want to go play with Kiko.
Eventually, Robbie puts his input into the story, where he claims that Kat and Trina got into a massive fight because they are both in love with him.
Why don't you just get out of here? Why don't you?
Oh, ladies, come on now. Look, there's one of me, two of you, and 7 swinging days in the week.
He even makes math hot.
Naturally, when we cut back, no one believes Robbie. When Kat is given a chance to give her side of the story, she begins describing a scene from a late-stage episode of Drake and Josh, only for everyone to reprimand her and say that it was just something she saw on TV.
Drake and Josh.
That show was classic.
Oh, then I don't know what happened with Tori and Trina.
Eventually, Tori makes a plea that while Trina is very annoying, no one in the room would want to hurt her. Robbie makes the argument that much of their equipment is old and might have just broken on its own, and Lance seems to accept this. Later that night, Robbie is seen yelling at Rex as we learned that he alone sabotaged the play, wanting to get revenge on Trina for hitting him. Robbie was thus forced to lie in order to cover for Rex.
Nobody ever suspects the puppet.
I thought you hated that word.
It's okay if I say it.
So far, this is really the closest evidence we've ever had that Rex is a supernatural phenomenon beyond simply a puppet caused by a personality disorder. So I'm kind of hoping that they lean more in this direction towards the end of the show. Next, let's talk about Season 2, Episode 9, Tori Tortures Teacher. I have been anticipating this episode since the beginning, based entirely on that title, and I'm sad to say that instead of being shocking or offensive, the episode is mostly just really boring. In the story, Sikowitz announces that he has been given a coffee maker by Helen as a celebration of 10 years teaching at Hollywood Arts. Tori reacts in shock to this because she thinks that 10 years of teaching is something that needs a bit more of a reward than that. Later, at lunch, Tori raises this concern with her peers, and Andre makes this joke.
How come none of us ever sit on that side of the table?
Tori decides to take Sikowitz to a play, but she doesn't check the plot online and finds out that it's about a man with former interests in theater, depressed that he's been stuck as a high school teacher for 10 years. Sikowitz stands up partway through the play and quietly walks out. The next day, everyone is shocked when Sikowitz is late to class, implying that the class is early in the day, when a few episodes before it was a lunch period. Good job, guys. Eventually, he comes in, depressed and without energy, and after falling out of the class window, everyone comes to the conclusion that Tori has broken Sikowitz. However, he eventually reveals that he's sad because his girlfriend dumped him via text during the play, as she's now going to be moving away to Fresno. Okay, I'm gonna record 2 reactions to this twist in the narrative. Oh, I see. When Sikowitz is needed for a punchline, he's gay, but when he's needed for a storyline, he's straight. Okay. Yes, Queen, finally, bisexual representation on Nickelodeon. Unless him being attracted to men was only a joke, in which case, fuck you, Nickelodeon. Yeah, whichever of those you like. Tori next orchestrates one of her weirdest plans to date. She holds a fake audition at the school where age-appropriate women film a romantic scene with Sikowitz, and after a kiss, she asks him what he thinks of the woman. So in other words, Tori has set up a casting couch situation without telling the man who is secretly orchestrating the casting couch. During this part of the storyline, we learn that whenever Kat has a question she wants to ask Jade, Jade simply begins feeding her handfuls of cereal.
Yeah, that's right. Cat likes cereal. Good, good. Want some more? Want some more? Yeah. Any more questions?
Truly, she gets stupider with every passing episode. Sikowitz confronts Tori about what she's done and says that it's quite silly because he doesn't really miss his girlfriend. He misses his girlfriend's pet, Bunny, who had taken quite a liking to him. And so, Tori finds a bunny and tricks Sikowitz into picking it up. It's then that he explains that his girlfriend's pet was actually a 3-legged cat named Bunny. Tori suggests a new plan where they try and find a cat and all of her friends abandon her. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Trina decides she wants to go on a date with a hot upperclassman and goes about doing this by tricking him into thinking that she works for a pizza delivery service, when really it's just a restaurant that she made up. After having to remake the pizza numerous times due to mistakes, she learns that the boy already has a girlfriend, and she throws a hissy fit and storms off. This is the first B-plot I've seen in any of these shows, which is actually non-congruent to the timeline of the rest of the episode. The A-plot to this one is set over the course of several days, but this B-plot happens in one night, but is still dispersed throughout the A-plot. It's kinda weird. Next, let's move on to Season 2, Episode 10, Jade Gets Crushed, or as I like to call it, Andre is down bad. In the story, Andre has to write another song for yet another music class. He initially wants Tori to sing on it, but when she suddenly has to take a tech final so she can attend an R&B singing class, he's left on the hunt for another singer. But Andre says it's not a big deal, and he'll find someone else.
Not Cat, though.
Yeah, God forbid you get Ariana Grande to sing on your pop song. That would be a disaster! Beck is trying to take photos of the Mexican robot toy from Drake and Josh, but Kat interrupts him and reveals that she has grown an obsession with moon boots as she bounces away. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Robbie reveals that he has the highest final exam score in the history of the tech class that Tori wants to take, so he agrees to tutor her. He brings in several life-sized cutouts of Kat, saying he has many of these at home, but that he'd rather not say what they're for. After Tori and him practice, Kat hops in and awkwardly leaves to avoid knowing why Robbie has so many cutouts of her. Andre eventually gets Jade to do his song, but upon hearing her sing for the first time, he suddenly falls madly in love with her, and he rushes to Tori's house so she can give him counsel. Andre knows that being in love with your best friend's girl is wrong, but he says he can't bury his feelings or else it'll make him go all wonky. He begins avoiding spending time with Jade at school, causing her to think that something weird is going on. Tori learns that she's passed the test and in fact received a perfect score, meaning that she has now replaced Robbie's place as the head of the class. His framed photo is taken down from the hall, and he begins crying as Rex laughs at him. This is one of the only shows I've ever seen where they give the extras in the background more eye-grabbing costumes than the main characters in the foreground. What's going on here? Why is this white kid dressed up like a Native American? What's he doing? Tori tries to convince Andre that he doesn't want to date Jade by dressing up like her, adapting a copy of her personality, and then role-playing with him. She begins berating him with a series of cruel comments, saying that she'll only get more mean if they start dating, and this makes Andre so horny that he tries to make out with Tori without thinking. Andre reveals he wrote a passionate love song about Jade, causing Tori to think of an idea. If he can sing it in front of her, changing the lyrics to hide who it's really about, it'll let him get his feelings out so he can move on. And so Tori and Andre sing this song at a school event, and while he's not totally sure if he's really let his feelings go, when a hot girl propositions him, he totally drops the topic, revealing that he was never really in love with Jade, he was just really down bad. One thing about Victorious that is pretty well known, but I haven't directly addressed in this video, is that it is well known for having a dedicated and enthusiastic shipping culture, where fans at home decided which characters they wanted to end up together, and they kind of, wrote fan fiction and had arguments and that kind of thing. Very similar to iCarly. But the difference is that with Victorious, I think it was also a topic that the show heavily avoids. At least at the point where I am in the show right now. Like, it is not something that the show wants to approach because the showrunners, it seems to me, didn't want to deal with the negativity that comes with purposeful shipping culture. And so even though there were ships that were set up like in the first few episodes, shipping episodes haven't really been a thing like they were with iCarly up to this point. I think the show even teases this and kind of mocks this a little bit by having episode titles like Beck Falls for Tori, making the audience think this is going to be an episode about how Beck is in love with Tori, when actually it's an episode about Beck doing a stunt fall. And just to clarify this, just so people don't get confused, I don't consider Beck and Jade to be a ship because they're already together, they're dating throughout the show, so them being together is less about it being a good romantic pairing and more about the show maintaining a sort of basic status quo. But this is the first episode that's like, hey, what if this character got together with this character? What would that be like? And it's interesting to me because it seems like this is a ship that no one was asking for, which I think was what they were going for. And I just think that's kind of an interesting development for the show. Like, if you go back to the earliest work, you go back to like Zoe 101, that show was nothing but a ship. The entire purpose of that show was that there were these two main characters that you wanted to see end up together. And now we've gone to the point that you have Victorious, where the ships are kind of throwaway elements that you're supposed to be able to ignore. Speaking of ships, though, I actually want to rewind a second in retrospective here and talk about the weirdest scene in that episode, okay? And that is the scene where Tori dresses up like Jade in like a perfect imitation of her. Okay, can we just stop and acknowledge that's a little odd, right? Let me put it like this. Imagine you're in that situation and you have this friend, right? You have this friend and both of you have like a mutual friend that you both kind of dislike, right? But your friend specifically, the first friend, is infamous for hating the other person with a passion. And one day you go up to the first friend and you say, hey, I've got a problem. I think I've fallen in love with that person that we both hate. And then your friend goes, whoa, hold on, I got this. And they run out of the room and then they're gone for a bit. And then they walk into the room again, and they're wearing a perfect costume. of the friend you both don't like. Like, down to having a wig that has, like, the right number of highlights, and, like, the highlights are down to the correct length of where they should be, and they got the perfect clothes on, then they have the makeup down, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna pretend I'm our mutual that we both don't like. You would be like, stop the train! What is going on? There is no heterosexual explanation for that scene. Anyways, I want to stop here real quick and just briefly pause and kind of talk about something with you guys. We have just watched Victorious, Season 2, Episode 10, aka Victorious, Episode 29, which means that as of this exact moment, we are now 50% done watching this show. Kind of. You see, Victorious actually has an odd number of episodes, 57, so in actuality, the halfway point for the show was directly in the middle of that last episode, which is actually the exact moment where Andre says that he's in love with Beck for the first time, so that's the halfway point of the show, unless you consider that, like, a bunch of these episodes are double-lengthed, which means that perhaps there are more on the second end, which would mean... And then there's iParty with Victorious, which I didn't count. Anyways, let's pretend I'm right. This exact moment, we're 50% done talking about this show. Anyways, the reason I'm bringing this up is you guys now have the ability to do something that I can't do, something that I wish I could do, and that's that you can go down real quick and you can look at the cursor of the video, and you can see how close we are right now to being halfway done with the video. Are we directly in the middle? Is there a bunch more left? Is there only a little bit left? Because that's going to tell you, kind of, that was my eBay, ignore that. That's going to tell you, that's going to give you a little preview of where we're going with this video, because if the rest of this video is short, then I've covered my bases and we don't have a lot more to do. But if this video just gets longer and longer and longer, then there is a whole mountain, of Victorious weirdness that we haven't even touched yet. Unless you're watching the extended edit, in which case, fuck this segment, am I right? Anyways, here's episode 11. Season 2 episodes 11, 12, and 13 are notable stories because they each contribute something that every TV show is supposed to have. The spooky episode, the Christmas episode, and the episode that fucks with your head. And starting us off is episode 11, Terror on Cupcake Street. The closest thing we really have to a Victorious Halloween episode. And you know what that means! Yay! Halloween set! Woo! I went out and I bought all this shit because the wiki said this was a Halloween episode. Turns out it's not. So what they did, as far as I can tell, they picked a random episode. They changed the title of the episode to be a parody of a Halloween movie. And then they just aired it in October. It's not even set in October. Now let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This show has done some stuff that's made me mad, but oh boy, that's fucking up there. So at the start of the story, Psychowitz is teaching a class when he suddenly kicks everyone out except for the main 7. When asked why he's done this, he notes that the rest of the class isn't interesting to him because they never seem to talk. They simply react. Everyone comments on how weird this is before they swiftly move on, just completely stepping over the sudden canonization of everyone at the school being mindless drones. You know what? I'm adding that to the list. Psychowitz asks the class what they think of parades, and Kat tells a long story where it's implied that her brother molested a horse. Jade asks Kat to play with some keys, continuing the ongoing theme of infantilization with Ariana's character. Psychowitz explains that his current girlfriend is in charge of the Pasadena Parade, a parade meant to raise awareness for parades. He says that he promised her he would ask his most talented students to put on a float for the parade, but no one seems interested, with Jade storming out halfway through the explanation. Kat isn't even paying attention, as she's at that moment trying to eat Jade's keys. Psychowitz notes that the parade will be shown on national television, and suddenly everyone is into it. Jade comes back in and asks for her keys, at which point we learn that her house key is missing, because Kat ate it. Hey, fun fact, did you know that this actress is also a singer outside of this show? Back at Tori's house, the gang tried to think of float ideas but can't come up with anything, even beginning to think of joke floats to pass the time.
Come on, guys, be serious. You want to look dumb on national TV?
Trina tries to join in on the planning, but everyone votes her out and calls her ugly, causing her to storm out. They randomly spin a wheel to see who on the team will pick their theme, and it lands on Kat, and she picks a gigantic cupcake. They begin constructing this as the gang complain about their enforced wardrobe of candy-themed pajamas, especially Jade, as she learns that she's expected to wear this as well.
I will pop your head like a zit.
Graphic.
The kids ask Sikowitz to drive them to Pasadena, but he explains that he has a semi-suspended driver's license. When asked why, he begins explaining that while he was in Las Vegas, he gave a ride to several circus performers. One of them was a woman with 6 fingers on her left hand. Tori cuts him off after this, but the implication is that Sikowitz got a handy so good that it led to him having a car accident. Charming as always, Nickelodeon. Their cupcake moves extremely slowly, but they eventually end up on a dimly lit street where cop sirens and hip-hop music can be heard in the background, causing Beck to comment that they're not exactly on Sesame Street.
I love Sesame Street. Sunny.
No! Let her sing! Tori notices that a sack on board is moving and kicks it, causing Trina to pop out, who says that she snuck on board to be in the parade. This has no importance to the narrative.
Right, now we got
No one likes you!
Halfway through the parade, the cupcake suddenly gets a flat tire and they're stranded on the shady street. Worse yet, the teens all lose their cell phone connection when someone steals the local cell tower. And while Sikowitz goes out to get help, as soon as he mentions the cupcake to a series of police officers, they diagnose him as a raving maniac and arrest him without reading him his Miranda rights. Sikowitz manages to escape and Tori ventures out to try and find help, running into a group of older men on a rooftop where it's directly implied that they are going to sexually assault her as a group, before a transition cuts to them actually helping out and changing the tire. That's statutory rape joke number 14. Turns out these guys are all really into the parade, and Tori invites them to come along. One of the men puts his arm around Jade, statutory rape joke number 15 right there, and Sikowitz runs after, still being chased by the police. So what I've gathered from kind of my brief voyages into the Victorious fandom is this is generally considered to be one of the weakest episodes of this show, and having sat through it, I frankly have to agree that it deserves that condemnation. I wouldn't call it the worst episode, not by far, but it does suffer from being kind of poorly thought out and rushed and just kind of boring. And I also can easily say that this is probably the fastest I was ever offended by an episode of Victorious. Not offended on a level that I started writing jokes, but offended on a level that I wanted to write a strongly worded letter to someone about this show. Let me put it like this. If Victorious aired on FXX, it would not be considered shocking or edgy. If this was an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, people would think it was one of the more boring ones, but because it's a children's show that was marketed towards preteens and youngers, I find the content of some of these scenes to be a little bit shocking. I mean, I just think that on children's television, a punchline to a joke having the setup be that you think a rape is going to happen, I think that that should be off limits to something that's intended to be watched by babies. And that's the case, you know, when Elsagate happened, and that's the case when it comes to shitty sitcoms from, 10 years ago on Nickelodeon. I think that this episode sullies the Halloween set. That's how strongly I feel about it. I regret wasting the Halloween set on this episode. But the good news is that the next episode is not a lazy title swap, as it is the bona fide official Victorious Christmas episode, which means that we can now switch to the Christmas set. I put far less effort into this one. So before we get into this one, I just want to clarify something real quick. This episode was actually produced as Season 3, Episode 1. Wow, the whole set's falling apart. This episode was produced as Season 3, Episode 1, but it was distinctly aired during season 2. So if you notice any differences about how the characters are being presented or the world is being shown, that's probably why. So we open where we typically do, on Psychowitz's class, with the usual cast banter, but this time with Christmas decorations. Robbie and Kat flirt, Kat says something goofy while laughing, Jade threatens to assault Kat, Kat gets distracted by her hair. Suddenly, Andre bursts into the room with Tori, clearly upset, and when Robbie makes a Christmas joke, Andre flips him out of his chair, declaring that he isn't in the mood for people's Christmas spirit. Andre apparently is upset because he wrote a Christmas song for his songwriting class, but his teacher gave him a D. And now for the most famous joke in the entire show's run.
I've always gotten A's in music. How does a person go from an A to a D?
Happened to me in 8th grade.
Get it? It's a boob joke. Jade has big boobs, that's the joke. Sorry if I come across unimpressed, I'm just kinda sex joked out with this show. Meanwhile, Beck keeps falling asleep in class and Psychowitz asks him why. We find out that Beck can't sleep because there's a cricket stuck in his RV that keeps him up all night. Directly after this, we find out that Hollywood Arts, famously a school that doesn't have a prom, has a Secret Santa program. Psychowitz has been matched with a random student who he hates, Sinjin's sister, and asks if anyone wants to switch with him. However, no one signed up because they think Secret Santa is stupid. Psychowitz decides that the class needs some holiday spirit and announces that they will be forced to be involved in a Secret Santa program anyways, and whoever gives the worst gift will have to go Christmas yodeling with him on Christmas Eve. You can probably guess this, but everyone in the main 6 only gets matched with other people in the main 6, and what's funny about this is 3 or 4 episodes ago, that would have been a plot hole, but because of the last episode, it canonically makes sense because they're the only people at the school who have free will. Tori is matched with Andre for Secret Santa, while her sister suddenly comes home with a massive tree and tries to drag it inside. Afterwards, we find out that Jade has been matched with Tori and tries to get out of it, while her boyfriend is jittery because he's become addicted to coffee.
He said he's not gonna change it, so just deal with it. Why don't you just deal with it? Why don't you just deal with it?
Kat begins offering people in the hallway her brother's Christmas beef, which makes people sick throughout the rest of the episode. Tori tries to give to Andre a ceramic guitar she made, but when Robbie gives Kat her gift, it turns out to be a cotton candy machine with a man who will make her cotton candy all week. And it is truly heartwarming to see exactly how happy this makes Kat.
This is the best Christmas present ever! Look, everyone! Robbie got me a cotton candy machine with a man!
Tori is so one-upped that she decides to get Andre a different present after all. Trina knows that Robbie is a simp, so she invites him over to help decorate her tree, knowing that she's pretty and he'll do anything for her.
You know, she's just using you.
I know. But when we're done, she might hug me, so I'm okay with it.
Robbie sees something moving in Tori's bushes, and it's Gary Busey. What the fuck? Beck turns out to be Robbie's Secret Santa and gives him his gift. He recalls how Robbie talks often about a bully who used to pick on him when he was younger, the same one who forced him to swallow a toy car when he was 7. And Beck reveals that the beautiful woman he's brought is Robbie's former bully, and the two end up going out on a date. Kat is meanwhile Jade's Secret Santa and gives her a pair of scissors used in Jade's favorite movie, a teen slasher called The Scissoring. Very subtle, guys. Tori asks for help on Andre's gift, but doesn't get a lot of good responses.
2 words.
I bet they won't be helpful.
Your problem.
I was right.
Jade comes over that night, and after Tori suspects that she's brought scissors with her, she searches Jade's body.
Don't be shy.
This fucking show, man. So as her gift to Tori, Jade says that she knows the perfect gift for Andre. However, she says that before she reveals it, she first wants Tori to beg. Once again, no heterosexual explanation for that. And then Trina sprays foamy white stuff into Robbie's face. Andre gets Beck his Secret Santa gift, and it's easily the best one so far. The very cricket which has been keeping him up all night. Psychowitz asks to have the cricket and gives it to his Secret Santa.
What'd you get?
A cricket.
That's hot.
Anyways, the three main girls decide that as a secret Santa gift to Andre, they will sing his Christmas song in front of the teacher who gave him a D. They take their trench coats off, revealing skimpy Christmas-themed outfits, and Tori sings a very, very bad song. I don't know how to explain this. It's like each of these girls are trying to compete with each other over the very little screen time they have. It doesn't feel like one song, really. It feels like an engineer randomly switching between 3 different covers of the same song. And lyrically, it's literally just them saying the phrase, "It's Christmas," over and over again. But plot-wise, what happens during the song? Kat mimes kissing Tori on the cheek, Tori passes it along to Jade, and Jade does this little feisty bite thing. Then the girls go up to the teacher, and he stares at them in a way I don't like, and apparently the teacher is moved by the performance and agrees to change Andre's grade to an A. Let's be real here, he wasn't listening to the song. He didn't hear a single damn note. Psychwitz decides that his own present was the worst by far, and thus goes yodeling with a group of crazy strangers. Merry Christmas, everyone. Video posted in October, I hope. So that was the Victorious Christmas episode, truly one of the most famous in the show's run, and from my limited current perspective, most likely a turning point in the show's history, for many reasons, some of them a little bit creepy. This was filmed in October 2011, and from my personal judgment, it seems to me that most likely makes this one of the first episodes in the show where everyone on the show was 18 or older when they wrote the episode. And I think that's probably going to have an influence on the rest of the show. I mean, even when you look at something basic like costume design, you compare season 2 to season 3, and there is a noticeable difference, and that makes it feel like that someone on the show was keeping track of that to sort of have a counter on when they could get a little more out there with the show. And I'm going to kind of leave it up to you guys to make your own judgment on what you think of that. I do think that this is probably one of the better Nickelodeon Christmas specials I've ever seen, just because it's all nice and fun, but it's not derivative. It's not like a meta parody, it's not a Dickens or a Capra. It's just this nice, cute little story about how all these characters love each other, and how Tori and Jade are probably definitely gay. Anyways, I'm gonna put the Halloween set back up, but only some of it. That one sucked. There we go! Okay, so we still have one more episode of the season to actually sit through, but it's not really canon. So to most people, that last episode was the season finale, or the season premiere, depending on who you ask. Either way, I thought here would be a good time to kind of stop and give a little bit of a post-season wrap-up. In a sense, stuff that I would like to potentially revise about the pinboard segments of Season 1. So here's a little bit of a funny story. Directly after that last episode, after I finished watching it, I actually got into a little bit of a holiday spirit, which is a tiny bit of a sin because I'm filming this in October. But the point is that I immediately, right after that episode, I got on Spotify and I typed in Christmas into the search thing, and I clicked on the first, Christmas pop song playlist. And I noticed something interesting there. In that playlist, out of the first 10 to 15 songs, 2 of those songs feature Ariana Grande or Liz Gillies. And immediately this struck me with an overwhelmingly complex series of thoughts, right? The first thought was kind of it's incredible how Victorious really did change the music scene. There are people who are currently in the pop charts who would not be there, writers and performers, if it wasn't for this Nickelodeon show. And then at the exact same time, my other thought was, this show had so many talented people. Why the fuck did it not use any of them? Liz Gillies and Ariana Grande were singers before Victorious, and in fact, they were best friends before Victorious. They met during their respective performances in a Broadway musical titled 13. And presumably, this is how they were both discovered for the show, because otherwise it seems like a massive coincidence that these two co-stars also got signed for the same Nickelodeon sitcom. And 2 years later, Ariana Grande is hopping around on moon shoes and giggling about how she loves to eat house keys. Why are they not letting her sing? She is a singer. It is her destiny. It was then. It is now. Why are they treating her like Drake Bell on a budget? I'm going to take this off, and y'all are just going to have to be realistic about how your hair would look if you wore 2 hockey masks and a Santa hat. Let's drop the fucking judgment for a minute, alright? Don't get me wrong, the status quo on the show has shifted substantially since the first season, and for the better. In season 1, Ariana Grande and Victoria Justice were simply not allowed to sing in the same room, and now they are singing in the same room exclusively, but it's always so that Ariana can be used as a backup singer to Victoria Justice's songs. So Ariana Grande has not had a full song dedicated to herself in this show since the competition 2-parter in season 1, where she had a song with Liz Gillies. And so while Kat is still the highlight of the show, it feels like the writers see Ariana as a character performer and one they don't want to overuse. And furthermore, I think I would go as far to say that her character being so stupid has begun to impede on her musical performances in the actual show. Like in the Christmas song from the last episode, the entire time that Ariana is singing, she's kind of been instructed to keep the Cat character going, to like stay in that vibe and to keep that like face, that like doe-eyed face that Cat has that's like, I'm so stupid, you probably shouldn't leave me alone. You know, like that whole vibe of Cat. And I'll be honest, I think it really detracts from her performance in that music video, or whatever you want to call that. Okay, so we have Kat out of the way. Let's cycle through the rest of the characters, starting with Andre. I'm glad we had this conversation. I think honestly the only revision I want to make at this point is probably Tori. I can only imagine that criticisms that exist of season 1 today also existed in 2010, so by the time they were shooting the rest of these episodes, they had substantially changed direction as per what they wanted to do with this character, and I think it really shows. Season 1 Tori is really self-absorbed, she doesn't really have an interest in anyone but herself, she knows she's the main character, and she kind of acts like that's the way it just should be. Season 2 Tori is a little bit different. In my opinion, her vibe for this season is that she loves her friends so much that she would go to the ends of the earth for them, and that leads to like comedic sitcom situations. Like Tori is so nice that it gets a little bit wacky. I think it's important to say that like season 1 Tori would never have donated blood if it meant she potentially missed a performance in a play. But season 2 Tori literally almost kills herself trying to save Robbie's life, and that is a huge shift in how they're presenting this character. But I don't think the show was really successfully able to pivot away from that in time, because from my experience, the general consensus still is that Tori is a bad person and a bad friend. And I do kind of wonder, though, are there going to be future episodes that do kind of stick closer to season 1 than season 2? Because how could people hold that consensus if it's not even true throughout the entire show? With all that out of the way, let's now move on to the actual season 2 finale. Season 2, episode 13, Blooptorious. Now, those of you at home who have watched the 2 videos I posted before this one, do you remember how much I constantly emphasize that the blooper episodes of these shows are really boring and there's not anything you could potentially come to say about them? Well, the thing about that is I lied. In my last video, I spent a copious amount of time explaining to you guys the NSU. The NSU is a theory that a long string of Nickelodeon sitcoms take place in one shared universe. Most notably, Zoe 101, Drake and Josh on Fabulous, iCarly, Victoria, Sam and Cat, Game Shakers, Henry Danger, and every Pro Jared video ever made. One thing I want to admit about that segment is that I was trying very hard to keep it simple, to focus merely on the one-to-one connections between iCarly and these other shows. And the reason is that the NSU can suck you in and tantalize you with all the nuanced pieces and contradictions. And there was one piece to the puzzle that I didn't talk about in that video because I didn't think you guys were ready for it, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure you're ready for it right now. And you're going to see that for yourselves as we move beyond the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and instead towards the Nickelodeon sitcom multiverse. iCarly and Victorious are both somewhat unique shows because they introduce to their audience not simply one universe or one canon where these stories take place, but in fact, three. 3 universes for iCarly and 3 universes for Victorious. However, there are not 6 universes in the NSM. There are in fact still only 3, because in each and every case, every time one of these shows would introduce a sub-universe, the other show would follow suit and then purposefully cross over the 2 different shows in that specific reality, leaving massive implications for these newly created worlds. And I have taken to referring to these 3 universes as NSU Prime, the NSU Foolsverse, and the NSU Metaverse. We're going to be talking about the Foolsverse a little bit more at the beginning of Season 3, as we discuss how Victorious in that universe coexists not only with iCarly, but also Saved by the Bell, Drake and Josh, and The Amanda Show. But for now, let's talk about the NSU Metaverse. But before we do, a quick warning here. Once we leave NSU Prime, I'm not sure when we're going to be able to make it back. And as we venture into the most splintered pieces of the Victorious canon, I just want you guys to know that I too wish we could go back.
Yes, I know we can make it, as long as you say it. So tell me that you love me, yeah. Tell me that I take your breath away.
I really don't feel comfortable right now.
Have another sip of apple juice. Maybe if you take one more, then I would know for sure there's nothing left to say. But tell me that you love me anyway.
So the NSU Metaverse was first introduced near the trail end of iCarly Season 3. As you guys will probably recall, near the end of that production block, Jeanette McCurdy fell ill and was suddenly admitted to hospital. This led to the disastrous episode I Won't Cancel the Show, where the characters attempt to do the webcast despite Sam apparently being in juvie. The original iCarly blooper episode was very evidently pulled together as a means to create more Sam-like content without needing to draw attention to it. And it was through this motivation that we were shown the first teaser of this warped version of our own reality. In the episode, Miranda Cosgrove is presented as the person in command of the iCarly TV show, not only being the star, but also the showrunner, producer, and director. After exposition carefully sets this up, she demands a meeting with Jerry Trainor, the actor who plays Spencer, and reveals that she is considering firing him from the show. As she explains, Jerry has a tendency to mess his lines up on set, and because of that, he is the weak link worth getting rid of. She then selects a compilation of his bloopers and blunders, revealing that she keeps compilations for all cast members. At Jerry's insistence and forceful clicking, they eventually go through all of the sets, including Miranda's eventually. And by the end, she decides that he can keep his job on her show for now. And that's the original blooper episode. It's a very cute, simple setup, which is funnier when you can recognize the silliness of it as an adult. But this little quirky storyline, again designed to get around one of the leads being in the hospital, set off a tradition with Nickelodeon sitcoms, which would continue for the next 4 years. And lo and behold, Victorious would be the first to follow this trend, and in quite the unique way. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Christopher Kane, an actor in the metaverse who is a completely sentient puppet and plays the puppet Rex on the sitcom Victorious.
So, Avon, what kind of last name is Jogia?
That's actually a really interesting story.
It certainly was.
Christopher Kane makes appearances in 3 main sources of media. The Victorious Bloopers episode, where he is hosting a Nickelodeon special about Victorious, the second iCarly blooper episode, where the cast of iCarly have been invited on his talk show, and in a series of web-exclusive videos hosted on theslap.com, which features alternate material never meant for TV. In the TV segments, his bit, for the most part, is always the same. Christopher Kane invites the actors out, makes some kind of joke or awkward comment, and then typically cuts them off so he can play a long collage of bloopers or just straight up kick them off the show.
Let's take a look at some of your bloopers.
I'm sorry,
Your bloopers. The times you were acting, but failed hilariously.
Kane is posited as a well-known performer who is extremely washed up. In the iCarly bloopers episode, he continuously coerces the guest on his show to do sponsor reads for a brand of salsa which he is trying to sell, typically cutting them off so he can try and sell his brand further. A highlight of the Victorious episode is his long-winded build-up for an Ariana Grande interview, before he finds out that Daniela Monet is actually the person that he has on next, causing him to simply ignore her and wait for Ariana to be ready. He then attempts to interview Daniela, but is unable to keep his mind off of her red-headed co-star.
Question.
Okay.
Do you ever sit up in your bedroom at night and think to yourself, wouldn't it be grand if I, Daniela Monet, were actually Ariana Grande?
He has a similar bit in the iCarly episode, where after meeting Boogie, the actor who plays Tebow, he kicks him off without even showing the actor's bloopers. Christopher is implied to kind of be a PG-13 alcoholic, as he always has a glass of apple juice at hand, and I think the constantly lit incense is supposed to be kind of an insinuation of the visuals of chain smokers in old Hollywood. However, the main defining trait most would attribute to Christopher Kane is that he is intended to be the show's older, more established actor, and also someone who has a sexual infatuation with the female cast members of his own show.
Now, I'm going to say a word, then you say the first word that comes into your beautiful feminine head.
Okay, sounds fun.
I'm in love with you.
At the end of the Victorious blooper episode, after praising Victoria Justice's looks for several minutes, Kane professes his love for Tori and clarifies that it isn't part of the show or a bit, and that he's putting her on the spot.
Don't toy with my affections!
Aren't you married?
Yes. Someone call my lawyer. I'm done with my wife. I'm trading up.
She rejects him immediately, and he ponders why he didn't cut this part out, before he tries to shoot his second shot.
But I might feel better if you were to kiss me.
Stop.
You mean go?
No.
You mean yes?
This thirsting would continue in the web-exclusive interviews, posited to be part of his talk show. Now, a quick note, some of the segments you're about to see were basically lost media when I started writing this script, so you're not exactly getting Criterion level quality here, and I apologize for the awful video quality. In perhaps the most memorable of these 3 skits, Kane interviews Liz Gillies and announces once again his deep and passionate love for him.
Please greet her with enthusiasm. Liz Gillies.
How you doing, Christopher?
I'm lonely. That's how I'm doing.
I'm sorry?
You asked me how I was doing, and I told you the painful truth, which is, I live my life alone. I go home each night, by myself, longing for someone to share the evening with.
So, do you want to talk about Victorious?
No. I want to talk about the cure for my loneliness. And there is only one cure.
So, what's the cure?
You. The cure for my loneliness is a heaping spoonful of Liz Gillies.
Look, Christopher, I told your people I'd do your show if we talked about my singing or my acting.
I'm sorry. I've overstepped my bounds.
Yeah, you have.
Now a quick note, the Victorious bloopers episode was actually filmed near the beginning of season 2, in February 2011, and I can only presume the material is set when it was filmed, meaning that in this segment, Liz Gillies is her actual age, 17, making this attempted child endangerment number 16. Christopher then turns on mood lighting on his set, trying to sing a romantic ballad to seduce Liz, despite her protests and her age.
So, will you?
Will I what, press charges?
No. Will you tell me that you love me?
No.
Remove her.
Remove me? Are you serious? Are you kidding, Christopher?
So in short, Christopher Kane is a sexual predator on the Victorious set, often using his power over the actresses to get what he wants. In one Slap-exclusive video, which you can still find online, Kane briefly asks Victoria Justice about her charity work, before cutting her off and saying that no one cares.
I understand that you support a charity.
Oh, yeah, I work with a really great charity called Books for Kids.
That doesn't interest me.
It doesn't interest you?
I doubt it interests anyone. Even the kids.
No, see, we read books to kids and they really like it.
Or they pretend to like it.
She eventually gets fed up and decides to leave, at which point Christopher attempts to blackmail her.
But first I'd like a foot massage.
What? No, I'm not giving you a foot massage.
I have embarrassing photos of you.
What?
You'll see when I post them on my blog.
No, why would you do that?
Because you refuse to give me a foot massage.
The metaverse gives me a splitting headache, and I don't know why. As we've established, Kane is also the host of the iCarly episode I Bloop 2 Electric Bloopaloo. Yes, that's really what it's called.
Thanks, Christopher. Thanks for asking me to be on your show.
I didn't ask you. My associate producer asked you, then she was fired.
I see.
Here we're given a lot more exposition about Kane as a performer. We learn that he's still with his wife, Dee Dee, and that he despises her, and that he has a long-standing rivalry with Jerry Trainor. In fact, we learn via audition reel flashback that Kane was previously considered for the role of Spencer on iCarly before he opted out and stormed off set. This rivalry has apparently recently been reawoken, as we learn that Jerry Trainor is now dating a woman who Kane was once in a very serious relationship with.
After I was finished with her, she and Jerry started dating.
Yeah, and she's a great girl.
Yes. I have some used snow skis I don't want anymore. Perhaps you'd like to have those too.
Hey, look!
Now, let's be friendly. Apple juice?
After we cut back from Trainor's bloopers, we see more of the two fighting over Stephanie.
And here you see Stephanie and me gazing at the sunset. Here we are together in the emergency room after
Hey! Why are you showing me pics of you and my girlfriend?
Here's one of Stephanie and me in a hot tub. Victorious was nominated for an Emmy.
So was iCarly.
Have fun in Burbank.
Kane repeatedly states that he's never watched iCarly in his entire life, until the instant he sees Noah Monk, when he emphatically states that Gibby is the best thing to happen to television in the last few years. In fact, he refuses to call Noah by his real name, only referring to him as Gibby. Kane then has on Miranda Cosgrove, whose last name he initially mispronounces, which is a sin that can't be forgiven. He makes the claim that she peaked when she was on Drake and Josh and attempts to coerce her into doing an ad read for his salsa. When she turns him down, he claims that it's for charity, a fraudulent lie that he immediately gets called out on. And that's iCrime number 70. Miranda does the line and Kane celebrates.
You all heard it. Johnny Depp's ex-girlfriend said she likes my salsa. So go buy it.
I never dated Johnny.
Let's take a look at some hilarious bloopers.
He eventually wraps up the episode, and there we go, that's the metaverse. See, the bloopers episodes of these shows aren't totally meaningless and boring, just mostly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Victorious Season 3. Now, typically in these very recent videos, I've been kind of starting from the beginning of every season and reviewing everything completely chronologically, but this time I want to shift things up a little bit so we can begin on Season 3, Episode 7, April Fool's Blank. Those of you who've been paying attention will know that this is the anticipated April Fool's episode, which is not intended to be canon. Now, this episode is mostly just weird and boring, but it's notable to me for two main reasons. Reason number one is that this is the introduction of the third and final Victorious universe, and reason number two is that this is the final iCarly crossover in the series until after the series ends. Now you'll remember that the iCarly April Fool's episode, which aired right before this, was a parody of clip show episodes, with most of the segments being surreal takes on different iconic iCarly moments and episodes. Well, the Victorious episode is actually quite different, being more of a UHF style compilation of movie and TV show parodies, some of which I personally don't understand or recognize, which makes me believe that the kids at home really didn't understand what was being made fun of here. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into this one. At the start of the episode, Tori bursts into Mr. Sikowitz's class very late, trying to play an April Fool's joke before she's shut down by her classmates, who say that no one at Hollywood Arts really plays April Fool's gags, and that it's mostly for kids. Tori tries to argue that April Fool's prank should be something that creative people enjoy, before Kat snaps, and tells Tori to let Mr. Belding finish his class.
Now, as Screech was saying, a world without pants is like a donut.
Mr. Belding then steals Tori's purse and runs away, at which point Mr. Sikowitz reappears and affirms that no adult but her is into April Fool's Day. Kat blows a trumpet in Tori's face, and Drake Bell runs in and picks her up off the floor. He then sees the camera and runs away. Classic Drake Bell, rushing to high schools to pick up teenagers. These jokes are so easy that they make me mad. Sikowitz makes a really unfunny pun and then he blows up. By the way, the title sequences for each of these April Fool's episodes are both entirely unique, with odd graphics and details randomly inserted in. At one point, we see the iCarly gang flying to the future through the opening credits, once again implying that even within this universe, iCarly and Victorious coexist. Tori's got a big head, that's so funny! After the titles, Tori is hit on by a very sensual Sinjin, and then Andre approaches and announces that America is now at war with Switzerland, and that more importantly, they're going to have a pop quiz before he's shot by an arrow to the knee. Why do I suddenly feel like playing Skyrim? Andre is dragged away by Union soldiers, and Tori rushes to class. Meanwhile, Kat is in a Wizard of Oz parody, where she appears as Dorothy Gale and gets a concussion, causing it all to turn to color. Tori then shows up as Glinda the Good Witch.
Are you a good witch? Or a sandwich?
God damn it, this episode is so funny! Jade then shows up as the Wicked Witch of the presumably unionizing makeup department because Kat has stolen her Ruby Pearphone. The skit is all visuals and no content. You can just kind of look at it for a second and get why people remember it.
Well, what am I supposed to do now?
Well, you are in a restroom. You could waltz.
Victoria Justice, in an interview years later, described this as the funniest episode of the show. The crew inform the actors that Andre is late to his next scene, and they all break character. He eventually arrives and is served food by fancy waiters. They then call in children whose only job is to feed Victoria Justice directly by hand. Robbie runs in, causing the children to recognize him and begin screaming. He then declares that the Hollywood volcano is about to erupt and asks that he and Tori spend their final moments making out. After a commercial break, Beck runs in and says that the Hollywood volcano has retired and moved to Florida, meaning that they're all saved. Jade enters the hall and discovers that Tori is still in a bad mood and threatens to tickle her.
No! Don't. I'm not in the mood. Uh-oh.
A tickle session then commences, and as they reset, Tori says that she just thinks April Fool's Day should be different, causing Jade to say that it's just the same and there's nothing she can do about it. Mr. Sikowitz is attacked by a lobster from The Amanda Show, and Tori films it with her Pearphone. Don't get me started on Pearphones and aspect ratio again. After the lobster leaves, they all rush into the janitor's closet, which leads onto the iCarly set, where Spencer is hanging out by himself, presumably because he was the only cast member not taken into the future by future episode Spencer. Tori then appears on a game show that I've never heard of, because I'm not a million years old. I'm sure this is such a detailed parody. I'm sure all these references to who these celebrities are is really funny. If you've seen this old show before, I'm gonna presume this is a really good. This is good, I'm guessing. Tori has to fill in a blank in a sentence, and if anyone on the panel wrote the same thing as her, she wins $5,000. She doesn't guess correctly and is attacked by the throwback lobster, over and over and over again, in a segment that isn't as funny as they think it is. We suddenly cut to the next scene, where we meet Tori's rarely mentioned neighbor, Mr. Drysdale.
Why does that sound familiar?
Mr. Drysdale says his wife has a problem with him, that he talks too much and he never dances. So the gang find a solution. They put on music and sing a song in his face until he also dances with them. The dancing lobsters and Gibby's decapitated head join in, and then they all die. Then they get back up and do an outro to the episode mimicking how SNL does their typical sign-off. There you go, that's the whole episode. You know, looking back, I'm kind of surprised that these April Fool's episodes didn't become an annual tradition in sitcom culture. I mean, it's only extremely annoying and really unfunny and difficult for kids at home to grasp in any reasonable way. Anyways, let's go ahead and hop back to where this season really started just a few weeks before, with Season 3, Episode 1. So real quick, let's recap the exact point where we ended the last video. The penultimate story of Season 2 marked a triumphant Christmas special, which celebrated the friendship dynamics in the cast and was a surprisingly wholesome carol in a series quite infamous for being a little more than cynical. However, the true finale of Season 2 was a fourth wall-breaking bloopers episode, set in a meta-contextual universe where Victorious is a TV show and Rex is played by a British actor named Christopher Kane. This alternate universe story led us down the longest of tangents, eventually ending with us previewing Season 3 by reviewing its 7th episode, April Fool's Blank. A very surreal UHF-style episode which parodied various TV shows and movies, including some so old and obscure that the intended audience probably had no idea what was being made fun of. I'm bringing this all up because Season 3 Episode 1 arguably has more in common with the April Fool's episode than any other story in the show, as it is yet again a prolonged parody which doesn't make sense if you don't have an understanding of the source material. I'm referring to Season 3, Episode 1, The Breakfast Bunch. They could have called it The Brunch Bunch. That would have been so much better. Now, a really funny personal thing about this episode is that it actually features, as a guest star, Rob Riggle. Now, the reason that I find this kind of amusing is that one of the main things that I've been doing this year, as kind of a break from working on this mini-series, is watching Holy Moly, a mini-golf-themed reality competition show which Rob Riggle is the co-host of. So seeing Rob Riggle actually show up in the legitimate content of this project, well, it's just kind of a nice feeling. Anyways, this episode sucks, let's get into it. So the episode starts with Victoria Justice singing the song Don't You Forget About Me, as we see slow panning shots of the school and the characters. Yes, as many of you have probably guessed by now, this is going to be a Breakfast Club parody. Now, I've made fun of the Breakfast Club a lot on this channel, and it's mainly because I just think that it resonates a lot more with people my parents' age versus people my age. Like, it's not a bad film, I know it set the standard for an entire genre, but I just don't know anyone who's under 25 and is really into The Breakfast Club. Look, all I'm saying is that The Breakfast Club is a coming-of-age movie for the 1980s, and to generations who weren't there, we have different tastes in that genre. Sexual assault is no longer a punchline, goth girls no longer have to dress in white to be attractive, nerdy kids kids trying to shoot themselves is no longer less sad than football jocks having mean parents. As a teenager, I watched the film and was frankly bored out of my mind, so all I'm saying is I don't understand how someone potentially a few years younger than me would be immediately entertained by a Victorious episode where you have to have seen the movie to get most of the jokes. Alright, so at the start of the episode, the gang all arrive to the school on a Saturday and mention that they all got detention for being late to class. We meet the school's vice principal, who's in charge of detention and is very clearly a parody of Paul Gleason's character from the original. He orders them to go to the library for detention, and after we cut there, we discover that Hollywood Arts has the worst library in the history of libraries. This set is pathetic. The gang all begin talking about how they're in the mood for tacos, except for Kat, who says nothing. Jade begins taunting her, accusing Kat of being a vegan. Pretty soon, Robbie is also accused of being a vegan.
We have another vegan among us.
Clip inserted to increase comment section engagement. If you don't get the joke of this plotline, which I imagine you don't, in the original Breakfast Club, one of the characters accuses several other characters of being virgins.
Obscene finger gestures from such a pristine girl.
I'm not that pristine.
Are you a virgin?
Leave her alone. I said leave her alone.
And so here, the writer has lifted numerous scenes almost word for word, except the word virgin is replaced with the word vegan.
Our pristine little friend Kat has never had a taco.
I'm not that pristine.
Are you a vegan?
Leave her alone.
Among us.
References sure make up for a substantial drop in quality, am I right? Yeah, so we find out Kat has never had a taco before, much to her embarrassment. This is, I've been told, a fourth wall joke about a tweet that Ariana Grande did 10 years ago. About how she's never had a taco before, and this was like a semi-viral thing in 2011. If you can call 67 likes viral. Can you believe there are people who think this woman is Hispanic? This tweet inspired the writers to put into the script that Kat eats a taco and likes it, to kind of force Ariana Grande to try a taco for the first time. Obviously, tacos are also sort of a replacement for weed in the original film, as a big twist in The Breakfast Club is that they all get high, which was super edgy in 1985. Tori and the gang go to her locker and get some tacos out of a brown paper bag.
The girl has tacos. Do you approve of this?
They're at the risk of being caught in the hall, so Tori begins loudly singing to distract Vice Principal Rob Riggle. He catches her, and while she gets in trouble, she saves the rest of the gang. Get it? These are all scenes from a movie! Riggle puts Tori in a janitor's closet and tells her that in 5 years she's gonna be a big pop star, so she should start by popping the pimple on his arm. I don't remember this from the movie.
Pop it! Pop my arm pimple!
What is happening? I don't understand. Could we go back to playing video games? Tori finds a secret escape hatch to the library and she goes there. And they eat tacos, and once again things get heated as Jade accuses Kat and Robbie of being vegans. Robbie tries to get out of it by claiming that he and Tori once ate a taco together, which quickly joins the running for the least clever innuendo in the entire show's run.
Robbie's trying to tell me that sometimes you and he crunch the corn shell together.
Robbie awkwardly admits that he's still a vegan, and Kat feels inspired by this, and says that she'll try a taco if he will too. Thus, the two lose their veganity together, and Kat decides that she likes tacos. To Victoria's fans, this is one of the best episodes. But personally, it makes me want to buy a flare gun. Andre gets excited and does a run dance. He yells and a bird explodes, a reference to that scene where Andy yells and a window breaks. They then give Kat hot sauce and she starts coughing, and they quote the movie again.
I tell you, chicks cannot hold they hot sauce.
They then do a recreation of the huddled half circle scene, which they totally fuck up. The point of the huddled half circle scene is that you are completing the huddled circle. But by having a bunch of shit in between the camera and the huddled half circle, you thus eliminate the compacted feel of the connection between character and audience member. I don't even like the movie, and I know that! Tori announces that she has a secret talent and uses her feet to shoot a bow and arrow.
You learned that from your daddy? Your daddy know how to shoot a bow and arrow with his foot?
Let's never talk about this scene again. All of the gang then act like the tacos have made them high, a reference to the cartoony way that the characters act in the movie after smoking drugs. And personally, I am deeply offended by this sequence. What is the point of spreading misinformation to impressionable kids who just want to know what drugs they should take? The boys give Robbie a makeover, a parody of the scene where Allison gets a makeover. Kat decides she's into him now and lets him boop her on the nose. Rex writes a letter where he references everyone under a specific nickname, specifically calling himself the Puppet and Tori the future pop star. Good luck with that, Tori. Tori then does the air punching thing. That's from the movie. Did you know that? So that was season 3, episode 1. Did you guys have a fun time? I hope not. If you guys are like me, then you're probably getting pretty tired of all these movie parodies, so let's move on to another episode that truly recaptures the magic of Victorious branded weirdness, but without any of the plagiarism. And I'm talking about season 3, episode 2, The Gorilla Club. Wait. So at the start of the episode, Tori is preparing to audition for a movie about a troubled teen, but is facing a problem. She is very bad at acting, and every time she tries to do the scene, she elicits laughter instead of intrigue. She grows frustrated over this and throws Kat's plushie out the window and then pants Psychowitz. Later, Tori complains that Psychowitz thinks she doesn't take risks, which everyone seems to agree with.
Can you guys believe that?
Yes,
Absolutely,
you're boring.
100%.
The gang are playing poker, and Jade puts something other than candy into play. If she wins the card game, then the boys have to do the hammer time dance whenever she requests. They flip their cards and see the results.
Canasta!
We're not playing canasta.
Oh, then I lost bad.
Now that the boring B-plot is set up, Jade suggests an ideal way for Tori to prepare for the role is to join the Gorilla Club, although everyone insists that it's a bad idea. But Tori decides to go anyways. Meanwhile, in the C-plot, Trina gets shoes that are really tall, and she uses Sinjin's hair to help her walk around. She then trips while out jogging and hurts herself, which is funny because you don't like her. Andre tries to ask out a girl he likes, but Jade forces him to do the hammer time dance, and it goes badly. Anyway, so what is the Gorilla Club? Well, the Gorilla Club is an underground teen hangout spot where you're dared to do various dangerous things. You first have to sign a waiver, however, and as the name suggests, the final challenge is to fight a gorilla which the club keeps behind a fence. You know for a fact that if this place was real, people from SoCal would be so fucking snobby about it. Oh, you have to go to the Gorilla Club, it's such a vibe, they have unseasoned fries, shut the fuck up. Speaking of unsafe atmospheres, does the Gorilla Club look familiar to anyone else? Nope. Nothing yet? I'll give ya a hint. Yes, as far as I can tell, the Gorilla Club set is built out of the iCarly electrical room, aka the child sweatshop, aka the room where Gibby dies. Just the thought that they refitted a room where a stunt actor had a horrible accident into a room where another character later has a horrible accident, and they marked the spot of the original incident with a toilet filled with peanuts, doesn't it make you feel so odd? Tori attempts to compete in a challenge at the Gorilla Club, but is knocked down. Meanwhile, Kat is incredibly good at everything in the club, much to the annoyance of the owners. Eventually, after a few days, Tori takes a risk and finishes the challenge. And while he's currently working from home, Psychowitz says that she's finally nailed the part and will certainly pass the audition. At this point, Jade marches into Tori's home, suspecting that Beck and Tori have been spending so much time together for reasons other than her audition. Tori insists that they've been spending all the time at the Gorilla Club and says that she even passed the balls of fire. This causes Jade to ask if Tori has yet to fight the gorilla, challenging Tori to complete the ultimate task. And guess what happens? She gets mauled, gets put in a bunch of casts, and fails the audition because of it. I never thought I would say this, but I miss when this show was grounded. You know, a funny story here, when I started that episode, I was really worried that it was going to be a Fight Club parody, and I was like, really? 3 movie parodies in a row? But it turns out it's not. I presume. I've never seen Fight Club. Anyway, here's episode 3. At the start of the episode, Tori is having difficulties because her paraphone has gone all jank. It barely holds power, makes an obnoxious noise occasionally, and always needs to be plugged in. As people advise Tori on what to do, Beck and Jade fight as per usual.
Just get a new phone.
Don't give her advice.
I was just...
Don't!
Man, you make me happy.
Tori says she doesn't want to get a new paraphone because they're supposed to announce a new one that week. Jade requests that if they're going to keep going on about this topic, could someone please take her outside and slam her face into a car door?
I have a car.
Oh.
Someone told me they were excited to see this video because they wanted to see my hot take on how wholesome Jade and Beck were and how they were such a cute couple, and I had to tell them whatever memory they had in their head of these two, it's only in their head, it's not in the actual show. Sinjin then comes into the room and makes an announcement. He has built a theoretical game show, Queries for Couples, and the pitch has been picked up by a game show website, GameGoober.com. The next day, he is going to film a rehearsal and wants everyone to be on board. Please tell me Sinjin episodes don't become a thing from here. I don't need them doing to my favorite character what they already did to Gibby. Anyways, the day of taping, Sinjin's classmates all come to support him, and we meet the owner of the game show website.
I'd like to introduce the wonderful man who runs GameGoober.com, Mr. Harvey Gubenstein.
Oh fuck, it's a Harvey Weinstein parody. Everyone strap in, this episode can't possibly have aged well. So Sinjin starts the game show, and we learn that it features couples. However, Harvey immediately stops the show and tells Sinjin that he feels only attractive people should be allowed on his set. And so Sinjin improvises, having Tori and all of her friends stand in as couples.
Tori, Robbie has a pimple on his back that he can't reach.
That has happened to me.
Trina keeps trying to butt in even though she's supposed to be Vanna White. She's arguably a better host than Sinjin. Also, Tori's phone continues to glitch out, interrupting the recording. The game finally gets around to Jade and Beck, the only real couple, and they continue to fight. Until halfway through, when Beck blurts out an admission.
I'm not happy with our relationship!
Things grow silent, and Sinjin goes to commercial. When we cut to the bi-weekly Tori tweet, it comes out incoherent, which I think is a cute detail. The next day at school, Robbie has tried to fix Tori's phone, but has resorted to hooking it up to car batteries. Sinjin then comes in, walking on crutches, and explains that after he went to give Jade and Beck the Worst Couples Award, she ran him over with her car. Sinjin also states that Harvey didn't say anything about the game show, only spitting in his apple juice. Which could be a good thing, he says. Get it? 'Cause it's Harvey Weinstein, that's the joke. Jade and Beck then have a fight so serious that they go into the janitor's closet. Kat briefly joins them, and Beck says he needs her input on something serious. Kat asks if the topic is about global warming, because she personally doesn't think that global warming is real. So to recap, we now canonically know that 2 out of our 8 main characters do not believe in climate change. If by the end of this project I have not deduced the rest of the cast's opinion, then why are we even doing this? Beck wants Kat's opinion about his relationship with Jade, and Jade says he should just go ahead and ask a monkey's opinion because that would be just as useful. Kat eventually realizes that she's been caught in between a screaming match and tries to convince herself that she's at home under her bed. As things get more hectic, with Beck yelling at Jade for not being someone he can talk to, and Jade yelling at Beck for constantly attracting the gaze of other women, Kat has a full-on panic attack and passes out. The janitor then goes into the closet and gets a hammer and some rope. Lane enters after him and incorrectly presumes that the janitor has knocked out Kat and is going to tie her up. His tone perhaps implies that he's actually done this before. That's statutory rape joke number 17 and the janitor at Hollywood Arts' creepy joke number 2. The gang once again are seen playing poker, but this time with poker chips instead of Skittles. Character development. Tori gets shocked by her car battery phone and Robbie says that it can't be that bad. Tori then shoves her phone up to Robbie's testicles. This show is normal! Beck and Jade then show up to the party as Beck is trying to prove a point. He says that he knew the rest of the gang would be hanging out without them because they bring out the worst in each other and people have started to avoid them over this. Beck says he's tired of their friends not wanting them around, causing Jade to comment that no one in the group is her friend, least of all Kat, who she views as a pet. I'd reference Invincible, but I've never seen that show. Instead, I watch Nickelodeon sitcoms for your amusement. Beck says that he's tired of fighting and wants a girlfriend who treats him right. While this is mostly simply a request for Jade to respect him, she takes it to mean that they're breaking up. Jade walks out the door and says that Beck has 10 seconds to come out and change his mind. As she counts down, Trina approaches Beck and begins attempting to woo him, meaning that the DS game captured the characters in this show so accurately that it accidentally premeditated a storyline from the future. Beck decides to give in and begins walking towards the door, but Trina jumps him and holds him down, meaning that Jade reaches the number 10. They both stand on either sides of the door, both wanting to open it and talk this out, but neither of them do, and they walk away, officially broken up. The next day, Tori finally replaces her phone and notes that Jade and Beck have officially updated their profiles on theslap.com and are thus not in a relationship. Kat follows this up with this comment.
Does my thumb look Spanish?
No, Kat, no part of you looks Spanish. I don't know why people make that mistake. Also, they released the new Pearphone the day after Tori buys the old one. How funny. So I want to go ahead and mention something really quickly. This is going to sound really weird or really stupid, but there was an odd few weeks there during Victorious Season 2 where I actually really started to enjoy the show. I can't really explain how. I still didn't like the writing, I didn't like most episodes, but I guess I just got used to being around these characters and seeing what they were up to, and when things started to get a little more complex than how we started out, I just kind of got excited about it. And so I started really looking forward to Season 3 because it felt like there could be so many exciting stories coming up. But I can't shake the feeling that so far, Victorious Season 3 has adapted most of the worst qualities of iCarly Seasons 5 and 6. Like Season 6, the stories here feel disjointed and surreal, like we're still stuck in the April Fool's episode. And like Season 5, we have now been pushed on a mean-spirited storyline surrounding a specific couple in the show, which has the potential of ruining one of the only reasons that a lot of people were watching in the first place, and all for the sake of retreading ground that a previous event story already covered. But I must take note that it is interesting that both storylines seem to have been done for the polar opposite reasons. In iCarly, the breakup storyline was done to effectively kill shipping culture in their show because the showrunners thought it was annoying. But with Victorious, it seems to me this breakup storyline has been done to open the floodgates and allow the writers to explore potential ships and romantic pairings, something that they've barely been able to do since the pilot episode, and arguably because two of the most fan-favorite characters were already in a relationship. And by the end of Season 3, you guys are gonna see what I mean. But for now, let's move on to Season 3, Episode 4. At the beginning of the story, Kat approaches Jade and asks if she wants to hang out that weekend, since Kat is going to be dog-sitting for her mom's boss, who is very rich. Jade snaps, saying that just because she broke up with Beck doesn't mean she doesn't have anything to do. She immediately pivots and says that of course she wants to hang out with Kat, but that Kat owes her. Beck and Jade exchange a passive-aggressive hey in the halls before we cut to Tori blowing up a balloon with her nostril. Oh good, Flanderization, whew! I was worried we were going to go 15 seconds without that. After this, we find out that Andre is in a relationship pickle of his own, as he has ended up dating a woman named Hope, who is hyper-controlling and continues to buy him clothing that he doesn't like, which she forces him to wear. Tori ends up invited along for a date, where she goes to a local sushi restaurant. At the sushi restaurant, they meet the owner, who Tori immediately recognizes as the owner of the Chinese restaurant who funded Jade's play seasons before. Tori, in that episode, famously left the woman's daughter dangling for an entire night just to make Jade happy.
Sorry for dangling your daughter.
That's okay. Someday I will get my revenge.
Tori immediately takes note of the major contradiction between that episode and this episode and decides to say her favorite Hank Hill quote out loud.
Are you Chinese or Japanese?
At which point she is thumped on the head. Meanwhile, Kat and Jade do their babysitting gig where they meet their sidekick, Goober. Is anyone else getting like a weird sense of deja vu, but for the future instead of the past?
Yay, we're hanging out together.
Kat tells Jade not to touch anything, for the person she's working for is very rich and powerful. Jade sarcastically touches a priceless guitar signed by Elvis himself, which then breaks free and crashes through a window. Meanwhile, Andre makes an admission. He hates the girl he's dating and is only going out with her because her daddy owns a record company. Tori tells him it's horrible that he's doing this, but it's her birthday and he's supposed to sing a song in front of her dad, which could be his big break. Tori says he should dump her before singing the song, but he invites Tori to join him. And suddenly she's on board with the plan. And what do you know, this birthday party is being held at the sushi restaurant. Andre tries to do the right thing and break up with his girlfriend, but she says that he still has to sing at her party, basically implying that they were both dating each other for the exact same reason. Meanwhile, Kat invites Robbie over to help fix the guitar and window, and Robbie brings Beck, not knowing that Jade is also there. Robbie tries to call a window repair place, but his speech-to-voice program thinks he's asking for adult diapers.
No, that was my last search.
Tori and Andre sing in front of neon noses. It's an okay song. Trina knocks out a sushi employee, steals her clothes, and attempts to get close to the record owner that way. Meanwhile, Jade, Beck, and Robbie all have repaired the guitar and put everything back. However, Robbie and Jade end up fighting over a real human skull that this guy owns, which they drop onto a glass table, causing more damage and once again snapping Elvis's guitar loose. Kat's mom's boss then comes home, and Kat begins crying. But at that exact moment, an earthquake hits the Hollywood area, causing destruction in both the home and the sushi restaurant. A piece of decoration knocks out Andre's ex, and he smiles. Kat's mom's boss believes that all the destruction was caused by the earthquake, and while Andre's ex is taken away to the hospital, her father chooses to listen to Andre sing again instead of visiting her. Because again, this show is about bad people being horrible and then winning at the end of the episode. So let's see the next horrible thing that these jackasses are gonna do. At the start of episode 5, Tori is trying to find Kat, and asks two random kids in the hall if they've seen her. She then sarcastically calls them head shakers as if it's a slur, subtly throwing back to the episode where we establish that background characters are incapable of talking or having real interactions with the main cast. She finally finds Kat, who she discovers is depressed because her favorite sitcom actress has died, and apparently no one cares. Tori says that they need to work on their science project, which is due tomorrow, this being the first time the characters have ever been in a science class, by the way, but Kat insists that she won't move until she finds closure. Tori suggests they go to the actress's home after school to do some sort of memorial, light a candle, that sort of thing. Kat asks her to drive, but Tori says she didn't pass her driving exam, explaining that she ran over an old lady in a wheelchair. Jesus, that's dark, even for this show. Kat then asks Jade to drive them instead in her brother's car, and Jade agrees, but only because she believes that visiting the home of a recently deceased actress will allow her to ghost hunt. Meanwhile, Beck confronts Trina, who has been going around telling people that he asked her out. Trina explains that if all of the school believes that she's wanted by him, other guys will suddenly pine after her. And as two guys pass them in the hall, she forcefully kisses him, which is funny because the writers have a generally poor relationship with consent, which often seems irrelevant to the genders of the characters in question. Kat, Tori, and Jade continue on their car ride to the house of Kat's favorite actress, before she announces that it's in San Diego. Or maybe San Francisco, I don't know, all California places are the same to me. Jade says she isn't driving to wherever, but after Kat begins crying, they all agree to finish the trip. While Tori comments on the science project that she's come up with, a hamster on a wheel who powers a robot. Meanwhile, Beck approaches Trina at a dancing class and says that since they've kissed, he feels like a changed man. He asks to come over to her house that night, and she says that she'll make dinner, suggestively wiggling, implying that they're really gonna bang it out. They make out and he leaves. You know what? Hot take? I'll encourage this. I think they both need a one-night stand. Trina can't get a turkey to thaw in time, so she decides to use a microwave. I remember this episode of Mr. Bean. The three girls get caught in a storm and can't get the top up. They pop the trunk to look for tools, but only find a vacuum-sealed bag of human feet.
I'm not gonna lie, my brother's pretty weird.
They get the top up, but what do you know, there's no cover. Tori and Jade consider turning back, but Kat says that they promised to finish the trip, and then a spooky fucking clown shows up.
Can I have a ride to your house?
And I don't know where this spooky fucking clown came from, but he convinces them to go to San Friego, I'll tell you that much. Back in the B-plot, wow, brief pause, Danielle Monáe is really hot, and it's weird that they keep pretending that she's not. Anyways, Trina finishes microwaving dinner, but suddenly Andre shows up, who announces that he's jealous of her relationship with Beck. Beck then shows up and gets into a fight with Andre over Trina. This has begun to feel like the showrunners doing some kind of elaborate parody of what the kids at home would want Victorious to be. And the funniest part is I think I like Trina more as a protagonist than Tori. Like for this single segment where she's forced to be kind of a straight man instead of a self-absorbed cartoon character, she's a lot more fun to be around than Tori. And damn it, won't someone just give Trina a nice night out? It's all she's asking for.
Don't tell me what to do. You're Canadian? Oh!
Okay, boys, no, this isn't very nice.
I always had a feeling you were anti-Canadian.
They get to the actress's house and Kat gives a eulogy and begins crying. They try to get Kat to leave, but suddenly the actress appears, played by special guest star Shirley Jones. Yes, it turns out Kat's favorite actress didn't really die, she just joined a TV show called The Dead.
There's a story about me being cast in a show called The Dead. I played David Schwimmer's wife.
Okay, so who wants to guess what I'm about to say? I'll give you a hint. Let's pull back up that list of things we're supposed to remember about this universe. Oh, look what it says right here. David Schwimmer is dead. He died 2 years ago in iCarly Season 2, Episode 17, I Believe in Bigfoot.
Guess there's never gonna be a Friends reunion.
Is it too much to ask that the 2,000 different shows set in this specific universe keep a consistent canon across every single writer's room? The actress begins spraying them with water and they run away. Meanwhile, Robbie shows up to Tori's date with flowers and invites himself to stay for dinner. All three men begin a tussle in the kitchen, where it seems that Andre is bashing Robbie's head in. When Trina runs to get her father to help break them up, all the boys hide, making Mr. Vega think that Trina has made the entire thing up. You see, the joke is that these guys found an emotionally insecure teenager who has never had someone in her entire life want to be in the same room as her, including her parents, and then they tricked her into thinking that it was possible that someone had the capability of loving her, only to reveal that it was all a joke, and that secretly, no one loves her and no one ever will. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Promise me when you go to college it'll be someplace far away.
The girls get back to Tori's house, and Tori's dad says that the actress they just visited is on the news. They see that the woman's house caught on fire after they left, with the blaze being started by a candle that Kat lit on the doorstep. The actress has been hospitalized and is in poor condition, and stated briefly in a haze that the fire was started by a cat. Kat begins to freak out, but Tori reminds her of the golden rule. Stay ambivalent. Season 3, Episode 6 starts out strong. In the opening scene, Sikowitz is teaching a lesson on how to deliver bad news. He then brings out a kid who lives next door to him and instructs Robbie and Kat to tell him a piece of bad news. After being given said news on a piece of paper, they sing a song about how someone ran over his go-kart with a van, this being the first Ariana-centric song since Season 1. And afterwards, Sikowitz reveals that he had them sing the song because he really did destroy the kid's go-kart. He then kicks the kid out, refusing to drive him home. Sikowitz then reveals that he is casting his new play and has decided to pick the roles by having everyone in the cast simply pick a random piece of paper out of a box. Beck and Andre are cast as twins, Tori is cast as an astronaut, and Jade is cast as the wife of Tori's character. After the titles, Andre approaches Robbie and Kat with a proposition. He borrowed Beck's car to take his grandmother to the hospital, but the hospital asked for a urine sample, and after taking a bad turn, he accidentally spilled his grandmother's urine all over Beck's front seat. We don't have time to hover over these things, we just have to accept them and move on. They predictably turn this bad news into a song, which Beck takes rather well.
64 plus 9 equals 73.
Math class. The quartet practice their play, and things seem to be going pretty alright. One complaint about school plays in this show, though, they never illustrate half the cast still holding onto their scripts 2 days before opening night. I feel like including that would make their illustration of these sorts of things so much more realistic.
Light a candle, Burf. This play stinks.
Psychowitz says that the girls are ruining the play, and for one simple reason. They are bad at pretending that they love each other, which you would think would make them great at playing a married couple in the 1950s, but actually it's killing the play. By the way, this is the first scene that I know of where the character Burf is introduced. I've been told he's kind of like St. John's sidekick, there's a lot of hype for him, so I think we'll be seeing him a lot more after this. Psychowitz forces Tori and Jade to meet up with him for dinner at the sushi restaurant from a few episodes ago. However, he secretly has ulterior motives. They can't play a couple in love, so they need to do some character acting. In other words, Psychowitz is ordering that Tori and Jade begin going out on dates.
To prepare for your roles, you two must date. So, have fun.
Hey, remember that game show that St. John made a while ago, Queries for Couples? This storyline is actually a subtle throwback to that, you see, because this entire show is query bait. Anyways, if Jade and Tori don't go out on dates, they will get an F for the entire semester. They are thus forced to stay in the sushi restaurant and have a good time as a couple until it closes at midnight. He has two spies, St. John and Burf, who will both take careful attention to see that they're following these instructions. I've thought about this a lot, and I think if you went to this high school in 2010 to 2013, and you followed all these people on social media, you'd probably just presume that Tori and Jade were hooking up the whole time. I mean, all the way back to season 1, Tori was always tweeting out weird shit like, Jade's dress is so warm, and this is the worst date I've ever been on. I'm on a date with Jade. So like, how else would you interpret that? Tori and Jade tried to think of nice things to say about each other to make the date go over more smoothly.
I guess some people might say that from certain angles, you're pretty. You could say I'm pretty.
You are pretty.
Two guys then walk up to the girls, deciding that they're going to hit on them despite the fact that they're on a date and are asking to be left alone.
So, Dr. Chad, how's the patient look?
Whoa!
Looks like she has a Chad infection.
Whoa! Ain't no cure for a Chad infection.
Guess you're stuck with me.
The restaurant sets up a karaoke machine, and Tori and Jade decide to evade from the men who won't leave them be by singing a song called Take a Hint, about being hit on by boys who won't take a hit and leave you alone. And yeah, this is the best song in the show. Congrats everyone, you found a hit and it's this specific song. I'm not even being sarcastic, this song's a banger. I've been watching Victorious since June, and this is the first time one of the songs has entered my shuffle. It also includes my all-time favorite lyric in the entire Victorious series, and that is, I guess that you don't get it, so let's take it from the top. You asked me what my sign is, and I told you it was stop. Which I think is notable because up to this point, my favorite Victorious lyric has been, and I'm a pose if I wanna, and I'm a Vogue like Madonna. I might not dance like MJ R.I.P., but I will give the best of me. And the reason that was my favorite Victorious lyric is because I really like the idea of name dropping a bunch of people and then remembering that one of them is dead and then just like blurting out R.I.P. and moving on. But now my new favorite lyric is a lyric that's not even a joke that I just think is a good line. Here's a hot take that's gonna make people mad. After listening to this song, I feel like Liz Gillies and Victoria Justice work better as kind of a singing duo than Liz Gillies and Ariana Grande. And I know that's controversial because like Liz Gillies and Ariana Grande are best friends and they sing together all the time, but it's kind of like they're both so good that I feel like they don't mesh when they sing in the same song. Like they're not bad, but it's like a little bit extra, and I'm like, this doesn't feel quite right. Do you know what I mean? And that sounds like a backhanded insult at Victoria Justice, but it's not. It's just that it's like Victoria Justice and Liz Gillies, their energies kind of match a little bit more in like a song, whereas with Ariana Grande and Liz Gillies, it's too powerful. You know, it's like the sun. You can't look directly into it. Now, some of you might have noticed that I got this dancing cat toy up here again, and that it's very clearly paused and poorly masked. So that means that it's once again time for me to sing the song that I'm talking about, against the advice of literally everyone in my life. Get your hands off my hips, for I punch you in the lips. Stop you staring at my... Hey! Take a hint, take a hint. No, you can't buy me a drink. Let me tell you what I think. I think you could use a mint. Take a hint, take a hint. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. It's higher octave, so that one's hard. Anyways, here's the fucking video. They do the play, and because of their character acting, they really do come across like they're in love on stage. But afterwards, they look into their audience and see the two boys from the bar who have stalked them to their high school, and they run away. The end of the episode music plays because that was supposed to be a punchline and not a nightmare. Have you guys noticed that Rex hasn't done anything this season so far? Maybe they pulled back on his role due to all those accusations that were made against Christopher Kane. So after this, episode 7 aired, which is the pre-analyzed April Fool's episode. So let's move on to season 3, episode 8. At the beginning of episode 8, Tori has just woken up for school to find that her mother has cooked a lavish breakfast. Mrs. Vega asks if Tori wants any, and when Tori says yes, she says that the oven is over there. We then find out that Tori's mom has cooked all the food that they have in the house, leaving Tori with only a tomato skin.
Guess I'll just suck on this tomato skin.
I already did.
Trina then comes down the stairs, bellowing loud noises, which she explains to be a vocal warm-up. Tori's mom says that they had better leave soon because a movie is filming down the street, and thus they'll have to take the long way to school, which is a 40-minute drive instead of a 5-minute one. Tori begins having a panic attack, saying that she can't be in the same room as her sister for 40 minutes, and she begs her mom to drive her to school. Mrs. Vega instructs Tori to do a breathing exercise, and as soon as Tori's eyes are closed, she books it out the back door. So after the title sequence, we cut to Trina trying to shave her legs in traffic and accidentally shoving her foot into Tori's mouth by mistake. Let's go ahead and fast forward for no particular reason. Tori vents about this ride to her friends, and while Beck and Andre mock her for not having a driver's license despite almost being 17, Beck offers to give her a ride to school the next day. However, Tori discovers that she's been joined by several other girls, who all asked Beck for a ride that morning to try and hit on him. Tori starts a catfight, and it becomes clear that this ride isn't going to work out either. The next day, Andre gives her a ride, but his paranoid and loud grandmother makes it far from a smooth journey.
If you don't like it, why don't you drive yourself?
I don't have my driver's license.
The morning after, Tori, Trina, and their mother sit at the breakfast table as their mother once again eats all of the breakfast food that they have. Robbie then picks Tori up to drive her to school, but we learn that he has a pedal car and they go very slowly. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Kat has become addicted to buying things online. Wait, what? They did this one. They did this one in like season 1, and they did it a lot better than they're doing it here.
Bag of rags.
See ya, Kat.
Have a ragorific day.
Damn it, even when they're reusing material, Kat is still the highlight of the episode. Tori turns around and finds Jade waiting for her, and Jade says that she wants to be the next person to drive her to school. Tori is surprised, but accepts this. And now for one of the weirdest scenes in the entire show. Jade is driving Tori to school with a shovel clearly visible in the back seat. Tori notes that they're far from where the school should be and that she doesn't have a phone signal. Jade says that where they're going, there isn't much of anything, and Tori slowly unbuckles her seatbelt and jumps out of the moving car. Jade stops in time, and Tori says that she's going to walk the rest of the way. Jade keeps driving and then mutters,
"Next time."
Get it? Jade was going to murder Tori. Personally, I think this whole scene is very out of character. Jade would never be so stupid to kill Tori with everyone knowing that she was the last person seen with her.
I thought Jade was supposed to give you a ride to school.
Tori is tired of trying to find a ride where she's safe and comfortable, but Kat comes in with a saving touchdown. Her coupons app will allow her to rent a party bus for only $20, meaning that she can get a ride to school that way. Tori begs Kat numerous times to not tell anyone about the plan, but when we jump cut to the next scene, the whole gang is on board. They then realize that the driver of this party bus is a famous rap artist from the 1990s who had a one-hit wonder that they all know, and so they sing the song. This scene comes across as very out of left field and surreal to anyone who hasn't been paying attention, but this is actually a throwback to an early episode of the show from season 1. In the episode where Kat accidentally glues monster makeup onto Tori's face, Kat and Trina spend a long period driving together on the open road, and at one point, they start singing a 1990s rap song together. And so the song that they sing here on the party bus 2 seasons later is an extended version of that same song. The episode then ends on this being so proud of its own stupid continuity that it forgets to do an actual punchline to the episode. Speaking of the show's rarely touched upon lore, there's one question about this program which is so obvious that I imagine it's something that's been confusing many of you since season 1. That being Tori's sister and her constant presence at a school for talented youth. If Trina really is totally without talent and someone who annoys pretty much everyone she meets, how did she get in to Hollywood Arts? This question is answered in Season 3, Episode 9, How Trina Got In. Okay, so real quick, the B-plot to this one is that Tori and Robbie accidentally forgot to bring money after eating at the show's recurring sushi place. And as the door is being guarded by a large man named Kwaku, they're forced to do labor to pay off their $22 worth of food. They end up cutting a bunch of fish and are allowed to leave, but then Robbie breaks a bunch of plates, and Tori announces that it wasn't her fault, so she's going to abandon him.
So you're just gonna leave me here?
Yepperday-doo-dah!
Tori is still a bad friend. With that out of the way, let's talk about the far more important A-plot. In the story, Kat, Andre, Beck, and Jade are hanging out at school, where Kat executes a running joke where she is hiding candy in her bra. She then asks how Trina got into the school, and throughout the episode, various versions of a similar tall tale are told by the other 3. In Andre's story, Trina was actually once very musically gifted, but a dreads-donning Sinjin accidentally knocked a hanging light directly into her throat, killing her singing abilities. Later on, Jade tells her take. Trina gave a horrible audition, but after being turned down by all of the judges, she released a smoke bomb that knocked everyone out, meaning she could change the forms and force everyone to say yes. After this story, they all share some Ariana boob licorice. Sometimes I say sentences that make me think I need a therapist. Like really, really bad. Beck says that neither of the stories so far are correct and spins his own yarn. Trina auditioned and was rejected, but put a challenge to the people on the board. She would fight all 5 of them, and if they won, she would leave, but if she won, she could go to the school. This one is stupid for sure, but also the most consistent with the show's canon, given that Trina really does study martial arts, as we've established by this point. Later on, Sikowitz reveals that he can tell the story accurately, as he was one of the faculty members there 4 years earlier.
I was at her audition 4 years ago.
This throwaway line subtly sets into established canon that as of this season, a year has passed inside the Victorious universe. Meaning that Trina is a senior now, and Tori and all of her friends are juniors, while at the start of the series they were, of course, sophomores. If you're British, I'm sure someone in the comments will explain to you what all those words mean. Anyways, in Sikowitz's telling, Sinjin got his head stuck in a vending machine, and as the rest of the judges left to save him, only Sikowitz was left in charge of the auditions. He then drank expired milk from an expired coconut, which he had left outside, and I think you guys know what happens next.
Oh, I think this coconut milk is affecting me. Oh, yes. Oh!
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred.
Yes, the canon explanation for how Trina got into Hollywood Arts is that Mr. Sikowitz was fucking high. In the final scene, we find out what Robbie is now doing, massaging Kwaku's feet. It always comes back around to this. My biggest takeaways from this episode is that I think this time loop has been going on for a long time before this show started, and I think Sikowitz is the only person physically showing effects of said time loop, which is why he's aged like 15 years since the flashback happened. Also, I want to point out that according to this episode, Sinjin and Trina both auditioned to go to this school the same day, which implies that Sinjin is a senior, which doesn't make sense to me. Now, the next episode is the annual double-length story of the season, and it is perhaps the most important event story so far. This is perhaps contradicted by how few people seem to remember or discuss this episode in question. The episode was also filmed substantially later in the production schedule than it was actually aired, so I've decided to move this to the end of the season, and basically we're going to review it as if it's the season 3 finale, which it basically is. So for now, let's skip ahead to Season 3, Episode 11. In the story, Tori is stressed because of an assignment given in Mr. Sikowitz's class, compounded further by her issues getting sleep due to Trina suddenly having a cold. During lunch period, she ends up meeting a girl crying in the restroom stall. She learns that her name is Pawnee, and despite thinking that she's new there, we learn that Pawnee and Tori have met numerous times and have even worked together in some stage productions. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Jade wants to kill Kat again. Do you want to guess why? Because Kat shaved off Jade's eyebrows, and now Jade looks like a universal monster. Tori decides to take Pawnee out to meet the other classmates, but as soon as the other kids turn, Pawnee is gone. This makes her friends naturally believe that Pawnee is a creation of Tori's mind, as she's been overworked and stressed from all of her schoolwork. Tori eventually finds Pawnee, and she apologizes for flaking. Pawnee then says they should head to Mr. Sikowitz's class, explaining that she's one of the quiet kids who sits in the back and reacts.
You're a shrugger?
Pawnee then asks Tori to take her bag because she has shoulder pain. However, when she gets to class, no one has heard of Pawnee. And when Tori goes through Pawnee's backpack, she finds nothing but miscellaneous items and a doll dressed exactly like Tori.
I'm talking Tori.
And I'm evil.
When Tori goes out looking for Pawnee, she sees that her locker has suddenly changed its writing. As she runs to get a teacher, Pawnee is seen swapping the locker back to the original, implying that the woman is actually real and up to something mischievous. Mid-episode fan theory. The woman pretending to be Pawnee is actually Melanie. Melanie goes to a private school that she won a scholarship to outside of Seattle, and maybe that school is Hollywood Arts. Maybe. It won't be the twist, but it'd be a good one.
I swear my locker said make it rot just a second ago, and Pawnee did it! I know Pawnee did it!
Is it just me? Or is Tori a lot hotter now that she's crazy?
Tori's friends try to comfort her, but when she thinks a delivery person is Pawnee and is attacked by her, they think that she's crazy and she kicks them all out. Tori finally has a confrontation with the girl in the hall, and we find out who she really is. Her name is Fawn Leibowitz, and she was the person who was kicked out of Hollywood Arts so Tori could go there instead. Fawn is arrested by a series of cops, including an officer named Gary. Okay, so here's some weird stuff that this episode carefully sets up involving this character. Gary is the partner of Tori's father, who I'll remind you is a cop off screen. This isn't the weird part. The weird part is that it's carefully set up and insinuated numerous times that Tori's mother is cheating on Tori's father with Gary. Gary and Tori's mother are having an affair, and it's only brought up under the context of completely throwaway material. The adults at the school get caught up about the situation, and Sikowitz says that Fawn wasn't kicked out to make room for Tori, she was kicked out for being crazy. Jade finally gets revenge on Kat by shaving her head, and as Tori and Trina are taken home by a spare cop, we suddenly zoom out and find out that Fawn is in disguise once again. Episode ends, that's it. Now, Season 3, Episode 12 is the official season finale and is quite famous to fans of the show. In the episode, Tori, Kat, and Jade are filming a student comedy directed by Beck called The Blonde Squad, and they decide to go out to the local sushi place with their wigs still on to see what it's like to be blonde. Kat hits it off with a hot guy and ends up getting a second date. However, when Tori inquires about how he reacted to finding out that she was wearing a wig, she says that it didn't come up. Robbie is increasingly jealous during the episode, insisting that he doesn't think Kat should be dating this guy, although he continues to help her put the wig back on because he thinks it's his duty as the film's supposed wig master. Tori promises Kat that Evan will still like her for who she is, and when he finally sees her without her wig, he says that she's beautiful, but that he's really only into blondes, and then he leaves. Robbie then comes out and sings a romantic Bo Burnham ballad, essentially professing his love for Kat. And she then has a sudden realization. She could dye her hair blonde, and as the laugh track increases, we fade out. Let's now go back to Season 3, Episode 10, the major event story that will heavily change the trajectory of the show. At the start of the episode, the gang watch a live stream announcing the yearly Platinum Music Awards, which I guess all the teens love watching because this episode is set in 1996. However, this year, the show has a twist. The big boss in charge, Mason Thornsmith, has decided to feature a total no-name as the featuring act and asks people watching to submit clips of them singing for a chance to be picked. Everyone at the school, and indeed across the globe, wants in, and in a compilation, Mason is shown watching through submissions, where we see old stock footage of Gibby, new footage of Miranda Sings, and even one of the mean girls from the Season 1 karaoke episode. By complete coincidence, out of the millions of teens who have sent in clips, everyone that is praised is from Tori's friend group, which sounds preposterous, but think about it. It's pretty easy to win any competition when canonically, no one else in your universe possesses free will. Tori comes into school complaining that she hasn't had anything to eat because she was so stressed about finishing her audition. Beck offers her a hoagie, but after she begins eating it, the news media rushes in, as it seems she has been picked as the breakout artist, despite having a mouthful of hoagie.
Just spit it in my hands.
After finally processing the good news, Tori celebrates and leaps into Beck's arms, causing Jade to look visibly upset. The next day, Tori goes into the music company and brings Kat, Jade, and Andre. Andre tells a story of how he went to the bathroom at the music company, accidentally opened a stall on Bruno Mars, and then attempted to linger in the stall as Mars finished his business. We then meet Mason's assistant, who is played by someone that you might potentially recognize. That being Jenny Veal, who at one point had a vlogging channel with Lucas Cruikshank and was thus a character in the final Fred storyline, but obviously let's stay on track. After the company sends her friends away, the big boss tells her to drink some juice that he had imported from the UK, made by hand by his grandmother. She absolutely hates it, but pretends that it's okay, causing him to say that it's tuna juice. Mason says that Tori pretended to like it because of the story that he sold, and that's what he needs to do with Tori to perfect her image. Mason and his company is going to totally reinvent Tori, but it's very important that she tells no one, not her family, and especially not her friends. The next day, Tori goes to school dressed like a complete idiot, although perhaps a complete idiot who's also famous. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Ariana Grande isn't famous and is now addicted to Bibble.
Kat, don't be stingy. Just give him a little nibble of the Bibble.
No!
Bibble is like salted popcorn, and like Kat is like really into it, and so her life is completely derailed during the course of this episode. Anyways, paparazzi break into the school and take photos of Tori, and when Sikowitz is mistaken as the voice of Plankton, he joins in on the photos. Tori meets up with the producers later, and they tell her that her transformation is almost finished. She now looks like a pop star, but she needs to be a truly awful person before people will listen to her music. And so, they instruct her to go to a local restaurant, throw a hissy fit, and assault an actor that they've hired to dress up like a cop. However, in the moment, she gets confused and accidentally assaults a character who is implied to be Buzz Aldrin, shoving hot ravioli down his pants, going far beyond what the people in charge wanted and seriously injuring a national icon. And for the first time in her life, ambivalence isn't an emotion Tori can muster. Days later, Tori shows up to class and learns that everyone has seen the video, and she finally has her wish of being famous.
It's the #1 video on Splashface.
Yep. So the whole world knows what you're turning into.
Kat begins chewing therapy gum to try and wean off the bibble and takes it out of her mouth and gives it to Tori. Tori begins chewing on it, normal show, normal show. Beck comes over to Tori's place and makes a random guess at her poor mood. The producers are forcing her to dress and act like a jerk against her will and aren't letting her tell anyone the truth.
How did you know?
'Cause you're Tori.
The two have a very solemn moment where Beck tells Tori to stand up and be herself, and for a split second, it seems like they're going to kiss, before Mrs. Vega storms in and Beck runs off. The next day, Tori indeed stands up for what she believes in, thinking that it's too late for her to be fired. However, Madison disagrees and decides he's going to replace her. Is his name Madison or Mason? Fuck, whatever. He just happens to see Jade nearby and picks her as the world's next biggest pop star. Oh, also real quick, Kat now is handcuffed to a Bibble sponsor who is supposed to help her quit the habit, but at the end of the episode, we see both of them getting hooked on Bibble again. I'm only telling you this because this character is just with Kat all the time, and if I didn't explain this, you'd be really confused. So Jade is going to be the one turned into a big pop star. Robbie, Andre, and Beck come to comfort Tori as she sits depressed at home before Kat starts a video call with them, saying that Jade has invited them all to hang out backstage. Robbie and Andre flake, but they forget to end the video call, and as Jade walks by the computer, she is forced to witness her own worst nightmare. Beck has stayed behind to comfort Tori at her place and commends her for doing what's right, saying that she's great just the way that she is. And as the two find another quiet moment, they lean in once again for a kiss. However, Tori says she can't go through with it.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I
didn't mean to.
No, you didn't. You.
Then why can't we kiss?
Cause of Jade. Kissing your friend's ex-boyfriend?
Wait, when are you and Jade friends?
Tori says that even if Jade doesn't treat her well, she still thinks that they're kind of friends, and thus stealing an ex isn't something that she can do to a friend. Later on, as Jade dresses for the show, Tori decides to visit, and Jade decides that none of this is right. This is supposed to be Tori's night, and taking that away isn't something that she should have done to a friend. The audience and Tori are stunned to hear the word friend exit Jade's mouth before she hastily adds on,
or even to you.
And so the two quickly orchestrate a conspiracy, and Tori goes out on stage instead of Jade, which is a performance that, according to the logic of the episode, is viewed by most of the music-listening Western world, meaning that by the end of this song, Tori has completed her dream. She's no longer a hopeful talent, she's not aspiring towards a future that she can't see. Tori is now famous. And isn't that a little bit odd? So this might not be a popular take or something that Victorious fans necessarily agree with en masse, but that was the finale, right? And I don't mean the season finale, I mean the series finale, as in this should have been the final episode of the show. And obviously it's not, we still have 14 more episodes to go before the actual finale, but didn't this episode check off like a bunch of stuff that you would naturally expect from an actual Victorious series finale? Jade and Tori are now basically officially friends. Tori has decided that she doesn't want to date Beck, a point of contention since the pilot episode, and most importantly, Tori is famous now. She got her wish, she has a hit song, she's a household name. Roll credits, write a new pilot, Victorious is over. After I watched this episode, I did something that I traditionally do not do for projects like these. And that is that I went to Wikipedia and I read the plot descriptions of all the episodes we have left. And the reason I did this is because I really wanted to know if they hit that big red reset button after this. And it seems to me that they don't. There's at least one more episode that is going to focus on Tori's expanding music career, and this record producer character is going to come back. But it seems to me that other than that, Season 4 mostly reacts to this twist by shifting the focus onto the other characters in the show to try and find some sort of conclusion for them. Because Tori's story, in a major way, is basically kind of over. And I'm kind of expecting the rest of the show to handle Tori's fame in the same way that iCarly handled Carly's fame. You know, that kind of writing where the characters are extremely famous and known by a lot of people, but it only seems to affect their lives when the writers want it to. As a general judgment, I think that Season 3 was a very mixed bag. This production block has included some of the strongest episodes and some of the weakest, but interestingly enough, we're technically not quite done. You see, while the cast and crew were working on the Season 3 production block, Nickelodeon suddenly doubled the season order that they had previously been given, meaning that the writers suddenly had to deliver twice as many episodes as they had previously been asked for. And afterwards, Nickelodeon randomly took all of these episodes and aired them as 2 distinct, separate seasons, meaning that from a production standpoint, everything that we have after this is Season 3 Part 2, but from a broadcast standpoint, everything we have left is just Season 4. If you've been following this saga from the beginning, this rant is going to sound very familiar, as Nickelodeon did this exact same thing to iCarly Seasons 2 and 3. However, the difference here is that after Nickelodeon suddenly doubled the season order, they quietly canceled the show. Now, like most people, I have some big, massive hot takes about exactly why this show ended, but you guys can probably tell, at this point the show already is kind of winding down, as if it's expecting to end pretty soon. So I don't know why people who saw this episode, or starred in this episode, seem to think that the show was gonna run for another 10 years. Anyways, now that we've finished the first of the 2 seasons that we have to look at in this video, I thought it would be fitting for us to return to a place that many of you are going to be quite familiar with. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, to the Victorious Pinboard set, aka the Conspiracy Board. Yes! This thing is still here. I recorded this segment 4 or 5 months ago, and this whole display has just been sitting here. And one thing you guys are going to pick up on right away is that this whole setup isn't looking too hot right now. These images are wilted, they're barely visible, and what is visible seems to be depictions of these characters, which are almost unrecognizable and are a little bit more than outdated. And I think that this is actually a good visual metaphor for my original pinboard segment in the last video. Now, there's nothing wrong with that segment. I think it's all good and fun, but it represents someone who has only seen Season 1 of Victorious and is giving very limited hot takes based on what they've seen so far. And like these intended rectangular cutouts, my rantings occasionally come across as poorly aged. So what I want to do at this point is basically reboot the original pinboard segment. I'm going to go through this entire thing, talk about most of the characters on the board, and hopefully my takes will have a little bit more insight now that we're almost finished watching the show. And as I go through and my takes are updated, you will also see the images on the board be replaced. I think that will be a very interesting thing to see happen as we go through this. So let's go ahead and start our analysis with Trina. Okay, so for those of you who have not watched my iCarly videos and have also inexplicably not watched my first Victorious video, but are watching my second Victorious video, I am now going to repeat a hot take that I have said many times and then kind of explain what I mean. That being that Trina is to Victorious what Lubert was to iCarly. For those of you unfamiliar with the premise, Lubert was a character in iCarly who worked as the doorman at the apartment where Carly lived, and he was extremely mean to Carly and all of the other main characters in the show. And because of that, he basically quickly became the show's punching bag, and the writers would find it funny for absolutely horrible things to happen to him. And what ended up inevitably happening is that in season 3 of the show, the writers wrote a story about horrible stuff which had happened in Lubert's past, thus accidentally retconning that Lubert has a sympathetic origin story. Specifically, that when Lubert was younger, he was in an extremely abusive relationship with a woman, and this left him physically deformed and antisocial, causing him to change his name and move to another town. And when you learn this part of his origin, you're like, wow, all these people who are mean to Lubert are the fucking worst. The reason I'm bringing all this up is that, in my opinion, at this stage, the exact same thing has happened to Trina. This is a character who was supposed to be annoying, who was mean to people around her, but by this point in the show, she has been completely retconned on accident and now has a sympathetic origin story. That origin story being that no one in Trina's entire life has ever shown her any kind of affection, including and especially her parents, who secretly do not love her. Now let's make something clear. The origin stories for the characters in Victorious are purposefully ambiguous, and that's one of the reasons that it's popular, because basically every person who does what I have done comes up with their own hot takes about why these characters act this way, where they came from, and all that kind of stuff. So keep in mind as I go on this little rant that really I'm just putting pieces of a puzzle together that can form any damn shape you want. But in my opinion, the fact that Trina's parents apparently have never loved her insinuates that this is most likely the reason that she has an obsession with being special. You can imagine Trina as this little girl being left all alone at home because her parents go on vacations without her, crying because they've never hugged or appreciated her or done any kind of motherly or fatherly things, and then coming up with this idea in the back of her head. Maybe if she was special, maybe if she was smart or cool or talented, someone would love her. And that's why throughout the entire show, her main character trait is that she desperately wants someone to view her as capable of being talented. Briefly revisiting the episode where all the guys in the show play a prank by pretending that they're all in love with her, I was really shocked while watching that episode how the moment that she thinks someone actually likes her, most of her dislikable character traits just fade away. She becomes this awkward, fumbly teenager just trying to have a good night out. And that episode basically made me feel like that Trina is a completely normal teenager who's just trying to overcompensate for the emotional neglect and abuse that her family has pushed on her throughout her entire life. And the thing is, like I've said, this is just the impression that I have at this point. It's kind of my fan interpretation, and I am confident that when there's inevitably like a low-effort Victorious reboot, this is not how they're going to write Trina, but it's how I feel like Trina should be seen. Speaking of the guys, I now want to move on to a character whom I once described as completely one-dimensional and not worth spending more than a sentence on. That being Beck, played by future Resident Evil star Avan Jogia. Can I just say, I never would have predicted in a million years where this character was going. The idea that Beck's main story arc in this show is that one day he wakes up and screams to the other characters, "I do not like my girlfriend, and I would like to break up with her and hook up with Tori instead." I mean, it's borderline maddening, right? I feel like a lot of people are going to rush to say that Beck's arc this season was bad writing or that it wasn't consistent with his character, but I kind of disagree, because in my eyes, this has been one of the only things that the show has been consistent on since the pilot episode. Like, the next time that you're rewatching Victorious Part 1 and you get to a point where Jade is saying a line of dialogue, mute the video and look at Beck's face. Avan always played this character like he was someone that was not fond of his girlfriend, and the only change really is this has now moved on from being subtext into being an actual canon storyline in the show that you can't just wince or turn away from. So as we've established, the canon text storyline of this season is that Beck admits that he's not happy with his relationship with Jade, the two of them break up, and for the rest of the season, his relationship with Tori gets more and more serious until episode 10 when he attempts to hook up with Tori and she turns him down because she says it's not right for a girl to steal the boyfriend of one of her best friends, which is, and I'm not exaggerating, the greatest piece of character development in the entire history of the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. As I've said, most people who watch Victorious come up with their own opinions about what the characters are thinking and why they've done things, but kind of the impression that I was given by that specific episode is that Beck kind of views Tori as someone that he was just inevitably going to end up with, and Tori views Beck as someone that she once considered, but the moment is kind of past. So for him, it's like hooking up with Tori is like concluding an inevitability that he's seen coming for years, but to Tori, it's like hooking up with Beck would be trying to prove her younger self right, to be like, yeah, this was a possibility that I'm seeing through just because, you know, it's come up. And that's, I think, one of the main reasons that she ends up turning him down, because it's like, for him, this is very real and something he's been expecting, but for her, it's like, this is something that she once thought about, but she's now greatly moved on from. Now, at this stage, we have dedicated a significant amount of energy to understanding Beck's emotions and understanding Tori's emotions, but the one thing we haven't done is talk about the other side of this situation, that being Jade's emotions. Now, I do not think it's really an exaggeration to say that Jade is either the most popular character in Victorious or the second most popular character in Victorious, basically depending on if you're an Ariana stan or a Liz Gilly stan. Or a Victoria Justice stan. I've received your threatening letters, I know you exist. But why is Jade so incredibly popular in the general Victorious community? Well, obviously there's many reasons, but I think one of the big ones is that unlike most of the other characters on this board, Jade is very rarely an open book. And I would go as far to say that at this point in the saga, Jade's main defining character trait is that she is incapable of showing honest emotion. And specifically, she is incapable of showing another human being affection or another human being the emotion of love. Now, this does not mean by any definition that she is incapable of feeling those things, but just no matter how she feels, it all gets kind of filtered out into this same kind of vague, jaded, bitchy snark. Obviously, as we've established by this point, this all originates from the complex relationship that Jade has with her emotionally distant father. And as I think back on that episode, some curious things come to mind that actually raise some questions about Jade and Beck's relationship. Because based on all the evidence that we have gathered throughout the course of this saga, it seems to me that Jade has consistently been more willing to be emotionally vulnerable with Tori, a person that she hates, than Beck, the man that she loves. Think about it for a second. Has Jade ever broken down in a heated moment and explained the complex relationship that she has with her father to her boyfriend? Has Beck ever been a person that Jade feels comfortable crying in front of? I think these are reasonable questions to ask about their relationship, because on a surface level, it seems like Beck really doesn't understand Jade very much at all. And I think generally this is the most tragic thing about Jade, and it's also the thing that makes her perfect for fandom culture. Because virtually all of Jade's emotions get kind of filtered out into the same language and tone, it's possible to interpret her literally any way you want to. If Jade is incapable of showing love in a way that doesn't come across as hatred, then maybe her cruel obsession with Tori is something internalized. Maybe she has some kind of feelings that she doesn't want to have, but she secretly does. Or maybe she wants to kill Tori, and she's tried numerous times.
Next time.
It's like a choose-your-own-adventure book. Everyone wins, except for the people who lose. Now, if the writers of this season delivered anti-fan service with Jade and Beck, they made up for it a little bit with Jade and Kat, although not in the way that you're probably anticipating. You see, Victorious is such an extensively mean-spirited show that the fans not only have taken to inventing their own romantic pairings, but also fantasizing about a theoretical reality where the characters are friends and they like each other. And Kat and Jade are easily the main example of this, because fans obsessively like to believe that these two are best friends in the show, even though for most of the series run, this is not true, because up to season 3, this was actually the opposite. Before season 3, Kat and Jade are simply not friends. Kat likes Jade, but in almost any scene where they're together, Jade is either yelling at Kat or she's threatening to kill Kat. So I wouldn't really call them friends at that stage of the game. But then in season 3, Beck and Jade have this big fight and they break up, and it seems like at the end of that episode that Jade is not only leaving Beck, but she's probably going to be leaving the friend group. And Kat is the only person, basically, who goes out of her way to try and hang out with Jade outside of the friend group. And it's almost like she's saying, look, I like Jade, and I don't care if she's with Beck. I want to hang out with Jade. And it's this really nice little moment that I think really leads to their friendship growing in the background of season 3, down to the fact that in the finale, what I call the finale, when Tori and Jade have this big beef in the episode, Kat chooses Jade's side, which she probably wouldn't have done back in season 1 or 2. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure if Kat and Tori's friendship ever really recovered from, yeah. Now, it's obviously worth pointing out that one of the main reasons that the Victorious community likes to insist that Jade and Kat are best friends is that in the real world, Ariana Grande and Liz Gillies have been best friends since they were 14, and a lot of people in the Victorious community like to project details of Ariana and Liz's lives onto these characters. Hopefully not all of the details, but that's a discussion for another day. Now, we're going to come back around to Kat when we talk about Robbie later in the season, but now that we've covered all of the female leads in Victorious, I want to stop real quick and just go on a quick tangent about music in Victorious. I'm not holding this right. I want to talk about the music in Victorious. That's what we're talking about. There's the prop. The soundtrack of Victorious Season 3 is vastly, vastly improved from the soundtrack of Victorious Seasons 1 and 2. And I tried really hard to think about, what's the best way to explain how it's improved or why it's better, but I think this is really the best way to break it down. The music in Victorious Seasons 1 and 2 sounds like it should be playing in a loop in the background of a Kinect game. And the music in Victorious Season 3 sounds like it should be playing on a radio station, just not a good one. Like one of those weird radio stations you find that like when you're driving, that you can only pick up for 5 minutes. It belongs on one of those radio stations. I think the problem is that even when Victorious peaks music-wise, even when it's at its best, for the most part, it comes across as derivative. So for pretty much every song this season that I actually kind of like, there's another song out there which it's clearly kind of copying. For instance, Five Fingers to the Face, the 90s rap parody that they sing on the party bus, that is clearly a style parody of Sir Mix-a-Lot. And Sir Mix-a-Lot is a real person. If I want to listen to Sir Mix-a-Lot, I can just go listen to Sir Mix-a-Lot. The song that Tori sings at the Platinum Music Awards is called Make It in America, and I like it, but it's so very clearly like an imitation of Miley Cyrus music from 2007 to 2009, which is weird because this episode came out in 2012, and it reminds me of, like, iCarly's relationship with the internet. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, iCarly started in 2007, and they understood the internet, and then they get to 2012, and they're like, what the fuck is happening? That's what Victorious was going through in terms of pop music, because all of their pop music kind of sounds 5 years behind. Like, why are you doing a style parody of 2008 Miley Cyrus in the year of our Lord 2012? The exception, once again, is Take a Hint. That song is GOAT. So jumping back to the main cast, let's move on to Andre. I guess Andre is mostly defined by his strong emotions, his feelings towards women, and how those feelings loop back around into his music, his main passion. Music is the main thing that defines his life, so it's not really surprising that anytime he gets into a relationship, it almost always turns out to just be an excuse for him to create a piece of art. There, did that sound like I wasn't entirely making it up? It's actually interesting to note as we approach the end of this project that the Hollywood 8 actually represent a wide range of talents, as you would probably see at a school for the arts. I mean, Tori is a singer, Beck is an actor, Andre is a writer, and Kat is an idiot. At the beginning of this project, I used to joke that Kat would eventually get so stupid that she would need a caretaker, and I think we've officially got to that point now. Bibble is what broke her. Bibble. Ariana Grande ate salted popcorn one time, and then her mind snapped in two. I'm getting really curious what they're going to end up doing with this character, because as a reminder, Kat is going to outlast Victorious. She is going to continue to have stories after the rest of these characters disappear, and I feel like the way they're writing her here, it works when it's B-plot fodder, but when she's the main character, I think writing her this way won't work as much, so I feel like they're gonna have to pivot at some point. Okay, so next, let's move on to Robbie, and for a brief moment, Rex. Now, as I've mentioned, Rex is barely present in Victorious Season 3, in most episodes kind of just serving as set decoration, similar to Gibby's head in iCarly. And I think the main reason that they ended up doing this is that lip-syncing a puppet to pre-recorded audio was probably holding back Matt Bennett's performance as Robbie Shapiro. So as the show was coming to a close, it must have seemed fair to kind of drop the puppet and let Robbie just be Robbie. The problem is that I think the writers of this show never truly figured out who Robbie is outside of the Rex dynamic. So if you're doing an episode that just has Robbie, how do you fill the dead air? The answer was, apparently, to just turn him into Psychowitz Jr. In other words, throughout the course of this season, the writers occasionally have implied things about Robbie which they have refused to expound on. To illustrate this, I now want to discuss two running jokes with the character, which were introduced in Season 3, and I have skipped over so far. Running joke number 1, Robbie shits the bed. At this stage, it is a recurring piece of continuity that Robbie is incapable of going to sleep without shitting and pissing himself. This is first implied in the episode where he mentions buying adult diapers. Then, in episode 10, someone mentions the medicine Pizol, which is an in-universe bedwetting aid. And Robbie says,
"It doesn't work very well. So I hear."
Finally, in the same episode, someone jokes that Tori needs a butt doctor, causing Robbie to note,
"I got a guy."
Running joke number 2 is actually about the Robbie-Kat ship dynamic, because it is implied numerous times during Victorious Season 3 that Robbie has molested Kat. Basically, there's this one episode where Kat says that she wishes they could all talk like pirates and play pirate. Robbie says that he'll play pirate with Kat, causing her to say,
No, I don't like how you play pirates.
Episodes later, when Kat is upset about something, Jade angrily looks at Robbie and says,
"Did you try to play pirates with her?"
So based on the contexts of these scenes, it's my guess that playing pirate is supposed to be like a twist on playing doctor. I was kind of surprised while researching for this video to discover that this is a joke in the show that some people in the Victorious community take super literally. As if it's actually the intended canon that Robbie is a sexual predator and Kat is so infantilized that she is incapable of giving consent. There's two things here, okay? There's two things here. Number one, I feel like sometimes writing in TV shows gets so bad that I stop blaming the character and I just start blaming the writer. You know what I mean? And number two, it seems so selective to take this one thing at face value, but to not take any of the other stuff in Victorious at face value. I mean, I want to immediately compare it to the episode where Kat murders a bunch of people, because I feel like that joke and the Robbie jokes are on the same level of like intended character canonicity, you know what I mean? To the extent that like Robbie being a pervert comes up in 2 episodes, and now as of this season, there are 2 episodes where Kat has killed someone. Because I'll remind you, she also killed that old lady. So all I'm saying is, if you're gonna go out there calling Robbie a sexual predator because of some lame jokes, then you also have to call Kat a triple murderer. That's the rules, okay? I guess real quick, since we've done all the other main characters, we should quickly mention Psychowitz. Now, I'm not sure if Psychowitz has done or said anything worth discussing or if he's changed in any way. I'm trying to think of like stuff that's happened with him that I wouldn't have mentioned in like the actual season. Oh shit. Oh, I just remembered one thing. Okay, there's an episode of this show where Psychowitz goes to the sushi place. He goes to Nozu and he finds a bottle of soy sauce and he like drinks it and it doesn't faze him. So Psychowitz is a soy boy. Good for him. Okay, so with that, we have now mentioned at least one notable thing or one notable hot take about each and every single one of what I would call the 9 main characters, which means we can now move on to the secondary cast in these side columns. Okay, so let's start this segment off with someone who I accidentally left out of the original Pinboard segment who very clearly deserved to be there. That being Andre's grandmother. Okay, so as I said last time, I completely forgot to cover this character, and once again, it's because I forgot, but she's pretty important, but I think I've mentioned her often enough that you probably get the gist, you know what I mean? Andre's grandmother is extremely paranoid, jittery, and prone to outbursts and violence. She speaks only in yells, and Andre spends much of his time trying to take care of her despite her declining mental health. On occasion, Andre will mention the positive relationship that he had growing up with his grandmother before the change, which happened very recently, and he has been taking care of her since then. Okay, so let's now talk about Season 3's main addition to the cast. Burf. Burf is, of course, Sinjin's sidekick, and I think it is fair that he's an addition to the show, which fundamentally does not rock the boat, but I think that he still drastically improves Sinjin's character in the show. The writers obviously enjoy having Sinjin be weird, but the problem is that in the early seasons, when Sinjin is weird to the main characters, it doesn't always land quite right, because for that to work, the main characters have to act as straight men, and none of the main characters are really good as straight men, because they're all awful people. But now that Burf is here, the weirdness of Sinjin and his sidekick is allowed to exist kind of in a vacuum, and they just bounce back and forth all of this odd energy. And in my opinion, that makes this part of the show work considerably more than it did in seasons 1 or 2. Real quick, I just want to update Tori's parents and also quickly add the cop that Tori's mom is fucking on the side. So originally in the script, I was just going to skip over this and it would be the joke, like we're not even going to talk about it. But I want to talk about it for a second, actually. It wasn't until after I finished writing and recording that episode analysis that I really kind of lingered on this plot detail, and I kind of went like, hey, it's kind of weird that Tori's mom is fucking another guy. And so I really considered this for a while, and I think the conclusion I've come to is that based on all evidence, I think the guy that played Tori's dad quit the show. After the season 1 finale, appearances by this actor and this character became increasingly rare, and I actually think it's interesting that the Yerba episode is the final episode where both of Tori's parents appear, and in any other episode, you only get one or the other. And the final episode where Tori's dad shows up is the episode where Trina is trying to put on a date and, all the guys are pretending that they like her. That episode. And I wonder, if he recorded that episode and he was like, this is the final straw because this episode's weird and mean. Because that episode is weird and mean. He's a bad father in that episode. And I wonder if he went up to the writers hey guys, just don't write me into another story. And, trying to be a professional. And the writers were like, okay, hey Trina, good news, you got a new dad. It's this guy, and your mom's been fucking him throughout the entire series, we've decided. And I really don't know how to feel about this, right? Because I know, it's my first nature to be like, oh, this is a kid's show, they shouldn't do this shit. But if Victorious wasn't this outwardly petty about everything, I might as well be watching fucking Dog with a Blog, you know what I mean? Okay, so I'm gonna reorganize this because this actually kind of looks like shit. It looks like I didn't plan this at all, which I didn't. So I'm just gonna move around a bunch of these pins and you guys can act like I did it right the first time. Okay, so we have one more character to go, and I've realized that if we just put that character on the board's gonna be lopsided, there's just gonna be an extra one over here. So I think I have an idea though. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, there. Now the board looks good. Okay, so as I've said, we only have one character left to add, and this is the character that puts the conspiracy in conspiracy board. And I'm talking about Kat's brother. Kat's brother is a mysterious, unseen force in the show who is mentioned constantly, but we never see directly. Kind of. The character's role in the show is actually pretty simple and predictable. Kat will interrupt otherwise normal conversations with sentences that typically start, "One time, my brother," before trailing off in a ridiculous direction. As just a few examples, Kat's brother has allegedly used the bathroom on the front lawn, poured raw chicken parts over a pizza delivery boy, and molested a horse. Remember that? Hope you didn't forget, because I couldn't. In the episode where Kat's favorite sitcom star dies, she claims that she would watch the sitcom as a young girl while spending time at the special hospital where her brother was chained to a bed. I think this is probably one of the first moments in the show where Kat's brother changes from a running joke into one of her main characteristics. To the point that I would argue that it's implied that Kat is the way that she is because of potential trauma that she suffered while living with her brother as a young child.
I'm under my bed, I'm under my bed, I'm under my bed.
I can't believe how jealous you get.
Oh, so you think I'm ugly?
What? Did I say she was ugly?
No, Kat thinks we're a perfect couple.
Kat, are Jade and I a perfect couple?
Don't answer that!
Answer it!
Say nothing!
Come on!
You come on!
Now, you'll notice that I've put a question mark up for this character because we don't see him in the original show. But, in a surprising turn of events, we actually do know what Kat's brother looks like. Because despite the fact that Victorious is a relatively forgotten show, it has an extremely important role in the established Nickelodeon sitcom universe, because it introduces this specific character. And to understand what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Frankini. On July the 26th, 2014, the superhero sitcom Henry Danger first premiered on Nickelodeon. The show is set in the subtly titled town of Swellview, which for many years has been protected by an indestructible superhero by the name of Captain Man. At the start of the pilot episode, we meet a young 13-year-old named Henry Hart, who is looking for a part-time job and finds a Craigslist ad for a part-time assistant. Answering the call, he discovers that his new boss is none other than Captain Man in the flesh, who blows a bubble and blows Henry's mind. Captain Man wants a sidekick for his superheroing and figures that anyone who uses Craigslist must be true of heart. Thus, he hires Henry onto the position, christening him Kid Danger. Now that they have the two worst superhero names of all time, Captain Man and Kid Danger can go out and fight the doers of evil, which they do across 121 episodes, 2 spin-offs, several webisodes, and a film which is allegedly still in production. If you want my honest opinion of this show, I would say that if Henry Danger had premiered 10 years earlier, people would have said that it was ahead of its time, which would have been a really nice way of saying that it's bad. They came here to chew bubblegum and be funny, and they got a lot of fucking bubblegum! Most people seem to think that by the time Henry Danger came out, the NSU was a thing of the past, but this is far from the case. Not only did the show cross over with Game Shakers, which as we've established is an NSU show, it also features a direct piece of lineage linking all the way back to this very miniseries in the days of iCarly and Victorious. So in Season 3, Episode 16, after all of Henry's friends have joined the superhero squad and have aged substantially, they receive a video message from a man whom they all recognize as Frankini. Captain Man is confused by this, but the young teens explain that Frankini is an internet celebrity known for recording skits, doing live streams, and holding a massive amount of internet clout. As they open the message, they see that it's a personal invitation sent for Captain Man and Kid Danger to Frankini's upcoming party.
Emergency! Emergency! Holy ravioli! It's an emergency! Whoa! 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 Ah!
What has the world come to?
Long story short, Henry insists that they go to the party, but when they arrive, Frankini reveals that they're actually a weekend early. A mistake which is chopped up to the internet star's bumbling, Jethro impersonating assistant, Goomer.
Gentlemen, this is my obtuse assistant, Goomer. Hello.
I used to hang out with Frankini's sister, but that's a long story.
Now, this whole exchange will probably go over the heads of most of the people watching this. But in actuality, this is a complex, universe-warping reference that crosses the boundaries of several different shows. Basically, I'm hoping that you guys don't find Goomer too annoying, because you're going to have to get used to him, because he originates not in Henry Danger, but the failed mess of a show that came before it. That being 2013's Sam and Cat, where he worked for Sam Puckett and Cat Valentine at their daycare service. So when Goomer shows up in this show and says that he once worked for Frankini's sister, what he's saying is that Frankini is the older brother of either Sam or Cat. In universe, this isn't exactly a puzzle to piece together. Sam Puckett has one sister, her identical twin, and is directly stated to have no other siblings. And Kat, meanwhile, has an unseen brother character mentioned constantly throughout her character's 4-year existence. However, even that logic is arguably too much effort for this specific situation, because in reality, this one-liner is actually a sort of fourth wall break, as Frankini is played by none other than Frankie Grande, the actual, real-world older brother of Ariana Grande. So yes, it is very tempting to chop this situation up to nothing more than a throwaway line making fun of the casting. After all, at first glance, Franchini seems much too normal to be the unhinged, horse-molesting, front-lawn-shitting older brother who Kat mentioned so often. But you see, it actually all kind of fits. Because despite Franchini seeming outwardly normal, the episode's twist is that he's really, as the kids say, red-pilled and Joker-fied.
And here goes Franchini. I've done it. I'm sorry, Captain Man and Kid Danger, but I'm afraid that you're my puppets now. And I am the Puppet Master!
Franchini has used advanced, futuristic, supervillain underwear to possess the bodies of Henry and Captain Man. He plans to use them for one ultimate, sinister purpose. E-Cloud. Franchini will do a live stream where he will force the two to do embarrassing things, and once the stream reaches 10 million viewers, making it the highest viewed stream of all time, he will force them to take off their masks, revealing their true identities to the world. And, okay. So you know how we've had some weird shit in these shows that have been hard to stomach so far? I am not exaggerating when I say that what happens in part 2 of this episode is easily the most unwatchably weird thing to happen in this saga so far. So if you want to go into the other room or fast forward past this bit, I'm not gonna judge you, okay? So during the live stream, Henry's sister figures out what's happening and tries to stop Franchini from reaching his 10 million viewer goal. Throughout the episode before this point, she had been watching pimple popping videos online, and she comes up with a theory that if they live stream the popping of the largest pimple ever, they'll pull viewers away from Franchini. So Henry's best friend allows a gigantic pimple to grow on the side of his neck, and they plan to pop it live on the internet. However, elsewhere, some of Henry's friends in the superhero hideout briefly shut off the power to the town, freeing the heroes from being demasked. And as revenge, they take Franchini to Henry's house, where they pop the gigantic pimple onto him, gushing a sea of yellow pus all over his body for several minutes, leaving his face and form covered in a thick, glistening paste. I have to honestly thank this show, because it has restored some part of the humanity that I feel like I have lost during this saga. Because it feels so good, after all this time, to be able to stand proud and look at something and say, "Hey yo, what the fuck?" We've seen some weird stuff, you and I. We've gone through some shit during this arc, right? But I feel like this is the first time in this miniseries where something has happened and I've just flat out said, oh, I can't show that. Think about that for a second. This is the first time in this entire saga where I have lived through something completely and utterly torturous, and then I have decided to spare you from the same fate. Now, Henry Danger ended up becoming a huge hit for Nickelodeon, and because of that, the show still exists today in some form. It's had 2 main spin-offs so far, an animated series called The Adventures of Kid Danger, and a sequel series called Danger Force. Fun fact, the opening 4 episodes of the 2021 Danger Force season is themed around the phrase, Among Us. Not the game Among Us, just the phrase! I think this is a great representation of how the decline of cable TV has totally kneecapped networks like Nickelodeon in the past 10 years. They went from having their shows be the main attraction and fascination for an entire generation to putting the word Among Us in their episode titles under the desperate hope that kids will find the episodes in a Google search by accident. Anyways, the point is that as the Dangerverse expanded, the writers tried to find linking continuity to build lineage within the show itself. And one of the biggest ways they accomplished this was by constantly bringing back Franchini as the universe's main recurring bad guy, with him first returning in the latter seasons and then in both of the show's 2 spin-offs. Here he is in the cartoon, here he is in the pilot episode of the Dangerverse spin-off, and here he is in a special pandemic-themed episode which was recorded over Skype during the actual pandemic. Franchini is arguably one of the biggest recurring characters to be introduced to the NSU in the last 10 years, making it extremely notable that he technically originates not from Henry Danger, but from Victorious, where he was teased and mentioned constantly throughout the series.
I'm not gonna lie, my brother's pretty weird.
Although, it's worth saying, of course, that Franchini and Kat being siblings becomes more and more of an obscure piece of trivia as Victorious fades into obscurity and Henry Danger continuously refuses to face a dignifying death. So with that, we now have reviewed the final character on the Victorious pinboard, and we now find ourselves in the distant future. Yes, the space year 2014. Now, real quick, since we're in the future and we're talking about the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and its relation to obscure pieces of Victorious lore and trivia, I want to talk once again about Rex. Throughout this project, an ongoing mystery and debate pertaining to the Victorious cast has been the simple question, is Rex alive? He was alive in the video game, which is most likely not canon, but both Robbie and Rex seem to fully believe that he is a fully sentient being and not just a splintered piece of Robbie's personality. I mean, there are some clues here and there. In one episode of Victorious, Rex specifically describes Robbie as his host, which to me kind of conjures up images of something supernatural, like a ghost partially possessing Robbie's body or something like that. But the biggest piece of evidence to this debate can be found in a show slightly tangential to Henry Danger, and that being the hit Nickelodeon sitcom Game Shakers. Yes, in the exact same way that Game Shakers once featured an episode where an iCarly actor cameoed as himself and iCarly was mentioned as a TV show within the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, they also at one point did this with Victorious, although in this case, it was really much more of a very brief cameo. But with that, just for completionist's sake, let's dive into Season 1, Episode 5, Tiny Pickles. Surprisingly enough, we've actually mentioned this episode numerous times throughout this saga, as this is the very episode of Game Shakers which features Yvette Nicole Brown as Helen, connecting it to the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, while transversely refuting that idea entirely. So to sum this one up really quickly, the gang all go on Helen's show and there's some drama, so they want to go on a second time to clear things up, but they aren't invited on a second time, so they have to get rid of the special guest that Helen is supposed to have that specific night. And it just happens that said person is actor and musician Matt Bennett.
It's fun to run, it's fun to play, it's fun to knock things out of clay.
Oh, hey. Do you guys work on the show?
Yeah. We're from hair and makeup!
Good, because I could use some nose powder and also a little makeup right under my eye.
What the fuck is liar, liar, vampire? So these guys tie Matt Bennett up in a sack and they throw him behind the lot. And that's game crime number 2. Now, some of you might be wondering, how is any of this relevant? Have I really discussed this random episode of Game Shakers because it features Matt Bennett in a surprise cameo appearance? Well, wait until you see what happens next.
Will someone get me out of this sack? I'm ready for sushi!
Yes, as we've all just seen, Matt Bennett was run over by a truck being piloted by none other than Rex Powers from the sitcom Victorious, consistent with the fact that the show also features Helen, a character from the sitcom Victorious, but not consistent with the fact that it features Matt Bennett, an actor from the sitcom Victorious. This represents pretty well the energy of late-stage NSU crossovers. Literally, this scene both disproves that this episode can be set in the NSU, proves that this episode must be set in the NSU, and proves that it can't be set in the NSU metaverse, because logically, if this show was set in the metaverse, Christopher Kane would be driving the car. These are all just words on a page. They mean nothing. I'm wasting my life, and you're encouraging me. Anyways, I'm just gonna pull back out that list of things that exist in this universe as we write down metahumans, the sitcom Victorious, living puppets, and finally, the pimple popping scene. What the fuck was that? I know it seemed bad on the outset, but I promise you, if you actually sit down and watch the fucking scene, it's a lot worse than you can imagine. The pimple goes all limp and crusty, and the goo just continues to drip out of the fucking thing. There's this long shot just focusing on Frankini's face, and he's completely covered in pimple goo. Who the fuck made these shows? And done. So as we've established, this video so far has been following the same kind of pacing and trends as the original Victorious video. We reviewed one season, did a long pinboard segment, reviewed an episode of a different show featuring Victorious characters, and now we're about to hit the 2-hour mark as we prepare to go into our very first Victorious intermission. Alright, so this is the 5th transition we've done in about 20 minutes, but here we are, intermission number 1, or number 3, or number 8, or maybe it's actually higher because I was doing intermissions in the Fred video, I just wasn't calling them intermissions. This is a intermission. There are intermissions, and this is one of them. Intermissions are breaks in the video unrelated to season analysis. They let you compartmentalize the information and blah 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 blah, you get the gist. So a lot of people have been kind of asking me recently, how do I pull off projects like this? How do I make 5-hour videos in relatively no time? And step 1 of the process is to develop a caffeine addiction. This is tea. Now step 2 is quite simply that I hire a lot of people to help me. Make no mistake, when it comes to absorbing this material, writing these scripts, and recording them, that is 100% me. But I don't have time to edit all of those segments myself, so I like to hire people to come in and work on the editing of those segments while I move on to the next chunk of the project. Now, as an exception to this, so far in this video I've actually done about 50% of the editing myself, and that was just because it was like, it got to this point where it was Christmas season, and everyone was busy, and I just didn't like the idea of calling up someone and being like, hey, can you edit on Christmas Eve? So instead, I edited on Christmas Eve. But the first hour of this video, edited by other people, and I can confirm that after this intermission is over, most of the season 4 material is going to be edited by other people while I just focus on finishing this bit. The reason I'm saying all of this is that, like, if you like my videos because they're long, and you want longevity to be an ongoing part of the channel brand, then I really recommend supporting me on Patreon, because Patreon has basically become like my editor's fund. Like, you know, sometimes I use it for oddities and knickknacks for an intermission or whatever, but for the most part, I look at that as like, I get my payout, and now I can be confident that I can afford to pay my editors. You know what I mean? And the cool thing is, as this project has gone along, and more you guys have gone over to my Patreon and pledged $1 to see bonus and early material, as you guys have done that, I've been able to start paying my editors a better rate because I have that consistent income. And I think that's a really cool, positive thing that I want to keep plugging so we can keep moving in that direction. Especially because there's this thing I've caught on to where people really, really expect then I'm gonna keep upping the ante, right? Like, I'm not only gonna do a 5-hour video, I'm gonna do a 6-hour video, and I'm gonna do a 7-hour video, and so on. I see people all the time asking me, when's the 10-hour video, you know? And it's like, when I'm looking at these projects that I'm considering where I'm like, this is a 4-month commitment, this is a 6-month commitment, this is a commitment of a year or 2 years, it's like, it will be really, really helpful to just be sure that I have that passive income where I don't even need to worry about getting a video out or putting out a quickie or whatever, because it's just like, the Patreon's there, you know, I got the editors on deck, we're all good. And, you know, we're pretty close to being in that kind of position, so I just want to keep plugging the Patreon, like I said, so we can maintain the course, as W would say. There's a lot of interesting perks to the Patreon, but the most recent one that I'm really happy with is that I've decided I'm going to start doing like sponsorless edits that are sometimes extended. So like right now, if you go to my Patreon, you're going to find an edit of Victorious Part 1 that doesn't have the sponsor read and has like, I want to say 5 minutes of extra material, and it's just like little gags that I cut for time and like a rant or two that I just made up when I was shooting that I was like, this isn't good enough for the video, but I'll throw it into the extended edit. So if you enjoy watching these videos to fall asleep or while you're doing chores or while you're driving or something, then I really recommend you go down to the description or the pinned comment and just check out that Patreon link and consider pledging $1 or $2. So as a recap of the situation that we're in right now, we have just finished a brief glimpse, what the fuck? So as a recap of the situation that we're in right now, we have just finished a brief glance into the future of Nickelodeon sitcoms after Victorious, and because of that, we aren't really in the right headspace to begin Victorious Season 4. As I said earlier, we are currently stuck in the future, and we need to get back to current year 2012 if we're going to continue our little journey. And long story short, I have a plan on how to get us there, but we're going to have to take the long way round. Because in this intermission, we are going to be covering the only piece of Victorious media that we have basically skipped over up to this point. That being the show's official tie-in website, theslap.com. So in my last video, I said that in this video, I wasn't going to be saying the word iCarly a lot, because iCarly and Victorious have earned not being compared. But fuck that, apparently. The Slap.com was a very clear attempt to recapture the lightning in a bottle that was iCarly.com, the feature website of Victorious's older, more popular sister program. At a brief glance, the two sites are very similar. They both feature video games, weekly updates from the characters, and videos. But once you move past those superficial quirks, iCarly.com and theslap.com are most fascinating in the ways that they differ, because they both represent completely different eras in internet content. iCarly.com was inspired by typical internet experiences in the mid-2000s, when the internet was heavily decentralized. What this meant is that instead of 99% of internet content being hosted on 5 websites, you really had to search out kind of weird and wacky domain names to find the good stuff. Comedy sites, travel blogs, fandom archives, these were often personal pet projects run by eccentric people on their personally owned domain names. Which is why it made sense at the time that when the characters would start making internet content, they would do it on their own personally owned domain name. But by the early 2010s, things had started to change with the emergence of hyper-connected social media websites where people, and especially teenagers, started to spend most of their time online. So instead of the Slap being a site owned by the main characters, it was basically illustrated as a school-specific social media site with all the different pieces of the social media sites of the day being implemented. Like Facebook, the characters send each other friend requests and update their relationship statuses on their homepage. Like Twitter, they send out daily tweets which are consistently described as tweets, and like MySpace, I actually don't know. That was before my time. This is a fucking hot jacket, I tell you what. Okay, now here's how the slap worked in the real world before it was suddenly taken down in 2018. Back in the day, you'd go to this website and you would basically find a bunch of social media profiles run by characters from the show. On these profiles, you could find in-universe tweets, kind of giving a unique glimpse into these characters' lives outside of the hustle and bustle of their general sitcom antics.
I really wanted to sleep in today, but I woke up at 7:15 exactly. I have the world's most annoying internal alarm clock. Mood, sleepy.
At the Asphalt Cafe, just watched the guy in the chicken suit ride by on a unicycle. This school isn't normal.
I hate when my brother plays hide and seek with the police.
Well, add one more person to the list of those who snub Robbie, the Easter Bunny. Beck's wearing a fedora today and some girl told him he looks like Johnny Depp. So I tried it on, and now Rex keeps calling me Johnny Dork. Yes, I know my left butt cheek hangs lower than the other one. Can you all please stop pointing it out? I was thrown out for taking pictures at a funeral. The guy might have died, but I really liked his outfit. Is that so bad? Mood? Stylin'. It's not weird that I have a life-size cutout of Kat. I have life-size cutouts of all my pretty girlfriends. I asked Jade for a ride to school. Not sure why we're currently driving through the desert, and why she has a shovel in the back seat.
You get the idea. Now, despite the tweets from the slap being insightful, they are not the main thing that the website is known for today. Because alongside the characters constantly tweeting out every single thought that they happen to have, they would also regularly post in-character video blogs.
Hello. Welcome to my page on the slap. My name is Sinjin, and I'm a student at Hollywood Arts. I'm into women.
These vlogs would be posted regularly on the profile pages of the victorious cast and lasted from the beginning of the show's broadcast all the way past the series finale. And take a random guess, just a random guess, at how these videos were displayed on the Slap website. Don't even guess, I changed my mind because I'm going to tell you how. They were displayed like this and like this. Now, doesn't that just make you angry in an irrational way? Okay, so I want to talk about something real quick as like a little bit of an aside here. Do you guys remember in my first iCarly video when I did like an entire like brief intermission about iCarly.com and the videos that were on iCarly.com? And I made like a big deal out of the fact that despite the fact that I remember going to this website as a kid, and I remember certain videos and certain like story arcs that were going on, I could not confirm or deny my own memories because I could not access all of the videos that were once hosted on this website, okay? Because there was no official archive of the videos from the site, there was no fan-made archive of all the videos from the site, and most maddening of all, there was no list of the videos that should have existed anywhere on the internet, because the videos tab on the website was not archived on archive.org. And there was no like blog anywhere where someone was like, okay, so like the first thing they posted was Spencer video, blah, blah, blah. Then they made a sequel. Then Sam had a video. Then Spencer made a third video. And then Sam made a sequel to her video. No one did that. And because of that, not only did I not have all of these videos, I didn't even know what I was looking for or what I was missing. Because I just didn't have like a list of the videos that should have been there. That is exceptional in this circumstance. Because not only was I able to access a list of the videos that were on this website, but I was able to archive 100% of the videos that were once on theslap.com. Now, that was through a couple different means that I'm going to talk about in a second, but the main way I was able to do it is just that a lot of these videos were just like screen recorded and uploaded to YouTube, which is weird because that same thing wasn't happening with iCarly.com, you know, consistently, right? And some of you are going to be hopping up and saying like, oh, it's because Ariana Grande had this pop career, but like maybe, but so many of these archives also date back before she really blew up in the mainstream. So it's really like a weird situation where like more people were archiving this stuff in 2011 than 2008. And you know, the conclusion I've come to basically is that there's nothing about Victorious that makes it spectacular in this way that led to this happening because it's Victorious. But what instead happened is that there was just like a series of like social events that led to all of this material being archived on YouTube by accident, right? Okay, so here's my theory. In 2010, around the same time that Victorious was starting, the iPad was released by Apple. Now, the iPad was a very interesting invention because it wasn't a phone, so you couldn't make phone calls with it, and it wasn't a computer because most of the websites designed for computers did not work on it. So it was kind of a terrible invention, and we all owned 2 of them. Now, back in those days, most everything on the internet ran on Flash, and Flash did not work on iPads. Like I said, terrible invention, and it just happened that YouTube did work on Apple devices, because back in those days, before Google was an Apple competitor, YouTube came as a pre-installed app on Apple devices. And so what ended up happening is that all the special little kids who got iPads for Christmas got on a computer and went to their favorite websites that didn't work on their tablets, and they would screen record videos and upload those to their YouTube profiles, not for archival purposes, not for longevity, but because they wanted to watch funny videos on their iPads. And if you were a content creator on a competitor website around this time, it was probably really, really annoying that this was happening, but 10 years later, it is such a godsend that all of these 12-year-olds were accidentally archiving online material, you know, just for fun. But the content on theslap.com is also kind of infamous because it's really, really weird. I mean, you know, you haven't seen much of it, but as a bit of context, if you think the show Victorious is weird, the show Victorious was being produced with so many, like, regulations, like other adults were watching these shows and checking to see if they were appropriate for kids, and, you know, there was the FCC and all this stuff. The Slap.com was made with none of that, with no regulations, but made by the same people, so you can only imagine it's like 1,000 times worse, okay? And because of that, the content has remained infamous, and so quite often, Viacom will go through and just randomly block videos, right? So content that was archived like 3 years ago, it's just gone now. So I had a couple of like weird situations where there was this piece of content that was once on the Slap website got taken down, but there was an archive on YouTube, but then the archive on YouTube was blocked by Viacom in almost every country in the world. And it was like, well, how do I go about seeing that video now that it's blocked in almost every single country in the world? And I was able to get around this thanks to, you guessed it, Frank Stallone. No, but with all honesty, I was able to get around this issue, ironically, because of Viacom. Okay, so I was talking to this guy on Twitter, whose bio says he is a developer for OBS. That's pretty cool. I'd put that in my dating profiles. But, okay, so I was talking to this guy, and what he basically was able to figure out is that even though Viacom took down the Slap.com, they've accidentally left up their media servers. So he was able to access and download some of these videos through embedded links. I don't know how I couldn't get this to work, but thanks to him, I now have, I believe, all of the videos that was on this website. A side note, though, is that basically he was only able to access videos that were uploaded to the mobile version of these websites, because like the desktop version of the Slap used Flash, and Flash was embedded in all the videos, so he couldn't get the download to work. But because the mobile version didn't use Flash, he was able to get that download to work, which means all these videos look terrible, but I'm just kind of grateful that I have them all. So, you know, there's going to be some like mixed quality in these, so just anticipate that, you know. The full archive of these videos is about 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm planning on uploading this to Google Drive. I was going to do Vimeo, but I think they have an upload limit, and I not only encourage you guys to download that archive, I encourage you to improve the archive, because I guarantee you, I messed up somewhere. It was a one-man project. I guarantee you there's something wrong with this archive. And if you can fix it and then share it with other people, that sounds great to me. Hey guys, Weezer Quinton here from the future. If you're wondering why I shaved, I was asked to do a scene for Shrek 2 Retold, and that's going to be out sometime in the next 10,000 years. Look guys, I know that I'm ugly. I know I went to high school, I used Tinder, I know, but you're my fans, you're supposed to pretend, okay? Anyways, I have to record this interjection to my past selves intermission to make a small correction. So if I've done this right, about a minute ago I was telling that story about the guy on Twitter who figured out a way to download like really low quality copies of all of the videos from the slap using the official archives. And I edited this whole segment basically using the copies that he sent me, and then I uploaded them to my Patreon. And he apparently got on my Patreon, watched my test edit, and said to himself, this isn't good enough, I gotta one-up myself. So I want to say about 2 weeks before I would have naturally gotten this video out, he DM'd me and he was like, yo, here's everything in like high quality. So it's not 1080p, but in my opinion, what he sent me is the best that I could have asked for these videos to look. And I had to insert this because if I spent like a huge chunk of this section hyping up that these videos look like shit and then they looked completely fine when you watch the rest of the segment, you'd be like, what was Quinton talking about? So as a quick comparison to show you what I was talking about, this is one of the videos that he sent me in his first batch, okay? And this is the exact same video from the second batch. Do you see how much of an incredible difference that is? And how much, like, that second video might as well be like an official Viacom release? And I just want to say, people in my circle will tell you this, I'm making a big artistic sacrifice here, because personally, I thought when these videos looked like dog shit, they were a lot funnier that way. Like the way the compression couldn't figure out what Ariana Grande is supposed to look like was so funny to me. Like it was every 10 frames it figured it out, and then any other frame it was guessing. And I just found that so hilarious. But now that I've got copies of these videos that look good, I gotta use those, and I know I gotta use those, so I'm gonna. Anyways, I'm gonna use my victorious calculator to time travel back to the end of season 4. I'll see you guys when we get there. The way that I would describe the slap, having now sat through 4.5 hours of content, is that it's like a victorious variety hour. So like, do you remember when Sunny with a Chance ended because like Demi Lovato quit, and instead of replacing them, they were like, hey, what if we just turn the show into like a skit program, like a half-hour variety show that's in universe with all the same old characters? The slap is like if they tried to do that with Victorious. So it kind of feels like there's like a recurring Tori bit, and there's a Cat bit, and there's a Jade bit. And because of that, it almost feels like a completely different TV show. And so when you're watching this video, it's probably going to feel like in the middle of this review, I'm just talking about a completely different show with the same characters. But I think it gives a really unique and fun glimpse at like a different take on the Victorious universe.
I love coffee. Yeah, I know a lot of people say they love coffee, but they just mean they like it a lot. I love it. Like, sometimes I swear I want to marry coffee. One time, my grandmother said to me, Jade, when you grow up, what kind of man do you want to marry? And I said, I want to marry a man like coffee. And she goes, but what does that mean? So I said, hey, get out of here, Grandma. I love it.
I want to mention something real quick before we get into like the heat of this stuff. So when I finally made this archive, I didn't work on this video for like 3 weeks because I was just dreading doing this segment, because the one saving grace of like iCarly and Victorious is that like these shows are easily accessible, right? So if I see an episode that's like fucking nuts to me, I can find someone else in like my circle who's also seen the episode, and we can both be like, what the fuck is this episode, you know? But I can't do that with the slap, because I had to hunt down most of these videos. So I can't go up to like someone in my friend circle and be like, yo, have you seen the 17th video from theslap.com posted to Tori's profile? Because they'll be like, no one knows what you're talking about. So I was like, great, this is just a me thing. I have to go about this alone. And then I was like, wait a minute. No, I don't. No, I do not. Because I remembered I have a goddamn Twitch that I've never used. So one day, literally randomly, I set this up like an hour after it came to my head. I just started streaming from my Twitch, and for about 3 days, we streamed all of the content from theslap.com. And no one at Viacom noticed or cared. To me, it was kind of a gray area because it's web exclusive material. And throughout the course of this video, you're going to be seeing a lot of those live reactions because I felt I couldn't replicate those. So it's better to just present my live reactions to this stuff because a lot of it's fucking insane. And the main reason I'm mentioning this here is to be like, about a week after I post this, I think I'm going to be streaming again, working on another thing for this mini-series. So if you guys didn't know that I had a Twitch, because I forgot that I had a Twitch, then I suggest, following me on Twitch or subscribing or whatever they call it there. And that should be in the pinned link in the description or, somewhere like that. It shouldn't be hard to find. My description's pretty organized, I think. So, like with a lot of things I review, the best way to talk about my thoughts on the slap is to talk about my expectations going into it, right? So, this is not a bit. My expectation going into this content was that the slap was going to make me understand Victorious. And I should be specific there. I don't mean understand the show, because I think at this point I understand the show. I mean understand the Victorious fandom and their weird, completely unique relationship with the show. Because I've talked about this discrepancy several times, okay? The Victorious fandom has a version of Victorious that seems to exist exclusively in their own minds, okay? Because the Victorious show that is discussed by the Victorious fandom has nothing to do with the version of Victorious that actually hit the airwaves. And so my true expectation going into the slap was that this was going to be like a bunch of little puzzle pieces that was going to explain some of these false memories that people have about this show. And so what I was thinking basically was like, this is 4.5 hours of content. The writers surely didn't have time to script that all themselves. So what probably happened here was that they expected the actors to ad-lib the material, causing the actors to portray not the versions of the characters we saw on screen, but the versions of the characters that exist inside their heads. Meaning that we got a little bit more of like a wholesome take on the universe, and the actors occasionally breaking character to like support each other in the ways that they do in the real world. Nope! Ain't none of that on the slap. Because like, the slap is obviously still written by the same writers. It is just as mean as the TV show is, if not more mean, because it is more explicit in the ways that it is trying to be mean. And while there are like a handful of videos where the characters have a cute moment, or they break character and clearly portray the actors instead, for the most part, it's all the same stuff that we've seen before. Okay, let me give you guys an example, right? Beck and Jade. The Victorious fandom is convinced that there's this like wholesome energy with Beck and Jade. That like they love and support each other and they're totally couple goals and all this stuff, and it's like none of that's true in the show because they hate each other. And I counted in the Victorious slap content, there are 3 moments in the 4.5 hours of material which could be described as wholesome Bade moments.
Say you love me.
Magic word.
Please.
I love you.
Okay. Tell me something you like.
Like or love?
Love.
You.
Aww.
If you don't know what noogies are, it's when you grab a person's head and then you rub your knuckles on it.
I will call the police if you give me noogies.
You ready?
Don't.
3, 2.
Beck, don't.
1.
No, Beck, stop.
It's great.
It's fantastic. Stop it. Do you want me to bite you? Do you want me to bite you? I will bite you. Stop. You have
your hair is so
knuckles.
soft.
You have sharp knuckles.
You know what?
Please stop. Please stop. I will come in and call a teacher. I'm going to call a teacher.
So great.
Mature people don't do this.
Happy birthday, no charge. Really, it's great.
Stop. Oh my God, Beck.
If you resist, it only makes it worse. It only makes it...
Those 3 clips are drops of water in a desert of content where the only joke in their relationship is that they hate each other and they're literally the worst couple.
On my last birthday, which was on a Sunday, he didn't call me till 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, we're gonna have that fight again?
Not unless you started.
You were the one who... You know what? Let's just forget it.
Sure. I'm so glad you can forget it.
Here at Hollywood Arts.
They know where we are.
Yeah, why are you in a bad mood?
Maybe because you didn't call me till 2 in the afternoon on my birthday.
That was 7 months ago.
Yeah, but you never explained to me. I don't understand how a person could...
You guys making a video?
But that's not to say that the slap is totally useless in our grander understanding of the show, because it's actually really great at illustrating the many ways that these characters have evolved or devolved over time. Take, for instance, Kat's ongoing infantilization. At the beginning of the slap's content, Kat is illustrated basically as a completely normal teenager, to the extent that Ariana often forgets to do the Kat voice, and she basically just talks in the exact same way that she does in the real world.
A lot of people ask me if this is my natural hair color. No, it's not. I make it this color because I love red velvet cupcakes, and this is the exact same color of a red velvet cupcake. My dad is always telling me that I say way too many words. He thinks that I say around like 9,000 words every day, and he thinks I should cut back to around 15 words a day.
Hi, we're bored. Kat's here spending the night. Hey! Alright, I'm about to show you guys a video.
Insane video.
So insane.
This is insanity.
Okay. You don't go to Hollywood Arts. We have this teacher, Psychoid, who's just so abnormal.
In a good way, though.
Oh, we totally love him.
He's an awesome acting teacher.
We love him. He's the best.
Yeah. You rock, Psychoids.
Love you, Psychoids.
But by the middle of the slap's run, Ariana is fully in character all of the time, as her character just gets stupider and stupider, increasingly making you worry about the character's well-being.
Hello, computer people. I'm Kat, and I just got a new chair. It spins. I didn't know we had the technology. Is it possible for a teenage girl to drink water upside down? It's not possible! You know what I love? Clouds. Because they're nice. Sometimes. Other times they make mean faces at me, and they know they can get away with it because they're so far up in the sky. One time, I looked at a cloud, and it looked just like this other cloud that was mean to me the week before. Do you think it was the same cloud? Is it following me? Uh-oh. I'm freaking out again.
Another more obscure evolution that we see highlighted here is what I like to call Beck's douchebagification. At the start of the slap, Beck is just one of the guys. He's chill and not too outrageous. But throughout the run, he starts to get a little more conceited over time, ultimately culminating in a segment where he dons a fedora and presents himself as a pickup artist.
Now, I get a lot of messages from my slap followers who need some help with the ladies. Now, I can't answer them all one by one, so I thought I'd make a video to help you guys out. Always make eye contact when you go up to a girl. Give her a look, a nice smile, and then walk right up.
Another expectation I had going in was that the slap was, quite frankly, not going to be canon. I'd compare it to the stance of iCarly.com, which I can confidently say at this point is not canon to its respective source material. The reason is that Neville appears extensively in the iCarly.com material, sometimes as a site collaborator, but whenever Neville shows up in the TV show, they typically recap the last time that they've seen him, meaning that there is no space in the official Neville timeline for the web-exclusive material. But on the Slap, they are very, very careful to make sure that every little piece fits, and in fact, in Season 4, they even start referencing Slap-exclusive skits on the Victorious TV show, basically confirming that the skits are intended to be canon. The only contradiction worth complaining about is that sometimes certain members of the cast will feel kind of out of character. For instance, in the show, Andre is kind of a straight man with anxiety issues, but in the Slap, he's almost kind of a devious trickster, and it kind of comes across like he's maybe a pervert as well?
Since I'm still kind of new here at Hollywood Arts, everyone's been bugging me to make more videos and post them here on my Slap page. You're sniffing me.
You wear a new perfume?
No, but I ate a salad with ranch dressing.
Zesty ranch?
I think so.
I knew it.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of stuff like that on the Slap, now that I think about it.
I'm gonna check my requests.
What requests?
You know, it's that thing I do here in the Slap. I take random requests from people and then I make a video doing whatever they ask me to do.
I have a request.
Shut up.
But at the end of the day, I don't find that one too worthy of being annoyed about, because it kind of makes sense that these characters are one way in real life and one way on social media, because with a lot of people, that's just how it works in the real world too. Okay, with that, here it is. Here is my review of the 5 hours of content that was produced for theslap.com.
Theslap.com! Theslap.com! Theslap.com!
The first web-exclusive piece of Victorious content was uploaded in late March 2010, being a trailer of sorts featuring the characters discussing the website and explaining it to the audience. If you've watched the show recently, this one will be kind of familiar to you, as a portion was also played during the credits of the pilot episode. Like with iCarly, this was a very common way for the show to advertise the web-exclusive material in the early seasons. Directly after this, each character from the show uploaded a brief vlog to their profiles, introducing themselves in a unique way that reminded the audience of their respective personalities. For instance, in Tori's profile video, Trina attempts to take over the vlog to sing her version of the opening theme song, which weirdly enough doesn't sound that bad.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you'll be the main attraction.
Tori then tells her sister that she was off pitch, causing Trina to beg her not to upload the video.
Well, then you can't post that on your profile on the Slap.
No, I think I'm gonna.
No!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna.
Tori, you can't embarrass me.
I'm kidding!
Promise?
Yes, I won't post this video on the Slap.
You swear you won't?
No one will ever see this video.
Okay.
This short segment quickly reminds us of the characters' respective main traits in Season 1. Trina is insecure and tryhard, and Tori is a bag. I said skunk bag and then bleeped it, and you can't prove that I didn't. Jade's profile video is filmed at her home and features her reinforcing her character's edginess while insisting that she doesn't even care about social media in the first place.
See this piercing here? And this one here? I got both of them about 45 minutes after my mother told me I wasn't allowed to get my face pierced. Sorry, Mom. I'm 16. I'm smart. I'm deep. I like mochi ice cream. I don't like bananas.
We then move on to Beck's profile video, where we're reminded of his main character trait in Season 1. His girlfriend's lack of boundaries.
Doing my video profile thing for the Slap.
I know. Go ahead.
How did this turn into a two-person thing? I take acting really seriously, but not like in a pretentious way. My favorite movie of all time is probably On
We've
the
been
Waterfront.
dating for 2 years. We've been exclusive for about 1.5 years.
Is that necessary?
Is what necessary?
For you to say that all?
What did I say that would make you ask me, is that necessary?
This is my video profile.
Which is supposed to let people know what you're about.
But you're making it about you.
Us.
I wasn't in your video profile.
I asked you to be in it. You said you were too busy hanging out with your dad.
He was in the hospital.
So?
I'm gonna do my video profile some other time.
Because he doesn't want me to be a part of it.
That's not what I said.
Then just use what we've already shot.
What, of us fighting?
We haven't been fighting.
So you want me to use this as my video profile?
I'm fine with it.
Incidentally, according to the dialogue, this is set directly after the Season 1 episode where Beck and Jade briefly break up, which actually didn't air for another 2 months. This basically confirms that despite the couple reconciling at the end of that episode, it did not take a very long time for them to start fighting again. Regardless, so far these character videos have stuck pretty closely to the show's depiction of the cast. But there are 2 big exceptions. The first is Robbie. Now, in the show itself, one thing that is featured shockingly rarely is Robbie's talents as a songwriter and musician, with him only singing original music in 4 or 5 episodes of the first 3 seasons. With one episode even saying that Robbie's main talent at the school is supposed to be stand-up comedy. But on The Slap, Robbie's music is his main recurring characteristic, and in my opinion, that's most likely because Matt Bennett was probably using these skits as a chance to share music which he had written in his free time. I'm actually kind of embarrassed by how much I enjoy Robbie's songs. I feel like I shouldn't vibe with them so much, but I totally do. Take, for instance, the very first song he ever uploaded, Rub the Frog's Head, included in his original video profile.
You can play with a balloon, you can lick a rubber band, you can eat a tasty prune, you can slap your mother's friend. If you wanna pet a frog, it's as easy as a log. Just take your hand and rub the frog's head, yeah. Find a frog at your local pond and rub its head. Girl, you gotta rub that frog's head.
Now, the first time I heard this, I kind of jumped out of my seat and was just in shock. Because I was just like, is this Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head? Okay, so there's this band I love called They Might Be Giants, probably my favorite band, but I also like Breathing, so there you go. But They Might Be Giants had this song called Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head, which was on their first album, and the first song of theirs to get a music video. I don't think I can play anything from it because, copyright, but it basically goes like, put your hand inside the puppet head, put your hand inside the puppet head, put your hand inside, put your hand inside, put your hand inside the puppet head. Anyways, I did a little bit of research, and it turns out that Matt Bennett is like a closeted They Might Be Giants fan, something he talked about when he was a writer for Nerdist, and I feel like this just explains a lot about him. And it's kind of fitting that his first song for a Victorious project was such an obvious tribute to Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head because, well, I also think there's a lot of Weird Al and Matt's music on the show, but not like the Weird Al songs that you guys probably know. I'm talking like pre-1982 Dr. Demento Weird Al, like when he was this 16-year-old kid who skipped a few too many years of high school and was just recording demos in his college dorm and sending it into his favorite radio show.
If you're new in town, then you wanna look around, but you don't know where to begin. Well, there's Bubblegum Alley and the local car rally, not to mention the toilets at Madonna Inn. Take me down to that good old slow town.
I'm rambling at this point, but it's my channel and I'm allowed to. Anyways, Matt Bennett's songs are kind of an interesting curiosity on The Slap because they're typically one of the few segments where the other cast members simply refuse to stay in any semblance of character. Because in the show itself, the characters all kind of hate Robbie, and specifically whenever he starts singing his music, they act like it's bad, because they're assholes. But on The Slap, the other actors just can't hide their optimism about Matt's music, and so in these little snippets, they tend to just play themselves jamming along.
As your father and your mother.
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 Don't trust strangers you already know, even if you met them a long time ago. Don't trust strangers eating out the street. Don't trust strangers eating deli meat. Don't trust strangers eating deli meat. Don't you trust the strangers? Don't you stranger, no.
Now, the second character with a very unique slap profile is, of course, Cat Valentine. Cat's videos from the slap are easily the most popular and the most famous, partially because Ariana Grande is the most popular and the most famous, but also because there's this earnest, sporadic energy to so many of these videos.
Okay, my video profile by Cat. That's me. Okay, I just turned 16, which means that I'm one of the youngest kids in my class, but I'm mature, so whatever, you know. And I love to perform, and I love to sing. Okay, here are some of my favorite notes to sing.
I get the general vibe that Ariana was probably the one who was most commonly allowed to just make up material during these segments because it really does help the flow. And this off-the-cuff feel is present to the extent that, just pointing this out again, Ariana keeps forgetting to do the cat voice.
This person wrote, "Hey, Cat, what's wrong with you?" I wish I knew.
Kat's videos have one eternal quality that sets her videos apart from all of the others, that being the lore. Up to this point, Victorious has historically not been a show obsessed with a dedicated lore. It hardly explores the past of any of the characters or even tries to hold continuity to a golden standard. This is notably different from the writing of iCarly, again highlighting that one show is serialized and one show is episodic. My point is that when you put a camera in front of Ariana and tell her to rant endlessly as Kat, what she immediately starts doing is listing her personal headcanons about her character, all details which are not known to the show. This includes, puzzlingly, the character's full name.
Hey! It's me, Kat. Actually, my full first name is Katerina, but nobody calls me Katerina except for my grandmother, who makes awesome fudge. But I can't eat it because she puts nuts in her fudge, and my doctor says that I'm allergic to nuts, so technically, I can only eat nutless fudge.
One of my favorite obscure Kat facts comes from Tweet Time with Kat #2, where Kat at one point says that her hair color isn't natural, and explains why she chose the color red.
One time I came home really late at night and my brother thought I was an intruder. So he picked up a big glass vase and smashed it on my head, which started bleeding, and then when I looked in the mirror, of course I was really bummed about the fact that my head was bleeding, but I loved the color. So I took some of my bloody hair to the drugstore and I asked... Okay, next tweet.
Cycling through the other characters real quick, there's Andre, for one. As you'll remember, my hot take has always been that when the show first started, the writers forgot to give Andre a personality. So when he sits down to record his slap profile video, it is, I shit you not, just a list of things he likes and dislikes, and that's the whole thing.
I like trees, but not as much as I like bushes. Let's make that clear. I like boxer shorts, I don't like tidy whities. I like orange juice.
In this same video, Andre also says that he is in the 11th grade. This is a continuity error and is incorrect. I'm going to record a segment explaining why, and then speed it up by 500%. Alright, good luck with that, nerds. Then of course there's Rex, who was a much more prominent character back in Season 1. If Rex's cameo in Game Shakers didn't convince you that he was an entirely separate entity from Robbie, Robbie and Rex clearly having vastly different mic quality will surely do the job.
It ticks me off that most clothing stores don't sell clothes in my size.
I'd take him to the small and short store.
I shouldn't have to go there, man.
Also, according to the slap, Rex is actually the same age as everyone else in the cast, a detail which now seems obvious, but has never occurred to me before.
My name is Rex. I'm 16 years old. I spend a lot of time hanging out with this guy, mostly because I feel sorry for him. I like R&B music, some rap, rock and roll. I do not like the Euro synth pop music. I don't tolerate that chiz.
Now, Trina's first video uploaded to her profile actually wasn't her profile video, but an open letter, which is quite depressing to say the least. In it, she tells the story of a boy who took her out on a date, only to go to the bathroom halfway through and climb through a window to escape from the situation. She attempted to get in contact with him later, only to find that he had essentially faked his death.
The next morning, I drove to your house. I rang your doorbell. Your little brother opened the door. When I asked him what happened to you, your brother informed me that you had moved to Australia and would not be returning to America anytime soon. However, as you know, just yesterday, I saw you at the Green Meadow Mall. Yet, when I called out your name, Kevin, you shouted, "Kevin's dead," and ran the other way.
And this pretty much represents what Trina contributes to the slap.com. It's just really, really sad, which is supposed to be funny because you're supposed to hate her, but I kind of don't, so it's just depressing. Trina eventually does upload her own official profile video, which is a live stream Q&A where no one shows up, and again, it's supposed to be funny, but it's not, it's just sad. St. John Van Cleef also has a slap profile, which we sampled earlier, but I'll save details about his videos until we come upon them naturally a little bit down the line. Besides the 9 teenagers in the show, Lane Alexander, Festus, and Psychowitz all have profiles on the slap. But none of them ever uploaded unique videos to said profiles. Psychowitz does contribute to some slap videos in minor ways, mostly through voiceover cameos. This includes this memorable line from the end of the very first video from theslap.com.
My mother tells people I'm dead.
Now that we've covered the first few weeks and we've been introduced to all of our characters, from here on out I'm going to be splitting the slap into 4 unique seasons, each lining up with the seasons from the actual TV show, just to kind of give us a contextual boundary as per what point in the series we're currently supposed to be at. With that, let's get into The Slap, Season 1. So now that the slap has carefully established the main character traits of all of its leads, it now has to find digital content for all of these kids to actually make. Something that feels on brand with the TV show, while at the same time feeling dissimilar from the content of iCarly.com. And the 2 most memorable examples of how this was accomplished can be found in the profiles of Kat and Jade respectively. Starting in June 2010, Jade's profile began uploading a regular series under the title What I Hate. Rather than featuring Jade trying to do a skit or a performance, What I Hate primarily featured Jade, by some interpretation slightly buzzed, ranting about everything she can think of that she personally hates.
I hate it when I go to someone's house and their dog jumps all over me and the owner says, "Oh, it's okay, he's friendly." Guess what? I'm not. Get your dog off me. Girls who wear skirts over their jeans. What do I feel when I see that? Here's a hint. Hatred. You listening, girls? Wear a skirt or wear jeans. But if you wear them simultaneously, whatever, go for it. As long as you don't mind me hating you. I hate people who complain when I chew ice. Does this bug you? Good.
The problem is that the writers apparently had trouble coming up with more than a few videos worth of ideas, so eventually Jade will either get mad at things which are entirely ridiculous, even sometimes being stuff she just makes up, or she will tell stories that kind of make her sound like an entitled asshole who isn't the good guy in those stories.
Beck takes me out to this, sick, fancy restaurant, and I order the penne with shrimp, and when I go to eat it, I see that the shrimp have tails still on them. What? So I say to the waiter, "Dude, is the chef taking a nap? What, was he too busy to take a knife and slice the tails of my shrimp before he dropped them in my pasta?" And so the waiter goes, "But the chef says that cooking the shrimp with the tails on adds flavor." So I pick up my plate, walk it over to a trash can, and dropped my shrimp tail-infested penne in the garbage.
This will become one of the longest lasting segments on the website, and one of many to outlast Season 1. Next we have Kat's Random Thoughts, which is, you guessed it, Kat sitting on camera and saying literally any thought that comes into her head.
One time, I was with my family having dinner at BF Wang's, and the electricity went out. No lie.
Or sometimes she just makes a noise. which is just as fun. Then we have drive-by acting, the main contribution that Psychowitz brings to the website. Drive-by acting is pretty simple. Psychowitz will run up to some of the characters using a handheld camera and announce a surprise improv session where they aren't allowed to break character. He'll then randomly give everyone different roles, and we get to see how it all plays out. In one segment, Beck is cast as a person trying to order food at a restaurant, and Jade is cast as a disruptive male employee without personal boundaries.
Excuse me, I'd like to order a number 3 turbo combo.
Holy cripes, you are like ridiculously handsome.
Thanks, but can I get a,
I swear on my mother's face, you are like 9 different kinds of attractive. Look at you.
What comes on a double cheeseburger?
You are better than a double cheeseburger. I swear you are like so gorgeous I can't even stand myself right now.
I appreciate that, but...
Who are your parents? Is your father some kind of schmancy Greek god, and your mother, what is she? Some kind of exotic animal, like a fantastic lady antelope that one might see in a safari somewhere?
Is there someone else I can order from that...
So I have a standing theory about this one. In this skit, once she's in character, Jade begins immediately praising every aspect of Beck that she can think of, something that she almost never does in real life. I kind of feel like this is some kind of psychological thing, where Jade has built up stern boundaries around Beck, and thus can never communicate to him properly, so the moment she's allowing herself to be another person, she just starts gushing because it's the only opportunity she ever has to allow herself to speak about Beck emotionally. Or maybe it's a dumb skit, I don't fucking know. Other memorable episodes of drive-by acting include one where Tori plays a teenage girl who lost her phone at the mall, and Robbie plays someone who is an expert at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
I lost my cell phone. Can you please help me?
Sure.
Psychowitz! He was really giving me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
Right.
And then there's the episode where Andre is playing a man who can only speak in loud noises, and Kat is playing someone that loves biting people.
Ow! Ow! Cat!
Don't break character! She just broke my skin!
That's true, I felt my teeth go in.
Army Hammer. Now, one character that the slap rather predictably had trouble gauging was our old pal, Robbie, who, depending on the skit, is either a very talented comedian and musician or a sex offender. And so throughout the course of season 1, a few different running gags are tested with the character. The first idea was to have Robbie be really into personal improv, leading to the increased presence of the baby voice skits. Basically, Matt Bennett apparently has like a weird Elmo impersonation, and so a few early skits involve Robbie acting out scenes with this character.
Who peed on my computer bag?
What?
Who peed all over my computer bag?
I don't know, Daddy. I'm just 8 months old, so I don't know who peed all over your computer bag.
But you were the only person in this house all day.
Yes, that's true, Daddy. I was the only person in the house all day. But I swear to gosh I didn't pee on your computer bag!
Don't you lie to me, baby!
Daddy, I would never tell a fib! Especially not to my sweet dear Daddy!
If you didn't pee on my computer bag, then who did?
I don't know, Daddy. Maybe it was... Justin Bieber!
That's a dirty lie, baby!
Touchstone stuff, right? This gag culminates in a video where Robbie goes over to Tori's home and coerces her into joining the improv, playing the baby's mother. At which point, it becomes extremely clear that this whole act is a fetish that Robbie has.
I went into your purse and I took in your lipstick.
Well, that's bad.
I know about it! I think I need a new diaper!
Okay, this is over.
Come on, it was just getting good.
Over!
Hey, don't turn it off!
Too late!
Tori, wait, I just want to...
With the baby bit milk dry, it's clear Robbie needed something new, leading him to his next segment, which I like to call plagiarism.
Hello, I'm Robbie, and this is a continuing segment I do called Robbie's Reviews, as you can see by the sign I made.
Hey Dad, do you still know that time-traveling lawyer? Robbie's Reviews is a short-lived series, but one that's pretty easy to explain. Remember Food Battle? From Smosh? It's that, but with one person. Robbie will select an item, like a rock or a bundle of noodles, and he'll perform random challenges to see if said item is qualified to perform those tasks.
Epic fail.
Some of these are rational, and others, not so much.
I don't think we can fully evaluate a large rock without checking to see how it performs as a self-defense weapon. Let's find out!
No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I think we have to give this rock an excellent rating in terms of self-defense.
What the fuck, Robbie? I wasn't even paying attention if Robbie killed someone. That man is dead!
Problem solving. So, I sold my buddy a guitar, but he still owes me half the money, and I can't seem to get him to pay me back. So what do I do?
What if Robbie kills another guy with the rock? And he's like, I know the solution to this one. Several early videos exclusive to the slap give us an interesting reminder as per when in the series we are supposed to be, while also occasionally giving us a parallel view of certain events. For instance, in September 2010, Tori uploaded a brief video showing Melinda Murray's injury as filmed on her Pearphone.
What are you doing? Haven't you done enough? There is an arrow through my hand. Get that thing out of my face. Get her off the set right now.
This is, of course, an event from Season 1 that we all know very well, but we've previously only seen it contextualized in a very stiff, artificial soundstage setting, so it's weird to see it filmed in such a completely authentic way, as if this were a real thing that happened in 2010, and this is the only visual evidence. Also included on the site was a series of skits and promos filmed with Perez Hilton for the Airplane Bottle episode. Once again, I have no idea who was excited about the prospect of Perez Hilton being on a Nickelodeon sitcom, but for the people that were, this is some fun extra content. And if you're really a fan of slap exclusive media which tied back into the TV show, then you're going to certainly enjoy this extended Robbie number that we all know very well.
It's fun to run, it's fun to play, it's fun to make things out of clay, it's fun to fill your car with gas, it's fun to break things made of glass. Broken glass can cut your hand, and then you'll bleed across the land. Ask any woman, child, or man, the dangers you'll pass with broken glass. With broken glass.
Now, at this stage, we're approaching what I would call the end of Season 1, so we only have a few brief snippets left to introduce. The video Beck and Jade's Relationship Advice features the titular couple presenting a Q&A of sort, where they answer questions sent in by viewers looking for relationship advice. The joke, of course, being that Beck and Jade fight so much that they can't even get through the basic structure of the show.
I'm Beck.
Jade, I'm his girlfriend.
We've been dating for 2 years.
Longer.
Huh?
It's been longer than 2 years, but it doesn't matter. Just keep
I
going.
thought we officially started dating.
It doesn't matter.
So, a lot of people we know come to us for relationship advice.
So we told people, if you have a relationship-y kind of question for us, just send it to my page in the slap.
Or mine.
And maybe we'll answer it.
Okay, the first question is...
Don't read that one.
Why not?
Read the next one.
Why can't we just start in the first
Why
question?
pick a fight with me?
At this point, Kat was given yet another running series of her own. Titled Kat Interviews Cute Boys, the content featured Kat interviewing numerous boys in her bedroom. In every case, the boys are completely stupefied by what is happening, as Kat has invited each of them to her home under false pretenses.
Martin came here to be interviewed.
No, you said you're gonna have a party.
This is kind of like a party.
I'm the only one here.
So?
The impression given is that these boys are incapable of figuring out why a girl their age would want to hang out with just the two of them, and each boy fails to pick up on Kat's overly flirty demeanor.
And now, we dance. You're a good dancer.
One person who has been almost non-existent on this site is Andre. who shortly after this uploaded one of his first videos to his profile. The video features Andre interviewing his grandmother and trying to get her to explain several text messages that she has sent to him. While the show itself is typically ambiguous about what issues Andre's grandmother suffers from, videos on the Slap seem to make it almost certain that she suffers from schizophrenia. A puzzling detail considering that this is still played exclusively for comedy.
Grandma, you wrote, "There's somebody in my refrigerator."
There was!
Who do you think was in your refrigerator? A bank robber. A bank robber? Why do you think a bank robber was in your refrigerator? No, wait, come back.
Now, at this point, I'd say we're in for a treat, because we're about to talk about what is, without a doubt, one of my favorite ongoing segments on the Slap website.
Go!
Oh, hey, it's me, Sinjin. I noticed a lot of people here on the Slap put up really creative videos, but I don't really have many. So, I thought I'd make a cool, funny video to put up here on my page at theslap.com.
Sinjin's first non-profile video is titled Sinjin's Sock Puppets, Lady Gaga, and features an insightful yet slightly disturbing glance into the mind of Hollywood Art's favorite student.
Whoa, you're Lady Gaga.
That's right, I sure am Lady Gaga. Who are you?
My name is Sinjin. I go to Hollywood Arts High School.
No way! That is so impressive.
Yeah, well...
Say, why don't you come over here and sniff me? Well, do you like my odor?
Sure. You're the best smelling pop star I've ever sniffed.
Oh, Sinjin, you're gonna make me blush.
Whatever. I gotta go.
No, wait.
What do you want?
You. I want you, Sinjin.
Normal one. Normal one. The Slap is having a normal one.
This has been a Sinjin Van Cleef production.
Dude, that's creepy.
Just get out of here.
You'll be simply ecstatic to learn that Sinjin's Sock Puppets is not only going to return, it's going to become one of the site's most consistent running gags. And speaking of puppets, let's now introduce Rex's main recurring segment.
What's up, people of the Slap? My name is Robbie.
Get to the point.
Could you show me 1 ounce of respect?
What is there to respect, man?
This one is pretty easy to explain. Occasionally, during weeks where nothing more exciting was coming out on the site, Rex would upload videos of himself performing covers of popular songs from the show. These would be accompanied by Sinjin in the background, who would perform interpretive dances.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you be the main attraction. I may not be a star, I'm not driving the sickest car, but I know I can make you happy, baby. So tell me that you love me, yeah, and tell me that I take your breath away. And maybe if you take one more, then I would know for sure there's nothing left to say. Tell me that you love me anyway.
And with that, we've now seen most of the content of the first year of theslap.com. Emphasis on most, because there is something we haven't covered yet. Hey guys, so the screen has no visuals right now, it's just black, and that can only mean one of two things. Either I'm about to deliver a really speedy punchline to something, or I'm about to say some series of off-the-cuff stuff that I'm not sure how to visualize. Sadly, in this case, it's the latter of the two. A big theme of this project to me is the utter paradoxical nature of trying to do something like this, like with these specific shows, trying to watch one of these shows because there's this big elephant in the room, you know, that's just looms over, you know, and just is always there. And I've taken a little bit of pride in the fact that I've been able to save so many of the details surrounding that for a standalone video at the end of this miniseries. And I've also taken some pride in the fact that, like, I feel like we don't have to talk about the elephant in the room because you can just always feel it. The further we get into this, the more weird it gets, the more shocking stuff gets, and the more it just feels like there is this big elephant-shaped shadow that is just looming over everything. And, you know, the reason I'm talking about all this right now is I'm about to show you guys 4 videos, which are from the beginning of Season 1, and all 4 of these videos were posted in a row. And I watched them all in a row. And these 4 videos represent, perhaps, the worst thing I've ever seen put into a piece of children's media. Just like, individually, it's all weird, but the fact that it's all in a row, 4 videos in a row, it dumbfounds the mind and curses the soul. And the reason I'm going on this spiel is not only to give you guys a content warning, to be like, if you want to shuttle forwards, that's fine, but to also just kind of say, I'm in a weird position where if I don't represent this content, it will be an inauthentic representation of what the slap.com is known for. But at the exact same time, when I present this content, I'm not going to be delivering closure in relation to it. We're not going to go through a therapy session and go out understanding why all this is here. We're going to look at some awful stuff. We're going to process that there's something very, very wrong. And then we're going to move on like we have so many times before. Are you guys ready? Because don't say I didn't warn you. So the very first video we're going to be highlighting was very early in the history of the site. In fact, being the very first episode of Cat's Random Thoughts. During said episode, this very weird thing suddenly happens.
Sometimes I call my hairdryer baby. Like, hello, baby. Who's my hairdryer? You are. That's right. You my baby hairdryer with pink tape on it. Have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth? Check this out. Look, I'm upside down.
What the fuck was that? Why the fuck do I do this? What am I fucking gaining? As I said before, this is already an extremely weird, awful moment, and it's perhaps the worst thing that we've seen in this project so far, but it's made worse by the video that came out directly after this, which is equally weird and in the exact same way. We are now going to be talking about the only ongoing series introduced in Season 1 which we haven't talked about before. That being, Tori Takes Requests. In the very first episode, Tori, who has recently joined Hollywood Arts as a new transfer, says that she wants to take requests from the audience about what thing she should do so she can then upload that to her profile. While she goes in expecting requests about the performing arts, singing, dancing, and whatnot, what she receives instead is awful.
Tori, please pour ketchup all over your feet.
Okay, what is wrong with people?
Just do it.
But that's not performing.
Come on, just do it.
Spread your toes, girl. Woo!
I still say this is not performing.
All right. Well, let's turn on some music and make your feet dance.
What?
I'm gonna minimize this. Okay? I talked about this yesterday in my stream from yesterday, but like a big thing about doing this project, right, is so often I would, specifically in like early iCarly, I would see something that was like so fucked up that it like disturbed me. But it would be like, I can't even send this to another person, right? Like I can't take a screenshot of this and send it to another person because it would put me on a watch list, right? So I can't do that. But this is on fucking Netflix, right? You know what I mean? It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's getting worse before it gets better. It's getting worse before it gets better. It's gotta get better sometime. Whoa, 2 of them in a row.
Read the comment! Oh, relax. Okay, first comment says, Tori, I would love to see you as a hamburger. Let's read the next comment.
No. Tori. You said you'd do whatever they wanted.
Oh, come on. Being a hamburger isn't performing.
It's kind of like performance art.
Yeah.
It is.
But I don't want to... I mean, I'd sing a song.
Burger. And we begin.
First, I'll put a bun under Tori's belly.
Oh, it's gonna be more ketchup shit. We can all feel it, right? We can all feel this coming, right?
Tomato!
Some onions?
No! They smell!
Pickles!
No, I don't even like pickles on my burger. No condiments. No condiments.
More ketchup!
And now, the top half of the sesame seed bun.
Okay, I'm a hamburger now. You happy? Freak?
Hey, Cat. Guess what time it is?
What time?
Are they gonna start eating the food directly off of Tori's stomach? Is that what's gonna happen?
Dinner time!
They didn't show it. Oh, they didn't show it. Thank you, Lord. They didn't show it. Vindication. They didn't show it. I'm gonna be down here for a while. Quinton, are you okay? Someone said, Quinton, are you okay? What does it mean to be okay these days? I mean that in the sense of the world and in the sense of my life. There is no God. Before it was a fucking hunch, now it's a fact. So I'm fine. Because the world makes a little more sense today. And so after all that, after 3 awful slap videos in a row, right after another, I just needed a break, right? And the next thing up on the docket was a Robbie song. And the song's title happened to be Robbie's Big Toe. Red flag, right? Not to me. For some reason, I was convinced that the song we were about to watch on this stream was going to be totally normal. Which, at first, it kind of was, despite a few odd quirks which are hardly alien to Victorious.
Now, if Tori's nice to Jade, but Jade is mean to Tori, where's the sense in that? Well, I guess it makes a good story. And Cat is bipolar, she can really do you in. There are crazy cast of characters, let's sing it all again!
So I told you guys, in the first few episodes, they literally say Cat is bipolar. That's how they describe it. So many people in the comment section of the first video were like, Or like, Quinton, you don't understand what bipolar is. And it's like, no, I do, but in the show, they say Kat is bipolar. They say that sentence out loud. Why is the song called Big Toe?
But the whistle starts when Robin takes his shoe off. Oh no! When this baby was born, who'd have guessed his fate? Robbie's got one big toe and 9 others are pulling his weight. It's awful hard finding shoes that'll fit.
I'm gonna become the Joker. You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you'll be the main attraction. Season 2 of Victorious premiered on April 2nd, 2011. Kicking things off with Beggin' on Your Knees, the classic episode where a guy pretends to be in love with Tori so he can get her to do his homework. Now, I'll be the first to admit that it's possible that content on the slap and content that aired on TV weren't always perfectly lined up. Maybe some stuff filmed during Season 1 premiered after this on the site, and maybe some stuff filmed for Season 2 premiered before this. But I think splitting things up by the seasons in the TV show is just the cleanest way to keep track of things. Now you might be wondering, how do you tell apart the Season 1 production block and the Season 2 production block? Well, it can be difficult, but there's two main tells. Firstly, after Season 1 is when Ariana Grande first started getting into spray tans. So for every break in production, Ariana looks just a little bit more bronzed than before. But more glaringly, Season 2 is when the show first started using the pear-shaped phone props, which replaced the ordinary phone props that we had seen in Season 1. Speaking of which, a brief tangent here on a topic that we've surely not covered to death. During Season 1 of Victorious, the Slap website is shown in-universe several times, and in those scenes, it has a somewhat unique design that we never got in the real world. For those who haven't caught on, the Season 1 Slap uses a normal smartphone as the border to videos, while the real-world site was using the pear-shaped border even at launch. I think this detail is really funny because it implies that they had the website designed really early so they could feature it in the show, and they probably hired someone, right? And that person was probably like, oh, we should make the border to these videos a smartphone because smartphones are the same shape as 16:9 video. That's basically the entire appeal of smartphones. And they design it, they're content with it, it gets used in the show, and then like 1 week before launch, they get a phone call from the showrunner who's like, hey, we're filming Season 2 now, and the phones are pear-shaped now. And this random underpaid web designer is like, what the fuck does that mean? Season 2 of The Slap recycles a lot of material from Season 1, doing a good number of sequel videos. Some of this we'll be skipping because I kinda cheated in some cases and played Season 2 clips during the Season 1 analysis, just so you guys would get the gist. The first video posted during Season 2 was the second and final episode of Beck and Jade's relationship advice. And boy, if you love seeing these two argue about literally everything, you're gonna have a great time.
Hey, it's me and Beck.
What's doing?
I just made popcorn.
Yep, the little woman sure can cook.
Okay, that's offensive on like every level.
It was a joke.
Was it?
I'm Beck.
I'm his girlfriend, which makes him ridiculously lucky.
So lucky.
Oh, you're not lucky to have me as your girlfriend?
After this, we get another episode of Tori Takes Requests, and I'm happy to say that I think this is the first episode of this specific running segment that isn't a fetish. It's ASMR. Basically, someone challenges Tori to put glue on her hand and then have Jade rip it off. Now, it's possible that this actually is a fetish, and it's one that I'm not really aware of. If that's the case, please don't tell me. I'd rather not know.
Oh, that's a good one! That's a good one right there! Oh!
After this, we have, basically, a soft reboot of everyone's favorite video from Season 1.
Start! Sorry. Hi, I'm Sinjin. I, wanted to put some videos up on the Slap, on my page, because that's what most of the other kids at Hollywood Arts do. And my father told me that I should try to be more like other, normal people. So I'm gonna make a funny video.
To understand this one properly, we have to introduce a brand new ongoing segment, which I like to call Pointless Character Retcons from the Slap.com. So let's get started with Pointless Character Retcon from the Slap.com number 1. Sinjin is secretly deeply in love with Jade. This is something that originates in Sinjin's profile video, which you'll remember we skipped over a little bit earlier.
I also do a little something I like to call improv rock, which goes like this.
Yeah! Alright! Gonna take it downtown, gonna take it downtown, gonna take it downtown.
Did you hear that, Jade?
Sinjin's infatuation with Jade is something that, from my memory, doesn't come up in the TV show, but in the web material it is a continuous running gag, which even made its way into the victorious Wii game. Anyways, the big payoff to this is the second episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, which this time features Sinjin acting out a fantasy of Jade suddenly professing her love to him one day.
Oh, Sinjin, I can't fool you. You know that I think about you all the time.
Wow, Jade. Sounds like you've got a bad case of the Sinjins.
I do.
Then why do you keep dating Beck?
'Cause I feel sorry for him. I really want to date you.
You don't think I know that? You don't think I see the way you look at me? At lunch, in the halls?
Oh, Sinjin, cuddle me.
No.
Why not?
Because you belong to Beck.
Anyways, you guys want to take a random guess about who shows up right after this?
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I was just...
No, you are doing something. You have 2 sock puppets on your wrists.
No, I don't. I don't have any sock puppets.
Really?
I was just pretending.
This is not right, okay? It's not right for you to do this, okay?
I wasn't hurting anybody.
Is that supposed to be me?
I don't know.
Is that on?
No.
Is that on?
Yes.
Turn it off.
Why?
Just turn it off right now. Turn it off right now.
My camera.
No, turn it off.
There's going to be many, many more of these. After this, Trina uploaded yet another open letter, which you'll remember she had done previously about a boy who ghosted her. Trina explains that at the beginning of the month, she had previously uploaded a video of her singing an original song, which she didn't, by the way, but the point is that she claims that at the end of that video, she encouraged people to leave comments. She reads through those comments in this video, highlighting several cruel and personal things said about her appearance and singing talents. She then ends on this.
Thanks for the vicious cruelty. And to the one person who wrote the sort of nice comment about me, which had nothing to do with my singing, thank you. But no, I won't.
After this, we get our first original video of Season 2. The first episode of Jade with Tots. In this video, we learn that Hollywood Arts is directly across the street from a preschool, and Jade, desperate for a video to post, has decided to borrow a few kids to interview them. This segment is a really good showing of Liz Gilly's talents in improv. She's able to interact with these kids clearly in character without being too mean. She doesn't traumatize the kids or anything, but it still feels like Jade, and I think that's an interesting thing.
Gotta speak up, sweetheart. Why do you feel that I don't have one decent friend that I can really count on?
Because maybe some people don't like you?
Now let's talk about this for a minute. Why wouldn't people like me?
You're kind of scary.
I'm scary?
Next, we have yet another brand new recurring segment, the Funny Nugget Show. This one's weird.
Okay. We need to be serious.
Yeah, serious.
Let's be serious.
Okay.
All right.
When we were watching this live on my Twitch, the Funny Nugget Show convinced my chat and I of 3 consecutive things. Number 1, Tori and Kat are much closer friends than they appear to be in the show. Number 2, Tori and Kat love getting high together and recording videos in the middle of the night. Number 3, Tori and Kat are gay. This is the only way to explain the Funny Nugget Show. Tori and Kat are high and gay, but only in this single recurring segment.
Very curious.
There's a Martian in my shorts. And the most important thing that you will all always remember is that Oh no!
I literally don't know how else to describe the Funny Nugget Show segments, and there's so many of them. It's literally just them acting high in the middle of the night. It's like kind of odd. I guess one interesting note in passing is that in the very first video, Ariana overtly breaks character, but they just keep it in as a gag.
I want to start over. No, there's no do-overs. No do-overs? There's no do-overs. Nope, not now. Not ever.
Next, let's quickly highlight Tweet Time with Kat. This is a 2-part video series which features Kat reading tweets sent to her on theslap.com. It's a Q&A series of sorts, with the gimmick being that Kat will only allow herself to talk about any given topic for 10 seconds at a time. We've shown a few highlights from this before, so let's just keep moving. In July 2011, Andre uploaded yet another video to the Slap featuring his grandmother. Although this time, you could argue he had somewhat good intentions. Andre's grandmother, apparently, is passionate about the game Mahjong. I know how to say this word, but I can't. Andre's grandmother is apparently passionate about the game Mahjong, so he tries to get her to do a tutorial explaining how to play. However, loud noises near the school cause her to freak out time after time, flipping the table and losing all of the pieces. Most of the skit isn't interesting and is just a repeat of the typical jokes with this specific character. However, one single exchange between the characters, which at a surface level is meant to be throwaway, is perhaps the greatest revelation of this entire intermission.
We're gonna try this again. Right, Grandma?
When do I get lunch?
I told you we can stop at Good Burger on the way home.
I want cheese on my Good Burger.
We can make that happen.
Hold the fucking phone. Good Burger. Good Burger. That's all. That opens a whole fucking cascade in the NSU. Did he just say that he's gonna take her to fucking Good Burger? We're all on the same fucking page, right? Good Burger NSU? Good Burger NSU? Good Burger NSU. Holy shit. Speaking of the NSU, let's now talk about a video which is very out of place. Literally, because it isn't really a video from the Slap at all. You see, the web-exclusive material of iCarly.com had an established running series titled 3-Way Random Debate, and around this time, they uploaded a video featuring their show being invaded by the cast of Victorious.
Hi!
Who was that?
I think it was Ariana Grande.
From Victorious?
Uh-huh.
Really? Hey, Ariana.
Hey, Noah.
Shh! Ariana!
We're in character.
You gotta call him Gibby.
What's up, people?
As you can see, the joke of this one is that the Victorious characters are not in character, causing the iCarly cast to break from their performances as well.
Hey, Jerry.
Jerry, no, I'm Spencer. Or wait, is she playing Cat right now?
No, they're just being themselves.
Shouldn't everyone always be themselves? Not when we're acting. Oh, are you acting right now? Yeah! Well, wait, now I'm not sure.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Daniela.
Demo!
Okay, so like the whole cast of Victorious is crashing this web segment?
Oh no, just us 3.
Make that 4.
Hey, Rex. Hi, Rex.
How can Rex be talking when I'm nowhere near him?
How come you haven't had a date since your bat mitzvah?
Hey, is Rex in character? Are we supposed to be in character?
All I know.
Now, this video was posted to both iCarly.com and The Slap, but I think I won't cause a fight if I say that it feels more like an iCarly video. iCarly.com suffered from this unique issue where the moment Miranda Cosgrove decided that she didn't want to do the web exclusive content, there was basically no way for that website to keep any kind of brand synchronicity with the show being aired on TV. And by the 5th year that the show was on the air, they just really didn't care and were making it pretty blatant that the skits were just skits. And that is an interesting contrast to what we've seen so far on The Slap. TheSlap.com does feature all of the main characters. It does strive to find a consistency with the TV show, and it is still invested in the idea of the viewer seeing it as canon. Although, just because it's canon doesn't mean that it's not fucking weird. Okay, so next we turn to Jade's What I Hate series, also bringing us to Pointless Character Retcon from The Slap number 2. Jade lives with a guy? Okay, so this is a guy that Jade lives with, and it's explicitly not her dad. It's also not a relative, it seems. It's someone that Jade refers to as this guy. It's almost like Jade doesn't know who he is. It's just a guy that she lives with, whom she has total control over because he is afraid of her. I don't get it either. I think this is the same guy who tried to hit on Carly in that one episode. Did I even mention that? I can't remember. There was this guy who was like an adult and was trying to hit on Carly while she was like acting as a third wheel for Sam and Freddie. Does anyone remember that? Or maybe he's like the Paraphone employee who has a mental breakdown because Gibby keeps talking to him. Did anyone remember that either? Anyways, it seems like whoever he is, he somehow ended up as like an obedient servant for Jade. I don't have any thoughts about this, it's just a thing. Next, let's talk about Pointless Character Retcon from The Slap number 3. Cat is a Trekkie.
Hey, Mr. Spock. You are so Vulcan weird. Time for your nap, tomatoes.
Okay, everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. None of the stuff we've just gone over matters in the slightest. And do you know why? Do you know why? Because we have another St. John Sock Puppet episode to review. This one is actually about a historical figure, Abraham Lincoln, and trust me when I say, you have no idea where this one is going to go. Is he in Ford Theater?
Ho, ho, ho. I'm Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Wait just a minute. Oh, hello, young man. My name is President Abraham. Silence! Oh, you're bad. You're a bad president. But why do you say that?
What if St. John is like, just says something just racist?
Because you're nothing but a big disappointment. But I've done so many good things.
Oh, no! No! Oh, no! Oh, my God! What?
For America, it's not enough. But did you hear me? No matter how many good things you do, it's never enough.
Holy shit!
I'm sorry.
St. John. St. John!
Hey.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Why is your sock being so mean to the Abraham Lincoln sock?
Because sometimes my mom criticizes me.
Can we all all be on the same page about the fact that they knew what they were fucking doing. So that's the best video on the slap. It's all downhill from here. After this comes another episode of Jade with Tots, the iconic series where Jade continues to mistake preschoolers for her therapist.
Oh, there's a man, right? It's a man. Oh, it's your dad? Yep. Interesting. My daddy hates everything I stand for. He just wants to hang out with his new wife and her yappy little dog. And he's never kept one promise. Ever. So, what do you think about that? Yeah.
After this breakthrough, Jade uploaded yet another episode of What I Hate. And boy, at this stage is she scraping at the bottom of the barrel.
I hate aloe vera. You know that useless gel you buy at drugstores that's supposed to do whatever, but it doesn't really do anything at all? Yeah. Thank you, tube of sticky goo that does nothing.
Jade, honey, you're the whitest person in the show and you live in California. You should know what aloe vera is for. After this, we get another episode of Kat's Random Thoughts, because hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sometimes I wonder if you can get juice from a potato. I wonder if I pulled my hair back in a ponytail and then rubbed honey all over my face and then stuck my face in a big bowl full of popcorn, what would my face look like when it came out? Okay. This is an olive. And this is a tweezer. Now.
She's doing surgery on a grape. We then get yet another episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, this time reverting to the normal gimmick of Sinjin acting out fantasies relating to women from the show. In this one, Sinjin is a dentist who is chastising Tori for not taking care of her teeth. This might seem random, but there's this gag in season 1 that I never brought up in the first video, where Sinjin has a teeth collection, so that probably implies that him fantasizing about doing dental work on women is probably one of his things.
Just please clean my teeth. It's too late for that. No! Your teeth will be filthy forever.
Hey.
Why?
Speaking of which, before the content on this site is over, Sinjin will have acted out some fantasy involving every girl in the show, with one exception. That being Kat, who he never once makes a sock puppet show out of. This seemed like an odd detail before I realized that this actually makes a lot of sense. Sinjin would be somewhat unlikely to generate unrealistic fantasies about Kat because he and Kat already dated back in season 1, even if she was secretly just dating him to steal his money. What this means is that Sinjin probably has a hard time being invested in fantasies of something working out between him and Kat because he's already seen that the relationship just wouldn't last. Next, we have yet another episode of Jade with Tots, and the final one to be exact, as at the end, Beck enters the picture and shuts the whole thing down.
You're scary.
You think so? Because I can be way scarier than this. Okay, now tell me
Hey.
We're filming.
Jade?
What? You're butting into my Tot interview.
Yeah, it's not right.
What's not right?
You need to stop this.
I'm just talking to
Look,
them.
You can't be so hard on little kids.
No, I'm just asking them questions.
They're little kids. It's just not cool.
Beck and Jay then have a very cute moment together, almost making you forget that 8 weeks from now, the two will enter an ear-splitting shouting match and will break up mere hours later. You'll remember that season 2 ends with a long blooper episode set in what I call the metaverse, a term that Mark Zuckerberg somehow managed to steal after I recorded that segment, but before I got to upload it. Anywho, to tie into this episode, several web-exclusive interviews with the Christopher Kane character were uploaded to Rex's profile.
You also have a younger sister.
Yeah, I do.
Tell me about her.
She's in high school. She's a really good student.
And do you know where she is right now?
No.
I do.
What do you mean? Where is she?
You don't need to know.
Where is my sister?
Don't worry about it. But... All right. We've chatted about your father, who's in prison.
He is not.
And we've talked about your sister.
Where is she?
Now, let's discuss your mother.
I've already shown a good amount of this material in my previous video, but one interesting exclusive I didn't mention is the Slap blooper reels, 2 of which did not air on TV. This includes one of the most uncanny pieces of victorious media to ever exist. The Psychowitz reel, featuring Eric Lange breaking character several times.
Come on, this isn't fair.
That's also mine.
Oh, I thought the circulation of my brain's getting cut off. I'm sorry.
But you've been depressed for days because you miss your ex-girlfriend's bunny.
Well, yes, but you thought Bunny was a cat?
No, a rabbit. I thought it was a rabbit.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, yes, but you thought Bunny was a cat? Sorry. Yep. Well, yes, but you thought Bunny was a cat? I mean, really, what's wrong with me? Rabbit. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
With that, let's now quickly move into the 3rd season of Slap content. So as I just mentioned, near the beginning of Season 3, Beck and Jade have a nasty breakup. And because of that, the two really don't appear together in Slap videos from here on out. In episode 4, Kat uses the breakup as a means to get closer to Jade, something she's evidently wanted for a long time.
Yay, we're hanging out together!
Kat's antics in attempting to properly befriend Jade are rarely seen for the rest of the season, but they are featured heavily in the Slap.com. And this leads us to the first original video of Season 3, and one of the most famous, Kat's bedtime story. Basically, in this one, Jade is staying over at Kat's house due to her house being fumigated. And while she's sleeping in Kat's bed, Kat wakes her up and begins filming a video, announcing that they are going to do an improv bedtime story.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl who always dreamed of being a princess. And now Jade will tell you the little girl's name.
Her name was Bloatus.
I don't think that's a girl's name.
Her name was Bloatus!
Throughout the course of the skit, Kat's side of the story keeps striving for a lighthearted fairy tale tone, and Jade's does the exact opposite.
Now, Bloatus knew that to become a princess, she had to find a handsome prince.
Yeah, so Bloatus tried to meet one through an online dating service, but when the guy showed up, he was 37.
Okay. But then, on Bloatus's birthday, she woke up.
With cramps.
And she saw a beautiful rainbow outside her window.
Ow! Look at that. I pulled my fingernail off last week and I think it's infected. Does it look infected?
This will be somewhat of a running bit on the Slap, and I think this is maybe one of the reasons so many people ship Kat and Jade, because obviously this video just screams romantic subtext.
Yep, look at that. Look at that. There's pus coming out. That is infected. Look at that.
The end.
Kat at this point begins a new ongoing solo project, which you could argue is something of a twist on Jade's previous show, Jade with Tots. In the first video, Kat explains that there is a home for the elderly down the street from where she lives, and so, on occasion, she will borrow several of these jocular geriatrics to film a video.
To access a wireless network, we're gonna tap Wi-Fi.
Does someone have a photo of Ariana Grande with Joe Biden? In one segment, she attempts to teach the unresponsive group how to use pair devices, and in another, she attempts to make the old folk laugh, much to no avail.
Okay, this is a lady character I do.
Hey, Parnell, you look like the 4th of July. makes me want a hot dog real bad.
I guess old people don't like Legally Blonde quotes. The old people in these skits are named Bill, Elaine, and Parnell. I'm only highlighting this because someone told me that in season 4, Kat actually refers to one of these characters by name. I'm not sure if this is true, but I guess we'll have to find out. After this, we get the final episode of The Funny Nugget Show and a video called Kat Tells Jade a Joke, and it's interesting to highlight these two right next to each other. In The Funny Nugget Show, Kat and Tori are acting like total besties, laughing and giggling and having a good time.
Kat and I are gonna show. And now, Kat and I will pretend to be men who speak no English.
In Kat Tells Jade a Joke, Jade is basically treating Kat how she used to treat Beck, fighting with her about virtually everything and belittling her at any given chance. I know the fact that Jade is mean to everyone isn't exactly breaking new ground, but I just thought that was something worth highlighting. I feel like we've been talking about Jade and Kat non-stop throughout this entire intermission, so let's check up really quickly on two lesser-seen characters, Andre and Tori. In the first Tori Takes Request of Season 3, she's hit with a request that is specific but not too gross, and she jumps at the chance. The request asks that she makes a tutorial on how to shave off someone's mustache and replace it with a wristwatch. She borrows a social worker who lives near her and agrees to take the sacrifice for the segment. After shaving his stash off and gluing the watch on, Andre and Tori do a very quick test.
Hey Mark, what time is it?
I don't know. I can't see the watch.
Nope.
You sure can.
The slap is a great window into the idea that it's just like, if you knew these people in real life, you'd be like, these people are fucking psychotic. You know, like... After this, we got Kat's Random Freakout. This one's pretty interesting. Basically, it's an episode of Kat's Random Thoughts, but throughout the episode, she occasionally manages to talk herself into having an episode.
Well, wait, you won't see this until I post it on the Slap, so, I mean, for you, right now is in the future when you're watching this. But for me, right now means right now, when I'm taping it. We have two different right nows. I think I just freaked myself out. I did! I just freaked myself out! I'm freaking out! I'm okay now.
Jade then continues with a few more episodes of What I Hate, but I feel like at this stage we've seen a pretty sufficient glance into how her social media content changes after her breakup. What I want to see instead is what Beck is up to right now. Starting off in June 2012, Tori uploads a special episode of Tori Takes Requests themed around Beck's hair. Basically, she's given a challenge to see if she can make Beck's hair look bad, which he braggadociously claims is impossible.
I'm warning you though, it's gonna be harder than you think.
Oh, come on, your hair is not that great.
She tries out a few options, which all seem to suit him, before she kinda gives him some cowlicks and he admits defeat.
I'd like to go home now.
Oh, you don't want to go to the beach or something? It is like 80 degrees out.
I'd like to go home.
Beck then actually uploads a video to his own profile illustrating his talents at cooking. The gag of this video is that women are so into Beck that even if he isn't great at cooking, they show extreme excitement at just the image of him trying, with him again being quite boastful of how the ladies swoon at his low-effort demeanor.
I usually just open the bag, you know, because that saves...
At the end of the skit, Beck tries to make a can of soup, but instead of women being drawn to him, Robbie is.
Who's making soup?
I am.
This is awesome.
This is not what I was expecting.
Beck,
Why didn't you tell me you're making soup? You know your soup is my favorite.
It's just soup from a can, Robbie.
And it's delicious.
Okay, cut. We're done here.
Robbie bye, Beck homophobic. Anywho, let's move on to the penultimate episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, this time themed around Trina, who of course shows up to interrupt the show.
No! Not happening! You hear me? This is not happening!
I was just...
Oh, I know what you were doing. You were doing your stupid little sock puppet play where you make up lies about cute girls loving you.
No, this one was about you.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
This whole sock puppet show, not happening.
What if I just...
No, not happening.
Maybe I should...
Not happening.
Now you're just being...
Not happening.
After this, Kat uploaded a video discussing her understanding of George Washington, which, while misguided, contains a surprisingly high amount of totally accurate historical facts. For instance, Kat knows that Washington owned a plantation, was the first president of the United States, and that his teeth were not made out of wood, but ivory from a hippopotamus. Kat is outwardly disturbed to find out that Washington killed a hippo just to have teeth, among other things.
George Washington was over 6 feet tall, but everyone else was way shorter back then, so that would be like someone being 30 feet tall today. 30 feet is almost as tall as the building the judge told my brother he had to stay in every weekend for 6 to 18 months with time off for good behavior.
Now, it's been a while since any content on this website has actually tied into a specific episode or storyline, so let's talk about an ongoing series that does just that. In episode 6, the very story where Jade and Tori go out on a date, Ravi and Kat begin a shared hobby of telling people bad news through the art of music. At the end of that episode, their guitar is destroyed and their venture implicitly with it. But on the Slap, the pair would continue to post duets after this, all themed around other pieces of bad news that the audience at home might be going through. It's really funny to think about it this way, but if you were to compile all of the songs that Ariana Grande recorded for the Victorious franchise, probably more than half of them were done for the Slap, never recorded professionally, and never released on any album.
So pop that thing right out today, or else you'll get some tooth decay. You'll lose a tooth and you'll be unhappy. You'll have a hole right over here, and every day you'll shed a tear, and all your friends will call you Gappy.
These segments are really cute and are probably the closest thing on this site to purposeful ship content.
Good job, Katarina.
Same to you, Robert.
Our next video is a fascinating relic of its time, a joke so old that if it wasn't for chat reminding me of the gag while we watched it, I never would have guessed the point of this specific video. Okay, so do you guys remember Honey Badger Don't Care?
The honey badger has been referred to by the Guinness Book of World Records as the most fearless animal in all of the animal kingdom. It really doesn't give a shit. If it's hungry, it's hungry. Ew, what's that in its mouth? Oh, it's got a cobra? Oh, it runs backwards? Now watch this. Look, a snake's up in the tree. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. It just takes what it wants.
Honey Badger Don't Care is a classic viral video from a decade ago, narrated by a guy named Randall, and basically the joke is that most nature documentaries are boring, so this guy adds some flair by just highlighting how insane the honey badger is as an animal.
Look at this. There's the honey badger just eating a mouse. And then look, get away from me, says the snake. Get away from me. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger smacks the shit out of it.
After this video went viral, people started kind of recreating it, applying the humor to different situations and characters. And around this time, Robbie uploaded a video titled Tori Don't Care About Nothing, which was meant to be a glance at Tori's life, with narration copying that of the original viral video, just not very well.
Tori Vega don't care about no stains on a plate. She's like, I'm gonna use this scrubby in a vigorous up and down motion. And look at her grit her teeth. She's like, bring it on, Grease. You're not gonna beat me. What do we have here? That looks like Trina Vega. Uh-oh, Tori. Trina Vega's gonna get that pizza. She don't care if it's yours. Why, she's quick as a cat when she's hungry. Tori sees it. Where did my pizza go? But Tori Vega don't care. Her pizza's gone and she smiled at it.
Truly a video that becomes less funny once you get the joke. I see this as a very good representation of 2012 internet. Something would happen, everyone would laugh, and then Jay Leno would recreate it, and we'd all pretend that it's still funny. And you know, I get the most ultimate mixed feelings here, because at the one hand, this was basically just the beginning of, you know, our modern meme culture, which is a very good positive thing. But on the other hand, this was also the beginning of that thing where all these, you know, computer algorithms were feeding us all the exact same stuff all the time. So we were all supposed to develop like a cached memory of the same recent events and experiences. And the next thing you know, you have to be on Twitter 7 days a week to understand whatever the fuck SNL is on about. But I don't have to talk down to you about how social media algorithms have changed the ways that we think and act. You're watching a 10-hour Victoria's dissertation because Tumblr told you to. As we've just learned, it's better to be fucking weird than boring as hell. So let's now quickly recap the final segment in the running series, Sinjin Sock Puppets. This episode is a very special one, as it features Sinjin recapping the allegedly true story of the time that he met Ryan Seacrest at a party. Let's take a glance.
Hey, Sinjin. It's me, TV and radio personality, Ryan Seacrest. Oh, hi. I have to leave this awesome Hollywood party soon, and I wanted to offer you your own reality show before I go. What would it take to get you to do the show? $1 million. Done. Per episode. Okay. Wait. One more thing. I want your girlfriend. Sinjin! That's crazy. I can't give you my girlfriend, but I want her.
Will you do this show for me, Sinjin? I will. On one condition. I want to fuck your wife. So this is the girl that Ryan Seacrest was with. This is the girl that Sinjin wanted. Sinjin told Ryan, put it all on the line. Give me her. We only have a handful of videos left this season, with a few that we've basically covered already. Starting off is the latest episode of Tori Takes Requests. In this one, Tori is given a long list of requests by someone on the slap who wants her to make specific sandwiches while doing certain tasks. For instance, the final challenge is for her to make a roast beef tomato sandwich while yelling at a plant in her home. She then texts the user, coming to a sudden realization.
Seriously? Andre, seriously, you're a sandwich guy?
I like sandwiches and I hate that plant.
Next, we have yet another episode of Cat's Random Thoughts. Cat likes sparkly things, Cat likes pajamas, Cat likes spaghetti. That's what you get out of this one. And now we have something that we've been basically building up to throughout the site's entire history. What Jade loves.
You know when it's really good to be mad? When lame guys try to talk to me. I get mad, and then they cry. And life is good.
Here we see the return of this random guy, and we're delivered a list of things that Jade absolutely loves. This includes pointless character retcon from theslap.com number 4. Jade has a pet bunny that she takes, like, really good care of.
I love bunnies. Why, you ask? Because look at him. Who wouldn't love this face? Who's a cute bunny? Who's a cute bunny? You are. You are. I love bunnies, and I don't care who knows it.
At some point, I've started to understand that the general appeal of the slap is that to a lot of people, characters like Cat and Jade are their comfort characters, and a select few of these videos deliver a kind of subversive private glimpse into their lives, giving us pointless nice-core exposition that the show never cares to deliver itself. Or maybe it's the Honey Badger skit. Maybe people just really like that one. Okay, so we have just finished The Slap Season 3, meaning that we have only one season left to go in this analysis. However, I'm starting to get the feeling that some of you guys might be kind of burnt out by this intermission. Maybe you feel like it's just been going on too long and it's been too much of a break since we've just gone out and analyzed something from the show. And because of that, I have decided I want to take a break from this break, an intermission from this intermission. In a sense, an interception. Yes, as you can see, we have returned to our absolute favorite place, the conspiracy board. Now, earlier in this video, I stood in this exact spot and analyzed each and every one of these characters, main and secondary, from season 1 all the way through the end of season 3. However, this time, there's only one character on this pinboard who holds my attention, that being the exceptional Burf. Burf is a character that I have not previously shown any real admiration or excitement over. I mean, he's a fine addition to the show. He pleasantly shuffles up the Sinjin segments in a way which I suppose is fun, but overall, I've previously felt like that he's just kind of a late arrival to an era of the show where it just felt like everything was already wrapping up. But now that I have binged through the slap, my perspective on this has totally changed. Because now I realize that there was a great mystery with Burf. A mystery which is highlighted actively by the slap's content. Okay, so Burf was originally conceptualized as a one-off character for the show, but not for the episode where he originally appeared. According to Darsan Solomon, the actor who plays Burf, his character was originally supposed to premiere in the early season 3 episode, The Worst Couple. You'll remember this not only as the episode where Beck and Jade break up, but also the episode where Sinjin, very briefly, has his own game show, and with all the many Sinjin sequences in this episode, there was probably more than enough room for a Burf breakthrough of some kind. However, Burf's scene ended up being cut before they even started filming, while the episode was still in its scripting stage. However, the showrunners made the unique decision of calling Solomon anyways and asking him to come in and audition for the cut scene. They then took a photo of him at this audition and uploaded it to theslap.com in an in-universe post done by Sinjin made to tie into The Worst Couple, making this the first public appearance of Burf in any Victorious media. Burf was then properly introduced in the episode Tori and Jade's Playdate, where he served a minor speaking role.
Light a candle, Burf. This place stinks.
I don't have a candle.
Then get a better haircut.
Shake it off, Burf. He's just in a mood.
My good camera died and I can't find my charger, so we had to switch to the backup cam. After this, it was quickly decided that Burf was not going to be a one-off and that he would instead be a recurring character in Victorious seasons 3 and 4, and also that he would gain a presence on theslap.com. Now here's where things get interesting. When Darsan Solomon was eventually brought onto the show, he was eventually informed by several people that Burf actually had a history stretching back potentially years before he was even cast. Essentially, he was told that early on in the history of Victorious, the actors on the show began a running joke that it would be funny to have a character on the show named Burf. Now, to explain that inside joke, here's a clip of Darsan on a very recent podcast appearance.
Liz Gillies told me that it was like a inside joke that was around for a while, and I said, really? And she's like, yeah, they didn't tell you? Like, the full name was Burf Defect.
Burf Defect?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was the inside joke?
Uh-huh.
So your character's name, you're telling me, was...
Full name is Bartholomew Defect.
Okay, so to recap, the cast of Victorious had an ongoing running joke that it would be funny to have a character on their show with the first name Birth and the last name Defect, and years later, the writers actually made that a real character, just for the sake of playing into this inside joke that none of the audience would have been informed about. An interesting fact, but probably not one worthy of its very own interception. Okay, so here's why all of this is interesting to me. Burf's main role in Victorious is being Sinjin's best friend who bounces his energy off of him. And the weird thing about that is that in the Slapverse, there was a character by that description years before this character came into being. I'm talking about the unnamed and uncredited character of Sinjin's cameraman. Sinjin's cameraman made his Slap debut at the exact same time that Sinjin did. In Sinjin's original video profile, he can be heard several times bickering with the person holding the camera.
What do I say?
Talk about yourself.
By saying what?
It's your profile.
The cameraman has a distinct, exaggerated lisp, and at one point, Sinjin calls him Grady.
I top out at about 6'4".
Sinjin.
6'1". Some people say I have athletic legs.
Sinjin!
Just let me do this!
Time's up.
Then turn it off!
Several months later, Sinjin uploads the very first episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, and once again, he can be heard bickering with an unseen cameraman. Although this time, the cameraman seems to have a completely different voice.
Go. That's creepy. Just get out of here.
Start.
Turn it off.
Why?
Turn it off right now.
My camera.
No, turn it off.
And this becomes a running thing, right? This cameraman character, who might be named Grady if he's the same character from the first video, but might also be an entirely different character introduced in the second video, he continues to appear in all of the Sinjin segments. But every once in a while, despite the clear intention that this is the same character, he will just randomly have a completely different voice.
Let me know when we're rolling.
We are.
Oh. Hey.
But then, in season 3, something happens. And it's something so subtle that despite the fact that it was always there, you probably didn't notice.
I was just...
Oh, I know what you were doing. You were doing your stupid little sock puppet play where you make up lies about cute girls loving you.
No, this one was about you.
What did you say?
Nothing.
This cameraman character, with a distinct history and background, becomes Burf. And I don't want to say he's replaced by Burf. I don't want to say he's written out and Burf is written in, because it really feels like you weren't supposed to notice, in the same way you weren't supposed to notice all the other times they recast this character. It feels like this character existed on the Slap, and then he just anamorphed into Burf one day. Now, Burf's voice is very easily recognizable in that last video, but it's not until the next video that it's made official, and the cameraman is specifically referred to as the same character as Burf.
Hey. It's me. Sinjin Van Cleef. My buddy Burf is working the camera. He has gingivitis. That means his gums bleed sometimes.
There's spaghetti sauce on your face.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before I did this?
Now, that clip specifically highlights something very interesting that I immediately noticed once this transfer of power was completed. That being, Burf and Sinjin's relationship in the Slap videos is totally and completely removed from Burf and Sinjin's relationship in the TV show. Because in the show, for a lack of a better way of putting it, Burf and Sinjin are just kind of vibes, you know? Like they're these two wacky best friends who enjoy spending time together and support each other, and they just kind of sit together and they're chill. You get what I'm saying? But in the Slap videos, Sinjin is illustrated having massive ego and anger issues, and he's constantly taking these out on Burf. And the reason is that Burf is kind of quietly inheriting all of the character details and dynamics that were previously used with this unnamed cameraman. Now, Burf and Sinjin do have a recurring segment in Season 3, which is entirely new, that being Sinjin's Boot Camp. In this two-part video series, the pair attempt to make exercise and health tutorial videos, which they are held back on because they are not informed in these topics. In the first video, Sinjin asks Burf to do a sit-up, causing him to get a chair, sit, and get up over and over again. Sinjin tries to show him a real sit-up, but Burf argues that that would be a layup because he's laying and then getting up. Sinjin thinks this logic is sound, and they do sit-ups together. In the second part of this, Sinjin attempts to give a lesson about healthy foods, asking Burf to eat a bit of every food that is considered good for his body. Burf, however, begins to have an allergic reaction, and Sinjin, well, do I even have to say it? I do. He's ambivalent to this.
See that, kids? Those last 3 servings of fruits and vegetables would have protected Burf from the violent illness he is suffering right now.
Now, Burf does not appear in any Slap videos after this, so we won't be seeing him again until we review the final season, of the actual TV show. And now that I say that out loud, it kind of makes me think, if the Slap really is a totally separate universe from the Victorious TV show, I think Burf just died. Anyways, like I was saying, this character just leaves so many mysteries behind when it pertains to the extended universe. I mean, do you consider Burf and this unnamed cameraman to be the same character? And if you don't, do you consider Burf and the unnamed cameraman and Grady from that first video to be 3 different characters? And if you do consider the unnamed cameraman and Burf to be the same character, how worse does that make the Abraham Lincoln skit?
You're bad. You're a bad president. But why do you say that? Because you're nothing but a big disappointment. But I've done so many good things for America. It's not enough. But did you hear me?
But one of the final mysteries, one of the things I really don't understand, is what was the original context for the cast of the show coming up with the Burf defect inside joke? Why did they come up with that name? What kind of character did the actors think would have a name like that? Was that the name used for the unnamed cameraman? Or was it just a completely different joke, a completely different character the actors came up with, and that name just got recycled into Burf? I don't have any extrapolation to make or any conclusions to come to. It's a mystery because I really do not know the answer to these. Now, we're about to get into the 4th and final season of The Slap, and this batch of episodes is short. There's no getting around this. There's no other way to put it. With the first 3 seasons of The Slap, they were putting out, an hour and a half to 2 hours of content, per season. But with season 4, the writing was on the wall, and they just didn't put a lot of time into making videos for theslap.com. In fact, if you discount trailers for episodes and unedited clips from the show, there are only 14 videos which were posted to The Slap from the beginning of season 4 to the end of the show. That is 1 video per every episode of season 4. So let's go ahead and count down every single one. This is The Slap, Season 4. Okay, so do you guys remember how when I talked about iCarly Season 1, I was very selective in what I talked about because there were so many episodes and so many of them were good? But then when I got to the final season, I told you everything because there were so few episodes and so much of it was really bad. That same fundamental theory applies to The Slap. Although I wouldn't say here that there's necessarily a drop in quality, but simply a drop in quantity. So instead of giving you highlights like before, I'm literally going to go through these 14 videos one by one in order of release. Video number 1 is the penultimate episode of Tori Takes Requests. In this one, Tori and Robbie are challenged with celebrating 8 holidays in 60 seconds, something that they do with relative ease.
Merry Christmas! Here you go!
Oh, a dreidel!
That counts for Hanukkah too.
So I spin it if it lands on this.
No time!
Oh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Happy New Year!
Okay, we did it just like you asked. Well, I hope you enjoyed me and my friends celebrating 8 holidays in 60 seconds.
Whoa. What did you call me? What kind of friend? I have this on video. I'm gonna watch this.
Video number 2 is the final episode of a different show, Cat's Random Thoughts, but not the last video to feature Cat. This episode specifically has the full title, Cat's Random Thoughts, Backwards Talking.
Hi, it's me, Kat. I'm talking to you backwards. Wouldn't it be weird if people talked to each other like this?
Video number 3 is a fake PSA. I haven't mentioned this before, but in each of the seasons so far, the Slap has done at least one fake PSA. The reason I didn't bring this up was because these are all kinda terrible, and I figured the main appeal of the Slap is character content, not meta content made by the characters. This one is a PSA about people who don't need glasses, but wear them anyways. A crippling epidemic in the current year, 2012. Okay, so this is voiceover Quinton from the Double Double future. So after I recorded and finished this entire intermission, I found 2 extra videos from the Slap Season 4, which I had somehow skipped when I was making this archive. Whenever I do a project like this, I'm often held back by the fact that it's just me, and I really don't have anyone else who's checking my work, so mistakes like this can be common. Now, I'm really busy right now recording the second half of the video, so instead of going back and re-recording every line in this entire segment, I decided to add back in these missing videos as if they were halfway integers, you know what I mean? So instead of calling this next video, video number 4, we're gonna call it video number 3.5. And that way, the continuity of this segment kinda matches up. And so just try and keep in mind that when I say there are 14 videos in this season, I actually mean that there are 16. So video number 3.5 is a bit of a confusing throwback to another throwback which we haven't actually seen yet. So you might say it's even a throw forwards to a throwback. Okay, so one single episode of season 4 features a handful of references to Robbie being a magician in his free time, which is interesting because Robbie is illustrated getting into magic for the first time in the Victorious Wii RPG. And because it ended up in the show, they also did 2 skits surrounding this topic for the Slap.com. In this video, Kat and Robbie try to do magic, but it doesn't exactly go to plan.
Where's the rabbit? Kat, why are you holding the rabbit?
I don't know, you're the magician, you tell me.
I like to personally believe that they wrote this into the show and then the Slap as a quiet tribute to the game, which certainly captured the show very well. Video number 4 is called Beck's Lady Advice and features Beck giving advice on how to pick up women. In every segment, we are shown a good pickup artist and a bad pickup artist. St. John plays the good artist, immediately drawing the attention of the woman in question, and Robbie plays the bad artist, leading to him being beat up numerous times.
I said exactly the same thing and I got slapped!
Dude, I'm in the middle of something.
My last tip is to throw her a nice compliment.
I like the way that you smell.
That is so sweet.
I'm into odors.
Wait. He sniffs you and that works? This is an outrage! If I'd sniffed you, you would have kicked me or something.
Robbie took a good one right there. Remember, eye contact, nicknames, and compliments. Next time, we'll talk about flirting with girls in a self-defense class.
I'm not doing that!
He'll do it.
Video number 4.5 is yet another episode of St. John's Boot Camp with Burf. Remember when I said we wouldn't be seeing him again? That's because I found his final video after I recorded that camcorder shot. So in this one, Burf has decided to tape his hands to a pull-up bar and says not to let him down until he does a pull-up. St. John is then approached by none other than the weird, mysterious guy who lives with Jade, who says that he's decided not to be on St. John's boot camp after seeing the outfit that he would have to wear.
Look at me! Does anything about me say weird to you?
Pretty much all of you says weird.
In the background, Burf successfully does a pull-up, but when St. John turns back around, he doesn't believe him.
I did one. You can untape me now.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Don't lie to me, Burf.
I'm not lying.
That is exactly what a liar would say.
Video number 5 is a bit of a cheat, but I figure it fits with what we've covered so far. The video is titled Andre Sings Aquarius, and is actually the audition that Andre sent in for the Season 3 event episode, which you'll remember was a public competition that Tori somehow won.
Oh, I'm flying to a lake Aquarius. I'm flying to a lake Aquarius.
This song was never shown in the episode in full, and it's a cute thing to include on the site, even if it's weird that it was uploaded so long after this episode aired. Video number 6 is another episode of Bad New Songs with Robbie and Kat. These are cute, but they're all kind of the same, so I don't have anything to say here. Video number 7 is the only one so far that kind of spoils the plot to an episode we haven't seen yet, although it's a very, very small detail. Robbie and Andre are in pair costumes, mentioned the episode where they also wore pair costumes, and they try to see what activities they can do while dressed like this. Video number 8 is another episode of Bad News Songs with Robbie and Kat. These are cute, but they're all kind of the same, so I don't have anything to say here. Video number 9 is an interesting one in my opinion, because it's a really strong premise that doesn't see its full potential here. It feels like this video should have been posted in Season 1 with a handful of sequels over the years. Instead, this one stands alone, and it's alright for what it is. In the video, Tori says that Andre recently made a bet with her, that he could write a love song about any topic, and so she has decided to call his bluff. Trina comes out and pulls out several random words like it's a game show, and Andre has to use all of them in a love song. If he can't, then he has to admit defeat.
So you're telling me I gotta write a love song using the words yogurt, blubber, pimple, and fungus?
That's the idea, yeah.
Our love is coming to the surface. Our love is bursting like a pimple in the sky. You know the secret is among us, and
he slipped another word in there.
you know the secret is among us, and you know our love will grow like a fungus.
So yeah, this one's not perfect, but I feel like they could have done like 3 more of these and it would have been pretty cool. Video number 10 is the final episode of Jade Hates, which has a unique gimmick, as it features a special guest star.
Hi everyone! It's time for Cat's Happy Hour, my new show where I spread happiness for a whole season.
Alright, this is What I Hate, a video series where I tell you what I hate. It's not rocket science here, people. Look, I made a new sign. But then I destroyed it.
In this thrilling episode, Jade begins listing things that she dislikes, until Kat comes back and asks what she's doing. Jade explains that she's listing things that she hates, and notes that it's very therapeutic, and suggests Kat join her. However, it turns out, Kat is even better at doing this series than Jade is.
Anyway, thanks, Kat.
You know what else really bugs me? Holes in bagels. Bagels are so delicious. Why would you want to waste so much? That's a lot of missing bagel.
Okay, Kat, you can leave now.
And where do the holes go? Oh, and you know what else I really hate? When people drink coffee like this. Ugh, it's so annoying. Learn how to drink like a normal person.
Well, some people can't help it. That's just the way they drink.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me. I hate when people are like, nah, I can't help it. That's just the way I drink. Wow, you're right. That was really fun. Bye.
I hate when people take over other people's videos.
Oh yeah, man, it sucks when that happens. Anyway, I can't wait to see what Ariana gets up to in this next one, sounding like she's on Quaaludes and everything. Oh, it's a Tori video. Fuck. Well, there better not be any feet in this. Here's video number 11, and play.
Hey, it's me, Tori, and I'm about to take a request from one of my slap friends. Sarah Bell writes, Tori, a black cat just ran in front of me, and now I'm totally scared that I'm gonna have bad luck. Can you please tell me that I'm just being ridiculous and that everything will be fine?
This is the true proper finale to Tori Takes Requests, and in this one, Tori is challenged to prove that bad luck is just superstition. In order to do that, Tori begins doing activities commonly seen as bad luck. Walking under ladders, breaking mirrors, that kind of thing. Every time, she boasts that nothing has happened to her. However, in the background, we begin seeing that bad luck has befallen Trina instead. Presumably, bad luck exists within the Victoriverse, but because Tori is literally OP, it transfers to her sister instead. Things start off firstly with just some wacky coincidences, before it eventually gets into some plagues of Egypt shit.
And now for even more bad luck, I'm going to break a mirror. Huh?
Tori, I think something is seriously wrong with me.
See, Sarah Bell, I am totally fine. Also, I just want to point out that I did all of this on Friday the 13th and nothing horrible has happened to me. Wow, sounds like Trina's having a bad day. Anyway.
Video number 12 is the final video to feature Sinjin, Trina, and Tori on the website. In said video, Trina is attempting to make some quick cash by selling Tori's embarrassing personal items.
November 14th. My big sister Trina is so pretty. I hope one day I'm as pretty as she is, but I doubt I'll ever be. She's just so great. I love her, and all the guys love her too.
That's not what that says. It just says Mrs. Tori Timberlake over and over.
Tori eventually finds them doing this and throws a fit, until she realizes that she can get in on the action.
I've sold over $200 worth of your junk so far.
Really? 200 bucks?
Mm-hmm.
Up next on Shopping with Tori and Trina, our mom and dad's wedding album.
Yeah, that's a good item to sell. You're not gonna be needing that pretty soon. Next comes our next to last video, Robbie's Magic Show, Disappearing Cat. In this one, Robbie is seen trying to record a video that will count for a part of his final grade in his magic class. Once again, however, things don't go right, and mostly because Robbie is depending on Cat to make sure all of the magic is going smoothly behind the scenes.
I'm sorry, do it one more time.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm sorry, I'll start over, do it again.
Okay, let's try this again.
Eventually, Jade emerges from the capsule and shuts things down.
Jade?
Yeah, I was watching your stupid magic show on my parapet across the hall and had to put a stop to it. So yay! Abracadabra. Ta-da. Trick's over. The end.
The power of magic.
And with all the showmanship and egotism behind us, it is finally time for the final slap video of all time.
I'm so dyslexic, I thought this said cat interviews a school shooter.
I'm gonna record one of my videos where I interview a cute guy, and I know what you're thinking. Where's the cute guy, Cat? So what do you feel like doing?
I feel like trying out for soccer, and you said the sign-ups were in here at 4 o'clock.
How would you hug a redheaded girl after a date?
That's your important question?
Yes.
What does that have to do with soccer?
Everything. Now tell me or you're off the team.
But I'm not on the team. I'm here to try out for.
Kat keeps finding all these himbos that are somehow more stupid than she is.
Okay, what position do you want to play?
I was thinking midfield.
That's so interesting. That's the position that hugs the most, right?
I'm out of here.
Well, you made the team!
So that was the slap, and I have mixed feelings about this, right? Because on one hand, this website was absolutely terrible to slog through, but on the other, I had a lot of fun, and when it ended, I kind of sat there wishing there was more. You know, I mean, this website took up almost 5 hours of my time, and this segment is almost 2 hours long. It actually might be more than 2 hours long by the time I'm done compiling all this, but I don't think it's felt like that. Do you? I think there is actually something quite mesmerizing about some of this content, which actually makes it, you know, something that I don't regret having watched at the end of the day. And I think that when you take out all the awful stuff, all the stuff that haunts your nightmares and eats up your therapy session, somewhere inside this content is the show that Victorious should have been. Anyways, I'm gonna put this hat down now. But sadly, we are not making a video about the perfect version of Victorious. We are making a video about the real deal, warts and all. Which means that it is now time for us to end things here and begin Season 4. The proper Season 4, that is. The Season 4 that aired on TV. But I want to stop and clarify something real quick. I am recording this intro for me, not for you guys. Because I've been watching Victorious now for about 6 months, I think. It might be 6 or 7 months by the time this gets out. You know, and it's been alternating between watching, writing, recording, you know, and sometimes editing. So I don't think it just took me that long to watch the show. I mean, but despite all that, Victorious has become an ingrained part of my life. And there's almost this small part of my mind that doesn't really believe that the show can end. So when I sit here and I say these are the final 14 episodes of the show, there's this small part of me somewhere in my psyche that says, he's lying, and why is he lying? So I have to sit here and just record this, you know, say these words out loud to be like, this is the beginning of the end. And I have to accept that things are going to end because Victorious is going to run out of episodes and I am going to go through an emotional withdrawal. As a quick recap of where we are in the series right now, in Season 3, Episode 10, Tori performs a hit song in front of millions of people. For Tori, things have finally turned out right, and in a big way, that means her story arc is over. And so it's my hot take going in that I think Season 4 is going to mostly focus on group episodes where everyone in the cast is involved in one storyline, singular episodes that mainly focus on one character and finding some resolution for them, ship episodes which basically deal with whether or not you want two characters to get together, and of course finally a couple Tori-centered episodes, you know, just for an inclusionary sake. However, it's worth pointing out again that Seasons 3 and 4 were aired in a very weird order when you compare it to the production. And so while that big Tori episode was aired as the 10th episode of Season 3, it was actually produced directly before the 3rd episode of this season, so honestly, God knows when it's supposed to be set. God doesn't watch Victorious. Anyways, with all that, let's finally make our way back to the present, to September the 22nd, 2012, aka Victorious, Season 4, Episode 1. Okay, so in the opening sequence of this season, Sinjin approaches Tori and tells her to guess what he did the night before. Tori asks for a hint, and in response, he kicks her in the thighs.
I took a karate class.
Oh, thanks for the hint. Help me up.
Not today.
30 seconds in, and season 4 is setting itself up to be the best one yet. After this, Trina approaches Tori with some big news. Wenko's Warehouse, a local megastore, is going to be having an 80% sale on everything. Andre approaches and Tori tries to spread the news, but her sister slaps her, revealing that they need to keep this intel private if they're going to pounce on the opportunity. They end up making a group text with all of the non-shruggers, and they all plan on heading over to Wenko's. Tori makes a slap tweet on her phone, reminding us that these give exposition and really creepy vibes. So the gang get to Wenko's, but it's clear that the news did spread, and there is a massive line. And since the cast are spoiled rich kids from LA, they don't want to put up with this.
Oh, I really don't want to wait in a big long line.
I don't either. I don't like it one bit.
However, at the head of the formation, Tori spots their close acquaintances, Sinjin Van Cleef and Bartholomew Defect, and she attempts to haggle the pair into letting them skip in line. Sinjin is wooed by her charm and agrees to let them cut, but reveals a detail that Trina missed out on. The sale starts at 7 a.m., so they'll have to camp out all night. And that just won't do for the rich kids of the Hollywood 7. Rex isn't in this one.
She's so pretty.
She's alright.
Tori begins freaking out that they have to pick between camping out for 12 hours and missing out on this big sale. And while Beck tells her to chill, she says she's too invested.
I'm all excited to get 80% off a unitard!
Kat then says,
Dude, not cool.
Get it? The joke is that unitard sounds like the R word. Game-changing stuff.
Let's just all agree that Tori has ruined our night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
However, Jade has a plan. It turns out that Wenko's has a second entrance, which is currently being used for people who want to pay full price before they close for the evening. Tori has them go through this entrance, and once inside, Robbie begins geeking out over a cool walkie-talkie that he found. However, everyone makes fun of his hyper-interest, saying that he has a smartphone. Why would he need a walkie-talkie? Kat says that she thinks the walkies are cool, and they flirt for a bit, before Jade reveals her ultimate malicious plot. They will camp out inside of the warehouse, meaning that they will be the first people inside the store when it opens the next morning.
You want to go sniff the scented candles with me? Yeah.
The gang get out from their hiding places, but quickly see the fault in their plan. The store's emergency system, turning the warehouse into a laser light show and the story into a bottle episode. And hey, be reasonable, the show spent all their budget on plastic bins, they don't got money for the rest of the warehouse. And it is here that we see these characters under stress, and thus at their most concentrated and predictable forms. Beck starts fighting with Jade.
What's the plan now, Jade?
Jade pivots the blame to Tori.
Don't give me attitude. Tori's the one who said we should hide and stay here after the store closed.
Kat does something really stupid.
You were the one who said, what are you doing? I wanted to lick the laser beam with my tongue.
Kat tells a story about her brother, saying that he once stole a vacuum cleaner from their local church and now keeps it in his bedroom. Trina says,
You should call the church and tell him he has it.
causing Kat to respond,
Oh, they wouldn't want it back.
Get it? It's the classic vacuum cleaner on the dingle-dongle bit. No wonder he's a cannibal in the future. Trina says she has to pee, and Jay tells her to pee in a bin.
Oh, Trina Vega does not waz in bins.
Later in the episode, we find out that she did indeed pee in a bin.
I'm tired, we're all hungry, Trina's got a waz.
Not anymore, I'm good.
The gang thinks that there is just enough room below the lasers for someone skinny to slide through. Kat wonders who is the flattest, causing Jade and Trina to back away, get it, and everyone nominates Robbie. However, they push him too fast and he is injured. Robbie makes it to the control panel, but he runs into two men he thinks are employees. However, they quite honestly admit to being thieves looking to rob the warehouse, which they're doing on the night of the location's most popular sale because, as we piece together, these guys are not very smart. The robbers think that Robbie is himself an employee, and they order him to open the big safe. Robbie reveals the misunderstanding, and the robbers say that he can't be allowed to leave now because he knows too much. Robbie says he doesn't know anything, so they tell him their names: Billy Triplet and Barney Triplet. So Robbie and the Triplet twins actually end up bonding over their shared fascination with his walkie-talkie, and he pouts over the fact that his friends couldn't understand his excitement. They tell him that he can't help that he has interests in odd things, and they offer him a twin hug. This is somehow the least cruel scene with Robbie in some time. Kat accidentally sets off the alarm, and to hide from the security cameras, they all put bins over their heads, hopefully looking inside them first, and they book it, saving Robbie in the process.
Get off my tongue! I like where this is going! I do not!
As the credits roll, we see a final shot of Sinjin and Burf, still vibing together despite all of the chaos. Victorious has many episodes, and that was one of them. Anyways, let's now move on from a group episode to a Robbie episode.
Hey, people are talking to Robbie. That's so weird.
Yeah, they're all excited about his video on the slap.
In this one, Robbie has gone viral after posting a video on the slap of him ham-boning. Ham-boning is that thing from the SpongeBob movie. Remember that? Well, Robbie is good at that. Okay, real quick, throwaway line that makes this school make a lot more sense.
I gotta get to Psychowitz's class.
We don't have Psychowitz today.
It's a different Psychowitz!
Okay, so this line implies that Hollywood Arts has an A-B schedule. I somehow never calculated for this in my original video, so in hindsight, them having like 7 theater classes or whatever, it's not that big of a plot hole, because at least they got 2 different days to spread that over. Beck complains that the sunflower seeds that Andre brought are too hard to open, so Kat pours them on the ground and begins tap dancing on them. Andre says that no one wants to eat sunflower seeds that she stepped on, and Sinjin comes in and begins eating the sunflower seeds. So is this a foot moment or just generally weird? Later, at Nozu, the sushi place, the restaurant's owner gives Robbie a free specialty ice cream that isn't even on her menu.
Ooh, can I have one?
Now. So good, but why the free dessert?
Because you are the Hambone King.
So it's kind of coming across like we're maybe getting a little bit of season 1 Tori in this one, you know, as a treat. Gotta have those throwbacks in the final season. Kwaku asks Robbie for an autograph. Robbie gives him one, and Tori is still acting sour that she's not the center of attention in this one, and she goes to the bathroom. Andre and Jade show up, and it kind of seems like they're on a date, but I'm pretty sure they're not. And then Robbie is publicly challenged by another Hambone champion, who also goes by the Hambone King. In order to flare up a rivalry, the contender's friend spits in Ariana Grande's face, and Robbie decides to stand up for her honor. Meanwhile, Tori hides her face from this new character, implying that she's hiding something. Robbie agrees to go out back with the boys if they leave Kat alone, and Andre rushes back to support his friend, saying if they want to fight Robbie, they'll be fighting him as well. However, the Hambone rivals reveal that they don't want a fist fight, they want to have a Hambone battle. They do this, and Robbie accidentally Hambones himself in the Hamboner, and thus loses the title of Hambone King. Robbie asks to be left on the dirty ground, and after everyone else is gone, Tori approaches and reveals that she has a similar backstory. Later, Robbie lies defeated in Tori's home, and we learn his embarrassment is quite public, as Jade uploaded footage of it online, and it has gone more viral than his original video.
Hey.
Why are you here?
Andre texted me and said Robbie got hurt, so I brought a watermelon.
Why?
Robbie loves watermelons.
The 3 guys in this show are such squad goals, man. So do you remember a while ago when I talked about the concept of a Flanderization quirk? That little special something that goes from a one-off to a recurring thing to the sole thing that is written into every scene with a specific character? It was recently pointed out to me that Tori has one of the most unique Flanderization quirks out of the cast. Her quirk is being talented. Be it singing, blowing up a balloon with her nose, or fighting a literal gorilla, Tori can do anything. and we soon learn that she has a talent so secret that no one in the cast was aware of it.
Oh, that little girl looks just like Tori.
That little girl is Tori. 7 years ago. That's gross.
We find out here that Tori was once part of a boy-girl ham-boning team, and that her partner was none other than Gerald, the cocky ham-bone king who defeated Robbie earlier in the episode. However, Gerald ultimately kicked her off the team because
everyone knew that I was better at ham-boning than he was.
Hey, Tori, I think we all ham-bone. Andre suggests that if Tori really is better, she should just challenge him herself, and Robbie says that she can avenge his defeat. Tori says she hasn't ham-boned in years and could never be as good as someone who never quit, and so Robbie has a new idea. Tori will be his ham-bone teacher and will train him to be better. In the B-plot to this one, Kat has gotten really into tap dancing, and so Tori suggests Robbie train to the rhythm of Kat's taps in order to perfect his timing, which is ultimately fitting because tap dancing and this style of performance kind of have the same origin, same period of history, black expressionism created to revolt against slave masters, that kind of thing. Robbie trains, Tori gives a speech, they have a ham-bone rematch, but Gerald's friend cheats by throwing sushi into Robbie's face. Suddenly filled with motivation, Tori fights in Robbie's place, and boy, I'm comfortable enough to admit that I have no scale of reference as per what good ham-boning is, but I think this ain't it. Tori is declared the ham-bone queen, and Ariana spits in that guy's face. Okay, so as a reminder, Season 4 Episode 3 was filmed directly after Season 3 Episode 10, meaning this is the first story we've covered so far to directly deal with some of the side effects of that storyline. In the pre-title intro, we find out that a local museum is going to be unveiling a gigantic dinosaur bone recently discovered in California, and that Tori wants all of the guys to join her. However, Robbie and Andre discover that the local pear store is going to be holding a competition. Whoever sends in the best video discussing why they want a Pear Pad 3 will get one for free. They flake on the museum, and this means that Beck and Tori are now going to be alone on a Friday night, something she initially tries to back out of.
I can't go with just you.
Why not?
Because if it's just the two of us, then it's like a date.
All right, I get it. You don't want to go on a date.
Beck has the bright idea of them going on an opposite date, where they don't try to make it anything special and make it clear to each other that it's not a date at all. Tori ends up explaining this to Kat, who gets confused and thinks that Beck and Tori are actually going out on a date.
I'll keep your dirty secret.
She promises not to tell anyone, and there it is. There's our pair of boys. I knew we'd figure out the context for this eventually. Kat eventually lets it slip that Tori is doing something secret, and Jade insists upon knowing.
What's Tori doing tomorrow night?
Nothing. I don't know. She told me not to tell you.
5.
Oh, God.
4.
Don't count.
3.
Oh, I love 3.
2.
Have you heard about the new Pear Pads with a slightly better screen?
1.
Hey, okay. Tori and Beck are going out together.
What?
But it's not a date. They're just hanging out as friends.
Okay. Well, I know what you and I are doing tomorrow night.
Going to see the big bone?
Robbie and Andre try to shoot their video with Sinjin as the cameraman, but Sinjin gets a text telling him that his missing mother has been found in Mexico. He explains that she's been into some rough stuff lately and leaves the two alone as he rushes to find her. They fall over and find that they can't get up or get out of their massive suits. Tori and Beck go on their opposite date dressed in underachieving outfits, and they go out to a bad seafood truck for dinner. Jade, still obsessed with trying to figure out if they're really on a date, buys Kat ice cream to get her to spill the beans. Kat says she doesn't know, so Jade throws the ice cream out the window. Jade then remembers that she's played by a borderline ventriloquist and covers Kat's mouth as she calls Tori herself while impersonating her red-haired acquaintance.
Are you and Beck having fun?
Yeah, but not too much fun.
So where are you guys right now?
Afterwards, Kat and Jade bicker about how good or bad the impression was.
You didn't get my laugh right.
Yeah, I did. You go,
I don't laugh like that.
Huppy's wearing sunglasses.
Dang it.
Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Robbie and Andre are still on the roof and are starting to kind of annoy each other.
We're not gonna die like this, Rob. We're not. Nope. We're gonna live. We have to live. Why? So we can get out of here. And I can hurt you. With my own bare hands. Or maybe a baseball bat. Yeah. A bat. I'd like that.
Tori and Beck suddenly have to rush to an animal hospital to pick up Beck's aunt's dog, and they accidentally have a conversation so loud that everyone in the waiting room picks up on the basic context clues of their relationship. That Jade is Beck's ex, that Beck and Tori are just friends, and that things might be different if it weren't for the awkwardness of an extended social group. Everyone takes sides on who they believe is in the right, with things culminating in Jade barging in. Jade takes in the atmosphere and eventually apologizes, saying that they're all still friends and that they shouldn't need permission to hang out with each other. Jade seems to have developed some understanding of personal boundaries, yet Tori and Beck seem once again unsure how they feel about each other. I don't know why they wrote it this way, because it's in a couple episodes, that's not gonna fucking matter. Andre and Robbie never get found, and in the credits we see that Sinjin has recorded his own video by himself. Have you caught on to the feeling that while there's some minor development here and there, it kind of feels like most of these episodes are low-effort filler that could be turned into scripts for pretty much any show? Anyways, here's an episode where Robbie wants to build a bathroom.
Oh, Robbie, we told you to call it Guys for Equal Restrooms.
That's boring.
Well, Tinkle-Aid is gross.
Tinkle-Aid sounds like the world's worst drink.
Okay, so in this one, Robbie, Andre, and Beck are hosting a music show to raise funds for a new men's bathroom, as the girls of the school have 3 while the men only have 2. Burf helps Robbie with the decorations and then tells him,
I think you're awesome.
Later on, he gives Robbie a flower. Burf is the show's only canonical queer rep. Meanwhile, Beck has a friend from Canada who is visiting, his old friend Moose. The girls are all instantly smitten with Moose, and personally, I don't get it. It seems to me the only difference between a 2010s hunk and a 2010 schlub is a weaning jawline. Moose wants to go get a burger, so the girls offer to take him out to the karaoke dokie, and wow, this is the same set. I guess I don't know how TV production works, but I kind of figured that when they only used this room in one episode for season 1, that they'd just trash it and use it for parts after this, but here we are, apparently the same damn room as before. Anyways, Tori, Kat, and Robbie end up sitting with Moose, and Beck complains that there isn't room for him to join the table, when there definitely is, he just kind of has to sit in front of the audience. Tori tries her hand at flirting and sounds a lot like Sinjin.
You smell good.
Moose mentions the only thing he wants to do in town is see the house where they filmed his favorite movie, The Scissoring, very subtle guys, and Jade is so swooned by this throwback that she pushes Robbie out of the way and invites herself to the table. A waitress comes to take their order, and Moose is instantly attracted to her, causing Tori to say,
She's actually a dude.
Tori is transphobic. The next day, the guys are trying to get the tinkle prep work in, but the girls are all trying to make Moose fall for them. Jade shows up in a perfect recreation of the dress from The Scissoring and shows off the prop that Kat gave her for Christmas. Tori shows up in hockey gear with hockey tickets and manages to fake her way into seeming like a real fan. And Kat goes for a much more simple approach.
Oh my gosh! Who wants a hamburger? Hamburger!
Hey!
The girls eventually realize that they've been skipping Tinkle-Aid practice so often that the guys have removed them from the show, making them realize that they've kind of been bad friends.
You can't do your magic act without an assistant.
Sinjin's gonna help me.
If Sinjin gets sick, I'm gonna fill in.
Please wait in the magic cabinet.
Leaving the girls behind, Beck and Moose finally catch up, and holy shit, it's Beck's RV! Where have they been keeping these fucking sets? Tori shows up and apologizes for ruining Tinkle-Aid, and for turning so rabid when it came to proving that she was the best girl, even to the point of making Moose uncomfortable. And now that we've had an honest, emotional moment, the writing style of Nick sitcoms dictate that there is a punchline in 3, 2, 1.
But you liked me best, right? I mean, not that it matters, but seriously, I won, right?
Hey, Vega! What are you doing here?
Winning?
Kat shows up with a grill and several burgers, and Beck says that he's had enough and that Moose should just say which girl is the best girl. Trina! Moose says that he doesn't mean offense, but that he really prefers Canadian girls, mostly because they're a lot less weird than Hollywood girls. Anyways, the gals all make it to Tinkle-Aid, and Tori and Kat sing a song, which is one of the more modern sounding ones up to this point. It kind of sounds like something Ariana probably would have had on like one of her early albums, kind of a pre-Bang Bang vibe. I got like really into Ariana Grande for this project, and it was exclusively so I would like know where to put the jokes about the 69 song. Anyways, this is easily like top 5 songs in the show so far. Not like Take a Hint good, but it feels like a song from 2012, and that's worth praising because they've been missing that mark so far. After this song, Beck suddenly asks, "Hey, where's Jade?" And we find out. She's kidnapped Moose and pulls the car over to pressure him into sex, even though he's turned her down. Hold on. My cue card is really far away. I gotta squint. I can't read it. Oh, I can see it now. It says it's funny because he's a guy. Okay, so interesting note real quick, just for basic context. In between that last episode and the next one, the iCarly finale aired on Nickelodeon. This was a very unique phase for the history of both shows. With the end of iCarly came the conclusion to many people's relationship with Nickelodeon. So many people who had outgrown the station tuned back in to see that moment. And it really was like a final chapter to those people. They weren't exactly tuning back in after that just to see Victorious off. So while this show had ultimately lived up to the expectation of outlasting iCarly, it wasn't by long, and the viewership ratings after this were abysmal. Which is a shame, because personally, I love this next one. At the start of Season 4, Episode 5, Sikowitz grows frustrated that his students can't stay off their phones during theater practice, and he challenges them to go 1 week without using modern technology. If they can achieve this, they will get automatic A's for the semester. Incidentally, I have a question. Do you guys think that the Shruggers get graded in Sikowitz's theater class? Cause you see, I always figured that his whole vibe was like participation based, and if that's the case, those guys are fucked. The kids all agree to their teacher's terms, but Jade points out an obvious flaw at hand.
How will you know we're not using other people's phones?
Because I trust your honesty. And I'm going to have St. John and Burp spy on you.
It's you and me, baby.
The gang soon find they can barely function without modern technology and the internet. They miss out on social trends, age-specific inside jokes, and Tori even finds it hard to do homework. To cope, she tries to live vicariously through her mother's phone use, revealing Mrs. Vega's privacy about such things.
Who texted you?
Oh, it's just Gary, your father's friend on the police force.
What do you say?
Oh, nothing. I'll just delete this.
Things get so bad that Kat buys a dog toy shaped like a phone, hoping it'll help her mentally deal with her lack of technology.
But what's the point?
This is all I've got!
And yeah, this one's half topical humor, half boomer shit, but it's fun.
What is that thing?
It's some kind of prehistoric typing machine.
Sikowitz offers the kids a chance to get their phones back early, and Kat jumps at it, causing everyone else to squabble to hold her in place, as their teacher lets out a loud, demented laugh over the chaos. The guys start complaining that the competition isn't fair because it wouldn't be right for the boys to lose because the girls couldn't hold out. And so, the wise Sikowitz changes the bet. Now, the true competition is over who can go without modern technology the longest, and the first person to crack will lose the bet for their entire gender. Oh, I just realized this is like a Drake and Josh episode. It's spherical! Classic, I'll never watch that show again. Kat is so close to cracking that the other gals take to sitting on her to keep her contained, and they scheme to make the boys break before they do so they can get their phones back. So the next day, the chick clique sneaks behind Robbie and Tori tries to trick him. She does this by telling the other girls that Trina has played a prank on her by uploading a naked photo of her butt to the slap without her permission. The girls leave, and for the first time in the season, Rex springs to life, trying to manipulate Robbie into showing them both the illicit contraband.
Come on, Rob. You deserve to see that pic. I mean, what else do you have to live for?
However, Beck and Andre manage to stop Robbie, explain that they figured out the ruse of their rivals, and they declare that the game is on.
It's kind of sad, watching Kat go mentally insane. I always thought it would happen more gradually.
That night, Tori and Jade try to watch over Kat and make sure she doesn't use a phone. A little girl comes to the door asking them to call her mom because she got on the wrong bus. Jade quickly deduces that this is a trick by the boys and slams the door in her face. It's then implied that this wasn't a trick and that really was a lost child. The next day, Robbie comes into theater practice dressed in a ridiculous costume and challenges the girls to take a photo and post it online. Sikowitz says that he's done with this and tells the girls that if they want their phones, they can have them.
That's it, everybody! The boys win!
This is easily the best episode in ages. I'll take 4 seasons of episodes like this over any ship storylines. Fight me. Speaking of which, Season 4, Episode 6 is titled Tori Fixes Beck and Jade, and boy, you'll never guess what happens in this one. So starting things off, in the B-plot to this one, Robbie is taking care of a rare baby butterfly while his sister is out of town. Kat says that Robbie probably shouldn't be babysitting anyone after what happened to his baby cousin, causing Robbie to say that it wasn't his fault.
That was not my fault. He asked me to lift him over the fence so we could pet the tiger.
So just keeping track here, Kat has killed 3 people, Robbie has killed 1 adult and 1 toddler. Back in the A-plot, Beck gets asked out by a girl named Meredith, but tells her that now is not a good time. When Tori confronts him on this, in the first janitor's closet scene in ages, we find out that when Beck and Jade were a thing, Beck was in a play with Meredith, and Jade got really jealous. Beck doesn't want to date Meredith because he knows it would make Jade upset, unlike him dating Tori, which she would have been fine with. However, Tori has a fantastic idea. The only way for Beck to be free to do whatever he wants is for them to help Jade find a new boyfriend. Something which isn't easy, as all of the men at Hollywood Arts are terrified of her.
There's gotta be some guy at Hollywood Arts who will ask out Jade.
Kat wants to see Robbie's butterfly and manages to flirt her way into convincing him. He opens the box and what do you know? It flies into Kat's ear and gets stuck. Don't know why I wrote this sentence like that, was predictable. However, Robbie needs to make sure that the butterfly is eating well, so he puts a banana up to Kat's ear. In any other show, this would be weird, but here I'm just relieved. What a pleasantly vanilla gag. So Tori tries to convince Andre to ask Jade out on a date, but he insists that he won't do it, saying he once had a crush on Jade, but that he came to his senses after that. However, Andre has a suggestion. The only way to get someone at the school to ask out Jade is to pay them to do it. They do just that, but the guy cracks and rats them out, causing Jade to run after Tori in a fit of anger. Tori, Andre, and Beck end up in the janitor's closet, but they forget that it connects to the library and Jade jumps down at them. Jade says that she doesn't care who Beck dates and that the whole thing is stupid. But when Tori lets it slip that the other girl is Meredith, Jade becomes extremely angry and passive-aggressively says that she doesn't care. Back in the B-plot, Robbie has come up with a plan.
No offense, Mr. Butterfly, but I sure wish you'd die.
Hey, looky what I got!
No, I don't want to see that thing again. Put it away.
And that's Robbie molested Cat one time joke number 3. Robbie has built a special butterfly tank made mostly of dirt and rotting fruit with a hole for Cat's head so they can get the butterfly to come out. They take this to the concert which is being held at the school that night. But when Robbie sees that Andre's grandmother has come to the performance, they abandon the rotting butterfly tank. As they do, St. John excitedly runs to take Cat's spot, which makes sense when you think about it.
I'm into odors.
Robbie tells Andre's grandmother to yell into Cat's ear, and it works. The butterfly comes out. Robbie points out that the butterfly flew out of Cat's right ear despite entering the left, implying that there isn't much going on in between Cat's ears. Meanwhile, Beck goes out on a date with Meredith, but it doesn't live up to his expectations. Meredith doesn't have much of a personality and basically mirrors whatever Beck says or thinks. In his words, and I have to again insist that these are his words, I'm quoting him, he says this in the show, Meredith is too easy. Beck goes to talk to Tori and somehow doesn't tell her that those are the ugliest jeans of all time. Instead, he explains that this date has made him realize that Meredith isn't his type because she isn't opinionated, she doesn't have a big mouth, and she isn't challenging to him personally. As he says this, Jade enters the stage and sings a fantastic song that really shows off her voice. As the song comes to a close, Beck walks on stage, telling Jade that he's missed her. They kiss, officially back together. Aren't you glad we spent an entire season and a half on this story arc? You know what? No, I'm not going to use some pithy zinger to avoid analyzing this episode. This one's underwhelming, and it makes the last season of episodes feel like a joke. This whole time, I always knew that Beck and Jade were going to get back together, not only because that spoiler is widely published on most Victorious fan sites, but also because, duh, right? Like, people at the time apparently honestly thought that Tori and Beck were going to end up together, but I know bait when I see it, and this was always bait. But even if I knew that this was going to happen inevitably, my expectation has always been that they would get back together because Jade would do something uniquely good and out of character. Like, whoa, Jade, you saved the orphanage. I've never seen this side to you before, but nope. I think what makes this so bad is that the show is actually very, very convincing when it's making the argument that Beck and Jade should not be together. Because they are not nice to each other, they do not communicate, and neither of them are willing to try to do anything about this. Jade isn't willing to show any kind of emotional honesty about her feelings and issues, and Beck isn't willing to believe that a version of Jade other than her rigid, hostile exterior exists or could ever exist. And when Beck tells Jade that they need to fix their relationship and she breaks up with him over it, the expectation is built up that when they get back together, they will both need to fundamentally show growth over the situation. Nope, that doesn't happen. What happens is that Jade breaks up with Beck, Beck tries to hook up with Tori, she says no, he has kind of a boring date after that, and then he gets back with Jade, not because she's shown any character growth, but because he's kind of bored. This episode shouldn't be called Tori Fixes Beck and Jade, it should be called Beck Settles. Now, Season 4, Episode 7 is a unique one in the show's run because it really shouldn't have been the 7th episode at all. It was produced as the next to last episode, and it really carries the mood of something that should have aired as the next to last episode. Another problem is that the episode is obnoxiously similar to the one that we just watched. It also is about a romantic pairing in the show. It also ends with a big party at the school and a dramatic revelation, and it also features the writers awkwardly fumbling the end to a long stretched out story arc. But first, in the B-plot to this one, Tori gets a job or something, who gives a shit? In the A-plot, Kat runs into Jade and admits that she has a problem. Robbie has hinted through text that he wants to ask her to the upcoming school dance. Kat likes Robbie but thinks it would be weird to go on a date with one of her best friends, and she doesn't know how to respond. And so instead of coming up with something, she begins evading him, literally to the point of running away every time they're in the same room. Robbie eventually manages to catch up to her and tells her unexpected news. He pieced together that she felt uncomfortable by him asking her out, and he's decided to drop the topic. Instead of asking Kat to the dance, he instead asked out his classmate Gabriella, and she said C.
I just wanted to let you know you don't have to run away from me anymore.
Thanks, Robbie.
See you in class.
Okay. Gabriella.
Okay, if I'm going to make fun of Victoria Justice's singing, I feel like I have to make fun of Ariana Grande's acting. Sometimes Ariana Grande's acting doesn't compensate for the cat voice she always puts on, so it's a little bit cringe. There, I did it. Okay, so this episode has an enticing plot, something that really flips the status quo of this world on its head. But for some reason, the B-plot in this one, with Tori having some stupid job, it eats up so much time. I don't even want to describe it, because it's just like bootleg Tebow stuff. Like, they couldn't do groovy smoothie jokes anymore, so they took all that unused material and they put it in Victorious. That's what it feels like. Wait a minute, why the fuck does Tori even need a job? Doesn't she have a single out or something? Anyways, 12 minutes into this 22-minute episode, we finally get back to the A-plot, with Kat telling her friends that she's upset that Robbie is on a date with another girl.
I thought you told Robbie you didn't want to be his date tonight.
So? That doesn't make it okay for him to bring another girl.
So, you don't want to be Robbie's date?
And you don't want Robbie to bring another date.
Yes! Thank you!
Kat tries to dance with Sinjin to make Robbie jealous, but he doesn't seem to take much notice of this. Then Sinjin kicks Kat in the face, knocking her out. They bring in everyone's favorite character, Lane Alexander, who helps Kat out, and while she's initially a little delirious, she quickly gets better. Everyone goes back to the dance, save for Robbie, who says he wants to watch over Kat. Kat says Robbie should go be with his, quote, dumb date, but she has taken quite fondly to Sinjin, who puts on one of his classic sock puppet shows.
Well, Captain, I say, love will keep us together.
That's right, Neil. Muskrat love.
Robbie says he's sorry Kat got kicked in the head, and Kat says she's sorry that she didn't come to the dance with him in the first place. As she holds his hand, openly confirming her intentions, Tori sings a song called Here's to Us, and you know what? All the songs this season are good so far. Good for them! After the song, Robbie asks if he can tell Kat a secret, and when she comes in close, he kisses her. And Kat becomes upset and runs off, getting on her bike and riding home, leaving Robbie unsure of what that night meant for both of them. And that's it. That's the conclusion that they give to Kat and Robbie's romance. Here's my big hot take. Around the time that they wrote this is also probably when the original iCarly spin-off script was pitched and then immediately rejected. And it was surely after this that said spin-off began to be reworked into what we know as Sam and Kat. And I'm going to guess that there was once some plan to give a satisfying story here, but that the writers weren't 100% confident on what was going to happen with this character. If the Sam and Kat pilot would be rejected, or if it would be picked up, or if drastic changes would be requested, changing the plot in unexpected ways. So what they probably did was shoot this sequence under the logic of, if this spin-off isn't picked up, we'll cut it at the mutual kiss. But if the spin-off is greenlit, we'll include the full thing and show Kat getting upset and running away. In their heads, it probably was better to leave things open-ended than to have Robbie and Kat canonically be a couple at the end of this show, only to imply that they're broken up at the beginning of the next show due to the absence of Robbie. But what this episode actually does is take something about this dynamic which was always unspoken subtext, and it turns it into explicit canon. That being, Kat and Robbie have mutual romantic feelings for each other, and Kat specifically wants to be with Robbie very badly. But their relationship would never work because Kat has the brain of a third grader. With episodes like this, you start to see why this final run of stories remains so controversial with Victorious fans. And I think I won't be alone here when I say that Sam and Kat was ultimately such a brief stint that I would easily trade that entire show for just a more finite take on season 4. Sadly, despite this being a somewhat important episode that gives a lot of depth to both Kat and Robbie, this is the lowest viewed episode in the history of the show, pulling in just over 2.5 million views when it premiered. Today, viewing numbers like that would be considered phenomenal, but back at the time, this was a dire state to be in. And you know what I think the problem was? Not enough of the Tori has a job B-plot. Okay, so we have just finished the 7th episode of Season 4. Now, as I have said many times, this season has 14 episodes, meaning that we are now halfway done with the final season of Victorious. Now, in my second iCarly video, which some of you apparently missed, I did this special thing where halfway through the final season, I did a kind of mini intermission, which I called Things I Forgot. This was pretty self-explanatory. It was just me going on a bunch of mini rants about things I forgot. And I thought it would be fitting if we kept that tradition, moving along. Now, it might seem preposterous that there's anything I've forgotten in the last 10.5 hours of content, but I think you'll find there are a couple interesting things. Specifically, 10 interesting things. Starting us off with Thing I Forgot number 10. In this shot, Sinjin has cornrows, but in the voiceover, I called these dreads. Because when I write these scripts, I typically do it from memory, and it was just like I made this mistake. No one caught it in the scripting stage when I shared the script around, and then it got past the voiceover stage, and it got into the editing stage, and it was like, these videos are so long that it's hard to not make mistakes like that. In fact, I think you could say that I make on average 5 to 10 mistakes like that in every single one of these videos. And it's just the sacrifice you have to make for absurdly long content. Anyways, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, Justin Bieber. I'm actually really sad that I missed this one because this would have been like such a fun aside in the season 1 analysis of that last video, but it just like slipped past me somehow, and I haven't really had room for it anywhere until right now. So in 2011, Nickelodeon did this thing called Crush Week, where the gimmick was that for one night, February the 5th, 2011, the station would do a series of premieres that were themed around characters having crushes. You guys have probably picked up by now that Nickelodeon loved doing event nights like this because it was like so good for marketing, but it was so easy. All you had to do was take a True Jackson VP, a Big Time Rush, a Victorious, and sometimes an iCarly if you had one, market them around some asinine shared element, and try to basically lie around the fact that that shared element really isn't there at all. For instance, this is where the Victorious episode The Wood premiered. Now, The Wood, as you'll remember, is the episode of season 1 where they're all on like a reality show, and it has nothing to do with the theme of having a crush or Crush Week, so the trailers literally lie.
And you won't believe who's falling for who. Will Tori and Beck become more than friends?
Hey, Beck.
Hi, baby. You should come over.
My girlfriend's not gonna like that.
Yeah, this is a really funny element of Victorious that's easy to forget about if you're just watching the show. But basically, like, the showrunners didn't want to do ship episodes, so they just wouldn't do them. But Nickelodeon really wanted ship episodes because they were good for ratings. So Nickelodeon would just market non-ship episodes as ship episodes, and everyone would get pissed, but Nickelodeon didn't care because they got the viewers. I think at the time, like, the fan base really thought that Beck and Tori were endgame exclusively because the commercials kept insisting that they were. Like the commercials of this show would have led you to believe that at any point Beck was just gonna like cheat on his girlfriend with no prompt whatsoever, and like everyone ate that shit up for some reason. Anyways, the whole reason that Crush Week ended up being a thing is that Nickelodeon somehow managed to get Justin Bieber to host a set of premieres on the station. And pretty much all of these segments were filmed on the set of Victorious, with the women from the show joining Justin and the 5 kind of just like gossiping about their personal lives. And that was aired during the commercial breaks of this event.
Who was your first kiss?
It's getting, we're getting down and dirty right now.
Let's just do it.
I want to hear all about
all
it.
Of my
Every
first
detail.
like handful of kisses were all on TV, and they were all awkward. Mine too.
For me.
I have a pretty weird story.
Oh, we need to hear it. We need to hear it.
I was 11 or 12,
Yeah.
and we went to the snow hill, and we were really cold, so we were at the top, and it was like nighttime, and we were just together like this, and then I'd never kissed a girl, and then I was just like, all right, I'm gonna go in.
I love it.
And yet, during this entire premiere event, they never get around to asking him the most hard-hitting, important question of all. Did Justin Bieber pee on this guy's computer bag?
That's a dirty lie, baby!
The real funny thing to me, like the whole reason I'm talking about this, is that like when Justin Bieber came to their set, they took a bunch of photos with him, right? Like he's the biggest pop star in the world. You have to, right? So they took all these photos with him, and specifically Ariana Grande got a couple photos in. Now, many years later, Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande do a collab. They release a song together. But it's in the beginning of the lockdown, like the quarantine. So they didn't record it together. They didn't do any promotional material. They didn't do a music video. They didn't do any of that. So despite the fact that Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber are like big pop stars and they're collaborators, this remains the best photo of them together. So I constantly see like gossip websites try and like stir some shit, but this is the only photo they have. So I swear to God, I saw a gossip website that was trying to like imply that Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande were cheating on their others, like with each other, like, ooh, are Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande having an illicit affair? And it's like, I don't know, probably not, because the photo you're using is from 10 years ago on a Nickelodeon sitcom. Okay, so since we're talking about like commercial break fodder, I suppose it's only fair that we quickly throw in thing I forgot to mention, number 8, the 2008 Nickelodeon Christmas idents. Okay, so over the years, Nickelodeon has shown kind of a fondness for making little universe-breaking, crossover Christmas commercials for the holiday season. One memorable example to me will always be their stop-motion Christmas specials from the early 2000s, which are very cute when they aren't being really weird. Anyways, in 2011, Nickelodeon repeated this by creating kind of a music video mashup of their most popular live-action shows, and some other shows as well, and most notably, this included iCarly, Victorious, and Big Time Rush, all singing Sleigh Ride. This is notable exclusively because it's a combination that's kind of uncommon. Like, iCarly and Victorious crossed over so often that it lost all meaning, but you throw Big Time Rush in there and it's like, whoa, what's going on? I also think the shows How to Rock and Bucket and Skinner were included in this, but I literally don't fucking remember those shows, so I'll have to trust Wikipedia's word at that. But yeah, special Christmas music video, not canon, interesting representation of Nickelodeon synergy in 2011. Okay, let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 7. The Lost Victorious Episodes. For many years, Victorious fans have been led to believe that there are only 4 seasons of the show, 3 production blocks, and 58 episodes, but once you hit the finale, there is nothing else left. However, this understanding was recently challenged, for a Victorious cast member has recently come forwards to reveal the truth. There are not 58 episodes of Victorious, but 78, as 20 episodes of the show were written, filmed, and edited, and sit in the Nickelodeon vaults, never to be seen again. This one's bullshit. I know bullshit when I smell it, and this is bullshit, and we're gonna get into why in just a moment. Okay, so after the pandemic started, Matt Bennett decided that he was going to start streaming on Twitch. Now, he's not a full-time streamer, you won't see him often, but he does pop up time to time, and sometimes he even streams old episodes of Victorious, including this clip, which is one of the ones I have to play audio from, where he's watching the only episode in this franchise that has given me significant copyright problems. So I'm gonna have to get creative showing clips from that stream. Okay, so here's why this is all important. About a year ago, Matt Bennett was on a stream and someone asked him, hey, are there any lost episodes of Victorious? And he said, yes, there are 20 lost episodes of Victorious. That's the number 10 2 times.
Yeah, we have a whole season of unreleased episodes. Thank you for asking. Whatever happened to Baby Spice? But yeah, we did like 20 full episodes that, for whatever reason, 20 episodes that Nickelodeon just has on a hard drive somewhere. Nobody wants to watch more episodes. That's the unfortunate thing. There's just not enough of a fan demand for it.
In further streams, when he was pressed on this further, he went on to describe several episodes of the show, which were filmed and then lost. This includes an episode where Justin Bieber was a musical guest, an episode where The Weeknd was a musical guest, an episode where LMAFO cameoed, and an episode that was a crossover with Big Time Rush.
In at least 4 or 5 of the episodes that didn't air, there were some interesting musical guests. I mean, it was crazy. Ariana met The Weeknd when he was a guest star on Victorious, and now they have so many songs together. Is that usual to not air episodes from sitcoms? It is in our case. I mean, the one that I feel like we could have done without was the LMFAO cameo. They were really popular at the time. They'd wanted to get Black Eyed Peas, but like Fergie on a Nickelodeon show, not going to happen. I told you the Justin Bieber one. I don't know if this counts because we had done the iCarly crossover episode. Nickelodeon. This wasn't what Bakery wanted to do. Oh, look at how cute! Nickelodeon. They didn't want to do this episode, but we did there was the Victorious Big Time Rush crossover episode that never aired.
However, he noted that the episode, which was the most tragic to lose, was one where Robbie meets a girl who herself has a female puppet, and the two end up spending time together, causing Kat to suddenly become extremely jealous.
The one that I always was like, I'd always pushed for and they finally did was the one where they introduce the female version of Robbie, basically. A girl with a puppet, with a female puppet. And it makes Kat very jealous.
So I'm just going to reiterate this again. Matt Bennett said all of these things. I don't believe him. I kind of think this is like a Mandela effect thing, but instead of affecting like a huge chunk of the general population, it's just affecting Matt Bennett. And by the way, I mean that in both ways. Like, maybe Matt Bennett is slightly confused and remembering things from his past incorrectly, or maybe our Matt Bennett and a completely different Matt Bennett swapped universes and no one has noticed. The point I'm trying to make here is, I don't think Matt Bennett is lying. I just think Matt Bennett is wrong. I just think it's kind of notable that a lot of the facts that Matt Bennett says in these clips kind of sound like facts that I know, but like filtered through a hazy memory. Like Justin Bieber being a musical guest. That kind of sounds like the fact that Justin Bieber hosted Crush Week. Victorious and Big Time Rush doing a crossover. That was a thing. It was like a music video commercial break kind of vibe. 20 episodes of Victorious not airing on TV. That kind of sounds like the fact that about 20 episodes of Victorious did not come out on DVD, while all the others did. And those 20 episodes were all so often hard to find on streaming services for some time. Meaning, if you didn't see them live on Nickelodeon, it was like they didn't exist. But those episodes do exist, because I'm reviewing them in this video. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but like, do you guys see why this story doesn't make any sense? Because like, the cast at the time was very vocal on Twitter, no one complained about missing material. The final known episode of the show was filmed in July 2012. The show was officially canceled in August 2012. Let's say that's 4 weeks. Is 4 weeks enough time to record 2 seasons of extra material? I think it's not, and I think if they had done that, it would have been production hell. It would have been the worst shooting schedule of anyone's lives, and someone other than Matt Bennett would have talked about it in interviews since then. Like, none of this makes any sense. And you know, 2 of the biggest Victorious episodes of all time are the iCarly crossover and the episode where Kesha is a musical guest. A crossover and an episode with a musical guest. So you're telling me Nickelodeon had 5 more episodes exactly like that ready to go, but they were like, oh no, we've got 5 episodes with the biggest stars in the world, but we don't have room for that and the Hambone King. But I think the biggest thing for me is that he describes one of the episodes as having the plot of Robbie meets a girl and Kat gets jealous. I've seen that episode. In fact, we just reviewed that episode. So that one's not lost. Now, a lot of you guys are going to stand up and say, oh, but he described details of that episode that aren't there. And it's like, yeah, but there being 2 episodes of that exact same description does not make chronological sense. Because where would you place that? Like, where is that episode supposed to air? Is it supposed to air before the episode we just reviewed? Because that doesn't make sense. Because the whole episode is about Kat realizing she has a crush on Robbie. Is it supposed to air after that? That doesn't make sense, because that episode ends on a cliffhanger. And it was one of the last episodes they filmed on purpose because it was initially supposed to add resolution to their storyline. Here's my big hot take, right? No one remembers Victorious correctly. I didn't remember Victorious right, you didn't remember Victorious right, and I know for a fact that the Victorious fandom does not remember the show correctly. And I've seen so many comments in this, from that last video of people being like, oh, I remember this episode wrong, or I combined these 2 episodes, or I combined an iCarly episode and a Victorious episode. I famously believed that season 1 of Victorious was the final season of Zoe 101. That's how it is in my memory. So why are we expecting that the cast of Victorious is going to be an exception to this? You know what I mean? Like, if you shot 58 episodes worth of material in 3 years, and you also had to throw in like commercials and like weird oddities and video games, and you were reading scripts that got changed and episodes that didn't go into production, and you were hearing like gossip from the writers, and it's like, it shouldn't be shocking if there's some like foggy memories there, and I think that's what's happening with Matt Bennett here. I think he's misremembering filming material, which he never watched when it aired because he was like 23 when Victorious ended, so he wasn't watching Nickelodeon. So all he's remembering is filming these episodes, literally. Another big thing for me, I think, is the fact that in these clips he says the reason no one will ever see this is because Victorious doesn't have a fan base, and it's like, I know that's not true because videos about Victorious get like millions of views consistently. I see it so often. And, you know, Paramount Plus, this brand new sensational streaming service everyone's into, part of the draw of that streaming service is people who like Nickelodeon sitcoms. Like, they spent so much money, that streaming service, making 13 brand new episodes of iCarly. If there were just like 20 episodes of Victorious sitting in a vault, they would have put that out like so fast. Can you imagine Paramount Plus being able to just release new Victorious episodes for free? Don't gotta pay the writers, don't gotta pay the actors. It's just there, finished and done. They can just put it out. They would like be on that so quickly. But I don't think that's ever going to happen because I think this is bullshit. I don't think there's 20 lost episodes of Victorious. And, you know, maybe in like a year and a half, the LMAFO episode of Victorious is just going to drop and I'm going to look like a jackass. But this is my stance. I'm sticking to it. Okay, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 6. Jerry Seinfeld. So this one's a little bit of an odd one out in this list. What this one is it's a joke from season 1 that I didn't bring up because it didn't come up organically in the analysis, but it is a joke that I think about constantly. And I was like, well, I gotta throw it in here, right? So here's where we are. This is the season 1 finale. You'll remember the plot to this one is that they've all been challenged by Psychowitz to do like a character acting thing, and they've all been assigned like different characters. And so Kat's character is assigned a stand-up comedian from the 1980s that is really annoying. That's what she's assigned. And the next day, she shows up to this party, and she's just playing Jerry Seinfeld.
What I want to know is what part of the chicken do the nuggets come from? Can someone tell me this, please? I mean, where's the wacky farm that raises nugget chickens? And don't get me started on airplane food.
So the reason that I find myself thinking about this all the time is that I have to constantly remind myself that the Ariana Grande who is a comedic character actor playing Kat and the Ariana Grande who is one of the biggest pop stars in the world, they're like the same lady, but it's like so easy to forget because like look at these 3 images. These 3 images are not the same person. So like on one side of my brain I got like Ariana Grande, mega superstar, household sex symbol, and on the other side I got Ariana Grande, Jerry Seinfeld impersonator.
What's the deal with Raisin Bran? Is it raisins? Is it bran? I want to know.
Anyway, speaking of tangential relations to old sitcoms of the 1980s, let's talk about Thing I Forgot, number 5. Robbie might be related to Fran Fine from The Nanny. Okay, so in season 1, there's like this really lame B-plot where Robbie goes to visit his grandmother with Kat, and he helps her hook up the internet or something.
Come in. She's your girlfriend?
No.
Good, you can do better.
Now, Robbie's grandmother is played by Renee Taylor, who also played Fran's mother on The Nanny, and one could almost say that the 2 roles are completely identical. The most interesting clue to this is that in Victorious, the character can be heard yelling for her husband, Maury, which sounds shockingly similar to her husband in The Nanny, Morty. The standing fan theory is that this was all probably done on purpose, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this makes any sense. Like, I've seen a lot of people argue that, like, Fran must be Robbie's mother because they moved to California in the finale, I think. But personally, I think it would make more sense if Nadine was Robbie's mother. But keeping in mind that I haven't watched The Fran consistently in like 13 years, so I kind of don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Thing I Forgot, number 4. This is a pre-recorded segment, which I like to call Messing Around in Google Earth. Hey guys, so I thought I'd record this real quick and, you know, just to kind of archive it while this thought is still flowing through my head. And I'll probably put this in the video somewhere, but I wanted to show you this sometimes when I'm bored and I get oddly curious about things, I like to go on Google Earth and kind of look up, certain addresses and certain things, trying to figure out like the geography of specifically like film and television history. And I got to thinking about Victorious, and I had some curiosity, so I looked into it. So I just wanted to share this with you guys. So this is Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, and the reason I love Google Earth is because it has this really cool feature where you can go up here to this little time thing, and it has all these dates of all these overhead satellite images. And you can take these and you can go back to any date they have a photograph of, You can go back to all these different photos and take a look at these historic locations. This is what this place used to look like. And this was once a filming studio which was used specifically by Nickelodeon. Now this is a historic theater, which luckily means I believe it's partially protected, some parts of it, just because it's a theater that has a history and so many people, have attachments to it. But this used to all be a studio that Nickelodeon would use to film some of their shows. Shows like The Amanda Show, Drake and Josh, all that. And of course, iCarly and Victorious were all filmed in this studio. Now, this whole place, this whole area, this is gone. Basically, Nickelodeon stopped filming here. They stopped using this place after iCarly and Victorious. And so it just kind of went to just being a historic location. And once it wasn't really being used, the thought process was like, why do we need all this space, for all these cars when no one's using this space really? It's a historic place. So, today it looks like this. There's all this stuff, all this construction work and that kind of thing. But the reason I want to show you this is to talk about an interesting detail about Victorious. Here it is. I think this is the image. Okay. So this is where they filmed Victorious. They filmed it inside, I believe, this building. But what does this look like to you guys right here? What does this look like? Okay, I'm going to zoom in. Okay, because to me, this looks like 3 lunch tables, a stage, and some very artistic graffiti, right? So for those of you who can't tell, this is actually, legitimately, the Asphalt Cafe from Victorious. When they needed location footage for the school, they found a school in Burbank that they filmed the front of to represent Hollywood arts. But to actually shoot, they decided to film on location in the parking lot of their actual studio, which I think is a very interesting choice. Now, why did they do this? Because, I don't know a lot about LA, but I feel like this part of LA is probably loud. Probably got some audio issues filming in this part of LA. Why did they do this? Well, they'd filmed iCarly, right? They'd filmed iCarly in this exact same place, and it just felt inauthentic because iCarly is set in Seattle, and it didn't feel like it was filmed in Seattle. So, when they filmed a show that was set in LA and was about a bunch of LA girls, they said, hey, our studio is so close to the Hollywood sign. Like, I don't know if I can really capture it, but of course, within view of the Hollywood sign, which is somewhere in here, I don't really know, you can see the Hollywood sign from this old Nickelodeon studio. So they said, we're going to build part of the school set in our own parking lot just so occasionally we can get that money shot. It pans up from the kids and you see that Hollywood sign, And they only do it like 3 times, but that was pretty much the only reason they built it here. And so what makes that really interesting is because of that, this is not only the place where they filmed Victorious, this is canonically where Hollywood Arts is in the Victorious universe, which not a lot of space for a school and kind of a little bit busy for where you would want to put a school. But I just thought that was very interesting. And the tragic thing is I believe this is now apartments. Because like I said, they don't film here anymore, and this is a historic theater, but the rest of this is whatever. So I think these are all apartments. But the funny thing about that is that I believe, I'm going to compare this here. Okay, so it kind of looks like to me that you can maybe kind of sneak through and walk through the Asphalt Cafe. And if you live like right here, right, then you're basically where the Victorious characters used to park their cars. You're where like Robbie was putting that car back together in that one episode. But I just think it's kind of sad that this historic place in terms of Nickelodeon history, and literally this filming location that represented Hollywood Arts, it's all gone. It's just like apartments and condos and shit, But that's LA for you. I've never researched an address in LA and been like, wow, this is still here. You know what I mean? It's always gone because LA is just a busy place. They move on. They do not care. But anyways, I thought that was interesting. So in short, if you want to know if Hollywood Arts is on Sunset Boulevard, well, it was. Thing I forgot, number 3. It was, aka I Think We All Sing. So this isn't really one I forgot necessarily. This is one that I kind of avoided bringing up because, it's fun to joke about, but at the end of the day, it's kind of mean. So I have a shirt of this, obviously. I've made a couple references to this. But the thing about memes is when people get swept up in them, they start thinking they're real when they're not. So I Think We All Sing is like an inside joke that's based on the most boring video you will ever see in your entire life. And people have mined this video to come up with the most conspiratorial take about it ever. And when we get into this video, you're going to be like, wow, this is not interesting. So despite the nearly 5 hours of content that was recorded for the slap, there is only one piece of online victorious media that has continued to stay relevant in the last 10 years. In 2010, after the show had been greenlit, the 4 female leads went to Universal City Walk to do a photo shoot. There, they were recorded by Popstar Magazine in a video which was then uploaded to YouTube. The gimmick of this clip is that instead of a 5th person interviewing the cast, each girl in the show tells a fun fact about one of the others. The issue is that this show was so new at this point that the girls were still kind of getting acquainted, with the exception of Liz and Ariana, who had known each other for years because they were on Broadway together. And because of this, Victoria and Daniela only describe surface level facts about each other, and Liz and Ariana talk like they're best friends, dissecting each other live on the spot. Danielle's fact about Victoria Justice is that she is, quote, a rock star, as she has been killing it in the show.
So stay tuned. It's really, really rock star-tastic. I wish I was a rock star.
Victoria Justice's fact about Daniela Monet is that she's a vegan, and she carries around vegan Rice Krispie treats and tries to share them with the cast. Victoria jokes that this is a good influence because she typically only eats junk food. Ariana's fact about Liz is that Liz is obsessed with taking photos, even when the people around them do not want to be photographed.
Even if you're like, no, Liz, I'm not really in the mood to take pictures, she'll be like, oh, that's funny. And she'll make you model for her, and you'll have a full-on photo shoot right there.
And finally, and most famously, Liz's fact about Ariana is that she loves to sing.
One thing you don't know about Ariana Grande is that she literally sings everything. She's starting to forget how to talk in her own voice because she sings everything. And it's a good thing because she's a beautiful voice, but it's awesome. She sings absolutely everything. She never stops.
That's so true, Liz. You sing a lot too. Especially during rehearsals. We all sing. True. Yeah, I sing the weirder things. Yeah, I think. I sing really weird. I think. Bye.
Okay, so now that we've seen that entire thing, I think it's fair to say that that video is often taken out of context and even described out of context. The way that people describe this clip is that, Liz Gillies was like, hey, here's a fact, Ariana Grande sings, and then immediately Victoria Justice was like,
how dare you, peasant, speak that name in my presence? I am the one who sings, it is me! But, that's not what happens in the video at all.
Literally what happens in this video is that Liz is like, hey, did you guys know that Ariana sings? And then Daniela goes, now hold on a second, did you guys know that Liz sings? And then a person's about to be like, well, hold up, because Daniela sings, and Victoria's just like, guys, we all sing. We're on a musical sitcom. And it's it is such a boring story, but it has been extrapolated into this entire online saga, right? And I think the reason this video has had such a lasting presence is that if you look at it with the worst intentions possible, it really represents the ongoing legacy of Victorious. Because, look guys, I get it. It is so funny that Ariana Grande was in a teen sitcom about a teenager who will one day become a pop star, and she was not the main character. I get it. It's hilarious. But the reason I kind of disagree with how people view this clip is that people use it as an excuse. People use it as an excuse to not blame Nickelodeon or the writers or the producers or anyone like that, to exclusively, like, blame Victoria Justice because she's on the front of the DVD. And so people will just, like, harass Victoria Justice over this out-of-context clip from when she was 17. And I think that side of this shit is kind of weird. One of the things this is really fed into is the commonly held rumor that Ariana Grande and Victoria Justice hate each other. And the main reason this rumor is spread is that, like, Ariana Grande has this, like, circle of friends who she met on the Victorious show that she still constantly hangs out with. And the main ones are, like, Liz Gillies, Matt Bennett, Leon Thomas III. They all still meet up constantly and hang out together. Here's a photo of them with the guy that played Psychowitz, I think. But Victoria Justice is not in that clique. She never, like, you know, comes over and takes a selfie with Ariana Grande. And so people commonly think, well, if they don't hang out all the time, they must hate each other. And I think that's kind of sexist because no one ever says that about Avan Jogia, who also is in the same place. And more importantly, Victoria Justice still occasionally meets up with Ariana Grande because they do, like, full cast get-togethers, like, every once in a while. They did, like, a Zoom reunion thing in 2020 for the 10th anniversary. Like, they still talk to each other. They're just not best friends. But the internet is so bored that they want them to hate each other. And that's really the story at the end of the day. I always kind of feel bad for people like Victoria Justice because I've always held this stance that if you're going to be in, like, a sitcom that has a lasting cultural presence, but you don't really get anything back from, I think you should at least have a second thing going on, right? Like, you know, you should have a movie coming out or, like, a book or an album or something, you know, because I think it would be way more fun to be Ariana Grande, like, living this exciting life and maybe, like, every 30 interviews someone remembers to ask you about Nickelodeon, than being Victoria Justice, where, like, every time she leaves the house, it's like, hey, it's Tori Vega from the sitcom Victorious, 2010 to 2013. Like, I feel like that would get really old, you know what I mean? But anyways, this meme shirt is still pretty funny. Yo, so it turns out I was actually pretty thorough in this video in the last one, because I've kind of run pretty low on things I forgot to talk about. So I put out a tweet that was like, hey, I'm doing this segment again. What should I talk about? And for these last two, I'm just going to read some of the stuff that you guys sent me. Raphael Marley says, in the Kesha episode, the little boy who held the $sign was played by Kesha's real-life little brother. That's true. We got Winter XO here, who has linked kind of a bootleg recording of the only live performance that all of the Victorious cast members did together. This was like a one-off show, I believe, where, like, they all got together and they performed songs from the show. And I went through this entire recording. I kind of, like, shuttled through it. And I can confirm that Robbie does not sing Broken Glass. Trunket says, hey Quinton, what do you think of my theory that Jade and Beck are one single entity known as Jake? If that's true, if that's actually canon, I'm gonna have to change up some of my takes about the ships. Brento says, this is not part of the show, but it impacts where the show stands in your shared universe theory. The Victorious characters exist in Henry Danger, but Victorious the show also exists. And below they mention that in one of the Henry Danger episodes, they watched the Victorious bloopers episode. I didn't actually know that, but I wanna use this as a chance to vent. People do this all the time, where they're like, I found a new piece to the NSU puzzle, to the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. I found a new piece of evidence that changes everything. And I'm like, wow, is it that one of the sitcoms exists in the shared universe, but is also a TV show in the shared universe? Because that's literally every fucking show. That's literally everything I've talked about has been that. So the point I'm making, why are people always like, this changes everything? No, it fucking doesn't. Finally, Avram says, you forgot to mention how good Victorious is. You're lucky you're cute, or I would have unsubbed on the double. Thanks, man. Good comment. Okay, so this last one's interesting. This was not something I was sent on Twitter. It was something I was sent in my Instagram DMs. And that is, someone sent me the Victorious SMS texting communicator toys. And these are so, like, oddly fascinating to me. I bought one, but it hasn't arrived yet. But I might have stock footage by the time I put this video out. But what these things were is they look like calculators, but the idea was you'd get 2 of these and you could text back and forth between them. They were like walkie-talkies with texting. And like, it's so fascinating because, like, I was actually watching, like, a Billiam video the other day and he was talking about this kind of stuff. This was a huge thing in, like, 2005, but these were put out in 2012. And I thought I'd throw this in because that's such a great representation of Victorious, I think. Victorious did everything 5 years too late, you know? And that's best represented by the Victorious texting toy put out in 2012. I want to really quickly stop and make a correction. In that segment, I believe that I said that this looks like a Victorious calculator. Well, once I got it, I realized why. That's because it is a Victorious calculator. It has a calculator setting, so it's basically a calculator that you can also use to text people with. So, you know, people must have been lining up for this. Mine doesn't really work, though, because for some reason, this row and this row do the same thing. So, like, look, I press 2, I press 5, 2, I press 8, 8. So this middle row just doesn't work, so I can't. All I'm saying is, if this is what you're using on your trigonometry test, you're screwed. Now, really quickly, I would kick myself if I didn't make this comparison, so I just wanted to show this next to my Zip It, which is the other significant texting toy that we have covered in this mini-series. Yeah, if you haven't watched Fred, I definitely recommend it because it's basically episode 0 of all this project, and there's a lot of inside jokes that are definitely funnier if you've seen that specific video. Okay, I think we need just one more thing to even this out. One more thing that I forgot to talk about that I logically should have by now. Can't think of anything, sorry guys. Anyways, let's end this intermission here and get back into reviewing the show. Now this next one is interesting because it is not only a Robbie episode, but a Rex episode as well. And I'm talking about Season 4, Episode 8, Robbie Sells Sex. I mean, Robbie Sells Rex. Let's get into it. Oh, thank God. So this episode is one of the rare ones to actually feature some continuity to the Season 3 event episode where Tori becomes famous. In the story, Tori has invited Mason Thornsmith, her own record producer, to give a special guest keynote at the school. However, Mason's harsh and judgmental comments don't go over well with the students. With one exception, as he seems to take a shine to Robbie and says that they should talk later. Trina pushes Robbie aside and attempts to give Thornsmith a compilation of her music, only for her to fall victim to the Flower Bomber, a notorious mysterious figure at the school known for pranking people with the pervading food stuff. Afterwards, Jade declares that she's going to solve the mystery of who the bomber is, and Sinjin tries to flirt with her. Later, Robbie comes to Thornsmith's office with Kat, although we quickly learn that she isn't exactly there to be supportive.
Have you heard of Bibble?
Sure, it's a British snack.
Kat?
Shut up!
Despite her requests, all of Thornsmith's employees have been instructed not to give Kat any Bibble. Thornsmith comes out and they are soon introduced to Francis, Thornsmith's son, who is a Bibble fan himself. Once again, Bibble is just British popcorn. Kat tries to exchange some continuity boob candy for the Bibble, but is turned down. It turns out that Thornsmith has been typically deceptive, as he has no intention of signing Robbie onto the label. Instead, we find out that Francis is obsessed with puppets and wants to buy Rex for $2,000. Robbie isn't interested, but Rex begins trying to convince him to do the sale. Francis says the offer will last for 24 hours, and Robbie says he'll consider it. He walks out of the studio, but Kat says that she wants to stay behind.
I ain't giving you any Bibble. Okay, but will you at least breathe in my face?
Wow, What a totally normal thing to happen in this teen sitcom, and not the writer's poorly disguised fetish. Okay, so you figured out by now the A, B, and C plots. A plot, Robbie is considering selling Rex. B plot, Jade wants to catch the flower bomber. C plot, Kat is a Bibble addict. So with that aside, here's a few odd notes about the middle bit of this one. Andre is implied in this episode to once again have a crush on Jade, despite Jade and Beck being back together. The implication given is that it's either some extreme irony that Andre's crush went away when she was single but came back when she wasn't, or that there's some psychological element there, where Andre is only attracted to Jade when she's with Beck. I don't know. Don't ask me, because I don't know. The teens all debate if Robbie should sell Rex. Tori thinks he should, causing Jade to say her stance is hypocritical, as Tori is the very person who brought Rex back to life, quote, last year, confirming that a single year has passed since the beginning of the show, meaning, once again, that the cast are all juniors. Anyways, let's talk about the D plot now. Sikowitz is stalked to school by his neighbor and her extremely cruel daughter, who we learn is his neighborhood bully, despite her being 12. Her mother has brought her to Hollywood Arts to apologize for something she did that morning. Andre asks what that was, and the little girl says it's none of his business, causing Andre to lunge out as if he intended to beat the shit out of this 12-year-old girl. We find out that the girl snuck into Sikowitz's bathroom while he was taking a shower and threw an egg at his head.
It ain't my fault your head broke my egg.
I will end you.
Remember in season 1 when I was using these characters curb stomping a child to a laugh track as an outrageous example of something the show would never do? She kicks Sikowitz in the leg and he declares that it might be broken, and to make things worse, he suddenly becomes a victim of the flower bomber. Remember that B-plot? Tori says that at least the bomber only strikes once a day, causing him to attack her as well, and boy does she have flour on her face. That's the lamest joke in this video. Robbie ends up going back to Francis, who throws in an extra bonus to the sale. If Robbie sells Rex, he'll also receive, as a sign-on bonus, Gunter. Robbie agrees to the sale, but feels a great sense of regret and pain when he sees the boy use Rex to tell childish knock-knock jokes. Later, Robbie tries to use Gunter, only for him to discover that his new puppet will only make nice comments about him. Robbie finds this unsuitable and says that he wants Rex back. Here's a fun detail. You know how usually Tori is the one tweeting things out in between the A-plot clips? The final few episodes of this season also occasionally feature tweets from the rest of the cast, again signifying that this season is kind of pulling away from Tori in some ways. Robbie gets to class the next day, a total wreck, only to find a new issue, far worse from the last. Not only does Robbie find it hard to cope without Rex, he is now hearing Rex's voice coming out of every other person in the show. When he comes around to Kat, her face even morphs into that of the puppet. I'd say this is the worst nightmare fuel to come out of Victorious, but we all know I'd be lying. Robbie decides he needs to go home and take a nap, and he's hit by the flower bomber. Meanwhile, in the E-plot, Kat has invented a new kind of food and is selling it at a food cart. It's a hamburger, but shaped like a hot dog and on a hot dog bun. She calls it a hot-durger. Look, I made it. It's alright.
It just tastes like a hamburger. Just make a fucking hamburger.
She gets hit by the flower guy. Sikowitz reveals he's pressed charges against his neighborhood enemy after she threw an egg so hard it bruised his skin. Her mother begs him to reconsider, as this will lead to her going to juvie, while Tori tries to think of a way to get Thornsmith's son to give Rex back. Trina suggests finding something that an obnoxious 12-year-old boy would like more than a puppet, giving Tori an idea.
I know something an obnoxious 12-year-old boy might want.
Cupcakes.
Tori tells this little girl that she has to kiss Francis, and when the little girl says she doesn't want to, Tori says if she doesn't, Sikowitz will send her to juvie. This one's really fucked up, isn't it? And it works.
I don't need a stupid puppet. I got me a woman.
The boy runs off, and Robbie has his friend back, although the puppet is bitter to say the least.
You were with another puppet.
Yeah, but it was only for one night. It didn't mean anything.
This other puppet. Do you love him?
Gunter?
Don't say his name.
Bye.
The gang work together to finally catch the flower bomber, and the big reveal is that it's some guy. None of them know him. He doesn't even go to their school. Pretty good punchline. At the start of season 4, episode 9, Tori approaches Andre with good news. She was spending time with Thornsmith the day before and ended up meeting Jeezy. She told him about the school songwriting class, and he said he would come to let all of the kids play their music for him, and that if he hears one he likes, he might even buy it. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, the kids end up looking at the new Paramads app, where they can look at any place in the world. Finding their own school and the Asphalt Cafe, they seem to notice what seems to be Jade picking her nose. She is extremely flustered, to say the least, and makes them promise not to tell anyone. Andre tries to write a song for Jeezy, but he's constantly distracted by his grandmother's loud, delirious outbursts. Eventually, he gets tired of this and storms out. Meanwhile, Tori is reading a book while her mom texts Gary and tries to stop her from figuring out what she's doing. Andre comes over and basically asks if he can write music at their home, revealing he has several suitcases, and he intends to be their new roommate. And yep, they're recycling iCarly episodes again. Andre ate their food! This is unprecedented! Where are they getting this material? Tori gets frustrated and kicks Andre out, causing a rift in their friendship. Around this time, Jade becomes the laughingstock at the school, ruining her tough image because Kat tweeted out that no one should look at the booger photo. Worse yet, she garners pity from Sinjin, causing her to once again try to murder her supposed bestie. As Beck attempts to calm her down, Jeezy listens to the music of the songwriting class. Incidentally, I did some research and it turns out Jeezy is played by like a real music producer. Tori begins to sing a song she wrote, but he absolutely hates it, so she panics and begins playing the first thing to come to her head. Jeezy likes it and says he'll consider buying it. Andre pulls her into the hall where he points out that part of the riff she played is identical to the one he was coming up with on her piano for several days.
You stole my song.
I didn't steal it!
Stole it!
No! You played it so many times! I guess it got stuck in my brain.
Okay.
Hey!
What?
You stole my phone!
No, I didn't. It just got stuck in my pants.
Tori points out that he also liked the part that she made up on the fly and says that this is their chance to sell their song to a recognized producer. Jade haggles Sinjin into hacking the Google HQ to take down the image of her picking her nose. She shouts at him in the process, and when Beck tells her to work on her people skills, she says,
He's a Sinjin. He's not people.
Robbie comes in saying he knows the exact time a new photo will be taken, and Jade plans to be there, looking hot, to make people forget about the original image. She also makes Kat eat bush peas as revenge for revealing the image to the public.
The pic is down. You may pay me in cash, pizza, or hugs.
Robbie, hug him.
I most certainly will not.
Hug him!
Andre and Tori try to finish the song, but Andre can't come up with anything. It's then that they have a sudden realization. Andre's talents in music writing is rooted not in natural ability, but in a response to the stress of living with his grandmother. So without his grandmother yelling at him, he can't write music. Yes, that's really the plot to this one. So Tori does an impersonation of Andre's grandmother, and yes, it's exactly as offensive as it looks like it is. They finish the song and Jeezy likes it, but says he'll only buy it if it passes the baby test. The baby test is that they played the song for a baby, and if he laughs, it's a hit, and if he cries, it's a flop. The baby cries, and so Jeezy is outsies. Jade prepares to take a new photo, but a bee causes Robbie to trip into her, and so it looks like they're making out. Ha ha ha. This episode is pretty good, but I think it would have been better if Andre and Tori had found that baby and they had beat the shit out of it. Season 4, episode 10 is called Brain Squeezers, and it's one of the most surreal episodes of the show. I wouldn't say that it's bad, not at all, but it just doesn't feel like a Victorious episode, so it's a little strange, but a lot of good. At the start of this one, Jade says that the fries at school that day are really good, causing Tori to ask for some. In response, Jade spits all over her fries, and Tori changes the subject as she gets an alert on her phone. It turns out that Tori has been selected to be on Brain Squeezers, a new reality show being filmed that is supposed to be the next big thing. Sinjin overhears this and notes that Tori can pick several people to be on her team for the show. He asks if he can join her, causing her to say she'll consider it.
I spit on those.
I know.
Tori becomes stressed because literally everyone at the school has been bugging her to pick them for her squeezer team.
Why are you cleaning my locker?
Because we're friends and I want your things to be nice. Yep, just gonna make it shine. Okay, off to class. But first, for ye.
I'm not promising that I'll pick you to be on my brain squeezers team.
She comes home to relax, only to find that even Trina is butting into her judgment on the topic.
Hey, does my pie smell funny?
People always talk about how Tori is a bad friend, but no one ever talks about the fact that she's also the worst sister in the world. Jade shows up at the door flaunting some fake waterworks, but Tori sees through this and Jade pivots to just threatening her life. Tori gets annoyed and decides to publicly pick basically everyone but Jade and her sister for her team. The next day, she shows up to the game show only to see that Jade has decided to impersonate her, already signing into the show ahead of time. Jade has made a fake ID, and since Tori doesn't have a license, the showrunners believe Jade and give Jade Tori's team. The showrunners then make Tori pick the opposite team, and she's stuck with all the people that she didn't want to be on her side, namely Sinjin, Trina, and Kat. So they start the game, and they're finally cued into the hyper-secret rules of this brand new show. The team captain, Tori and Jade, pick someone to answer a question. They have a shot at it, and if they pick the wrong answer, the opposing team gets points, and they get doinked.
Uh-oh, so what does that
mean? Robbie just got pus blasted.
Yes, they sprayed Robbie with pus, just like in Henry Danger. I didn't censor it this time. Fuck you. We find out that every punishment for an incorrect answer is different. For instance, Trina has nuts and bolts drop directly onto her head.
My head is bleeding!
I can't see out of my right eye!
What kind of game show is this?
And yeah, I'm hoping you guys were really mad at the characters in the first part for wanting to be on Tori's team, because basically the entire joy of this segment comes from seeing characters from Victorious be put through pain. In other words, it's great. As the team captains are the ones picking, they will always naturally pick people other than themselves. The game is designed so you will almost always give the wrong answer, creating a pedantic runaround where the teams are always either tied or one question away from tying. Jade, however, breaks this standard by choosing to answer a question about the scissoring, which she still doesn't know the answer to. She's told that her doink is named Assault and Battery. In this part, salt is dropped on her head, and then batteries.
Okay, that's borderline dangerous.
Yeah, why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!
This is the greatest episode of the show. Nothing beats this. In fact, I want to watch that again.
Why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!
Sinjin is selected for a category about bugs and actually knows the right answer.
What kind of spider likes to eat dead, rotting flesh?
Easy. It's the northern spectre.
After the break, they all get back onto set, illustrating how bad at chroma key the show was at this point. Look at Trina's yellow feathers, just like ruining the illusion. At this point, they're on the final level, and we are revealed the greatest annoyance of everyone else on the team, that Tori still hasn't been doinked, despite all of her friends being disfigured and in some cases missing several teeth. One question remains to break the tie, and Tori ends up picking Kat, who actually answers the final question correctly, despite not pronouncing it correctly. They're still declared the winners. However, to claim the $10,000 prize, Tori discovers she has to wrestle out from under a very large man. She has 10 seconds to do this and ends up losing, and as the host leaves to wrap up for the night, the large man says that they're going to be there for a while. And that's where the episode ends. This should have been the double one. Like, they should have just deleted season 3 episode 10, put all the money into this one. I could watch these scenes all day.
Car battery!
At the end of the day, despite this episode being great, I can see why a lot of people rage quit after this one, because it certainly represents the general complaints that a lot of Victorious fans have about this show. Tori can do no wrong, can't be hurt or seen to suffer, while all the people around her go through hardships for her and see no reward. Basically, the plot to this one is that everyone in the cast but Tori finds out what it's like being Sinjin, and so I find this one really satisfying. Okay, so some of you guys are going to be mad about the stunt I'm about to pull, but I'm kind of trying to make this last season feel like an event, despite the episodes not really living up to that. And I kind of feel like if we review all these in a row, it'll feel like you blinked and missed them all. So I've been kind of enjoying pacing myself and building anticipation for what is to come. And so despite the fact that more than half of this video so far has been intermission material, I want to do one final one. I know, I need an intervention before I need an intermission, but trust me when I say, this is a topic that we have to cover before this video is over. Hello everyone, and welcome once again to the Conspiracy Board. Now at this stage, I have done many segments here in the last 6 months, but I feel as if I've almost been led astray, like there's been something very wrong with how I've been doing these segments. But about a week ago, it suddenly hit me, and I figured it out. I figured out what's been wrong with all of my pinboard segments in the last year. I haven't been using string. Think about it. Every time you see a conspiracy board in any piece of media, there's string all over it. Not me, not my stuff. 2016, Quinton knew it was up. He had like weird ribbon all over the board, but I've been slacking. Modern me's been slacking, so I've decided I'm going to design this segment so that I have to use string. Because in this part of the video, we are going to be ranking the ships of Victorious. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do the very specific thing that the showrunners prayed we wouldn't. We're going to look at all these characters laid out like this, and we're going to decide who should end up with who based on our own personal headcanons. Now, before we get into this, I just want to clarify something, because I've decided to go about doing this segment in a very unique way. Because from my experience, most people, when talking about the ships they like or dislike here, will basically rewrite the show in their heads. To them, it'll be like they have a chance to go back in time to season 3, kill all the writers, take their places, and then write a brand new season 4. But I'm not going to look at it this way, and not for the reason that you probably think. So while I was working on this video, I turned 25, and here's a fun fact. When I thought of this idea, I was 23, so that's how long this has taken me. But I'm 25 now, and the point of this is that I'm 25, and I've discovered that I do not give a shit about the lives of high schoolers anymore. I just can't do it. I can't bring myself to care. And that's really affected how like I watch TV shows now, because so many TV shows are like set in a high school and trying to get you like invested. Like, oh my God, should I end up with Tommy or should I end up with Greg? I think you should get to math class. Ironically, the imminent existence of Sam and Cat is kind of a great metaphor as per why high school relationships seem totally futile once you're past college age, because it's like, we all kind of get our own shows, you know what I mean? And sometimes you're really into someone and you really like them and it seems like things are going to work out, but then their spin-off is set in a different town from your spin-off. And that's not a tragedy, that's just life. And so it really seems like a waste of time to get all up and antsy about if these characters should hook up 2 weeks before graduation and then literally never talk to each other again. So instead, here is my pitch. I am going to talk about the ships in this show as if I am pitching a 1-season Victorious reboot. It's 10 years later and the gang end up meeting up at a reunion or Psychowitz's funeral or something, and they decide to make a creator house, and there's a baby to make the network happy. And there you go, it's 13 episodes of that. I feel like I could stand here all day and debate myself over the actual realistic possibilities of a modern Victorious reboot, because on one hand, when you look at this pinboard, it does feel kind of notable that no one on this board has been canceled in a way that they'll never work in the industry again. And that all of these actors uniquely maintain positive relationships with each other and with Nickelodeon. So when you're Viacom or Paramount and you think iCarly was a big hit, we need something like that again, you know, you're probably thinking it's either Ned's Declassified or this, right? But on the other hand, like, Viacom is famously cheap, and I think Paramount Plus would like to do a Victorious reboot, but the problem is that so many of these actors had, like, actually really good careers after this show ended, and they currently have jobs that probably pay them kind of well, and Viacom would not be willing to pay them enough to justify them quitting, like, their day jobs, you know, because, like, Ariana Grande, she's like a musical artist, she's a big, you know, hit, she's on TV shows, and, you know, Avan Jogi is doing video game movies now, and Liz Gillies is in that one show, what's it called, Dynasty. And even if you got past all those problems and Viacom was willing to dish out a bunch of money to get the gang back together, just because you're getting a Victorious reboot doesn't mean that it's a good one, because in my head there's like 3 options as per what they would go for. So, like, option number 1 is, like, it's a whole new generation at Hollywood Arts, and instead of being students, all the gang have become teachers for some reason, and they're all, like, members of the faculty, and there's, like, a whole new group of kids who are, like, the new Hollywood 8, and they get up to their own kind of unique, wacky California hijinks, and that would suck, right? And then option 2 is they get, like, the team who did the iCarly reboot to do the Victorious reboot, and it's exactly the same. That would also suck, right? And then, like, option 3, which I feel like is the option that the producers, like the people with the big money would really want, is, like, option 3 is that a Victorious reboot is pitched as Euphoria with a laugh track. Where they're like, oh no, it's just like Euphoria, but with a laugh track. And that's the version of the show that would be the most interesting and the most embarrassing. So it's probably the one they would do. I also feel like Ariana Grande is so busy that it would be hard to get her for a full season, but I think you could do, like, a Kat light version of the show. A version of the show where Kat is in, like, 3 episodes a season, and, like, the rest of the episodes kind of right around the fact that she's gone, but, like, 3 episodes a season would be enough Kat to, like, satiate people who, like, were understanding of the fact that Ariana Grande is busy. If Psychowitz and St. John aren't in the show, just cancel it. Why even try? Okay, so here's the convoluted string theory I came up with. White string means I don't really like the ship, and I think the characters should just be friends. Like, that's the worst rating I could possibly give a ship. Pink string means that I kind of like a ship. I get why some people do ship those characters, but personally, I'm not really into it, and I think it could work as, like, a short storyline, but not a permanent thing. Like a Tori and Britta kind of thing. Red string is S tier. This is an S tier ship. This is endgame. This is the stuff we spend the entire season building up to. I decided I'm just going to set the mic up because, like, I can't, it's too much. I can't struggle the mic and the string. It's too much. Okay, let's start this segment off with my most controversial take. Now that we are single-handedly in charge of writing the entire Victorious reboot, we're breaking up Jade and Beck again. Yeah, that went exactly how I wanted it to. Now you might be thinking, Quinton, why? The Victorious community's already gone through this storyline 2 times. Why force them through it again? And there's actually 2 very good reasons. Number 1, it just seems like the kind of thing that, like, reboots do in the first episode. Number 2, pretty much every ship in the show that people have even, like, a passive investment in involves Beck or Jade. So if we keep them together throughout, like, all 13 episodes, then we're not going to have, like, anything to do because they're already together. So it's like we've already wiped out, like, every ship on the board. Now, here's the thing, right? If I break up Beck and Jade, they ain't getting back together. So I'm giving them a white string. They're just going to be friends for the rest of their lives. So now that we've officially broken these 2 up, let's talk about a couple other interesting pairings on this board. Now, I think a lot of you guys are probably going to be expecting that I'm going to ship Kat and Jade. I mean, it makes sense why you would think that. They're the 2 most popular characters in the show. Their actors are best friends in real life, and this is one of the most popular ships. I don't see it. I think the problem to me is that at the end of the day, Jade doesn't respect Kat enough to deserve her as her girlfriend, and I do understand that, like, Kat and Jade shippers aren't basing their investment on the actual show that aired on TV. They're basing their investment on the version of the show that exists inside their head. So I understand why that discrepancy would be there, but actually look at the real text of these characters. I just don't understand this one, so they're getting a white string. Okay, let's move on. Tori and Beck, the worst ship. Is that even a controversial take anymore? I mean, who is shipping Tori and Beck in the year of our Lord 2022? I feel like if there was a Victorious reboot and it was like authentic to the characters in the show, then like what would happen is like Beck and Tori get back together after 10 years and she's so excited because to her it's like, oh, my old gossip buddy. Like he's back in my life and we can hang out together and I can tell him about everything that's going on in my life. But I feel like to Beck, Tori will always be the one that got away. You know what I mean? Because one thing you catch on to in like this final season of the show is that Beck is so like emotionally confused as per why Tori turned him down, right? And for one thing worth noting is there's a one-liner joke where they imply that Tori is the first person to have ever turned Beck down. Like she is the first woman in his entire life where he made an advancement towards her and she said no. And I feel like Beck is so conceited that that's going to stick with him for his entire life. So I think, there would be a hint of something happening there. But at the end of the day, I just don't think Tori's like into him. So, it's still a white string because I just don't think anything's going to happen there. My mom was like really into like sewing and I forgot how satisfying it is to like pull this yarn out of like the spider butt. You know what I mean? Like it's such a genius contraption. Oh, this is a spoiler. The next one's white too. One ship that I see very, very occasionally is Tori and Andre. Now, I would go as far as to call this a pilot episode ship. This is the kind of ship someone comes up with when they're watching the first episode and they've already made their judgment because nothing in the show implies that these two could be a couple. The big thing for me is that these two are single throughout the entire series and they never do as much as hold hands. And like to me, Tori and Andre just doesn't make any sense because I think they work better as best friends than they do as boyfriend-girlfriend. So that one's a white string easily for me. To go against the curve of what we've done so far, let's talk about Andre and Jade. Now, in my last video, I said that this is a ship that no one was asking for, and I think I'm still kind of right, but based on your comments, I think it's also a ship that became very, very popular, which you would expect it to, because it's one of the ships in the show that they cover the most often. It comes up in 3 different episodes, which is a lot of episodes for this show. Now, personally, I don't see this one, and I think it's because Andre is just so sporadic. Like he just changes his personality every other episode and he's constantly shifting through girlfriends. And, it's not that big of a deal to me that he had a crush on some girl for 2 episodes. But, it is a very popular ship. And I think in a reboot, it would be something that would be worthy of being covered for like a brief storyline, like maybe 2 or 3 episodes, but I don't think that they would like stay together long term. And it's again because it's just like the essence of their personalities doesn't really mesh, but it makes an interesting combination. Now, is this pinboard Charlie Kirk's basketball team? Because I'm seeing a lot of white up here. So let's go ahead and talk about the first S-tier ship of the pinboard, that being Robbie and Kat. I know, it's so boring, it's so predictable, but I just think at the end of the day, when you ignore how creepy Robbie can be, and you ignore all the people that Kat has murdered, these two are really cute together. Now, I'm not really sure if I can make a judgment on if these two characters would end up together, at the end of the season as adults, but I do think that the cliffhanger of the original run is so deafening that it would become a huge part of any revival attempt, no matter what direction they went in. Now, to try and find some balance, let's talk about Sinjin and Burf. Now, Burf is interesting because he's the only character in the show who is openly queer. Specifically, he is bisexual because I believe there is an episode where he flirts with Jade, and then there's another episode where he flirts with Robbie. Good tastes all around. Now, the big question of the board is, are Sinjin and Burf destined to be boyfriends, or even are they already boyfriends? Now, I kind of have mixed feelings here. First of all, because Sinjin and Gabriella getting together was something that happened so late into the shooting schedule, I kind of presumed that the intention was that scene is Sinjin actually getting a girlfriend for real. But Sinjin and Burf also remind me of a lot of theater kids I knew in high school, and all those guys were gay, so no, I mean, I get it, you know what I mean? I get it. Okay, here's my ultimate take. Here's what I'm gonna settle on. I will ship Sinjin and Burf in the TV show but not the Slap.com exclusive content. This is for obvious reasons, I think. Sinjin and Burf on the TV show are like couple goals, and Sinjin and Burf in the web exclusive material are just like Jade and Beck, but physically abusive instead of emotionally abusive. One of the reasons I feel so strongly about this is that I'm of the hot take that if there is a Victorious reboot, it would be really, really funny if Sinjin and Trina are literally the only characters who have their lives together and are like in any way happy. Speaking of which, I would like to introduce a brand new color of string previously unseen on the board, that being gray, aka the no contact string. This is a string reserved specifically for characters who have decided to stop talking to other characters because it will make their lives happier, and we're specifically going to assign this to Trina and Tori. So here's my hot take, okay? Or as a reminder, I'm writing a Victorious reboot, and this is a storyline I'm implementing. I think within like 5 years of Tori graduating, her parents go through like a nasty divorce, you know? And you know how most parents, when they get divorced, they go to the kid and they're like, honey, this was us. This wasn't you. This wasn't your fault. This was never your fault. I think that Tori's parents do the opposite of that to Trina. So what I'm getting at is I think they go to Trina and they're like, this was your fault. We're getting divorced because of you, Trina. And I think Trina eventually just snaps and realizes she's been like emotionally abused her entire life, and she just stops talking to her entire family. And then, you know, maybe when the show starts up, Tori literally hasn't heard from Trina in years, and then it turns out Trina is like a really balanced person who's like happy exclusively because she stopped talking to everyone else in the cast. Like maybe she's even like married with kids, you know, you can make your own judgment there. But I think going at it at that angle is probably one of the better ways to write a Victorious reboot, because the characters in the original show are so shitty that I don't think they deserve to be happy unless they go through some kind of like repentance, you know what I mean? Now you guys have probably noticed that Rex is on the pin board, which has maybe been like a massive source of anxiety throughout this entire segment, but there's actually a really good reason that he is, because Robbie and Rex are no longer together in the reboot. I want to tread lightly here because I don't want to spoil the events of the Victorious finale, but I mean, you guys know what's coming because you've seen clips from the spin-offs. Robbie doesn't have Rex in Sam and Cat, and Rex isn't with Robbie in Game Shakers. Okay, so I'm about to say something which is perhaps the most shocking take of this entire segment, so I want you to brace yourselves. I ship Tori and Rex. Okay, hear me out. Like I've said, this is all like a pitch. So this is my pitch. Just hear me out, okay? What if, after they graduated, we find out that Robbie gave Rex to Tori, okay? And his expectation was, oh, Tori will just throw this puppet out. But old sentimental Tori put Rex in a box and like threw him up in an attic. And thinking, you know, oh, I'll forget about that. But then maybe 5-10 years later, Tori gets a little nostalgic. And she says, do I still have that old puppet? She goes up to the attic, she takes him out. There he is, just like in high school. But oh, look at that. Rex has a little bit of a cracked eyelid now. And so she's thinking, I bet you can repair puppets. And now she's looking into that in her free time, and she's buying stuff to put Rex back together, trying to get him back to his glory days, you know. Maybe she makes a little place for him in the closet to hang out. And it's sort of this like creepy element we'd build up throughout the 13 episodes, where it's like, it's almost like Rex is starting to gain a presence in Tori's mind like he once had in Robbie's. And I thought that would be a brilliant way that they could put Rex in a reboot without having him talk, but also having him be like a little bit of a creepy thing that's always there that none of the other characters know about. Call me crazy, but I think I'm going to give a pink string to Beck and Trina because, well, first of all, I feel kind of bad that they don't have a lot going on the pin board, but second of all, in that one episode where Beck was pretending to be into Trina, I thought they made kind of a cute couple. Do you know what I mean? And that was, of course, before Beck revealed that it was all a prank. But the thing about Beck and Jade is that they are so awful together that when you see either of them with another person, you're immediately like, oh, wow, that's my OTP, because literally anyone is better for Beck and Jade other than Beck and Jade. Okay, let's go ahead and eliminate a few, which are like so rare that I don't even see them debated, but I figure we should just, throw strings up for them. Andre and Kat, just friends. Andre and Beck, just friends. Kat and Beck, just friends. Kat and St. John, bitter exes. Burf and Kat, green string. I don't know what it means either. You decide. Burf and Robbie? You know what? I think if he really allowed himself to think about it, and if he got over the fact that he and Kat are probably not going to be a thing, then maybe in a million, I got the pink string. I got the pink string. Too late to turn back now. Too late. Okay, guys. Here we are. You've all felt it coming. And I'm going to feel like such a freak for being so willing to die on this hill. Tori and Jade are endgame. Tori and Jade, man. Tori and Jade, the archetype of man's greatest trope. The characters who hate each other in the pilot episode, but should get married in the finale. Here's the thing about this ship. When I first started considering these two getting together, it was a joke, right? Like, I was watching season 2, and I just found myself thinking about the fact that these two characters are always thinking about each other, always talking about each other, always fighting, always starting an episode, and I was like, oh, haha, wouldn't it be funny if I, jokingly shipped these two? And then I watched season 3, and I went, oh. I cannot make it more clear that I am not joking when I say this. I think that Victorious invented queer baiting. It seems to me that season 3 was probably one of the first points in the show where they were writing new material with the knowledge of how the fan base had responded to the season 1 stuff. And so there was probably this point where they were looking at kind of the early Tumblr followings of Victorious, and they were like, oh, did you guys notice that in the Victorious fan base, there's a lot of non-straight ships? And then someone was like, oh, what if we start putting explicitly gay material into our show? As a joke. Because you'll remember, famously, the writers didn't like doing ship episodes, so the idea of meticulously setting up a ship that they knew Nickelodeon would not let them do, that was probably hilarious to them. And I'm standing here thinking I must sound crazy for taking this stance, but you guys have been watching this video, and you've probably noticed this too. After Jade and Beck break up, it feels like several episodes imply that Tori and Jade might be into each other. I mean, there's an entire episode where they date, and it's one of the most popular episodes of the show. And here's my thing, okay? Here's why this is my number one Victorious ship of all time. If there actually is a Victorious reboot one day and they try and pull off a bunch of ships, the majority of the ships that are on the board right now, if you make them a thing, you will retroactively make the original series make less sense. If Andre and Kat start dating, there's a bunch of episodes in the original 4 seasons that now make less sense because you did that. But Tori and Jade is the only ship on this board where if you make that canon, the show retroactively makes more sense.
Don't be shy. You could say, I'm pretty. You are pretty.
Then why can't we kiss?
Because of Jade.
And, talking about this once again from the angle of, oh, we're making a Victorious reboot, you and me right now. The iCarly reboot, right? As an outsider who's only seen a very small amount of material, one of the most disappointing elements of that reboot is that despite the fact that it was a weekly release, I heard about it the first week that a new episode came out, and then I literally never heard about it again. And it ran for I feel like 4 months, but it was nothing happened in that show. So once you said the sentence, iCarly is back, it seems like no one had anything else to say about it. But can you imagine if the Victorious reboot comes out and it's a weekly release and they maybe implied that Tori and Beck are going to be a thing, and there's also this running theme of Tori and Jade never had their final confrontation, their final battle, their final showdown to see who is the best, and then in the finale they just fuck? And just to be clear, I don't mean an HBO sex scene. I mean one of those tasteful, implied sitcom sex scenes, that Brooklyn Nine-Nine shit, where they're that was really hot. I'm glad we got this blanket to cover our collarbones with now. But the point I'm trying to make is that if a Victorious reboot had a first season and it ended like that, the internet would explode and everyone would be talking about Victorious for like a month straight. And I think with a weekly online release, that should be what you're aiming for. But the biggest question at the end of the day is, out of all of these ships, and even regardless of all of these ships, do any of these kids have an honest shot at happiness? Not success, not fame, just like that balance that comes with a person who is truly fulfilled. And if they can't achieve that individually, can they achieve that together? The answer is who gives a shit? You really think I care? You think I'm standing here worrying about the ins and outs about which of these assholes deserve to be together? I'm 12 hours into this bullshit. I can taste colors. I got a third eye growing out of the back of my fucking head, and there is only one topic that I care about when it comes to the characters on this pinboard. How does the cast of Victorious feel about the complex geopolitical topic of climate change? That's right, shipbrains. This is the real intermission. That last bit, that was just a fucking sham. It was a lie. It was a bit. It was a ruse to get you here, right where I fucking wanted you. Look at that beautiful son of a bitch right there. He was lying. He was lying right to your fucking face, right through his fucking teeth. Because this right here, this is the only thing that matters. This is the only task we have left. The last thing we have to accomplish before we can finally be done with this fucking show.
You doing all right, man?
Get out.
All right. Jeez. Tough crowd.
Anywho, so yeah, in this segment, we're going to be going through every character that we have ever put on this pinboard in the Victorious universe, and we're going to be sorting them into 3 different categories. People who believe in climate change, people who do not believe in climate change, and other. Anyone who's put in other will have like an explanation as per why they do not fit into these categories. Now, before we get any further into this topic, I just want to clarify. There is a right and a wrong answer to this debate. And I don't mean in the real world, I mean in the NSU. You see, I watched a lot more of Henry Danger than I probably needed to for this video, and one thing I very specifically watched is the series finale from 2020, which was also a setup for the Dangerverse spinoff. The bad guy in that episode is a recurring character named Drex, who used to be Captain Man's sidekick and is now a supervillain. He has the exact same invulnerability as Captain Man, and the way they had previously defeated him despite this was sending him 101 million years into the past. And in the finale, he explains that the way he got back was that while in the past he found a glacier and froze himself there, and then waited for climate change to thaw him out 100 million years later. And so the implication of this is very clearly that climate change is real in the NSU, and that it has gotten significantly worse in between the early 2010s and 2020. In fact, you know what? I'm adding that to the list. So now that we have that business out of the way, let's start sorting these bad boys, starting with the 3 canonical answers that we already have. Robbie, Rex, and Kat. In Season 1, Episode 7, Kat buys a fake snow machine and uses it at the lunch table, causing annoyance to everyone. Robbie approaches after this and notes how irregular it is to see snow in Los Angeles, causing Rex to say,
I told you global warming was bogus.
Stop watching Fox News.
No, it's fair and balanced.
And so I think it's fair to say, based off this scene, that Rex does not believe in climate change, and Robbie, based solely on his offense to Rex saying this statement, does believe in climate change. Our next clue comes in Season 3, Episode 3, The Worst Couple, when Beck drags Kat into the janitor's closet and says that he wants to ask her about something serious.
On global warming?
No.
Because I don't think that's really happening.
Kat.
Seriously, I went to the movies the other night and it was so cold.
Some of you might say that this stance seems somewhat out of character, but it actually makes sense when you consider her political affiliations.
I just wanted to ask you something.
Oh, you want to know know my favorite vice president of all time? Easy. Dick Cheney.
So obviously, Kat belongs under the category of non-believer. So with the rest of these guys we have left over, it basically boils down to how they exist inside my head, which means that just like any Victorious fan debate, this really is going to say more about me than it necessarily does the objective, correct way that you have to see these characters. Let's go ahead and start off with some of the easy ones. Psychowitz is a middle-aged hippie. He wears raggedy clothing, drinks from coconuts most hours of the days, and walks around barefoot even to the theater. He believed in climate change before Al Gore did. Next is Tori. I think if you put Tori on the spot, she would say that she believes in climate change, but she wouldn't be able to come up with a reason why. I think she saw Bill Nye talk about it once and she's done literally no further research into it. Next is my personal favorite, Jade. I think that Jade not only believes in climate change, I think that she is in favor of it. I believe that she has done extensive research into the topic. She fully understands how many people are going to die in the next few decades because of it, and she is excited for it. Next is Andre. I think Andre has never really thought about climate change before, but one day he will think about it for so long that he will have an extended identity crisis, and then he will write a protest song about it that will accomplish nothing, but will make him a lot of money. Okay, I thought about this one for a while, and I've decided that Beck goes in the other category. So I think that Beck has heard arguments from both sides of the aisle, and he has decided that he doesn't care either way, because Beck is the kind of guy who would rather be chill than be right. Trina. This one's hard. I think I'm going to put Trina in the believer category, and here's my logic. I think that Trina really wants to make it in Hollywood, and I think that Trina believes that it's easier to do that if you kind of already agree with like the general like liberal hot takes about everything. Personally, when I look at St. John, I kind of always figure that he was going to turn out to be like a Bernie or bust kind of guy, and I think that's interesting because when I look at Burf, he kind of seems like one of those dudes that like, you know, thinks that Hillary Clinton is a real politician, but like either way, like they're in the believer side of the graph, but it's interesting that like in my head, they're not exactly clones of each other. Real quick, let's move on to the secondary cast now. Andre's grandmother is one that I struggled with for a while, because my initial thought was like, well, she's a very anxious person. She would believe in climate change because that would be another thing to make her anxious. But I thought about it for a while and I was like, imagine if there was a King of the Hill reboot and Dale believed in climate change. Wouldn't that feel kind of off? So I think Andre's grandmother probably believes in something other than climate change. Like it's not even on her radar of things to consider. Next, let's move on to Tori's parents. Now, as a Los Angeles police officer, Tori's father is demographically more likely to be conservative, and the same thing can be said for the guy that's fucking his wife. As for Tori's mother, she is such an awful person that I strongly believe she privately believes in climate change, but publicly pretends not to because she likes getting in arguments. Okay, moving on. Lane Alexander. I'm tearing this up right now. Why the fuck did I ever put this on the stupid pinboard? And finally, we have Kat's brother. Kat's brother is a Twitch streamer and a supervillain, so I imagine he believes in climate change for clout, and in case it can help him, like, take over Swellview or something. Or kill Captain Man, and the one thing that I'm still kind of hung up on with this character is in one of the episodes of the cartoon, he's in an episode, and in that episode, he tries to cook Kid Danger into a burger to eat the burger. So he's like a cannibal he's a cannibal. And I feel like in some of the weird mentions of him in Victorious, it's also implied that he might be a cannibal as in the present as well. And I don't know, that's just, I keep thinking about that, and I feel like that should favor into this somehow, that like it's like we need to do studies into that, I think, honestly, like because I feel like politically that's a very interesting topic, and demographically cannibals are an under-surveyed population, because like they gotta be like libertarian, right? I'm changing my answer. Franchini doesn't believe in climate change because he is a libertarian. Oh, which makes sense because he's related to Kat! Okay, so now that we've officially wrapped up here, we have something very special in store. We are now going to watch the final 4 episodes of Victorious, counting down one by one. So, no need to be in too much of a rush. We're only 12 hours in at this point. But here it is, Season 4, Episode 11. So at the start of this one, the gang are in their 6th theater class, where they are reminded of their upcoming assignment, a group project short film. They're shown a short made by Sinjin, illustrating what it would be like to be a soda being devoured, which ends on a money shot of Sinjin's gaping jaw. The group get together and start planning for their short film before Sinjin reveals his new spray tan, which only covers the surface area under his shirt. After the opening credits, we're introduced to the true conflict of the episode. Tori finds out that despite being OP, her real-life social status hasn't translated online, as her sister has nearly 1,000 followers on the Slap, while she has barely 300.
How do you have so many?
'Cause I'm amazing, I'm pretty, I'm smart, I'm pretty.
The next day, we find out that Tori has failed to finish building the prop for their short film. A violin with a knife on the end, designated so as Robbie is to play a serial killer violinist. Tori explains that Trina distracted her over the social media argument, and she spent the entire night trying to make good posts to rectify this. Jade points out that Trina is widely hated, so if she has more followers than Tori, it must mean that Tori is liked even less. Kat seems to imply that she agrees with this conclusion. Tori mentions that Trina's follower count is now over 1,000, causing everyone to react in shock. Jade goes to look this up, and she already has the page pulled up for some reason. They really weren't putting thought into editing at this point.
Where are you going?
To get more followers!
Jade, it's not important how many... I gotta get more followers.
So yeah, long story short, Tori is not the only egomaniac in the cast. So following this, everyone becomes obsessed with beating Trina and becoming more popular online. And man, I can't think of a better metaphor for the gravely weighted yet plainly fleeting social hierarchies of high school culture than a bunch of kids fighting over who has more followers on a website that they're going to be kicked off of in like a year. The next day, Tori tries to find Robbie, and Sinjin says that he's in the janitor's closet.
Why?
Hey, I don't ask people why they're in closets.
Sinjin based. It feels weird to say based out loud. Like, I'm sure that's going to be a funny gag. I'm sure people are going to laugh, but it feels like one of those things where it's like, man, you know, that should stay on Rage Comics or whatever people use that on now. Robbie reveals that he's planning on doing hourly giveaways on his Slap profile. He will tweet a video showing him in a location, and the first person to find him gets a prize. In this case, his shoes. A birth-led mob soon does find him and strips him of his footwear and his dignity. Jade has taken a much more direct route, bullying, by literally finding people in the hall and yelling at them to follow her on her profile. We soon find out virtually everyone has Slap brain, even Tori and Andre, who are both pretending to be above it.
I can't be last. I can't.
Later, Tori has set up an array of pair technology in her home to keep track of everyone's profiles, and Sinjin barges in.
Sorry it took me so long to get here. You live at the top of a very large hill.
You ran here?
Sure. I'm not usually invited to the main people's houses. So, what do you need?
Here's the deal. I'm in like a battle with Andre, Beck, Robbie, Kat, and Jade.
The main people?
Yeah.
The pair watch over several profiles of the other characters, seeing them all gain followers in real time. Robbie and Beck both attempt to use their sexuality to gain attention, which is intended to be laughable for Robbie, but very successful for Beck, as both Tori and Sinjin seem transfixed by his stream. However, Tori has a plan to make a video so exciting that it gains her followers instead.
Ready? Go.
Yo, yo, yo! What do you know?
Oh my god.
Tori takes the Kyoki Powdered Milk Challenge, a parody of the Cinnamon Challenge. You had to be there. And in the end, the video is embarrassing, and perhaps the most try-hard performance yet. The next day, at the Asphalt Cafe, the gang meet up at their usual spot, where they bicker over their respective social media presences. Beck accuses Andre of using his grandmother as his social media manager, explaining several totally nonsense tweets. Andre accuses Beck of using his sexuality to gain views, and so on and so forth. Kat, most shockingly of all, has resulted to tweeting fake stuff about her friends, knowing that people love reading juicy goss. The gang all turn on Tori, saying that she started this follower war that ruined their lives, before Tori says that she just wanted more followers than Trina. Sinjin interrupts, saying that he can explain what has happened. 3 months before, Trina asked him to hack into the slap and change her follower number, promising to teach him jump rope if he did this. This confusion is what kicked off the whole ordeal, starting an artificial war to beat Trina. Sinjin then breaks from all existing precedent with his character and gives what is, in my opinion, the greatest speech in the entire series, and perhaps the most defining moment of this entire saga.
I just want to say, you guys make me sick.
Why?
'Cause you're all great looking and talented and popular. I mean, you guys star in every play at this school. And you sing all the songs. And you do all the talking in class. You guys have it all. And you're really worried about which one of you has the most followers? Yeah, you feel the shame? 'Cause you should feel the shame.
The gang all realize that it's the 6 of them that truly matter, not their fake friends online, and Tori suggests they focus on spending the next 19 hours on finishing their short film. They do, and it turns out a hectic mess, barely being comprehensible with unwatchable acting and directing. Gonna pick a random pop culture joke from my pile of interchangeable pop culture jokes. Here's one. Bohemian Rhapsody, please laugh. The kids get a bad grade and Sinjin finally learns to jump rope, truly thriving. Alright, I'm back. So that was episode 11, truly one of my favorite episodes of the season, and maybe we'll get into why a little bit later. As of this moment, we now only have 3 episodes of Victorious left to review. Now this next one is notable because it is arguably the closest thing we really get to a continuation of the season 3 event episode where Tori becomes famous. I would also say, out of all the different things that we have reviewed for this miniseries, this episode is most similar to the season 6 iCarly episode where Gibby goes on Jimmy Fallon and shows America his cock and balls. This is notable because you will remember, it is my hot take that the season 6 iCarly episode where Gibby goes on Jimmy Fallon and shows America his cock and balls is the single best episode out of the final 3 seasons of iCarly. So this one has a lot to live up to. So let's go ahead and give it a fair chance. This is season 4, episode 12, Star Spangled Tori. At the start to this one, Tori reveals that she's been chosen to sing the national anthem at an upcoming Northridge basketball game. The other kids warn her to be careful as it's a very difficult song and many people forget the words halfway through. I kind of remember this but kind of don't, so I had to look this up, and apparently this one is a parody of the Luke Bryant 2012 gaffe, where he was caught reading the words to the national anthem off of his hand.
So what?
It's embarrassing to mess up the national anthem.
It's humiliating. It ruins your life. The video ends up on the internet, and millions of people watch it over and over.
So that's the A-plot, pretty predictable where that's going. Let's talk about the B-plot. In this one, we find out that Kat is homeless. What?
Hi. What's going on with you?
I saw you here early this morning, and Jade says she saw you here last night.
Everything is normal. Kat!
Yeah, Kat is homeless. We'll get back to this one in a second. All of the gang gather at Tori's house to watch her sing live, with Kat using this to evade the topic at hand. At the game, Tori's mother attempts to sabotage her by feeding the wrong lyrics beforehand. Terrible person. And shockingly, Tori performs the song perfectly, until Airbud gets loose and begins dragging her all around the court. Despite this, she gets not a single word wrong. Tori comes home and is saddened to see all of her friends gathered, meaning that she has to talk about what happened.
Why are they all here?
Mom invited them.
I wanted your friends to be here to congratulate you and celebrate. I didn't know you were gonna mess up the song.
I didn't mess up the song. I was attacked by a giant dog who I think wanted me to be his girlfriend.
To no one's shock, the video has been posted online many times and is properly viral, adding itself to the long list of viral clips serving as a blemish to Tori's career. After the party is called off, we see what's going on with Kat. Every night, she sneaks back into the school to sleep there until class begins. Jade and Robbie follow her and catch her climbing into a tiny attic in the theater room, where she has moved all of her things. Kat explains that her parents moved to Idaho to ensure her brother proper mental health facilities, meaning that she was left to live with her aunt and uncle, who were very disrespectful of her, with invasive house rules including how she uses the toilet. Kat says she wishes she could live with her grandma, but she recently moved to Venice, Italy, so she decided instead to run away and begin living in Hollywood Arts. But we've got worse problems, because Tori is feeling kind of bummed. Tori finds out that because of her little mishap, she's been invited on the Kevin Burns show, run by an edgy comic who says she can come on and sing any song she wants. Her friends warn that Kevin is known for belittling his guests, but Tori goes anyways. Once on the show, it's revealed that they've brought the original dog out to listen to her song as a redemption for him as well. But this time, the dog will be properly restrained. Tori goes to get ready for her number, and Kevin reveals the truth to his audience. He has a prank planned, and a really lame one too. He has bought a fake stuffed dog and has filled it with spaghetti. He will place an explosive underneath this dog and swap the two during Tori's song. He will then trigger the bomb, causing spaghetti to fly all over her. Beck and Andre suddenly look uncomfortable and try to hatch a plan. Meanwhile, Robbie is spending time with Kat, and the two are playing Go Fish despite her not being into it.
Robbie, I'm bored. I don't want to play anymore.
All right, well, do you want to play something else?
Like what?
Arr!
No!
Oh my fucking god. What person in the writer's room thought this was the funniest joke of all time, enough to reference it as the de facto canon 4 separate times? Suddenly, Jade barges in with some great news. She has tracked down Kat's grandmother, who is living in Venice, California, which is about 12 miles from their high school. Kat excitedly says that she can live with her grandma now, and boy, I wonder if that'll come up in the future. During Tori's song, Beck flirts with 2 girls backstage, and Andre steals the bomb. Beck plants it underneath Kevin's chair because, yeah, I'm down for murder right about now. Ambivalence! So that was season 4, episode 12. I thought this one was kind of alright. It's interesting to see Tori's career continue past season 3, but I don't really think you get much more out of it. One thing I caught on to after watching this episode is that there's actually some interesting continuity with the content on theslap.com and this specific episode. I never noticed this the first time around, but Kat's bedroom goes from being one of the most commonly used sets in the Slap content to being completely gone after one video at the start of season 4. After that, she starts filming videos at Jade's house or in the school's playroom. Pretty clever stuff if you ask me. So with all of that, we now officially only have 2 episodes left to review in this show. I don't like what I'm doing with my hand there. So with all that, we only have 2 episodes left to review in this show. So let's mosey all along to the penultimate episode of the series. Victory, yes. Hey, by the way, you like movie parodies? Because I sure hope you do. At the beginning of this one, Tori barges in, I got it right this time. Tori barges in and exclaims that she did not see the finale to American Boys, which we learn is an in-universe parody of American Idol, separate from the real American Idol and America Sings, meaning that there are 3 versions of American Idol in the NSU. Just like in the real world. Kat barges into the room and shows off her brand new outfit.
It's a Pajelli Hoocho!
A jelly Jewish who what?
Pajelli Hoocho! They're pajamas, they're jeans, they're leggings, it's a hoodie, it's a poncho. The Pajelli Hoocho!
I think I've seen the Pajelli Hoocho advertised on TV.
Yeah, it's a fucking Snuggle parody. Very topical, guys. If this was accurate to 2012 culture, these would be banned in schools for technically being leggings. It turns out that Kat bought a gross worth of these to get free shipping, causing shock to everyone as they point out that she has purchased 144 of the stock. Ah, California culture, where you can spend $3,000 without your parents even noticing. After the opening sequence, Sikowitz attempts to pitch various performance pieces to the cast, which they all turn down as being ridiculous. Sikowitz grows frustrated and vents about his feelings.
Because you're all a bunch of negative Nancys. Whiny Willies, depressing Darnells. Ah.
Oh, I know an old man named Parnell. His wife says things to him like, "Hey, Parnell."
Nobody ever knows what you're talking about.
I know what she's talking about, because I have no life. Their teacher says that they've gotten too good at saying no, and he challenges them to say yes. The rules are that for the rest of the day, as long as they aren't being asked to do something that's dangerous or illegal, they have to say yes to everything. Remember these terms, because I'll be bitching about them in like 30 seconds. Kat asks Robbie if he'll wear one of her stupid Snuggie things, and he's forced to say yes. Meanwhile, Beck describes to Tori a trick that he's planning to play on Jade. Beck is a huge fan of drag racing, but his girlfriend has always refused to go. So he's going to ask her that night, and in fact, he's already got the tickets. Jade overhears all of this and tricks her way out of doing this by asking Tori to help her make pizza that night. Beck now has 2 tickets with no one to go with, but Sinjin has overheard this and he asks if he can come. Beck says yes, obviously.
Gentlemen, start your Sinjins.
Tori fails at cooking and Jade orders a pizza herself.
Hey, you girls are pretty. Maybe...
In the B-plot to this one, Trina has been shooting a new show called Divertissimo, which isn't in English and doesn't air in the United States, but Trina insists is a big hit. Trina has a zit on her shoulder and Tori asks Jade to pop it. Normal show, normal show?
What's wrong? Some goo got in my eye!
Meanwhile, Andre has been forced on a semi-date with a horrible girl at the school, and it's going perfectly, with no issues at all.
It's just, sometimes people say that. They say my feet smell weird. Would you smell my foot and tell me what you think?
This show is a violation of the fucking Geneva Conventions! Kat and Robbie are walking the streets when 2 men ask for their Pajelli Hoochos or whatever. They give them over, basically leaving them naked, despite public nudity being against the law, meaning that they didn't have to do this! So this is now an episode where Kat and Robbie are naked and have to get home without anyone seeing them. Cool. Sinjin and Beck go to the drag race and end up seriously bonding. It turns out that they're both into cars, really into drag racing, and they both relate cars to family experiences. When I read the plot to this one on Wikipedia, I misread this bit, and I thought that Sinjin and Beck were going to be doing drag together. I can't describe in words how much of a letdown the actual episode is. Tori and Jade are randomly flipping through channels and they find Divertissimo, and they find that it's not a drama, but a camp children's show that simply fills airtime. Andre finally gets away from his bad date, Kat and Robbie roll down a hill both naked in a sweltering trash can.
From here it's all downhill.
And Tori and Jade go to see Divertissimo being filmed. They're asked to be in the episode, and they have to say yes. The 3 girls are chased around by mice as they stand in cheese costumes, and we fade to the credits. So there it was, ladies and gentlemen, the next to last episode of this show. A pretty fun one, if you ask me, except for all the parts that were just exceptionally weird. But hey, you know what they say. It's not about the journey, it's about the destination. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the official final episode of the show. Season 4, episode 14. I lied. There is no Season 4, Episode 14. And that was the victorious finale. Now, it might seem kind of mischievous that I've sat here for hours and lied directly to your face, but I wanted to properly replicate the true victorious experience. Because most Nickelodeon sitcoms that ran this long were gifted some kind of closure, a final moment, a wave goodbye. Not victorious. I think the best way to describe this discrepancy is to say that iCarly got a finale. There were emotions and throwbacks, and it was double-lengthed. It was an event. And Victorious got a new episode for a final time. That's a big difference, and I don't even know if this episode was, advertised as the victorious finale, and it's entirely possible that you could have seen this episode at the time, and then you'd have no idea that the show was over, because this just didn't present itself as a final episode for these characters. And Victorious not having a finale has become one of the most widely recognized things about it, to the point that I would argue that this is a rare instance where the cast doesn't want a revival necessarily, they want a proper ending. Ariana Grande wants a finale, Eric Michael Reed, aka Sinjin, wants one, and of course, Victoria Justice wants one. Now, obviously, at this point, now that we've reviewed all 57 episodes of Victorious, we have a lot of things to talk about. The show's ongoing legacy and its fan base and all that stuff. But first, I think that we should really properly get into this very weird element, this lack of a finale. From my perspective, when we're really diving into this topic, there are three main aspects that we really have to talk about. Part one is, why does Victorious not have a finale? I suspect it has something to do with kind of the politics at Nickelodeon around this time. Sam and Cat was this new thing that the network was investing a lot of energy into, and the idea of putting aside a ton of money to shoot an epic finale for this other show that was kind of dwindling in the ratings, it probably wasn't really appealing to the network. Then you have to consider the big event episode at the end of Season 3. Now, I have said many times that that episode feels like a finale, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was budgeted like one as well. And the thing is, so much stuff happens in that episode that would also probably happen in a legit finale that it was maybe hard to go to Nickelodeon and ask for, the same episode twice, equal budget to make an episode that, on the surface level, kind of seems like a remake of another episode that they also made within the same 10 episode production block. So let's go ahead and presume, rightfully so in my opinion, that that was the problem at hand. It was an issue of money. They could not afford to do another big concert episode. Well, that doesn't mean they couldn't do a finale, because there's tons of finale ideas you could do that are extremely cheap. One, for instance, is a graduation episode. You just do an episode that's set a year later where all of the kids graduate from Hollywood Arts and they all end up saying goodbye and moving off to different places, and that at least does the job of feeling like a finale. But the thing about graduation finales is that they are widely considered a sitcom cliche. Because Head of the Class did it, Sweet Life on Deck did it, fucking Fish Hooks did it. And the thing you'll find when you study all these shows is that all of these NSU shows of the era heavily avoid graduation finales and prefer to do kind of non-conformist final episodes that don't necessarily have to be watched last, but kind of work the most if you do watch them in the intended order. A big example to me will always be Drake and Josh. So Drake and Josh ended on this kind of weird episode where Helen gets married, this like secondary character gets closure, and Josh gets back with his girlfriend, but no one graduates, no one moves away. By all accounts, if they had just randomly done a season 5, nothing would have to change. But if you watch that episode last, it kind of works the most. To me, the most adorable detail is that it actually ends with the two fighting over a shrimp, which is kind of a bookend recreation of the specific Amanda Show sketch that inspired Drake and Josh. So my point is, even though the Drake and Josh finale doesn't feel like a traditional final episode, it still feels right for us to stop at that exact moment. Like, this is a good place to wrap things up. Now, infamously, Drake and Josh's final season did not air in production order, so a completely different episode was the actual broadcast finale. And then later, they made like a Drake and Josh Christmas special that retroactively became the finale. And then the actual final piece of Drake and Josh Media was like a failed ARG that only featured Drake Bell. And like, what the fuck is going on? Look. If you guys get me to 1 million subscribers by the end of 2022, I will do a Drake and Josh video. Until then, I really should just let that topic lie where it is. Anyways, the reason that I'm telling you all of this is that, like Drake and Josh, Victorious Season 4 did not air in the order that it was filmed. And so to really grasp why this show's finale is so weird, you first have to understand that it really isn't the finale at all. Alright, welcome ladies, gentlemen, and NBs to the very final Pinboard segment. Now many of you are probably wondering if I'm going to do the running joke where it all kind of goes off into infinity, and the answer is yes, I am going to do that, but I'm going to speed it up by 500%. There you go. Alright, so in this very brief segment, I want to compare the broadcast order of Victorious Season 4 to the production order. These are the last 5 episodes of Victorious that aired on TV. In other words, this is what we currently understand to be the end of Victorious. He said it! For those of you who have already forgotten the ordering of these episodes, first of all, we have the episode where Andre and Tori are roommates. Then we have the game show episode where all the cast gets injured. Then we have the slap fight, which is the episode where they're all fighting about who has more followers on social media. Then we have the Star Spangled Tori episode where, Tori sings a song and she gets attacked by a dog. And then, of course, we have what we know to be the finale. Throughout this brief Pinboard segment, I'm going to reveal to you the true production order of the final 5 episodes of Victorious. Now, a hot take here, which some of you probably aren't expecting me to say, is that just because these 5 episodes weren't filmed in this order doesn't mean they weren't intended to be aired in this order. To me, one of the biggest pieces of evidence to this perhaps being true is that the final 2 broadcast episodes of the show in some way feature references to Sam and Kat. The next to last episode features Kat moving in with her grandmother, and the final episode actually features a blink and you'll miss it visual Easter egg kind of plugging the show. So it's very possible that those 2 episodes were always intended to go at the end, just because it's like, hey, let's plug this new thing we're doing. But even if that is true, I think the production order in this case does tell a very interesting story, and I honestly think if you watch the show in order of the production itself, it would probably be a much more satisfying end to the program. So starting things off in quite a surprising way, the 5th to last episode that was produced for this show was Victorious, which we know as the series finale. I think that Victorious doesn't really work as a finale, but it does work like near the end of the show, because I would say that it's kind of a gimmick episode that could have been done in season 1. So in that respect, it really does feel like kind of a nice throwback. These 5 episodes have a recurring gimmick of something something very subversively nice happening to St. John, and in this one, he kind of befriends Beck, who really likes hanging out with him and talking to him about cars. The fourth to last episode filmed was Brain Squeezers. This one is good because you get to see all of the characters go through intense pain. Then you have Star Spangled Tori. This one reminds the audience of Tori's ongoing music career, and it then ends on the writer's favorite running gag: murder. Now at this point, we are officially in the endgame, as the next to last episode that was filmed for this show is the episode where Kat realizes she has a crush on Robbie. On many levels, this episode obviously makes more sense to air near the end of the season, because if you're gonna end Robbie and Kat's relationship on a cliffhanger, then you shouldn't leave 5 episodes after that, because it just leaves the impression that Robbie and Kat have decided never to bring this up again for literally no reason. This episode also features St. John getting a girlfriend, just as like a quick side note. With that, it is finally time, everyone. Let's talk about the very last episode that was filmed for Victorious. The episode that we know as Season 4, Episode 11, The Slap Fight. Now, as I've said, it's very possible that this was never intended to be the official finale, but having now watched through this entire series, I think that if you watch this one at the end, the whole thing makes a lot more sense, to the point that I would say, if this was actually aired as the Victorious finale, people would complain about this a lot less than they already do. Before we get into why I feel this way, I think that we should really quickly talk about a point of interest. Now, as this was the only episode of Victorious that was filmed after the Robbie Kat ship episode, it's interesting to note that in this story, it is implied that Robbie and Kat are officially dating, but only implied, not officially stated, but certainly implied. There's a scene where they hold hands for like a minute straight, and then there's another scene where Kat tweets out a fake description of what Robbie looks like when he's naked. And I think the reason that's there is that when they were writing this season, the ambiguity of the Robbie-Kat dynamic was probably not there. So when they wrote the original final episode, they probably just thought that Kat and Robbie would officially be a couple. Now, many people would probably say that Season 4, Episode 11 is not a proper finale, but I disagree. I think it is a fantastic finale, and specifically, it is better than whatever finale you have written in your head. Here's why. The characters in this show are horrible people. Tori is a self-centered egomaniac, Jade is a narcissist who abuses the people she supposedly loves, Beck is a transphobe and a womanizer, Robbie is an ongoing sexual predator, and Kat is a triple murderer. The best of the bunch, Andre, only fails to be on that list because he is literally too boring to be terrible. So an episode where they all graduate and become instantly famous would not be satisfying to me because I don't think they've earned that. So I think the ideal final episode of Victorious is one where the cast realizes that a secondary character that they've been shitting on throughout the entire series is actually more popular than them in the real world, causing them to all have narcissistic mental breakdowns that are so destructive that the secondary character comic relief lapdog that has been serving them for 4 seasons finally snaps and tells them all that they're terrible people as he strives off into the sunset. And the final moment of this series is the characters turning in one of the worst films ever made, being a total subversion of their previous 56 episodes worth of unlikely accomplishments, leaving a massive question mark on if they are actually talented enough to make it in Hollywood once they leave the diminishing bubble that is high school.
Well, that was the worst short film I have ever seen at this school.
In short, the Victorious finale works to me because it leaves Sinjin the only character with a complete character arc that leaves him happy, fulfilled, and able to become a functioning adult. And, more importantly perhaps, it means that the final scene of the show Victorious is the characters failing. And personally, I can't think of a better way to end things.
Right, I need to stop the camera, I forgot.
Alright, part 3. Presuming that you're still displeased with the broadcast finale of this series, and that you're equally unhappy with the final produced episode, then it is worth asking the question, what would an actual Victorious finale be like? Well, it would of course be fun to sit here and ponder all of the possibilities, but I think it would be more fitting to go to an official source. The final episode of Victorious aired on February the 2nd, 2013. In preparation for this, Victoria Justice took to her Tumblr account to share her general feelings about Victorious, obviously, but also more generally about the last 8 years of her life. Justice had first joined Nickelodeon as the tween-aged character Lola in Zoe 101, and within just a year of that show ending, she was suddenly offered a show of her own. The Victorious pilot began production on February the 19th, 2009, which was, by coincidence, the lead star's 16th birthday. And now, it was February 2013, 4 years later, and things were suddenly coming to an end. In this Tumblr post, Justice noted that the actors themselves were not happy with the show's lack of a resolution, and that like the fans, all of the different stars had kind of come up with their own headcanons as per where these characters would go after the show ended. In this post, she then shares some of her own hot takes, which I'm now going to read out loud verbatim. Tori gets signed to a record deal and becomes a pop star. She then goes out on a headlining tour. Wink. Yeah, she was on tour at this point, Victoria Justice was. I think it went okay, but it wasn't like a big success. Andre, he also gets signed to a record deal and not only is super successful as a recording artist, but also as a writer-producer. His albums go multi-platinum. Trina is looking to marry a prince because that's what she feels she deserves, so she auditions and gets accepted to the new season of The Bachelor where England's Prince Harry is the new bachelor. Poor Harry. Yeah, so in the Victorious universe, as imagined by Victoria Justice in 2013, Megan, she doesn't exist. Trina takes her place in that universe, and I imagine all the same stuff happens because, you know, still a non-white woman in the royal family. It's probably all the same shit goes down, but I guess in some like vague sense that's kind of a happy ending for Trina. Beck, he keeps auditioning and gets cast in his own series of a high school student who's also a sociopath. Wink. I looked this one up, and apparently this one's a fourth wall jab, because directly after Victorious ended, I've come to understand, Avan Jogia did like this weird teen drama show that I've never heard of called Twisted. And in this show, he played someone who allegedly like killed his aunt, and he gets out of juvie, and there's like a bunch of girls that wanna hook up with him, and it's basically like Riverdale before Riverdale, but also there's a new murder, and everyone in the show is accused of it. So I'm sure that's also something that happened in Riverdale. Riverdale has done every fucking plot point you can imagine. But it's so weird to me because it seems like so in vogue with what shows have become now. But this has no presence online. No one talks about this weird murder teen thing that Avan Jogia did. It was a season of that, and then it stopped existing. No one has talked about it since. I'm convinced it's not a real show. I'm convinced the show does not exist because it does not look real. It looks like a movie in a movie. That's what it looks like. So some of you out there are going to be like, oh, I watched that. No, you didn't. You've been fucking brainwashed. You're in a cult. Fuck you. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. His new show films in another city and he and Jade break up. Why, Victoria? Why? Like, I know I broke them up, but I had a reason. It's because I wanted I wanted gay, Kat. She realizes that she has strong feelings for Robbie and that it was him all along. Kat also starts her own babysitting service with a girl named Sam. Wink. Technically nothing in this one is wrong, because all of this does happen, but Kat and Robbie don't end up together. So this next one is incorrect. Robbie, he finally says goodbye to Rex after he finds love with Kat. Sometimes he tries to move Kat's mouth with his hand. She understands and goes along with it. The Victorious universe through the eyes of Victoria Justice is a disturbing place. Jade goes on to have a very successful career as Hollywood's new horror queen. Psychowitz starts a very successful coconut water company. And finally, Sin Jin becomes a billionaire because of a new social media online company he started. He gives Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook owner, a run for his money. Okay, so obviously pretty much everything in this post isn't canon. Specifically, Kat, Robbie, and Psychowitz have details here that kind of contradict the spinoff. And furthermore, I will be dead in the ground before I accept that Sinjin becomes Mark Zuckerberg. I always kind of figured that Sinjin was going to become like kind of a Gen Z Jim Henson, you know what I mean? Anyways, I think what this post does is highlight how weird it is that this show did not get a traditional exit, because it just writes itself. And furthermore, it feels like the show has been leading itself on a trajectory to some of these endings. And that's why every Victorious fan basically writes their own finale in their heads. Okay, so I'm not going to waste your time by describing like every single like little detail that I would put into my own Victorious finale, but what I do want to do is I want to describe to you guys one scene that is so clearly in my head that I am shocked. I am shocked that they did not jump at the chance to make this a reality. Okay, so we're all just going to use our imagination for a minute. We're just going to think through this. So in my head, I think the Victorious finale is like them all graduating. And, you know, it's one of those traditional episodes where they're not all going to the same places. It's kind of a sad goodbye to some extent. And they're all trying to figure out, where are they going? What are they going to be doing? And Robbie finds out he got accepted into some cool college that's not in California, like MIT or, someplace in New York or something. And he's so excited. And he has Rex, right? And Rex goes like, yeah, man, we're gonna have such crazy adventures. And Robbie's like... And the whole cast is there, and it's a very quiet, essential moment where Robbie has a talk with Rex. And he's like, when it first started being a thing where it was you and me, you did so much, I couldn't talk to anybody, and you helped me through that, but now it's gotten to the point where I don't need you, Rex. I don't need you anymore. And Rex kind of looks sad for a second. And he goes like, I understand, man. I understand. And then he gets out of Robbie's lap and he just jumps on the floor and he walks across the room and out the door. And then everyone in the cast but Robbie is like, for 22 minutes, that is my Victorious finale. The good news is that this isn't necessarily really the end, because we are going to be seeing quite a number of these characters again at some point in the future. However, it is now time for us to answer one of the most pressing questions of this project. Why did Victorious end? Now, a lot of people seem to be under the impression that Victorious ended specifically because of Sam and Kat. Nick was working on this new show, Victorious was in the way, so they killed it and gutted it for parts. I personally think that the opposite happened. I think that Kat was added to the Sam pilot because Victorious was already ending around that same time, and she was a popular character. One of my biggest pieces of evidence supporting this is that the Gibby pilot was still considered viable very late into the shooting schedule of Victorious, represented by the fact that the Gibby pilot itself is set up meticulously in the iCarly finale. I've also seen some people over the years argue that the show was cancelled by Victoria Justice when she decided to go on tour without the rest of the cast. I think this doesn't really make any sense, and at this point it's widely debunked. So if it's not those two things, why did the show end? Personally, I think that's kind of a stupid question. When it comes to live-action Nickelodeon projects in this specific era, around 60 episodes was extremely common. For instance, if you count TV movies and crossovers in other shows, Victorious and Drake and Josh have the exact same number of episodes. Meanwhile, Zoe 101 and Game Shakers, a show from the past and the future, both have around 3 more episodes than Victorious. The only shows that broke from this specific standard were iCarly and Henry Danger, which were both massive breakout hits, and by the end of things, Victorious just was not that. I do understand the frustration though, I really do. Throughout the course of this project, I have occasionally been asked, which show is ultimately better? iCarly or Victorious? And while my position on this has changed often, I think this is the final conclusion that I have come to. iCarly is a show that was almost perfect one time. And after that, it was an exceptionally good Nickelodeon show for around 3.5 seasons, and after that, it was unwatchably bad, okay? And meanwhile, Victorious is a show that was never perfect, never got even close, and it started off really terrible, but throughout its run, it showed incredible growth and promise, and it never had the chance to actually act on that growth and that promise. So, overwhelmingly, I feel like iCarly is the show that should have run for 67 episodes, and Victorious is the show that should have had 97 episodes and a 23-episode reboot. But it didn't make sense to do that, you know, so that's not the world that we live in. I feel like we don't need to overcomplicate this question with so many variables and different angles, because to me, the reason why Victorious ended is so obvious. Okay, I think when this video comes out, there's going to be a bunch of people in the comments who are like, wow, I remember everything that was in the first Victorious video, but most of this second Victorious video is new to me. And they're going to be like, wow, so, you know, when Victorious Season 2 aired, I was constantly watching the show, but I guess by the time Season 4 started, I had kind of tuned out. And yeah, you got it, man. That's it. That's why Victorious was canceled. Victorious was canceled because you specifically stopped watching. I've thought about this a lot, right? Okay. I used to believe that the reason that I stopped watching Nickelodeon around this era is that I got too old. I grew out of it. It wasn't my thing anymore. But by reading all your guys' comments and having conversations with other people, I realized there are a lot of people, you know, younger than me who also stopped watching Nickelodeon around this point in time. And, you know, when I was watching Nickelodeon was like their peak viewership of all time. And then right after that, things just fell and fell. And that's when I realized something. I didn't stop watching Nickelodeon because I got too old. I stopped watching Nickelodeon because I stopped using cable. At the end of the day, this story is so much bigger than one show or one time slot. In just a few years, these networks had shifted from being the Goliaths that define children's entertainment to the dinosaurs that seemed decades behind. Nickelodeon used to be a network that appealed not only to very young children, but also teenagers and young adults. But with iPads and iPhones and Netflix and Hulu and the general vastly growing internet, cable TV very quickly became something either for people too old to figure all that stuff out, or too young to be allowed to. So for the creators of children's entertainment, the viewers were just getting younger and younger, and they were sticking around for progressively less time. So to Nick and the Disney Channel and Cartoon Network, all of these legacy shows either had to go in the waste bin, or they needed a facelift. So that's where you get Planet Sheen, Teen Titans Go, Total Dramarama, and of course, Sam and Cat. Because remember, your nostalgia is marketable, but you do not watch kid shows. And you know, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing, because either Victorious ends in 2013, and we all sit around going, why did they end this show so soon? Or Victorious ends in 2015, and we all go, why did they let this show run on for so long? So, you know, a fairly Odd Parents effect. And here's my big hot take, okay? I don't actually think the Victorious fans really truly want a season 5 in their hearts. I think they want a season 4 that doesn't suck. Because season 3 set up so much potential and so much good faith, and season 4 is just a waste of your time. That's the honest truth. It is bad. It is filler episodes and episodes that insult your intelligence and pretty much nothing else. Okay, so we've covered why the show ended and why it didn't have a finale, and we've arguably now accepted that the show is over. But there's still a few more questions left on the table, the biggest one being, in my opinion, was the title of my last video accurate? Is Victorious a failure? Well, I think it depends how you qualify it. I think if you view the show exclusively as something designed to prop Victoria Justice up as a performer, it did a really bad job early on. Now, Victoria Justice, I actually think, is a somewhat good singer, and she has songs that are really good, but whatever style they were having her do in those first 2 seasons, that wasn't it. And I think it's such a clear disservice to her that season 1 does such a bad job of setting up her character that a huge chunk of the fan base just hates Tori and pushes that animosity onto her as well. I'm also under the impression that the music itself did not sell that well outside of the show. I mean, you know, there are some fondly remembered hits, but it wasn't like Disney Channel big. And I'd argue that Big Time Rush did a better job of like being a Nickelodeon musical sitcom where the music was popular outside of the show as well. I do think that one very interesting way that Victorious arguably was a success was its prominent place in the Disney Nickelodeon turf war. As I've said, Victorious was a Nickelodeon take on a very Disney Channel idea, and it's interesting to note that shortly after Victorious premiered, Disney Channel created a show called Ant Farm. Ant Farm is a Disney Channel take on Nickelodeon ideas, down to the fact that one of the characters in that show is literally stolen from iCarly. They took the character and the actor and stole them from iCarly and put them in this show. It's kind of wild in my opinion. And Ant Farm is, in my humble opinion, a very clear response to Victorious. Nickelodeon put this show out that was very much like the kinds of shows that Disney Channel was doing, and it was kind of a hit with kids, and Disney Channel freaked out and immediately greenlit a show with basically the exact same plot. And if Victorious was popular enough to get a Disney Channel knockoff, then I think it had to have been a success in one way or the other. This back and forth continued for several years before a very interesting show came into existence in the late 2010s, which I find kind of fascinating. But maybe that's a topic for another video. Getting back into the topic of if Victorious is a failure, we could talk about Ariana Grande. Is Victorious a success because it accidentally kickstarted the pop career of one of the biggest stars in the world? Or is it a failure because it totally neglected to use said performer in any meaningful way? I think it's up to personal judgment. But I think the biggest piece of evidence to the mixed legacy of this show can be found in the fan base. People love talking about Victorious. They love writing fan fiction and thinking about all their old memories and talking about the ships and, going through all of their favorite characters. People do not love watching Victorious because it's not really the show that they want it to be. And at the end of the day, that's Victorious. There's something really captivating in it, something really fascinating about the potential that was always there. And it sucks. That's the story. This video has no breaks. This video has no breaks. This video breaks. Okay, so I wrote that last segment distinctly as a place to stop, but I always knew that I was going to do, a bonus outro, basically just for the hell of it. Now you might be thinking, why, Quinton? This video is so long. Why record 2 outros? And the reasoning is very simple. We gotta get this bitch past the 8-hour mark. Here's why, people. We need to maximize the amount of people who are gonna bitch about this video without watching it. Because those people are gonna make a bunch of social media posts about my content, which will then go viral, causing people who would not have been exposed to this video to suddenly know of its existence. And when people complain about long videos, they round down no matter what. So if I post a video that's 7 hours and 55 minutes, people will say, look at this 7-hour video. And I'll say, fuck you, it's 8 hours. So I'm recording more. But real talk, there is an actual reason that I'm recording this segment. That isn't the reason I just said. And that's because the next few videos I have planned, they're gonna get kind of depressing near the end. You know what I mean? We're gonna have some dire video endings coming up, and I just know that this is going to be one of our last chances at the end of a video to really just have a positive energy, moving forwards into the next part of this journey. I also want to say, if you're watching this video only for bragging rights so you can tell people that you finished the video and you stop right here, you're a liar. And second of all, there's a neat surprise at the credits of this video that I think is really cool, and you're definitely not going to want to miss out on. And more importantly to me, at the end of this segment, I have a special call to action as per something that I want all of you guys to do, and I'm really hoping that you guys will be patient and will hear me out. You know what I mean? The main thing we're going to be doing here, at least starting off, is I want to do kind of a where are they now segment, kind of talking about what happened to the careers of these actors after Victorious ended and where they are now, either in their personal lives or in popular culture. However, one person we're not going to be covering in this segment is Ariana Grande, and that's because we already know what Ariana Grande did after Victorious, and that is this.
This is Sam from iCarly.
Yeah, you love me.
And this is Kat from Victorious. So here's the deal. Sam rescues Kat from a dumpster. They become roommates.
That's not how you sleep in a sofa bed.
Start an awesome babysitting service.
Whoa, I don't want this beast. Yeah, pretty flowers.
And before they know it, are best friends.
Yeah, that's going to be exactly as bad as it already looks. And also, exactly as gay as it already looks.
Kat is always hugging Sam.
Anyways, moreover, the beginning of Ariana's pop career is going to be covered extensively in the Sam and Kat video, so there's really no point in talking about that here at all. One of the biggest curiosities of mine that I really haven't had the chance to delve into in this point is the career of Daniela Monáe. I feel like I've gone over this extensively, but when Victorious first started, it was obviously very clear that Victoria Justice was like Nickelodeon's favored performer. They were making all these movies for her, some on TV, some in the theaters, and she was making all these cameos in TV shows, and it was just clear that Nickelodeon was like, this is our next big star. We've made our choice, and we're putting all of our energy into this. But at some point during the production of Victorious, it's almost like Nickelodeon was like, oh, look at this Daniela Monáe girl. You know what? We've changed our minds. This is our new star. Here's my main piece of visual evidence. In 2010, Nickelodeon released a Halloween TV movie called The Boy Who Cried Werewolf. Now, this is a TV movie where Victoria Justice becomes a werewolf. At the start of the film, she's supposed to be like this ugly nerd and she's got glasses and she's unattractive, and then she turns into a werewolf. And then the film shows this scene of her doing like a slow motion walk to be like, yeah, now I'm hot shit. Now let's compare that to the Nickelodeon cinematic classic, Grow Up Timmy Turner, A Fairly Odd Movie. In this movie, Danielle O'Monet starts off the film as an ugly nerd who has glasses and is supposed to be unattractive. But this is all changed when the film shows a sequence of her doing a seductive walk in slow motion, because yeah, she's hot shit now. And for the longest time, Daniela was like the it girl for Nickelodeon, and it really felt like she was taking all of the jobs that Nickelodeon used to be lining up for Victoria Justice. In fact, Victoria Justice at one point had a featuring role in an obscure Nickelodeon show called The Troop, which was like a high school monster hunter thing. My friend Hippie has a video about it. It's only 2 hours. It's pretty short. But in this episode, Victoria Justice played like a literal pixie dream girl from an alternate dimension. And when they wanted to bring that character back for a future episode, Victoria Justice was busy, so they got Danielle Monet to play the character's sister, meaning that they played siblings in 2 different shows. Next thing you know, Danielle Monet was like all over all of the marketing for the show, and when Victorious ended and so many of the actors were just thrown by the wayside, Danielle Monet was one of the only people who got her own show at Nickelodeon. And she was working at Nickelodeon like through the mid-2010s. And I want to make it clear I'm not complaining because I get it. Danielle Monet is great. She's really fantastic. She's funny. She's beautiful. I would want to keep her on the payroll too. But the thing is, it's such a distracting disparity where when you watch Victorious, all the actors are just shitting on Danielle Monet. And they're like talking about how ugly Trina is and how gross she is. And then like you look at other Nickelodeon projects with her and it's almost like they're trying to make her a sex symbol. And it's like, how did this disparity come to be? How was there like this much lack of communication between all the people at Nickelodeon? Now, in the last few years, Daniela has recently become one of the cast members in Victorious with the most quiet careers, and the reason is that she recently became a mother. She has a little boy and a baby girl, both with the guy she's been with since 2010, whom she is now engaged to, and I wanted to start with this one because I just think it's a really cute story, and it's a nice pick-me-up. Not that the rest of these are going to be depressing, this one's just kind of cute. Out of all the people in Victorious, the person who has had the most shockingly normal career post-Victorious is easily Eric Lange. This guy has been in everything. He was in Narcos, he was in The Bridge, he was in that Waco show. Overall, he's one of the only people in this show where when he gets interviewed, the interviewers probably don't even get around to asking him about Nickelodeon because he's like a legit serious actor that does like really popular stuff. Leon Thomas III, much like his character in the show, is extremely talented at music and has thus mostly sought that out in his professional life. He has written and produced songs for Ariana several times in recent years, and he also was part of a group that produced beats for hip-hop artists like Rick Ross. But his big claim to fame at the moment is co-writing and co-producing 3 songs on the Drake album Certified Lover Boy. In the Bible, Love All and Pipe Down specifically are the 3 songs where he is credited. I have never listened to a Drake album. Matt Bennett became a contributor for Nerdish shortly after the show ended and lived a mostly quiet life after that. In 2016, he released a concept album about his parents' divorce, with every song being inspired by a Robin Williams movie. Liz Gilly struggled to find work after the show wrapped, but she did find some success with music, both solo work and stuff with Ariana. Her most prominent recent projects are perhaps the vocal jazz album she released with Seth MacFarlane, and her prominent role in the 2017 CW reboot of Dynasty, a show which also features Robert Christopher Riley, aka the trigger-happy cop from Victorious Season 1. Matt Bennett, Liz Gillies, and Daniela Monet all cameo in the music video for Thank You Next, and Liz and Matt joined Ariana on stage in 2019 for a surprise performance of several songs from the show. Avanjogia has done many projects since the show ended, with his most recent and notable role being that of the lead in the recent Resident Evil movie. He also has a TikTok, which is very popular, where he often makes headlines by talking about his previous roles and experiences. He recently made headlines by revealing that he actually struggled with alcoholism during the production of Victorious. This meant that he filmed most of the program constantly hungover, and according to him, he remembers next to nothing about the show because of this. I can only imagine the intense shell shock when people send him clips from the show. Now, out of all of the cast, I'd say the most mysterious person is Victoria Justice. There's this idea that's often put forwards that Victoria tried very, very hard for a long time to get into music, and she ultimately just failed miserably. But this isn't really how I would personally put it. After Victorious, Justice was set up to release an entire album of solo material, and in preparation for this, she released a lone single, Gold, which didn't do too incredibly well and did not crack the Billboard Top 100. To make matters worse, she suddenly had creative differences with her record company, and she left, and the album was scrapped, and that's it. That's the entire history of her solo career in the 2010s. By all accounts, it seems like Victoria Justice just got burnt out on music and quit. Now, if that's because of her history of working on this show, or if it's because of her dealing with this record company, who's to say? But it's just, this coincidence that she quit music at pretty much the exact point in time and the exact same month where Ariana really blew up for the first time. This all changed in 2020 and 2021 when Justice began to sporadically put out new material. I actually went ahead and listened to most of the music that Victoria Justice has put out, and I actually think most of it's kind of alright. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever listened to the music of Haley Steinfeld? Like, Haley Steinfeld, of course, is a big actress. She also sometimes does music. Have you ever, sat down and listened to Haley Steinfeld's music? I swear to God, Haley Steinfeld and Victoria Justice, their music is the same. You could take a bunch of Victoria Justice songs and put it on a Haley Steinfeld record, and no one would call you out on it. I counted, and Victoria Justice has released 7 songs since Victorious ended. 7 songs! Just 7 songs doesn't seem like enough material for her to have this reputation of being like a tryhard that failed to be Ariana Grande. It seems to me she doesn't want to be Ariana Grande. Since 2013, Justice has mostly been focusing on acting, but even then, her performances happen very, very rarely. For instance, one of her most recent credits is a 2018 episode of Robot Chicken where she just did a random voiceover. I think I'm rooting for Victoria Justice at this point. I'm pulling for her. I've become a Victoria Justice stan. And, it's mostly because I think it's so unfair for a person to spend every living moment of their life having someone else compare them to Ariana Grande. That's not good for the soul. It's like when people tell me I look like Robert Pattinson, because I get what they're trying to say, but it just makes me feel worse. Because it's like, I got all the shit he got. I got put together fucking wrong. Okay, and finally, we have Eric Michael Reed, aka Sinjin. I love this man. I would take a bullet for him. He still acts, but I would say his main profession is being like a Twitter guy. But here's the best part of all this, right? This is the best part, and I only learned this week, okay? Eric Michael Reed's best friend is a guy named Vincent Martella. And Vincent Martella is best known as the voice of Phineas in Phineas and Ferb. Phineas from Phineas and Ferb and Sinjin from Victorious are best friends, and it gets better. They're not just best friends, they're roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
So these two will literally hang out like on a daily basis every single day, and they'll post like dumb skits they film to Twitter, and no one notices. It's crazy to me.
What are you working on? Oh, I'm minting NFTs. Ugh, not you too. These are selling for a lot of money. Look at this one I made. Oh, dude, that looks like dog shit. It is dog shit. All NFTs are shit. Every NFT is shit? This one is dog shit. Uh-huh. This one is cat shit. Oh. And this one is my shit. Ah!
I just want to say, the more that I look into these people's careers, and the more specifically I see photos of them today, the more that I'm like, huh, I hope they don't do a Victorious reboot. And that sounds really mean, but the reason is that, like, have you ever fantasized about going on a date with someone, and then it actually happens, and you really go on a date with them, and it's just like, oh, huh. And it's like, this is weird. This isn't how I imagined it. This is very different. That's what a Victorious reboot would be like. But this is my pledge. If they ever make a Victorious reboot, I will review it on this channel, unless there's some weird legal hang-up and I'm not allowed to. I don't know why that would be, but I'm just putting this in just in case.
Hey guys, Quinton here. So this is supposed to be a fun little compilation. There's a couple things hidden throughout this video that are new. Sadly, YouTube is once again arbitrarily enforcing their 12-hour upload limit, so I had to trim the video game section out in order for this video to be under 12 hours. So as a quick bonus, here's a little preview of the Sam and Cat videos to tide you over until the 12-hour mark.
At the start of the Sam and Cat pilot, Sam is seen pulling up to a food truck on her motorcycle. The employee at the window recognizes her as Sam from iCarly and asks what she's doing in LA. She responds, looking for fun, just as we see Ariana ride by in the background. Cat runs into two children who are looking for their own missing cat, and Cat joins in the search after loudly declaring that Cat is her name as well. Miss Valentine soon hears mewing coming from a garbage can and leaps in head first. Really a good metaphor for how we're starting this one. She saves the kitten and the kids run off as Cat realizes that her gum fell out of her mouth and she hunts to retrieve it from the trash. But what do you know, a garbage truck comes down the line and throws Cat in without checking. I find this writing insulting. Sanitation departments rely on only partial automation to ensure the safety of all citizens. Garbage men and women are the thin sludge line that protects all of America from its own filth, and I will not let children's sitcoms slander the industry like this. Sam throws her burrito to the ground, once again showing disrespect to the Institute of LA Sanitation through public littering, and runs after the garbage truck, jumping the ladder hanging from the back, leaping in head first, still a good metaphor. Cat gleefully identifies that she is Sam from iCarly as the garbage truck begins to compress the trash inside. Cat faints from fear, and Sam has to save both of them. One thing of note that you've probably caught on to already is that it's implied in this pilot that the original iCarly Victorious crossover, iParty with Victorious, is in fact not canon. Because the plot to this show heavily relies on the fact that the worlds of iCarly and Victorious have never collided before, and that this is a new thing for everyone. Now, to many of you, this might seem like a massive plot hole, as the 2011 crossover is pretty important to the timelines of both shows. But I actually think this makes a little sense in the grand scheme of things. Allow me to introduce a theory about the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, one which I have hinted at before, yet never explicitly stated. I call it the meta superposition theory. A superposition is a big sciencey term that means a particle that both does and does not exist in a select position until observed. I think anyways. I didn't go to college. I review shows meant for children. But what does a superposition have to do with Sam and Cat? Well, here's the infamous discrepancy. Every show in the so-called Nickelodeon sitcom universe, or NSU, exists in two consecutive states. The first state is a real series of events which actually take place in the universe, and the second state is an in-universe TV show, a piece of fiction typically said to be watched by the lead characters of other NSU sitcoms. For instance, a Zoe 101 character appears in iCarly Season 4, yet Zoe 101 is a TV show in iCarly Season 6. A prominent Drake and Josh Josh character appears in Victorious Season 2, and yet the characters are seen discussing Drake and Josh as a TV show mere episodes later. The same can be said of iCarly, where Drake and Josh characters appear in Seasons 3 and 4, yet it is explicitly a TV show in Seasons 5 and 6. A character introduced in Sam and Cat is featured extensively in Henry Danger, and another is all but confirmed to be Cat Valentine's brother. Yet, in the animated Henry Danger series, Sam and Cat is confirmed to be a TV show that the main characters are aware of, as Ariana is canonized as an in-universe performer. And most confusingly of all, in the iCarly finale, Carly is briefly seen browsing Twitter, reading tweets about the Nickelodeon sitcom iCarly coming to an end, meaning that iCarly is a TV show inside the iCarly universe. Many people have posited fan theories explaining these discrepancies, such as the idea that Drake and Josh is a reality show in the iCarly universe, or that one of the girls from Zoe 101 turned their life story into a sitcom later on, or that kind of thing. But the consistent inconsistency of all of these cameos and Easter eggs can only imply one ultimate conclusion: the NSU doesn't make any sense. To put it simply, it seems to me that there are constants in this universe which are so polarizing that the only ways that these characters have managed to deal with them is to develop a kind of selective amnesia about huge portions of their lives. It might be the case that Drake and Josh was one of your favorite shows as a kid, but if you are placed in the vicinity of a character from Drake and Josh, you lose all memories of that portion of your youth, just as a random example. There are clearly boundaries between these different sub-pockets in the NSU reality, with an emphasis on certain things not being retained. A character from iCarly cannot just suddenly remember that their lives are identical to a teen series airing at the same time that they're in school. Craig and Eric cannot positively identify that Carly Shay looks exactly like the sister of one of their classmates, and the cast of Henry Danger cannot come to realize that one of the bad guys they face every year is also a character from a show that they all seem to be aware of. Generally, it seems that the memories of these cast members are designed to be warped at any small or large shift in the superposition. So it's not that I Party with Victorious didn't happen, it's merely that said sub-reality romp is very faint in the minds of these characters because it does not suit the universe at this given moment. Or maybe it's TV show for babies. After the title sequence, Sam wakes Cat up with a leaf blower and the two properly meet. After noting that they're both pretty gross because of their garbage adventure, Cat says that Sam can shower at her Nona's apartment. Sam says she doesn't want to muck up her motorcycle getting there, so she decides to trick a limo driver to chauffeur them around for free. The driver says he is waiting on a Dr. Williams, so Sam says that they are his daughters, and when the driver questions this, they loudly declare that he is attempting to assault them, and he sheepishly relents and agrees to drive them around. We jump cut to the pair in the Valentine household, where they are soon joined by Dice. Dice is, a character? I've been dreading him from the moment I found out he exists. Dice lives in an apartment in the same building and announces that he has made some investments which he is selling. Hair. Specifically, celebrity hair. Cat insists on buying the Bieber hair that he has brought and begins sniffing it and moaning. Wow, what a totally normal thing to put into this show for babies, and not the writer's poorly disguised fetish. Dice notices that Cat's new friend is Sam from iCarly, and Sam offers to sell him some of her hair. He runs off, saying he'll be back soon with bags and scissors.
Quit sniffing the beebs.
I can't help it. He smells so talented!
Nona then bursts into the room, wearing a sack and being pushed by children in a shopping cart. We learn that Nona babysits for a living, but has decided she can't put up with these little demons anymore, and she is going to quit. She then announces that she is moving into a retirement home.
It's time for me to move to Elderly Acres.
No!
Is this a thing? Do old people do this? They're like, well, I'm too old to have a job. Put me in a home. Not gonna travel the world or live on a beach. Nope. I'm 65. Put me in a wheelchair and throw me in a closet. Kat says that if Nona moves away, she'll have no one to help if she gets stuck on a toilet. Nona says that she will only be 5 miles away, and Sam says that if Kat does get stuck on the toilet, will Nona please text her a photo. That night, Nona sleepwalks and comes upon Sam in the living room on the fold-out couch. She promptly folds in the couch, trapping Sam inside. Ariana comes to the living room, and antics ensue.
Ghost couch!
Kat gets Sam out and invites herself to sleep in the same bed as her, and things get mildly subtextual. The two have a conversation about how Kat is lonely and wants to know how long Sam will be there, and Sam says that she's in no rush to go back home now that Carly is gone, and that it's her plan to get on her bike and go wherever it takes her. Then Nona comes back and folds in the couch again. Scene. Later, Kat gets home from school. We'll cover this later, I know it's weird. And Sam is there to greet her. They initially get up to some banter before Sam casually states that she admitted Kat's grandma to Elderly Acres without her consent. Sam was on the same page as Nona. She was like, this bitch sleepwalks, lock her in jail, throw away the key. She's a menace to society. I was in a couch. Look, all I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure Kat is supposed to be like 16, 17 in this show. So like entering her life and within 24 hours murking her only parental guardian is a deranged thing to do. Kat runs off to the elderly home and they run into a group of kids who Nona was supposed to babysit, who they end up bringing along. However, Sam doesn't want them in this part of the episode, so she puts them on an old person bike and straps the baby to the little metal basket and lets them just drive around LA. The kids ride off and we exchange baby antics for elderly antics. Nona is found playing Twister with other old people and they all laugh as they fall over. Quick question, is Twister like a swinger thing? I've never played Twister or seen another adult play Twister. It just seems like it exists exclusively in sitcoms and stories about swingers. Kat realizes that Nona likes living among the elderly, and Sam gives a group of old people tattoos.
I told you I wanted a tattoo of Abraham Lincoln.
Well, too bad, you got a chicken leg.
Whoever said this era of Nickelodeon was a downgrade is crazy. I'm having a great time. The girls run home and Dice shows up with scissors and a bag all nonchalant. And it's like, bitch, I thought you were gonna be gone 5 minutes. It's been a whole day. Kat went to school, had an identity crisis and a change of character, and it took you that long to find scissors? Dice showing up causes Kat to remember that they abandoned a group of kids who are currently getting in trouble at Inside Out Burger for ordering food without any money. The 3 kids get chased around by a heavy guy, and after a several-minute interlude, we cut back. Haha, the joke is that he's slow because he's fat. He passes out, and Kat says that they have to save him, so Sam pumps on his legs while Kat hops on his chest. They then switch. There are people watching this video who are discovering right now that they are somehow into this thing that the show just made up. The man, who is the manager of this specific Inside Out Burger location, declares that Sam and Kat will have free burgers for as long as they both live. Back at the Valentine pad, the kid's mom picks them up and pays the girls $150. Sam briefly jokes about giving Kat an unfair cut before giving her all of the money. Sam says she has to be off before Kat says she wishes she could stay.
We sort of have this whole fun odd couple dynamic. Built-in conflict. Lots of potential for more adventures.
Sam ultimately ends up conceding, saying that Kat needs a new roommate, and since Sam doesn't have anywhere to be, she will be Kat's new roommate.
Oh my God! This is the best day ever!
The two then decide to go get free dinner at Inside Out Burger, and they pose on a motorcycle sitting on a really phony green screen. Kat is a little too flirty in an obnoxious way, and Sam says it's gonna be a long ride. Okay, let's go ahead and break the ice here by discussing some general hot takes about this pilot episode. Once again, we are approaching this from the guise of, we are executives at Nickelodeon in late 2012. Is this pilot good enough to make into a full show? Well, first of all, let's go ahead and point this out. There are a lot of sitcoms out there which are spin-offs without their core defining trait being that they are spin-offs. Frasier is a spin-off of Cheers. Mork and Mindy is a spin-off of Happy Days. Daria is a spin-off of Beavis and Butthead. And even some shows which are more known for being spin-offs, like, God forbid, Young Sheldon, still maintain some independent charm in such a way that if you are in a specific demographic, you can enjoy Young Sheldon in a standalone basis without watching The Big Bang Theory. So it's kind of a red flag to me that this pilot episode that is supposed to be ushering in a brand new age of Nickelodeon history is so dependent on you already finding charm in the source material. From minor things like Sam saying that she feels directionless now that Carly is missing from her life, to more direct things like the fact that Kat is apparently still attending Hollywood Arts in the background of this pilot. It really kind of feels like to me that all Sam and Kat is at this point is someone taking these two characters from these two different shows and plucking them out of time at the exact moment we saw them last, and then just thrusting them forward on that exact same trajectory to see where they go. And that's all good and fine for like a 22-minute short, but I have this gut feeling that there is no game plan on how to generate any kind of new energy with this show or with these characters. Season 1, Episode 9 is an extremely important milestone for us, as it's an example of a rare phenomena I like to call a Ted Danson episode. So there's this sitcom, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called Frasier. Now, Frasier the character started out in Cheers as a romantic rival to Sam Malone in the Sam Diane story arc. But he was so popular that he remained a bar regular even after Diane left. There, the character went through many tribulations, falling in love, having a son, having his wife abandon him and their child for another man before he nearly commits suicide, with the only thing stopping him being the thought of his child. So when Cheers ended, it seemed viewers at home didn't want the character's story to end there, and so he received his own spin-off, Frasier. In Frasier, the character has moved back to his hometown of Seattle, where he becomes a radio psychiatrist. Frasier has a poor relationship with his emotionally distant father, who he is tasked with taking care of. He hopes that the situation, as unfortunate as it is, will allow them to grow close in a way that they never had before. Also involved in the math here is Niles, his unhappily married younger brother, and his father's live-in physical therapist, Daphne. Niles and Daphne begin a torrid will-they-won't-they tango, each wanting the other, but rarely at the same time. The point I'm trying to make here is that you can easily watch Frasier without knowing it's a spin-off of Cheers, and you can easily have watched Cheers without knowing the story is continued in another show. So to bridge the gap between the two and to build up press, the writers would sometimes do what I have taken to call Ted Danson episodes. Oh hey look, it's a person from Cheers who you haven't seen in a good number of years. They're visiting Seattle and are gonna stop by to see Frasier, and now you'll be able to see what they've been up to. With the exception of Lilith and Frederick episodes, these stories are rarely the favorites of the viewers or writers. No one thinks the best episode of Frasier is the one where Woody Harrelson shows up. But contextually, these episodes serve an important role for a particular niche audience. People who aren't watching. You're someone who watched this old sitcom in your developmental years and you don't really watch a lot of TV like that anymore, but suddenly you hear, hey, Ted Danson's gonna be on Frasier. I might watch that. Then during the episode, you catch yourself thinking, hey, this Frasier show is alright. And then you watch it every week until you die. Anyways, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Sam and Cat is a little less independent in this metaphor than Frasier, but it still exercised some of the same gimmicks to get people watching. And as far as I know, there are 4 special event Ted Danson episodes in the show's run. Season 1, Episode 9 is the first. We jump cut to Hollywood Arts, where Erwin Sikowitz is teaching his theater class a new acting style called backwards acting, where the performers have to emote while facing a wall. This is a very quick gag, clearly done so that the rest of the Victorious characters are still present in the room without it being revealed that they are all very clearly body doubles. If you look closely, you can actually see that Robbie is even holding Rex, so that must be a lookalike puppet as well. Sam, Cat, and Goomer barge in, and Sikowitz tells Katz that she's very late, as class is nearly over. The bell then rings, and Sikowitz dismisses everyone, and we hear Rex shout, "Back!" in the background as Tori, Jade, Beck, Andre, Ravi, and Rex leave while off camera. This whole sequence is brilliant and is also a hilarious kind of purgatory for these characters, if you think about it for a moment. Because imagine what this literally and metaphorically means.
Alright, we're out of time, sorry. So if you look at your screen right now, you'll notice two names. These are people who pledge more than $30 a month to my Patreon. Starting right now, people who pledge more than $30 a month will also be in the credits of Quinton Re2's videos, so shout out to these people.
Okay, that's borderline dangerous.
Yeah, why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!